Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the part 2 of What if Deku becomes Blackleg Sanji? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Almost summer break. Priestess tried to portray herself as mysterious with a bit sinister thrown in. She would pray for the souls she would reawaken. And just give off that kind of air. In reality she was a mess. It was her choice to remember the lives she reawoken. And whenever someone fought back she would look in her target's memories. And sometimes she would if she was bored, as not everyone fought back after all. However, when pushed to the edge and someone exceptionally strong appeared, or she got her but kicked by a comedy writer, she would go for a drink. This was very rare however, as only happened with her fight with Hibiki, Yuzu, the USJ, and another incident that happened after the USJ. But it wasn't after a fight, it was something else. But still the chances that it was on a day where prospects showed up. Prospects who wanted to join the league because of the so-called ties to Stain. Well, Shigaraki was going to watch the fireworks. Hey! 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 Sailor Moon, yelled Priestess, I need your opinion on something. What? Asked Jiren. Not you. Her. She's got a Sailor Fuku and Odangos, yelled Priestess, so she's Sailor Moon. The girl stared at the drunken villain, unsure what was going to happen next. Okay. What is worse, a genius billionaire playboy philanthropist who became a superhero during midlife, or a martial artist race car driving paleologist teacher who became a superhero in his teens? Asked Priestess, or at least I think it was his teens. He didn't look like a teenager at the time. Why did you want my opinion? Asked the girl, confused. Because I wanted an excuse to call you Sailor Moon, laughed Priestess, because you are totally Sailor Moon. In the name of the moon. Is she like this all the time? Asked the girl. No, only when a fight goes exceptionally badly does she act like this. Said Kurojiri. Don't sugarcoat it, Cloud Guy. I'm fit-chased right now. And don't you forget it, yelled Priestess. So should we just ignore her? Asked the man. Hey, are those piercings or surgical staples? Asked Priestess, because if they're staples then dang girl. If they're piercings then that means you're emo. And I don't like them emos. Maybe it's better if none of us pay attention to the drunk villain. Said Jiren. Wait, did I say stables? Oh man. You got ponies in your face, yelled Priestess. This girl might look like an unassuming schoolgirl, but she's behind a series of murders where the victims bled out. Said Jiren. Toga's the name, Himiko Toga. I'm a big fan of Stainy. I want to be him. I want to kill him. I want. Said the girl named Toga. Oh my god. Sailor Moon is a creepy stalker fangirl who kills people, yelled Priestess. I don't know if that's awesome or scary. Is she going to pass out soon? Asked Jiren. I don't go night-night, yelled Priestess. Now this guy, he hasn't committed any flashy crimes but, said Jiren. Does this group really match up with Stain's mission? Said the man. Hey, I am better than Stain. No life lost. And I have taken out far many heroes than that Deech nozzle. Granted. I'm not perfect, I mean I just unleashed the All Might equivalent of another world into this one. He was nowhere close to All Might in strength, but he was the one that everyone looked up to if they were a hero in that world. Which crazy. Because he started a brainwashed puppet but then he became super awesome, yelled Priestess. The man stared Priestess. You know you haven't introduced yourself. Said Shigaraki to the man, she might be nuts but at least she introduced herself. Tell us who you are, mysterious stranger. Who's hopefully not an emo, yelled Priestess. I go by Dabi, said the man known as Dabi. That's no cool. Said Shigaraki, give me your real name. I will when you need to know. Said Dabi. That's fair, said Priestess, I'm really drunk right now. And I know not give my real name. Spreading our real names is a bad idea. And I'm with you. Even if you're emo. The two prospects looked at Priestess. So are you sure she's not always drunk? Asked Toga. If I was then there wouldn't be hundreds of heroes down, yelled Priestess. Shigaraki gritted his teeth, it was clear the plan to scare them away with drunk Priestess wasn't working. You know I'm getting tired of hearing all about Stain. Said Shigaraki. And so enough, a fight was about to break out, however Kurojiri stopped all of them with his quirk. He managed to get Shigaraki to stop fighting and clam him down enough. He then left in a huff, with Kurojiri assuring the two that it was needed. So, if you're going to join after all, get drunk with me, yelled Priestess. Kurojiri sighed, he knew he had to work out with a plan with her later. The next day at UA, the 4 students who failed their exam were depressed. Oh come on, I'm sure there's going to be a last-minute twist. Assured Izuku. You succeeded, Pirate Man. Said Kaminari. Please don't call me that. Said Izuku, I just got lucky he got really distracted. You're overpowered Midoriya. Said Kaminari, you probably went easy on the guy. Please. Deku held back during the exam, and he knows it. Said Bakugo. What did you say gunpowder sweat, said Izuku entering Sanji mode. We both know you could have taken the exam all on your own. Said Bakugo. You were the one insisting we work together. Reminded Izuku. Oh man. I would have would have started to get along after the exams. Said Kirishima with a sweat drop as the two were glaring at each other. They are, kind of. Said Toru showing up, their relationship is weird now. Kirishima looked at Bakugo and realized that the two had talked things out, but it was going to take a while for things to completely heal between them. That was also when the four who had completely failed each had a plate of cupcakes in their hands. Should you even have any? Mina asked Sato. Mine has artificial sweeteners. We talked about it a while back. Said Sato. Oh, cool. Said Mina. That was when Aizawa came into the room. Everyone headed to their seat quickly. Now let's discuss your results. Said Aizawa, 5 you failed the practical exam. So when it comes to the training camp, everyone is going. All of the students that failed cried in relief. The good news is that no one failed the exam. But 5 failed the practical exam. 2 teams and Zero who was knocked out during the exam. Oh man, yelled Zero. Then a plate of cupcakes appeared on his desk. The teachers all made sure that there would be a way to win against them. They wanted to observe how the two of you worked as a team and what you could accomplish. Said Aizawa, but I do have to point something out about that. Yaoyorozu, Ojiro. Both of you passed because we forgot to take into account what sort of abilities you gained from your past lives. Both Momo and Mashireo blushed. Aizawa sighed and though back to a conversation he had the day before. Flashback. Aizawa, called out Hibiki. Aizawa turned around and saw Hibiki. Hibiki sighed, you knew about Bakugo trying to change himself. Didn't you? I noticed it. Said Aizawa. Why didn't you tell me? Asked Hibiki. I thought it would be better for you to find out for yourself. Said Aizawa. I see. Said Hibiki. Aizawa stared at Hibiki. You were right about Yaoyorozu by the way. Said Aizawa. I thought so. Said Hibiki, I haven't really talked to her about power levels, but thanks to context clues for Mizuku I figured she had to be very strong. Seriously? Asked Aizawa. Seriously. Said Hibiki, look it's not on me if you haven't tested their skills. My job is to make sure the worst doesn't happen to their minds. Aizawa sighed when he said that. End of flashback. There was a serve oversight after the USJ. Yaoyorozu, Ojiro, Hagakure, Uraraka and Midoriya. Sometime during the training camp you will be tested on your abilities so there isn't a repeat of what happened during the final exam. Said Aizawa, even if it was only Yaoyorozu and Ojiro who completely blew away expatiations. The 5 students all sighed. That was a few students raised their hands. No. I don't think you'll be able to watch the tests, but nothing's been finalized. Said Aizawa. Those who did raise their hands put them down. They talked more about the upcoming camp with Aizawa pointing out that the camp was meant for training with the ones who failed would have extra training. With Ida upset about his lies, as it was not the first lie he told the class. Though he made no promises to lies that anymore. During lunch, of course the usual group ate together, plus Todoroki who decided to join them for lunch. Did you talk to Hibiki about your personality shifts? Said Izuku. I did. Sighed Achiko. Flashback. Before everyone left school Hibiki decided to call Yuzu. Stop laughing Yuzu. It's not that funny, yelled Hibiki. Achiko knocked on the door. I have to go, Chancellor stuff. Said Hibiki, no, it's not Izuku asking about that. I'm hanging up. He hung up. So, if this about Izuku's exam talked to him, I don't know he'd say anything but. Please don't ask me. Said Hibiki. No, it's not about that. Said Achiko, something's been going on. Really what? Asked Hibiki. Achiko explained the increase of personality shifts she'd been having. That's weird, but there have been cases where it happened before. Said Hibiki. Okay. Said Achiko. So when does it happen? Asked Hibiki. Well from what I remember. Said Achiko who began to blush a little and fiddle with her fingers, it's times when I'm talking to Deku, sometimes when he's putting himself down and I can't help but to praise him. Oh? Said Hibiki coming to a realization, oh, yeah, what was your relationship with your husband like? What? Asked Achiko. Not that stuff, more like the way you interacted. Said Hibiki. Well we loved each other very much. Said Achiko. What about before you got together? Asked Hibiki. Well, I had the biggest crush on him for the longest time. It was hard to talk to him when we were younger because I was so shy and Said Achiko. That was when she realized what was going on. Wait, you don't think that? Looks like it. Said Hibiki. Achiko blushed. Look. It's fine, assured Hibiki. How can it be fine? Asked Achiko. Said Hibiki, trying to find reassuring words. What the idiot is trying to say is that getting love advice from an idiot who was a playboy in his past life is a bad idea for a teenaged girl. Said Aiko. Well, I was a grown woman in my past life, it's not that. Said Achiko. It's what then? Said Hibiki. It's pudding, said Achiko. Okay. What you do with that? Said Aiko. Pudding is a person. Said Hibiki. Oh? Said Aiko. Wait, who names their kid Pudding? Aiko. Go home, said Hibiki, knowing she had to leave. Yes sir, said Aiko. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief when she left. Look Achiko, like I said, I'm not the best person to give love advice, especially to a teenaged girl. Said Hibiki, but you'll never know if he's willing to date you despite everything unless you tell him. I know I've been giving this advice a lot lately, but you don't have to tell him now, but getting your feelings off your chest should help with personality shifts, but it's up to you. Achiko sighed. What if he doesn't get? I don't mean platonically, asked Achiko. What kind of question is that? Asked Hibiki. Achiko didn't say anything. Oh, you married an idiot? Said Hibiki, so how long did it take for his thick skull for him get it? Please stop, said Achiko. Hibiki sighed as he remembered something. Just remember that bit of awkwardness after that session. Said Hibiki, it went both ways. What do you mean? Asked Achiko. Hibiki sighed when she said. Teens are so dumb. He thought. That was when Aiko's device started beeping. What does that mean? Asked Achiko. It means Aiko needs to talk now. Said Hibiki, it's not a snarky comment either. If this happens, whatever, it is extremely important. He tapped on the device. Priestess attacked another hero today. Said Aiko, and he fought back. Was it indiscriminately? Asked Hibiki. No, thankfully. Said Aiko. I guess I should leave. Said Achiko, knowing it was more important. You should. Said Hibiki, nodding. Achiko left as Hibiki got more details on Priestess' latest victim. End of flashback. It's just an aspect of my past life personate that's just showing up for some reason. She told him. Are you sure? Asked Izuku. Yeah, totally fine. Said Achiko, who began think, someone please change the subject, change the subject. I can't believe they only just realized there was a mistake in not testing your abilities. Said Ida. I'm not surprised. Said Todoroki, after what Yaoyorozu showed what she could do. I think that's when Aizawa realized he made it a mistake. Wait, what happened during your exam? Asked Ida. She lifted a large backpack of weapons like it was nothing. Said Todoroki. Momo blushed. Wow. Really? Asked Toru. It's true. He wasn't expecting that. I mostly used my skill during the actual fight though. Said Momo. You only used a fraction of that skill in the sports festival. Said Izuku. Momo counted to blush. By the way, what's going on with Bakugo? Asked Mashireo to Izuku. We're talking now. Said Izuku. You mean you're talking to him? Said Achiko. Yeah. I found out he's going through some stuff. Said Izuku, and he does regret everything, but I'm still angry with him, but things are better between us. You got in an argument with him, how is that better? Asked Ida. It's kind of like a relationship I had with one of my crewmates, we constantly were at each other's throats, but we were like brothers in both good and bad ways. Said Izuku, it's almost like that. I see. Said Ida. Was it Moss Head? Asked Mashireo. They knew it had to be Moss Head, they just wanted to make fun of that. Please don't make fun of that right now. Sighed Izuku. In his past life he made fun of him for having green hair. Said Achiko. Maybe it's karma. Said Todoroki. Please stop. Izuku practically cried. After class, everyone was talking about the training camp, of course, mainly gear they needed. That was when Toru suggested to go on a shopping trip as a class. Come on Bakugo, you should go. Said Toru. Yeah. Said Kirishima. He looked at the two. Whatever. Muttered Bakugo. Will you be able to come Todoroki? Asked Izuku. No. I visit my mom on days off. Said Todoroki. Oh okay. Said Izuku. And so the next day, most of the class ended up in the mall together. While the class was at the mall, they quickly got recognized. It's UA's Class 1A, yelled a person in the crowd. Awesome, said another person. They remember us from the sports festival. Said Momo. I don't think it's just it. Said Izuku. Awesome. It's the cinnamon roll. He is super cute, said one of the people. Wait, is that Kirishima or Tetsu? I can't tell the difference. Said another of the people. Someone was playing a certain song on their phone, aka the song from the background of that video. And of course those memes have yet to die, said Mashireo. Izuku was just hiding his face in embarrassment while Kirishima comforted him. After all the memes about him and Tetsu hadn't died yet either. Okay, will one of you tell me what's with that song, yelled Bakugo. He hasn't found that video yet, has he? Asked Kaminari. Do you want to die from being the one to tell him? Asked Mineta. No way, yelled Kaminari. As everyone needed different things, they all split up. Izuku, Achiko and Mashireo ended up in a small group. I'm so glad you're here with us, Mashireo, said Achiko. Really, why? Asked Mashireo. No reason, said Achiko. Since you know, said Izuku, what do you need? Well, said Mashireo. Oh hey, you guys are UA students, said a voice. A guy wearing a hoodie suddenly wrapped his arm around Izuku. You're the adorable cinnamon roll that one, aren't you? Said the guy. Aiko, why? Thought Izuku with a sweat drop. You're also one of the ones that ran into the hero killer, aren't you? Asked the guy. I? Said Izuku. It's nice to see you again, even if you don't remember our first meeting, said the guy. First meeting? Asked Izuku. That was when, much like with the Nomu, he began to get flashes of the USJ, this time of Shigaraki. Who are you? Asked Mashireo. Shigaraki wrapped his hand around Izuku's neck but not touching with his middle finger. Both Achiko and Mashireo were unsure what to do. Meanwhile in the bar? So he hasn't come back yet, said Priestess. No, answered Kurojairi. Figures, said Priestess. Juice me, and I mean actual juice. Kurojairi looked at her. I'm still embarrassed by the incident too, muttered Priestess. I don't remember any of it, but man, fourth time I got drunk like that, and of course there's prospects to see me like that. Fifth, said Kurojairi. What? Asked Priestess. It was the fifth time, said Kurojairi. During the sports festival you showed up laughing manically and talking about how at the USJ it turned out you unleashed a reality warper onto the world and then demanded all the cupcake vodka I could find. I don't remember any of that, said Priestess. It happened, said Kurojairi. No, I completely believe you, said Priestess. I can't remember anything after that invisible girl took out a bazooka that shot cupcakes. That explains half of it. Anyways, Master suggested something that might be a good compromise for Shigaraki either way, said Kurojairi. Really, why the need to run it by me? Asked Priestess suspiciously. Master suggests we should contact the fallen souls, said Kurojairi. What? Asked Priestess, paling considerably. None of them should follow Stain's teachings, said Kurojairi. Yeah, but they're more than likely want to kill me, said Priestess. But of course it's Shigaraki's choice. DMN it. Back at the mall? Oh come, don't be that, we should have a nice chat, said Shigaraki. Come on, just like old friends. What is your quirk? Asked Izuku. Decay, said Shigaraki. If I touch something with all 5 fingers? I think you know what might happen. Izuku began to sweat as he looked at his 2 friends. Yeah, this was definitely a bad situation, and none were quite sure how to get out of it at the moment. Chapter 36, Mall Brawl. One of the levels Bakugo sighed. Even if it was on better terms with Izuku, he still knew he had to be a better person. Which meant trying to get along with his classmates. They don't want me to be here, Bakugo growled out. Kirishima. Well, I don't think the class gets your thing with Midoriya, said Kirishima. They weren't sure how to put it after all. After all, having a similar relationship to someone from his past life was quite the explantation. Why did I even agree to this? Muttered Bakugo. Hey come on, it's not that bad, said Kirishima. That was when Bakugo noticed something in the corner of his eye. He saw downstairs, the situation with Shigaraki. What's going on? Asked Kirishima. Then he saw and could tell something was wrong. Seriously, Deku, growled out Bakugo. Back on the ground floor, Izuku was sweating. How am I going to get out of this? He thought. There wasn't much he could do. But then a thought hit him. If I could use that move like Conqueror's Haki, then maybe, thought Izuku. That was when he realized something. I have no idea how to use it, thought Izuku. After all, the last time he A. used it in the heat of the moment and B. wasn't in the right state of mind. So he had no idea how he even used it in the first place. Now don't do anything rash, said Shigaraki. That goes for the 2 of you too. That was when another idea hit Izuku. He reached into his pocket. Don't grab your cell phone, said Shigaraki. I'm just grabbing a toothpick. I chew on one when I'm stressed, said Izuku, slipping into Sanji mode. Whatever, said Shigaraki. What Shigaraki didn't know that Izuku was keeping the tracker in the same pocket as his toothpicks. He pushed the emergency beacon button and then grabbed the toothpick. Izuku looked at Achiko and Mashireo as if saying, it's going to be fine. In a store selling bags, both Momo and Kyoka heard beeping from Momo's pocket. What's that? Asked Kyoka. Momo paled and took out the transceivers from her pocket. She saw it was Izuku who hid it. There were also 2 other dots showing that Achiko and Mashireo were in close proximity to him. It's a transceiver to keep track of Mashireo. Said Momo, it has an emergency beacon. What happened to him? Asked Kyoka. Something happened to Izuku. We all have access to the emergency beacon, said Momo shaking. He wouldn't push the button unless he had to. Kyoka knew that something was going on. Back with Izuku's group? You know, you should really calm down and wipe that look off your face. Said Shigaraki, I'm just a fan. That's getting way too touchy. Said Mashireo. That might be, said Shigaraki, but that doesn't matter once I have all 5 fingers on him. Just one touch and the first thing to go is his throat. Even with all that power. Heroes will come. Said Achiko. I don't doubt that, but look at all these people. Any one of them could start a massacre. Yet they won't. They're all smiling, because they think they're safe. Thinking they have the same morals as them. After you I could kill these 2 followed by everyone around here? I could 20 or 30 or even more before a pro could show up. You just want to talk, right? Asked Izuku, trying not to look scared. Exactly. Said Shigaraki, and of course you 2 should listen too, unless you want him. We'll come. Said Achiko. Good. Said Shigaraki. The 4 of them sat on a bench. Then it got awkward, as the teens were not expecting this. So basically I hate everything. Said Shigaraki, but what really irks me lately is the hero killer. I thought he's part of your group. Said Izuku. No, that's what the media thinks. Said Shigaraki, the attack on UA, the Nomus I said on Hosu. It's the hero killer, he upstaged all of it. Why is that? All he really did was try to get rid of things he didn't like. What do you think the difference is between us? Nearby, Bakugo and Kirishima had gotten to the ground floor. What is that idiot doing? Asked Bakugo. Wait, is that the guy from the USJ? Asked Kirishima. What? Asked Bakugo. They looked at him, although he wasn't wearing hands, they did see he had the same hair. Bakugo was ready to attack, however someone grabbed him. It was Ida. We can't make a scene. Said Ida. What? Yelled Bakugo. He has a disintegration quirk. Said Ida, that's why he hasn't done anything to fight him off. How do you know that? Asked Bakugo. He has something in case of emergencies. Said Ida, I've been getting updates from it. Bakugo gritted his teeth. Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Kenzoku should know what's going on. Said Ida. Mr. Kenzoku? Asked Kirishima. Orchestra rave. Said Ida, realizing that most of the class knew him either hero name or given named, and maybe to a lesser extent, the idiot. Who knows when he'll get here? Muttered Bakugo. Ida's eye twitched. What's wrong? Said Kirishima. Nothing. Said Ida. Flashback. Ida was looking through the store when he heard his transceiver go off. He took it out. He saw that it was Izuku who sent it out and that it was showing that Achiko and Mashireo was with him. He realized something and decided to press the Aiko button. It's real and Izuku's in trouble. Said Aiko almost immediately. What's going on? Asked Ida. A villain with a type of disintegration quirk is holding him hostage, along with Achiko and Mashireo. Said Aiko, I'm listening in the whole thing and Hibiki's on the way with some other help, but it's perhaps best to keep an eye on things. Ida nodded. By the way, if Bakugo asks you, I don't exist. Said Aiko. What? Asked Ida. I have my reasons, and they're perfectly legal, said Aiko. Anyways, ask me another time. We need as many eyes on this as possible in case something goes south. I know you don't want to actually get involved after Hosu, but Izuku's your friend and even the smallest thing will help. Ida sighed when she said that but knew she had a point. End of flashback. I don't know why I'm agreeing to keep Aiko a secret from Bakugo, however. Thought Ida, which was why his eye was twitching. He did look through the crowd. He saw Momo and Kyoka nearby, along with Toru and Mina not too far away from them. With Izuku's group? Are you asking me because of my past life? Asked Izuku. The 2 worlds were completely different, it's as different as night and day. It doesn't matter why I'm asking you, but you are smart and your past life helps. Said Shigaraki. Achiko, who was sitting next to help, held out her hand and he took it. I don't get you. In my past life I was a criminal, but everything we did we had a reason for it. Said Izuku. He wanted to add, and money, but it wasn't a good idea at the moment. You just want to cause destruction because you don't like things. But with the hero killer? I kind of get him. Said Izuku. He was inspired by All Might just like I was. And even though I'll never agree with his methods, I get it. He doesn't destroy things because it sounds fun or because he hates things, like you do. Before he could continue. Hitoshi, yelled a voice. They all looked over to whoever yelled it. It was a rather petite woman. She was wearing a pair of sunglasses and a floppy hat so they couldn't see much her hair. She walked over. How could you ditch me like that, yelled the woman. We were supposed to go out on a date. And you ditched me because of your celebrity obsession. What? Said Shigaraki, who was extremely confused. You must have heard about my breakups. Didn't you, yelled the woman. You set one fire and it haunts you for life. DMN it. I? Said Shigaraki. Okay. It was 5 fires, yelled the woman, but it doesn't excuse you standing me up. You have the wrong person. Said Shigaraki. Mommy. Why is that lady screaming at him? Said a little boy. Look away, sweetie. Said the mother of the boy. I get it. It's awesome hanging out with celebrities. But I've seen your shrines. We both have issues. Even after I accidentally broke my last boyfriend's arm. Which, by the way, wasn't the reason why we broke up. We broke up because he was an idiot, also because I also broke his leg. I broke both his arm and leg, okay. A man walked past the woman, shielding his eyes, mumbling, just avoid eye contact, avoid the eye contact. I don't know who you think I am, but I'm not your boyfriend, yelled Shigaraki. You're breaking up. With me, yelled the woman. I should have known. Said Achiko. That was when she saw something in the corner of her eye, something scurrying. She looked at it, and it was some kind of robotic hand, running with its fingers towards Shigaraki. And not only that, but she recognized the robotic hand itself. Wait, is that? Thought Achiko. Much the people nearby started to leave, not everyone, but quite a few. With Mina and Toru, they noticed it. No one wants to deal with a crazy lady. Sighed Mina. It's all an act though. Said Toru. What? Asked Mina. Kind of, it's complicated. Said Toru. Wait, do you know her? Asked Mina. Toru just stood there. Are you nodding? Asked Mina. I'm nodding. Said Toru. Meanwhile the woman counted to make a scene. Of course you break up in front of the cinnamon roll, yelled the woman. You're making him nervous too. Look at him. That was the robot hand was about to grab Shigaraki's hand. You know I didn't recognize you at first, said Shigaraki. That was a great diversion though. He managed to grab the robot hand with the hand he wasn't holding Izuku with. He looked at the robotic hand. I heard you two were best friends. Muttered Shigaraki. Should have known. Wait. Said Izuku. Great. Muttered the woman. You called for help. Said Shigaraki. Izuku looked at the hand and recognized it as the gauntlets that Hibiki wore. Nice try. Said Shigaraki. He designated the robotic hand. Then grabbed Mashireo's arm, holding it the same way as Izuku's neck. Tell me, Crystal Harmony, how does it feel you made things worse? Said Shigaraki. The woman, who was indeed Yuzu, began to sweat. Let him go, growled Izuku. That was when a power exploded from him. Much like during the sports festival, a wave erupted out of him, briefly turning the air blue. Shigaraki was so shocked that they let go of both of them. Achiko, Mashireo and Yuzu were also shocked by this, but that wasn't the worst of it. Any bystander who decided to not leave because of Yuzu's crazy act all passed out. The only people conscious in the area the wave hit were their classmates, but even they were affected by it. I'm sorry, yelled Izuku. Then he remembered that he had to get out of there. He grabbed both Achiko and Mashireo's arms and got them away from Shigaraki. Deku, said Achiko, who was shaking a little. I'll explain as best I can later. Said Izuku. However, Shigaraki was recovering and started laughing. I think I get it. Laughed Shigaraki. Yuzu also recovered and created a large shield. Stand behind me. Said Yuzu. It's all about All Might, said Shigaraki. It's always been All Might. He's the reason why they're all smiling. And if I take him down, then it will crumble. Izuku glared at Shigaraki. Thank you, Midoriya. I finally figured it out, said Shigaraki. You really think that you can get away though? Said a voice. Shigaraki turned around and saw it was Hibiki. He wasn't wearing his hero costume, but instead of a casual t-shirt and jeans, but he did have his visor and headphones around his neck in case he had to fight. Shigaraki looked at Hibiki, then back at Yuzu, who took out a can of Pringles, ready to shotgun it. He knew that this was a bad situation with two pros. And one of them being Orchestra Rave. But he decided to take his chances. He managed to run off into the crowd that was gathering to see what was going on. If there wasn't a whole crowd of people knocked out, I'd follow him. Muttered Orchestra Rave. I'm sorry, cried Izuku. What did you do? Yelled Bakugo. I'm not sure. Cried Izuku, who was too freaked out to fight with him. Is everyone conscious all right? Asked Hibiki. I think so. Said Kyoka. I'm recovering. Said Ida. That was crazy. Said Mina. We'll just chalk it up as a past life ability you have. Said Hibiki. Izuku nodded. You're lucky you got so many past life abilities. All I got was baggage. Muttered Yuzu. No, that's not true. I've seen you transform into a rage monster so many times thanks to your past life abilities. Said Hibiki, trying to bring levity. Yuzu created a golf ball-sized crystal and threw it at Hibiki's head. We could use everyone's help here, said Hibiki, rubbing where the crystal hit him, because this is a mess. You heard them, kids. Figure out how to clean this up, yelled Yuzu. Is she a pro? Asked Kirishima. I believe so, said Ida. Ah? Said Achiko. We were hanging out for the day. Sighed Hibiki, then I got the distress call. Oh, that makes sense, said Achiko. Thankfully everyone who had passed out was fine. Unfortunately Shigaraki got away. Not only that, but they had to temporarily shut down the mall. Izuku was questioned by a detective. I'm sorry about what happened, said Izuku. It's all right, said detective. It sounds like it's something you don't have control over. And from what I heard, it's fine. Izuku sighed. If everyone hadn't passed out, then we might have gotten him. But you were calm and there were lives on the line. You made sure that neither your friends or anyone got hurt. A friend of mine told me a lot about you, and you should feel proud about that, said the detective. Izuku still sighed. Once the interview was over, he escorted Izuku out of the station. He saw All Might in his true form walking towards him. All Might? I mean, said Izuku. Hey, The detective laughed. It's fine, nose. Laughed All Might. I never gotten the chance to introduce you to. I'm Detective Tsukachi, said the detective. I'm a good friend of All Might's. My friend on the force, said All Might. Also, I'm glad you're okay. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you and the others. At least Hibiki and his friend was able to show up. Yeah, sighed Izuku. He looked at All Might. He wanted to ask something, but at the same time he already sort of knew the answer to the question he wanted to ask. That someone can't be there to save everyone, no matter how strong or powerful they were. Is something wrong? Asked All Might. No, it's fine, said Izuku. Izuku, cried a voice. He turned and saw his mother. Mom, said Izuku. I know you have the memories of an adult. But I was still worried, cried Inko. I'm sorry, said Izuku, but I'm fine. Everything's okay. You don't have to cry. Izuku and Inko were taken home by one of the cops just to make sure they were safe. However, both Tsukachi and All Might were worried about the future. After all, there was some stuff the League of Villains could pull any time soon. Even so, soon enough the semester ended, and with summer break, and hopefully summer break would be fun without any problems. Who are they kidding? Things were going to happen, especially with everything planned. Chapter 37, Welcome to the Expo. Summer vacation had started. And so far, it was interesting for Izuku. Due to various reasons, with one exception, the school didn't want students going too far away, which did disappoint Momo because she planning to go Venice at one point. However, this also led to the girls decided to use the school pool for fun. This led to the class perverts to plan out way to stake them out. By getting Izuku to help them. Sweet cinnamon roll Izuku, who had the soul of a pirate who was believed, and in actuality, to be a pervert. Wait, you want me to what? Asked Izuku. We want you contact the school so we can use the pool for training, said Kaminari. But it's really just a ploy so we can spy on the girls in their swimsuits, said Mineta. Why me? Asked Izuku. Come on. We know you were a pervert in your past life, said Kaminari. Plus no one would suspect you, said Mineta. Unfortunately, this led to, a certain type of internal debate. Come on. We have to do it, yelled the part of him that was Sanji. We've been through this. I'm not going to peep at them, said the part of him that was Izuku. It's not really peeping. It's just looking at them in their swimsuits, said the part of him that's Sanji. It's still wrong, said the part of him that was Izuku. Come on, it's just swimsuits, no NDTY this time, said the part of him that was Sanji. I still refuse, yelled the part of him that was Izuku. Come on, do it, yelled the part of him that was Sanji. On the outside, Izuku was blushing bright red, then a ton of steam once again erupted him before passing out. What just happened? Yelled Mineta. You killed him, said Aiko. When he fell, it hit the Aiko button this time. Who said that? Yelled Kaminari. It doesn't matter because you killed him, replied Aiko. Meanwhile, Aiko was telling Hibiki about what going on. Izuku had another severe personality clash because his classroom perverts are trying to get him to check out the girls in swimsuits. Sighed Aiko, his mom isn't home so. Hibiki face-palmed and knew he had to fly to Izuku's apparent. There he found the two boys still panicking about killing him. You didn't kill him, he muttered face-palming. When did you get here? Asked Kaminari. And how did you get here? Demanded Mineta. I can fly, said Hibiki, and he's just unconscious. It's the same thing that happened a few weeks ago in the locker. What about that disembodied ghost voice? Asked Kaminari. Aiko, said Hibiki. Sorry, I couldn't help myself, it was so fun, said Aiko. That's Aiko, said Hibiki, she's an AI I built. My name is actually Aiko, it stands for Artificial Intelligence Knows Objectively, said Aiko. Objectively what? Asked Mineta. Aiko was silent for a few seconds before saying, that's I'm better than you, and of course she played the repeating air horn sound. They both started at Hibiki, who looked so done with the day. Anyway, lightning bolt. Help me drag Izuku to his room, sighed Hibiki. Can't you do it on your own? Asked Kaminari. I could, but I have my reasons for not doing it, muttered Hibiki. Once Izuku was in his bed, Hibiki scolded the two for dragging Izuku into their perverted machinations. Look, I get it, you two are horny teens, I've been through it twice, said Hibiki. And for much of his first adulthood, said Aiko. But don't drag Izuku into it. He has some problems going on right now and you just saw the end result of it, said Hibiki, so don't drag him into it again. Why, what are you going to do? Asked Mineta. Aiko, if they do this again, I give you permission to hack into their devices, said Hibiki. Yes sir, said Aiko with a sadistic glee in her voice. Both Mineta and Kaminari froze when he said that. So, unless you don't want your internet history to become public knowledge, I'd say don't drag him into your shenanigans, said Hibiki. Leave the cinnamon roll alone, said Aiko. The two had left before Izuku woke up, but Hibiki did explain what happened, much to Izuku's embarrassment. Days later, Izuku was walking home from a special class he took. The class was weird, it was a solving the mystery of the death of a villain. However, they put way too much detail into the mystery. A story about tragic love between a woman and a villain. A part of him wondered if the teachers had way too much time on their hands during the summer. When he got home, he was surprised that All Might waiting was for him there in his true form. All Might, he said, surprised. Are you busy the next few days? Asked All Might. I am, said Izuku. I'm sorry. Oh, that's a shame, sighed All Might. I was hoping to take you to I-Island for I-Expo. Wait, what, you wanted to take me to I-Expo? Asked Izuku, surprised. Well, this is kind of awkward. What do you mean? Asked All Might. That was when a very nice expensive-looking car drove up, the driver's window rolled down and Hibiki was driving it. Hey, Izuku, you all ready to go to I-Expo? Asked Hibiki. He noticed All Might, who was looking surprised. Hibiki sighed, figuring out what was going on. You know, I joke a lot about needing a joint custody agreement, but I'm starting to think we need one, said Hibiki. Izuku sighed at this. Flashback. Okay, the first thing I had in mind for summer vacation is, well, have you heard about I-Expo? Asked Hibiki. All of his students looked like they knew what he was talking about. If you don't know, the school doesn't want you going too far away during break, but there is one expectation, which is I-Expo, said Hibiki, and every year I'm invited thanks to what I gained in my past life. You are a genius inventor, said Izuku. It makes a lot of sense. When he's not being an idiot, said Aiko. I was hoping that you'd come with me, said Hibiki. That was when he noticed that both Momo and Izuku looked nervous. About that, said Momo. I'm going as a representative of my family, and I already invited the girls of the class. And I got invited since I won the sports festival with a +1, and I was planning to ask Mahora since I already talked to Momo about it, said Izuku. I see, said Hibiki, who began to think, Momo, I can't change her mind and she's bringing Achiko and Toru, but maybe I can convince Izuku from declining the invitation. Hibiki, what are you up to? Asked Momo. I'm not up to anything, said Hibiki. You're up to something, said Mashireo. Come on, spill the beans, said Achiko. They kind of hate me on I-Island, said Hibiki. What? They asked. I'm so much better than them at building new items that they hate me and are jealous, said Hibiki. No, that's not it at all, said Aiko. It's true they do hate him, and I can believe it is partially out of jealousy, but he's also a complete and utter butt. He suggests things but he's smug about it. He's right, but he could be nicer. Oh come on, said Hibiki. Oh come on. This is one of those times I can legitimately make fun of you, especially since I can tell you we're going to try to guilt Izuku into going with you, said Aiko. Hibiki was going to say something but couldn't. Yuzu is coming along and I don't have anyone I don't know I can ask, Well, there is someone, but I'm worried about asking him to go to I-Island with me. Let's just say there's a fellow reincarnated hero that's just as smart as me, but I don't know if it's a good idea to bring him, said Hibiki. I'll get to him later. Stop dodging. The point is he gets glares. A lot of glares, and he wants someone to help him with the glares, and Yuzu won't help, said Aiko. And you would just help Yuzu in the mocking. Said Hibiki. Hey, you're being in but, if you were nicer I wouldn't help in the mocking. Said Aiko. Hibiki was face-palming. Please stop. He said. You know the answer. Said Aiko. Maybe I will go with you. Said Izuku thinking about it. What? Asked everyone in the room. I mean, it's just that. Said Izuku, if I go as the winner of the sports festival. Oh, it's because of the memes. Said Momo realizing why. If you go as the winner then you're the adorable cinnamon roll who got bullied but if you go with me, you'll just be a guy who hangs out with the a-hole. Said Hibiki. Either or doesn't sound good. Said Izuku. Up to you either way. Said Hibiki, wait does your invitation say you get to attend preview day? Izuku nodded. Okay, so neither is better or worse. Said Hibiki. Yeah. Said Izuku. Anyways let's talk about something else I have in mind for the summer. Said Hibiki. That part would be revealed another time. But still in the end, Izuku who talked it over with Mashireo and they decided to go with Hibiki. Partially out of curiosity to see if they really did hate him on I-Island. Partially out of another reason involving Izuku. End of flashback. Izuku sighed in embarrassment. Go with All Might. Said Hibiki. Wait what? Said Izuku. Are you sure? I mean you did plan out a trip. Said All Might. Come on Long John Silver, going with All Might would be so much more fun than going with me. Said Hibiki. But the preview day ticket, said Izuku. Toru's not going to preview day. Said Hibiki, she lost the competition. Oh? Said Izuku. Momo decided not to play favorites when it came to the preview day tickets she got, and held a rock, paper, scissors competition with all the girls as she only got 2 free tickets for preview day. Toru was one of the losers of the competition? Go with All Might. Said Hibiki, this way you won't be the guy hanging out with the a-hole and you already turned down being the bullied cinnamon roll so this will be the best chance of you having fun there. I'm going to have to explain. Said Izuku. You are. Said All Might. Wait, what are you going to tell them? Asked Izuku. You're still trying to hide it. Mumbled Hibiki face palming. Don't say anything, they think they're doing a good job hiding it. Said Aiko. That, actually explain a lot. Said Hibiki, well I guess I'll see you there. Yeah. Said Izuku. Hibiki drove away. So I guess you have to get packed. Said All Might. Oh I'm already packed. Said Izuku, I've been planning this trip for a while. Oh yeah? Said All Might. On the way to airport, Izuku explained the situation about Hibiki and how apparently he wasn't well liked on the island. Also All Might told him one of the reasons why he was bringing him. You're going to introduce me to a friend? Asked Izuku. All Might nodded, you are my successor after all. Said All Might. Yeah. You do have a point. Said Izuku. And so enough they were on a private plane to I-Island. Although All Might fell asleep, Izuku was excited, extremely excited. It was a combination of him exploring somewhere new, and exploring a new island. That sounds weird, but one of them was from the Izuku part of him and the other was from the Sanji part of him. All Might. I see it, cheered Izuku waking up his mentor, I-Island. All Might woke up. You're sure excited. Said All Might. Sorry. I guess it's a past life thing. Said Izuku, it just feels like ages going to a new place with people I care about, you know. All Might looked at Izuku and sighed. Do you need to talk about it? Said All Might. Not now. Said Izuku, besides I don't have worry about someone causing massive damage by accident because of some stupid reason. All Might stared at Izuku. Do I? Said All Might. You don't want no. Said Izuku with a haunted look in his eye. Your past life was weird. Said All Might. You have no idea. Said Izuku. Once they landed All Might entered his hero form. You packed your costume? Asked All Might. Been planning this for a while. Said Izuku. Oh right. Said All Might with a sweat drop. Both of them donned their hero costumes. So what do you know about this island? Asked All Might as they went through the automated customs. It's an island that was built for research and development, due to the fact that they create so many top secret inventions that most of the year it's closed off. Expect during I-Expo. Because of that there hasn't been really any crimes committed. Also thanks to a critical nature it's able to move from place to place, said Izuku. Well that's quite a lot. Said All Might laughing. I know. Said Izuku. Once they got past customs, Izuku looked out at the island, it was all amazing with all sorts of demonstrations and other things being shown off. This place is amazing, cheered Izuku. All Might looked at Izuku and it looked like he ready to cry. Not in his usual way either. Are you okay? Asked All Might. Izuku sighed, and realized he should tell All Might, after all he did say some things on the lane about it. But before he could properly explain his emotions someone yelled out, hey look. It's All Might. And soon the two were swarmed by adoring fans, crushing both of them. Thankfully once the crowd was clear both of them recovered, though All Might's face was covered in kiss marks. "I hate you so much right now," said Izuku glaring at All Might while in Sanji mode. "Well, one day this should happen to you," said All Might. Izuku slipped out Sanji mode and started blushing. "You don't seriously mean that, do you?" he said. All Might laughed at Izuku's reaction. "Uncle Might," cheered a voice. They both turned and saw a girl in later teens, i.e., a couple years older than Izuku, headed towards them on a strange pogo stick. She was causing and was blonde with blue eyes. She was also wearing glasses. Izuku suddenly entered love mode as he saw the bounced over before going into a hug with All Might. "Melissa," cheered All Might hugging the girl, "you've grown so much. I almost didn't recognize you." "It hasn't been that long," said girl apparently named Melissa replied. As the two exchanged pleasantries, they finally noticed Izuku. Is he okay?" asked Melissa. "He gets like that sometimes," said All Might. Izuku snapped out of love mode and started blushing. "Sorry about that," said Izuku blushing bright red. "Let me introduce you to, this is my student, young Midoriya, meet Melissa Shield," said All Might. "Oh, it's nice to meet you," said Izuku. Then he realized something. "Wait, Shield as in David Shield?" "He's my dad," said Melissa. "No way. He was the one who designed all of All Might costumes and also a good chunk of his gear," said Izuku in full fanboy mode. "Wait. Does that mean that the old friend we're going to meet is Davis Shield?" All Might nodded. "No way. This is a million times better than going with Hibiki," said Izuku. All Might's sweat dropped when he said that. "I said that out loud, didn't I?" asked Izuku. "It's okay," giggled Melissa shaking his hand. Izuku went into love mode again. "Are you okay?" asked Melissa. "Sorry about that," said Izuku blushing again. "Daddy still doesn't know you're coming," said Melissa, "so remember it's a surprise." "I know," said All Might. She began to show the two the day. However, All Might pulled Izuku aside. "I haven't told David about One for All, so remember that," said All Might. Izuku nodded, knowing it was a big secret. He hadn't even told the other members of the group about the truth of his quirk yet. They all thought he was a late bloomer. And so the two of them followed Melissa, unaware of what just in store was going to happen to them. Chapter 38, Exploring the Expo. Izuku and All Might followed Melissa to the main building of the island, a massive skyscraper. Melissa found where her father was working to give him the surprise, i.e., All Might. Izuku watched as All Might reunited joyfully with his old friend. He watched as All Might gave his old friend a bear hug. It really was a touching moment between friends who hadn't seen each other in a while. Though Izuku did notice that David seemed nervous for some reason. "Oh yes, I should introduce you too," said All Might. "David, meet my student Izuku Midoriya." "Oh, it's nice to meet you," said David. "I can't believe I'm meeting the David Shield," squeaked Izuku, who began to rattle off things about David Shield. All Might laughed at his protege. "Sorry about that," said Izuku blushing. "Melissa, why don't you show him around the expo?" said David. "All right," said Melissa. "Well, see you later," said Izuku awkwardly. Both of them left All Might, David and David's assistant to talk and spend time. "So," said Melissa, "do you have a hero name or a nickname?" "Well, it's Deku," said Izuku. "Is it okay to call you that?" asked Melissa. "Well, yeah," said Izuku, "I did choose it as my hero name." "Okay, Deku," said Melissa. Izuku entered love mode when she said that. "Are you okay?" asked Melissa. "Sorry about that. I've been trying to control it," said Izuku blushing bright red. "It's okay," said Melissa, who was a bit confused. And so the two headed towards the expo. Izuku was kind of happy to be going with Melissa. Not because it was a pretty girl, but going around a new island with someone he knew well and cared about might get him crying more than usual. Going to explore, seeing the sights, people screaming in terror, the Marines chasing them down, angry people yelling about stiffed food bills, all-you-can-eat restaurants hunting down the crew because a certain rubber captain can't control himself. "Deku, are you okay?" asked Melissa. "Just thinking about things," said Izuku with a sweat drop, "very annoying things." "Okay," said Melissa. As they explored the island, they saw the pro-hero Godzilla, a man with a quirk that made him look like a giant lizard that looked like it would rampage through Japan. And soon she was showing off an area that showcased all the various things they invented on I-Island, with Izuku being impressed. As they explored it, a voice from behind them said, "Looks like you're having fun." Izuku turned around and saw it was Achiko, looking like she was in daze. "Oh hey Achiko," said Izuku. "You look like you're having fun," said Achiko. "You just said that?" said Izuku. "Izuku," said Momo, showing up. "I guess Achiko won the competition," said Izuku. "She did," said Kyoka, joining the two girls while glaring at Izuku. Why are you glaring at me? Asked Izuku. Hibiki told us you came here with you, secret mentor, said Momo using air quotes. Secret mentor? I don't have a secret mentor, said Izuku, lying through his teeth. The girls all looked at each other, even Achiko snapped out her days of seeing Izuku with a pretty girl. Oh, Deku? Are these your friends? Asked Melissa. Yeah, they're in my class, said Izuku, and a group of friends I hang out with. So that must mean you know Uncle, said Melissa. Izuku pulled Melissa aside. Please, you can't let them know that I'm here with All Might, said Izuku. Really, why? Asked Melissa. Because he thinks he's being subtle, said Kyoka. Oh right, she probably heard that, said Izuku. Momo walked over and placed her hands on his shoulder and looked him right in the eye. Izuku is one of your closest friends? I need to tell you this, said Momo. Just please, stop trying to hide the fact All Might is your mentor, at least half the class knows. But, said Izuku. He came to watch your final exam, said Momo. He did? Asked Izuku. Momo nodded. Izuku sighed, remembering what Aiko told him when Hibiki revealed that he figured out that All Might was mentoring him. We weren't very subtle about it, we were, said Izuku. No, you weren't, said Momo. Melissa was confused, but knew what to do to defuse the situation. Do any of you want to go to the cafe? She asked. Thankfully the four girls talked it out and learned that Melissa was All Might's honorary niece and she invited him there to surprise her dad. Oh, that's really sweet, said Achiko. Izuku sat at a nearby table trying to figure out what to tell All Might and how at least half his class figured out that he was his mentor. Though to be fair, at this point everyone in class knew Izuku was a late bloomer due to the whole thing about the Bakugo bullying revelation. That could work, thought Izuku. So Midoriya. Who's the girl? Asked a voice. Izuku looked at the voice and it turned out that Mineta and Kaminari were there and they seemed to be dressed like waiters. Mineta and Kaminari, what are you doing here? Asked Izuku. We got jobs working here, said Mineta. We're making money and we get explore the expo during our break, said Kaminari. Then they noticed that Izuku was glaring at them. You're not angry about that, are you? Asked Kaminari. I'm having problems right now, and seeing you two here aren't helping them, said Izuku. Oh Mineta, it's nice to see you, said Momo with her eye twitching. You know Aiko told me what you tried to pull with Izuku. Mineta began to sweat at this. Wait. Aiko told you, said Izuku. Why? Oh, you know Aiko, said Momo with a shrug. Izuku honestly shouldn't surprise that she told her, considering Momo's intense hatred of Mineta. Are they more of your classmates? Asked Melissa. Yeah, but they're idiots, said Kyoka. Melissa giggled. What are you two doing? You two should be working as well as properly representing our school, yelled Ida. Ida, you're here too, said Izuku, no longer paying attention to the two perverted idiots. Oh yes, I came here to represent my family, said Ida. It's the same for me, said Momo. I brought Achiko and Jiro along, while Izuku is with his secret mentor. I see, said Ida, knowing it meant All Might. You knew too, sighed Izuku. You two didn't hide it very well, said Toru, suddenly appearing behind Izuku. Don't do that, yelled Izuku. Sorry, laughed Toru. Looks like a lot of the class is here, said Mashireo. I wouldn't be surprised if the whole class is here on the island, to be honest, said Hibiki as he approached with Yuzu. So how are things with you? Asked Izuku. I couldn't understand half the words he said, said Mashireo. I'm pretty sure half the scientists we met were trying to kill him with their minds whenever he criticized their work, said Toru. Wait, you're Hibiki Kinzoku, said Melissa. So you heard of me, said Hibiki. I have, said Melissa. She looked towards the girls. Everyone's told me not to show off anything to him because he'll smugly criticize them. She whispered to the girls. Sounds about right, said Achiko. What are you telling them? Said Hibiki. Come on Hibiki, there's criticizing them and there's being a butt, said Yuzu. Hibiki just face-palmed. Izuku, Achiko, Momo, said Yuzu. I guess I should properly introduce myself since the last time we met was not the best way to have a first meeting. But I'm Yuzu Hoziki, it's great to finally meet you. It's great to finally really meet you, said Izuku. Also, we finally learned your family name, said Achiko. Seriously? Asked Yuzu. It never came up, said Hibiki. You've been telling them about me for months, said Yuzu, and it never came up. Sorry, said Hibiki. Before the weird bickering best friends continue, they heard some explosions nearby coming from what looked to be some sort of stadium. All of the teens looked at the stadium. You two deserve a break from me, said Hibiki. Just make sure Mashireo doesn't accidentally end up in a restricted area. Please stop brining that up. Sighed Mashireo. Did that happen? Asked Achiko. Almost. Said Toru. And so all the teens minus the two who had jobs headed to the stadium to see what was going on. Turned out it was a competition to see how quickly someone could defeat robots. And they all recognized the current contestant. It was Kirishima. Kirishima's here too? Asked Izuku surprised. Is he another classmate? Asked Melissa. He is. Said Ida. It looks like he has obtained 8th place, said the woman who was announcing things. Now for our next contestant. And the next contestant showed up. It was Bakugo. Bakugo was able to complete his much faster than Kirishima was currently at a much higher standing. Hey, called out Kirishima noticing the group, so you're here too. I thought you weren't coming, Deku. Said Bakugo walking over. What's that supposed to mean? Asked Izuku going into Sanji mode. Melissa looked at Izuku confused. After all, it was like he was a completely different person. Is he okay? Asked Melissa. It's fine, it's just a problem he has. Said Momo. When they invited me they told me that it was originally went to 1st place, but they declined it. Muttered Bakugo glaring at Izuku. I got invited by someone else and took them on their offer, said Izuku glaring at Bakugo. You know you're lucky they didn't tell me they were going to give the invitation to the runner-up. I would have kept it if I had known. They don't like each other, do they? Asked Melissa. No, this is them getting along, sort of it. Said Achiko. It's weird between them. Bakugo glared back. So are you going to do this? Asked Bakugo. If you want me to beat you, gunpowder for brains. Said Izuku jumping down to participate. So? Said Mashireo to Kirishima. You were his +1? Yeah. Said Kirishima. And soon enough it was time for Izuku's turn at the competition. Once it started, Izuku activated One for All and Arm and Hockey at the same time, while using Observation Hockey to figure out where the robots were. During the fight Melissa noticed that Izuku wasn't using his hands to fight. Once Izuku was done it was clear that he got a higher score than Bakugo. Seriously, yelled Bakugo. What? Are you mad I got a higher score than you? Asked Izuku. No. You were holding back, yelled Bakugo. Izuku froze and realized he forgot. Diable jam. I didn't mean to intentionally. Sighed Izuku slipping out of Sanji mode. Bakugo was caught off guard by this and knew whatever Izuku was going through was serious. I've been going through something. Said Izuku, then he quickly went back into Sanji mode, but I'm not telling you. Like I want to hear about your stupid and weird problems. Muttered Bakugo. That was when the next contestant went up and it completely froze the entire battlefield, getting the highest score. They of course recognized that person was Todoroki, who noticed all of them. Seriously, yelled Bakugo, what are you even doing here? I came here representing my father. Said Todoroki. Hibiki said that the whole class is probably on the island. Said Izuku, and I'm starting to believe him. Whatever. I'm going again, yelled Bakugo. Seriously Bakugo, yelled Izuku. I can accept you holding back, but Icy Hot didn't even try, yelled Bakugo. Come on, just accept it. Said Kirishima. Is it too late to pretend we don't know him? Asked Izuku face palming. You were talking to him earlier, so no, said Todoroki. Not too later, Mineta and Kaminari were exhausted from working all day. That was when Melissa showed up with some sort of tickets. Here. She said. Both of them looked up. What? Asked Kaminari. She decided to take pity on your two and invite you to the gala tonight. Said Kyoka. Against our judgment. Muttered Momo while she and Izuku glared at the two. Really? The two of them asked happily. We should all meet up together, and go as a group, said Ida. That sounds like fun, said Toru. Better than going with Hibiki. Said Mashireo. He looked at Izuku. You're so lucky you got to escape. Like I said, trying to kill him with their minds. Said Toru. After parting ways Melissa decided to show Izuku something in her room. I noticed that during the competition you were only using your legs to fight. Said Melissa. Yeah. I was. Said Izuku. She took out a box that contained something that looked like a red bracelet. What is it? Asked Izuku. Put it on, said Melissa. He put it on and found that whatever it was activated, wrapping his arm in a strange metallic device resembled a fingerless glove. It's my own invention, I call it the gauntlet. Said Melissa, it should be able to withstand 3 of Uncle Might's smashes. What, seriously? Asked Izuku. Melissa nodded. I can't take this though. Said Izuku. Why not? Asked Melissa. Well, you see, the reason why I don't use my hands in a fight, well, it's complicated. Sighed Izuku. How is it complicated? Asked Melissa. Izuku knew he should tell her. You see, a couple months ago, I was attacked by a villain. Her quirk forces a person to remember their past life. Mine was fighting Cook. Said Izuku, not wanting to get into the pirate part at the moment. In my past life I learned not use to my hands in a fight, as that's a chef's greatest tool. I don't consider myself a chef anymore, but using my hands just feels wrong. Is that why you keep acting strangely? Asked Melissa. Yeah, my past life's personality sometimes shows. We are complete opposites. Said Izuku, it's often hard. I see. Said Melissa, but I understand why you can't use it. Thanks. Said Izuku. But if you ever feel like you have to use your fists to fight, you should keep it, said Melissa. What? Asked Izuku, but it's yours. It's still fine. Said Melissa. I'll keep away from Hibiki then. Said Izuku. How do you know him? Asked Melissa. He was hit by the same quirk. Said Izuku. Wait, is that how he suddenly became a genius inventor suddenly? Asked Melissa. Yeah. Said Izuku. I've heard that before he started inventing he wasn't good with technology. Said Melissa. I know. Said Izuku, I heard. Both of them laughed. Please, it's my dream. Said Melissa. Dream? Asked Izuku. Yeah. To be a lot like my dad. Said Melissa, he's such a brilliant scientist and I can't help to be like him. Izuku stared at her and she noticed. Oh, sorry for staring, it's just that almost everyone today dreams of being a hero. Said Izuku. I gave up on that a long time ago. Said Melissa. Really, why? Asked Izuku. Because I'm quirkless. Said Melissa. Oh? Said Izuku, as he couldn't help but to think, so she knows what it's like too. It's fine really. Said Melissa, I'm happy with my life as it is. Izuku looked at her and smiled back at her. That was when Izuku's cell phone began to ring. He looked at and saw it was Ida. Oh hey Ida. Said Izuku. What are you doing, Midoriya? Yelled Ida on the phone, it's past the time we were supposed to meet up. Izuku's sweat dropped at his phone and knew he had to go to the hotel and get ready. Thankfully the plan was always to go to the gala, so he was all set. However, what he didn't know just was going to happen during that gala and what it would mean for the entire island. Chapter 39, Die Hard on an Artificial Island. Izuku got dressed. In between what happened with the mall and this trip, Hibiki took him and Masahiro shopping. If they were going to get glares during the trip and during the gala, they might as well look nice. He struggled with his tie. Why do I not know how to tie a tie still? He grumbled to himself. And now a dramatization on why Izuku still doesn't know how to tie a tie. Sanji's memories guarded a door labeled, Memories on how to tie to a tie. Why won't you let me use them? Cried Izuku. Trust me. It's better if you don't know how to tie a tie. Said Sanji's memories. Why? Cried Izuku. Because you're much cuter without that knowledge. Said Sanji's memories. Izuku just sweated when he said that. Back in the real world he gave up, and since everyone knew he couldn't tie a tie, he just figured he'd head over. He thankfully got to the meeting spot. Of course Ida started to grill him. Do you know how long you took? We had a meeting time for a reason, yelled Ida. He saw he wasn't the last one there. Todoroki, Masahiro, Mineta and Kaminari were all there. With the last two wearing their waiter uniforms. Hibiki brought me here. Explained Masahiro. I told him we were all going to meet up and he and Yuzu went on ahead. Okay, makes sense. Said Izuku. At the gala All Might was making small talk with some people. When Hibiki approached him. Hello friend from work, he said somewhat loudly. Hello orchestra rave. Said All Might, knowing that Hibiki was emphasizing that fact due to the fact he was hated on the island. Can I hang around you for a bit? He somewhat whispered. Yuzu's doing her fancy party thing. What? Asked All Might. He motioned to the buffet table and Yuzu was whistling nonchalantly, which is the universal sign of guilt, as she stuffed her purse with fancy foods. All Might could tell that her purse lined with plastic wrap. She does this every time and I'm sure she would do this even if her quirk didn't run on calories. Said Hibiki. All Might only sweat dropped at that. Back upstairs at the meeting location. That was when the girls arrived. Sorry for being late. Said Achiko. Izuku looked at Achiko, who immediately started to blush. She was wearing a rather nice dress. Oh, that's a nice dress. He said rather nervously, managing to push away Sanji mode thankfully. I had to borrow it from Momo. She said. Achiko looked at Izuku in his suit and immediately started blushing. You look really nice. She said, fiddling her fingers. Yeah. Hibiki said if I was going to get glares we might look good. Said Izuku. You were the one who picked our suits. Said Masahiro. Really? Asked Toru. Izuku started blushing. Well, I know it sounds weird, but my old world's fashion sense was really weird. Yeah, it was filled with pirates, but everyone dressed in modern clothes. I wore suits most of the time in my past life and Luffy dressed like a beach bum most of the time. Everyone stared at Izuku. Actually, Said Momo blushing, my old world was a stereotypical fantasy world most of the time, but we had modern fashion too. Okay, just another reason to add to your past lives being too similar. Said Mashireo with a sweat drop. Actually, said Ochiko, fashion was like that too. Really? Asked Mashireo. You would see a lot of people wearing what you would think a ninja would wear, but then you'd see a guy wearing a t-shirt and jeans. Said Ochiko. Exactly, said Momo. I'm not kidding about the beach bum thing, he wore cutoff until his mid-20s, said Izuku. I had a thing for comfy hoodies in my past life when I was younger. Said Ochiko blushing. I once threatened a fashion designer to make one of my armors. Said Momo. Before they continue the conversation about the strange fashions of their worlds, or pressed about the last fact, Melissa showed up. Hey, she called out. She was wearing a rather nice dress and appeared to be wearing contacts as she wasn't wearing her glasses. Is everyone here? Asked Melissa. Except for Bakugo and Kirishima. Said Ida, I tried calling them but I haven't gotten a hold of them. Maybe it's better if they're not here. Said Kaminari. Yeah, it's Bakugo and he and Midoriya still can't get along. Said Kyoko with a shrug. I'm sure they're fine though. Said Toru. That was when Izuku got a strange shudder. Deku, what's wrong? Asked Ochiko. Just a bad feeling. Said Izuku. Note, said bad feeling had to do with what was going on with Bakugo and Kirishima, not was what was about to go down. It was something closer to home for him and far stupider. Anyways, in the gala, with All Might there was pushed to give a speech about David. As he was, suddenly the security system was triggered. All of the heroes at the gala were suddenly bound by strange bindings. Followed quickly by men in masks carrying machine guns entering the room. All Might tried to break through his. Are you sure that's a good idea? Asked one of the men, there's a lot of civilians here. All Might gritted his teeth. All through the island, emergency alerts were set out about an appear net bomb threat and everyone had to seek shelter for those who were outside. With the teens they became concerned when elevator wasn't working. Not only that but their cell phones were putting up the alerts. That's weird. Said Melissa, if it's a bomb threat then there shouldn't be a lockdown like this. Something must be going on. Said Izuku. But the trackers are working, said Toru tacking out her transceiver. Seriously. Said Mashireo with a sweat drop. That's weird, everything's interconnected here. Said Melissa. Not unless you're a smug JRK who rubs it in the faces of everyone on the island. Said Mashireo with a sweat drop. There was an awkward silence. What happened today? Asked Ochiko. You don't want to know. Said Mashireo while Toru patted his shoulder. Tried to kill him with Tihir mines. Reminded Toru. Either way. Said Momo, we should check what's going on. Down in the gala, some of the criminals demanded a scientist and was about to take David's assistant, however David insisted on coming as well. Shortly afterward Izuku found a location that overlooked the gala, and right above where All Might was being held. All Might looked up and saw both Izuku and Kyoko who was with him. Thanks to her quirk. All Might knew he could speak quietly to tell them what was going on. A group of villains have taken not only the building but the ISNAD security system. They've also taken Dave and his assistant. Explained All Might. Kyoko relayed this to Izuku. They nodded and left to rejoin the others. On the gala floor, All Might sighed in relief knowing that Izuku was safe at least. That was when he saw a small metallic spider scurrying towards him. He began to sweat as it climbed on him and put something in his ear. He quickly realized whatever it wasn't from the criminals. Hey, how you holding up big guy? Said Hibiki from the thing placed in his ear. Should have realized it. Said All Might quietly like before. Yeah, there's a reason why I'm hated on the island. Said Hibiki. Because you are a smug jackass and can't stop showing off how better you are, even if the reason why because in a past life you graduated from MIT as a teenager while in a world where Priestess never went after you, you would more than likely be the star of viral video of someone filming you trying to use Amazon, then you get so angry you do something incredibly stupid that they talk about it for a long time. Said Aiko, who was also connected to the earpiece that was given to All Might. Thank you Aiko. Muttered Hibiki. So, about my question earlier. All Might quickly realized he meant his time limit. It's hard to say right now. Said All Might. That bad huh? Said Hibiki. All Might sighed. On the bright side the kids weren't captured. Said All Might. They weren't? Asked Hibiki. No, said All Might. Aiko. Emergency Procedure 2320. Said Hibiki. Right away sir, said Aiko. What's going on? Asked All Might. I might have lied to the kids when I said Aiko can only enter the transceiver if they hit the buttons. Said Hibiki. Back at the meeting spot. Izuku and Kyoko told everything that All Might told them. Is there anything we can do? Asked Ochiko. If we go to the top floor and go to the computers, we can turn off the Serenity protocols and free the heroes," explained Melissa. "But all of the pros are being held hostage," said Momo. "Including All Might and Hibiki," said Izuku. "Emergency procedure 2320 engaged," said Aiko's voice coming from Mashour's bracelet. Surprisingly, almost everyone, Lost Boy checking in. Everyone was surprised by the voice, with Melissa and Kyoka confused, and Mineta and Kaminari a little terrified due to the one time they met her. "Pirate Boy checking in," said Aiko from Izuku's transceiver. "Ninja Girl checking in," said Aiko from Achiko's transceiver. "Pony Girl checking in," said Aiko from Toru's translated. "Magic Girl checking in," said Aiko from Momo's transceiver. "Class Rep checking in," said Aiko from Ida's transceiver. "Tracker and transceiver are all engaged, working, and are being held by their owners. Good, I don't have to scold any of you leaving them behind," said Aiko from all 6 devices. "Aiko, I thought you couldn't show up unless we pressed the button," said Izuku. "Hibiki lied, we didn't want to bring up that in emergencies under his order I can enter them," said Aiko. "Okay, is that a thing he forgot to bring up or was it deliberate?" said Achiko. "It was deliberate, considering I said he lied, yeah," said Aiko, "but the point still stands, right now I'm a middleman between you guys, Hibiki, and All Might." "Really?" asked Izuku. "Are you honestly surprised by any of this?" asked Aiko. "I'm a smart but AI talking to you through a thing that's really meant to track a guy who gets lost in a closet. Creating his own mini communication network is piddling compared to that." There was an awkward silence. "Oh come on. Can't someone say, that shouldn't make any sense?" said Aiko. "Most of us are used to Hibiki and his inventions by this point," pointed out Momo. "Ugh. Good point," said Aiko. What's going on?" asked Kyoka. "Oh yeah? Jiro, Melissa, this is Aiko, she's Hibiki's assistant," said Izuku. "But my name is really Aiko," said Aiko. "It stands for Artificial Intelligence Knows Objectively." "Objectively what?" asked Kyoka before anyone could stop her. Of course it was her standard silence. "That I'm better than you," said Aiko, who then played the air horns, though quieter than usual. Kyoka looked at Izuku. "You know, this explains a lot about your exam." "Oh, you saw it," said Izuku. "How do you two know her?" asked Kyoka. Realized that Kaminari and Mineta knew her. "It's not important," said Kaminari. "There's other things to worry about," said Mineta. "They're right, unfortunately, it's my job to get you kids to safety," sighed Aiko. Then she burst out laughing, causing everyone to sweat drop. "Look, right now the entire island is under lockdown and there's nowhere really safe right now, and in fact the safest thing to right now is to make sure that the pros are free to rescue everyone," said Aiko, "which means whatever plan you were going to come up with before I showed up." "What makes you think we were going to come up with a plan?" asked Izuku. "I've known for you the past few months, also it's kind of obvious you were going to come up with a plan where you're the only ones able to do something," said Aiko. "She's not wrong," said Achiko. "Look, right now was have 6 devices with me on it, if need be, you can split up 6 into 6 group just in case, though I wouldn't recommend it like at all. But just in case," said Aiko. "Melissa said that we can turn off the security protocols," said Izuku. "But we use our quirks, we could get in trouble," said Ida. "But at the same time no one else is able to act," said Momo. "Which means you're going, aren't you?" asked Aiko. "This is incredibly bad idea," said Ida. "We get it. You're again after what happened with Hosu, but this isn't a black and white situation," said Aiko. "She's right," said Todoroki, "we're the only ones who can do something. We don't have to use our quirks to get up there," pointed out Toru. "As always it's a tricky gray area for you," said Aiko. "I'm definitely going," said Izuku. "So am I," said Momo. Almost everyone started to agree. Ida sighed. "If something goes wrong though, I will be the one to drag us out there," said Ida. "I agree, as an approximation of a responsible adult," said Aiko. "Ida's more mature than you are," said Mashireo with a sweat drop. "Says you," said Aiko. "I'm pretty sure everyone who knows you will say so," agreed Achiko. "I just met you, and I'm pretty sure arguing with says you says everything about your maturity level," pointed out Kyoka. "AGH, grumbled Aiko. "I'm coming too," said Melissa. "Wait," said Izuku, "what about? Does any of you know Toho to turn of security?" asked Melissa. "And before you say me, even if I'm able to do this, I lost a lot of my capabilities when they shut down communications. So I can't exactly help with that right now, because these things don't have a USB port, so I can only enter these and any sort of device that Hibiki has on him, so she has to be the only turn everything off." "She's telling the truth," sighed Momo. "Probably," added Mashireo. What have ever done that to add that, probably, asked Aiko. The six that knew her well was about to say something. Okay. I don't need to answers, said Aiko. We can't keep talk about this, said Momo, we have to go now. I know where the stairs are, said Melissa. I'll tell Hibiki and All Might. Time crunch after all, said Aiko. They followed her to the stairs, with all the teens, mind Mineta who was scared, ready to go. As they headed there, Aiko told Hibiki and All Might the plan. Of course they're going to do something stupid, sighed All Might. Can't blame this time, said Hibiki, they're kind of our only hope. All Might chuckled. You sound kind of proud, said Hibiki. Of course not, denied All Might. Hibiki chuckled this time. By the way, I was wondering, said All Might, why didn't you give Yuzu one too? Various reasons, said Hibiki. One is your health issues. She can't know about them, said Aiko. Good point, said All Might. And just a bunch other of reasons, said Hibiki. One of which would be revealed right then and there, with Yuzu needing to voice a thought. Hey, I was thinking about something, said Yuzu. One of the criminals walked over to her. Look, just let me get my thoughts out, said Yuzu. It has nothing to do with being a hero. You better not try anything funny, said the criminal. So we're in a skyscraper, right? Asked Yuzu. Yeah, muttered the criminal. And this a big party, said Yuzu. Yeah, said the criminal. And you all took over a skyscraper in the middle of a party, said Yuzu. Yeah, said the criminal. Son of a beach. We're in Die Hard, said Yuzu. Several people looked at the bound pro hero who was next to the buffet table. Most of the people were confused. Hibiki looked like he wanted to face palm but couldn't. All Might had to stifle a laugh as even found it a little funny. One of the criminals on the other hand. We're not in Die Hard, he yelled. Then it was clear he was joining in the joke. It's the middle of summer and not Christmas. Ergo we can't be in Die Hard. The man who was the clear leader looked at him. What? I found it funny, said the criminal, and I happen to watch it every Christmas. I have interests, you know. The leader just shook his head. And with that the teens were now in a situation that was truly hard, a Die Hard one. Sorry. But in all seriousness, this was a bad satiation and the only hope was that they could to the floor and fix everything. Chapter 40, Found Out and Lost. The 10 hero students, 1 quirkless support student and AI stretched out across 6 devices among them, really more, but they were with Hibiki, headed upstairs. After several stories of Aiko's silence, someone decided to ask. Why are you being so unusually quiet? Asked Toru. Because this is serious, said Aiko. Look, during serious things with Hibiki I only talk to him if I have to, and this is one of those things. Really? Asked Achiko. Yes. Most of the time I just analyze the situation and warn Hibiki of certain things or give my input, said Aiko. Usually thanks to me Hibiki tends to manage to dodge attacks, but it's not a perfect record, like this one team up with Bar Brawl. Wait, what about? Said Izuku. If you are about to ask about the exam, that argument we had was staged, said Aiko. Oh, that makes sense, said Izuku. Yeah, I'm not an idiot to distract him in during a fight, I give advice and such, said Aiko. I annoy him off duty, and only off duty, or the occasional snarky remark when he deverses it. Maybe we should focus back on running to the top, said Momo. Yeah, good idea. Keep quiet unless I have to, said Aiko. However, she did end up talking as they continued up the stairs. Aiko did have to talk again, as Melissa had to take off her shoes. Which made sense as she was wearing heels after all. But the fact she had to take off her shoes was a red flag for Aiko. Momo, when you get the chance, create some shoes for her, said Aiko. What, why? Asked Momo. Something might end up going wrong, we have to prepare for whatever might go wrong. And for all we know that one of the bad guys might end up shooting glass because they see she's barefoot, said Aiko. You don't think that could happen to her? Asked Mineta. It could, said Aiko. If I get the chance I'll do it, said Momo. Good, said Aiko. Back down in the gala? Just a quick heads up, said Aiko to the link between All Might and Hibiki. One of the kids took off their shoes. Why? Asked All Might. High heels, said Aiko. Can't blame her, but I did warn them about hazards like glass, so. Well, one thing was averted, said Hibiki. I'll give updates in case something else happens. Die Hard related or no, said Aiko. You really think that there would be another thing from Die Hard happen? Asked All Might. It possible, or the building could just be filled with references of 1980s movies. They are going up a huge flight of stairs, granted they're not wearing unlicensed nuclear accelerators on their backs so it's not perfect. But still, said Aiko. I don't know how to respond to that, replied Hibiki. Hey, it's okay, we'll just have to wait and see if there's either more references to Die Hard or if the building's made of 80s movies. We won't know until the night is over," said Aiko. Hibiki looked up to the stage. Though All Might was looking at him, he could see him shrug. Back on the stairs, they counted up the way. However, around the 80th floor it was blocked. "It wouldn't surprise me if they know we're here," said Momo. "Or a backup just in case," said Izuku. "We need to go another way," said Melissa. "Wait," said Aiko. "What?" asked Melissa. "Shoes," said Momo. "Oh right," said Melissa. As they had a few seconds, Momo got Melissa's shoe size and she made a rather comfortable pair of shoes for her. "All a good time to refill for you," said Toru, giving Momo some cupcakes. "Where did those come from?" asked Melissa, confused. "Don't question the cupcakes," said Izuku. Melissa led them another way. Of course they tried to be as stealthy as possible. "Hey, you got your hockey going?" asked Aiko. Izuku nodded. "Good. Tell me if you need a reminder," said Aiko. Izuku realized what it meant. "Come on, I've been keeping track of your skills," said Aiko. "If you need one I'll give it you. But just remember, just because I can do it, it's not a permanent substitute for getting over them." However, even after going through, of course they got caught. "Sheet," yelled Izuku, going into Sanji mode. "What's bunch of kids doing here?" asked one of the criminals. However, Izuku ran over to them, kicked one of them in the face so hard the guy went flying. The other guy was about to fire on Izuku, however Momo ran in with a sword and cut the guy's gun in half before using the sword to knock the guy out. "Okay, that definitely wasn't good," said Achiko. "I really hope they let everyone watch that they're going to give you at camp," said Kaminari. "This way," said Melissa. Back in the Gala, the leader had gotten a message about something, but none of the hostages could tell what was as he left. "Aiko," said Hibiki. "If it was probably about the meddling kids, yeah, they got caught. Izuku and Momo did kick their butts, but they're aware of it," said Aiko. "Sheet," muttered All Might in English. "Great," said Hibiki. Back with the kids, Melissa led them to an extremely large room filled with plants. "There's an elevator in here," said Melissa, "but I don't know if we'll be able to go up from here." "It's better than nothing," said Toru. She led them to the elevator. However, they quickly saw more people there. "Hide," said Izuku. All of them hid in the plants. However, as they hid, the group noticed 3 of them missing. Toru, Achiko, and Izuku. "Wait, where's?" said Momo as quality as she could. "Well, I'm right here. I took off and my clothes, except for my shoes," said Toru. "Also I gave Todoroki my tracker when no one was looking. I can't exactly carrying like this." This just made everyone sweat drop. They should have known. Achiko from her hiding spot sighed. Remember, the others might have been worried about it. "Aiko," whispered Achiko. "I know," sighed Aiko. "In Momo's device. Ninja," she reminded everyone. "Oh yeah, I forgot Achiko's a ninja now," sighed Kaminari. With Izuku, he realized the same thing. As he was in a really good hiding spot at the moment. "I might have had some pre-pirate stealth training." He told Aiko to give the message to the others. "Oh?" said Aiko, figuring out who gave him it. "Please tell them," said Izuku. "Izuku had some stealth training in his past life when he was younger," said Aiko. "That's all I will say about it." Those who knew it was meant all knew not to ask him about, figuring it had to with his early life. However, as they hid, they all heard some of the guards. "So it's the kids that I heard about." Izuku began to sweat, thinking the others had been found. "It's not them," said Aiko. "It's not," whispered Izuku. "I have a bad feeling about it though, not an impending doom feeling like something's going to annoy us beyond all belief," said Aiko. Izuku rolled his eyes at Aiko and decided to see who the kids they found were. He managed to not to get spotted, but then his eyes started to twitch when he saw who it was. Turned out it was Kirishima and Bakugo. On the 80th floor. "Look, we're just trying to find the party," said Kirishima. "Can you tell us where it is?" They were on the 80th floor trying to find the party. The others heard this argument, straining. "Just tell us where the FING party is already and we'll be out of your way," yelled Bakugo. "No, it can be," said Mashireo, who knew this feeling well. Everyone but Melissa looked at Mashireo, then looked at Little at the two, then back at Mashireo. "Wait, you don't think it's," said Mineta. "It's not contagious," muttered Mashireo. "If it was, then I wouldn't be the only one. It's more of hereditary thing." Kyoka stared Mashireo. "Now's not the time to talk about it," grumbled Mashireo. However, things was clear. "I am going to go silent for the next minute," said Aiko from Izuku's, Achiko's and Momo's trackers at the same time. "I'm still listening to everything, but I just can't for the next minute." Thankfully she had a place to vent her frustrations. which meant Hibiki and All Might had to listen to her venting. Thankfully it wasn't that bad. Nope. 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 A whole big bucket of nope, ranted Aiko. What happened? Asked All Might. Good news. They haven't been caught at the moment. Said Aiko. The bad news, Kirishima and Bakugo weren't with them when everything went down. I thought they either decided not to show up because Bakugo, or they were outside the building at the time so ended up being forced into lockdown elsewhere. But nope. 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 They were in the building this whole time. Trying to find the Gala? And they might have gotten lost? I don't mean a little lost, I mean a certain level of lost. Both All Might and Hibiki winced. They realized why she was acting that way. No. Said Hibiki. Yes, they're on the 80th floor, said Aiko. Nope until they're in danger and they need your help. Ordered Hibiki. Thank you, replied Aiko, who once again repeated the word nope over and over again. So, said All Might. She constantly tracks him. I have given her breaks, but yeah, she has to keep a constant eye on him. Said Hibiki. From what I can tell, if she wasn't an AI she would have driven insane by this point. That makes a lot of sense. Said All Might. However, back on the 80th floor. They knew they had to help. Both Mashireo and Izuku were the first to jump in to help. With that, the first real fight of the night was beginning. But still, they had to get involved because two of their classmates got that level of lost. This was not a good night. Chapter 41, Just How? Izuku and Mashireo kicked and punched the criminals respectively away from their classmates. Right now they didn't have much a choice, well they did. But their problems tied to their past lives drove them. Kirishima and Bakugo saw them. How? Yelled Izuku. What? Asked Kirishima. Izuku, calm down. Said Mashireo. What the hell are you talking about? Muttered Bakugo. This is the 80th floor. Said Mashireo. There was an awkward silence among the two. I guess I got lost. Laughed Kirishima, de-icing to break the silence. Why the F did I follow you? Yelled Bakugo. Look, it's not that bad. Said Kirishima. Izuku stared at Kirishima. It was hard to tell what he was feeling. I'm sure this is a one-time thing, assured Mashireo. I don't know if I can handle another. Sighed Izuku. This just made the other's sweat dropped. You haven't been dealing with him for long, why are you acting like that, Deku? Said Bakugo. Izuku shot him a glare, his eyes said everything. Oh, you knew someone from a past life like that? Said Kirishima. You have no idea. Sighed Izuku. Almost everyone on the crew had to practically babysit him when we got on a new island. But of course most of the time he would leave the ship without anyone noticing him. Okay, now's not a good time to vent. Said Mashireo. At least you're aware of it. Sighed Izuku. He was in a state of constant denial. Before any more could be said, however, the criminals started to attack. Thankfully an ice wall stopped them. We don't have much of a choice other than fighting back. Said Momo, joining them with the others. Long story short, just to bring you up to speed, criminals took over the tower and now we're going upstairs because they're holding all of the heroes captive in the Gala. Said Toru, who was back to fully clothed. When did you put your clothes back on? Yelled Kaminari in shock. You just didn't see it. Said Toru. We probably need someone to stay behind. Said Izuku. Seriously? Asked Mineta. You want them coming after us? Asked Izuku, going into Sanji mode. Do you really have to ask? Said Bakugo, getting ready to fight. Kirishima looked ready to fight as well. I'm staying with them. Said Mashireo, knowing that once the fight was over he knew they have to talk about everything. Nope. 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 Nope, yelled Aiko from his bracelet. Aiko. Mashireo. Someone has to stay with him, one with a tracker. Because I cannot do this alone. Said Aiko. Oh come on, it's not that bad. Said Kyoka. We just met, but I have to keep an eye on him all the time. And then this guy who I haven't even met yet show up on the 80th floor, he went up and didn't realize it, yelled Aiko. No offenses to you as a person. But if I was human I'm sure I would be really close to having an aneurysm. Aiko. Said Ochiko. Don't worry, I have scheduled a scan to check for any problems or bugs in my programming tomorrow afternoon, no need to worry about it. Said Aiko. I'll stay. Said Todoroki. He still has my receiver, so that's not a bad idea. Said Toru. The two criminals managed to destroy the ice somehow. Go now, said Todoroki. The others all ran off to continue their mission. I hate this. I freaking hate this, yelled Aiko. Almost everything about tonight SCKS. I'm sure it will be fine. Sighed Izuku. You're close to having an aneurysm now. Said Aiko. Don't try to sweet talk me. She's got a point. Said Momo. Not only there's a chance there's another guy in your close that possibly has no sense of direction, but thanks to this my plans to how I was going to introduce myself to Bakugo are now gone. It was going to be so much fun, said Aiko. Wait, is that you're most upset about? Asked Ida. Kind of. I mean, I know if he and Kirishima didn't get lost he still would have found about me, but I had plans, funny and depressing plans, said Aiko. Now they're all gone to waste. What were you planning to do? Asked Izuku. It's not important, said Aiko. The plans are gone, and now I have to introduce myself the normal way. There was another reason she wasn't telling him, as the plans were tied to the investigation into Aldera Junior High, but due to the fact that Hibiki didn't want Izuku or Bakugo to know about them, she was keeping a tight lip about it. How do you all deal with her? Asked Kyoka. Ignore her most of the time, said Izuku. Pretty much, said Achiko. I don't interact with her as much as they do, said Ida. But you still but summon me sometimes, so, said Aiko. We should really get back on track, said Melissa. She's right. Focus on getting upstairs, said Aiko. I'll just vent to the two poor pros who I'm connected with right now. They headed up to the next level of the room to figure out a way up. That was when they noticed a hatch on the nearby ceiling. Wait, can we use that? Asked Izuku. We can, said Melissa, but someone would have to get in from the side of the building. The person would have to be pretty small to get in there, and also have to have a way up. But who would be able to do that? Said Mineta. Everyone was looking at him. Why are you looking at me? Said Mineta. You know you are so lucky I don't have an internet connection right now. Granted, if I did then we wouldn't be on this mission, said Aiko. Mineta paled when she said that. Hey, listen, I got this, said Kaminari. Don't listen to the robot. I'm an AIU technoist, said Aiko. Look, if you do this you won't be able to keep the ladies off you, said Kaminari. Really? Asked Mineta. Oh yeah. I'm sure you can even get a harem with this, said Kaminari. That lit a fire under Mineta and he went with the plan, reminding himself of the possible harem. In the gala, the two listened to Aiko vent on and on about her plans. About her introduction to Bakugo were ruined. I have an update, said Aiko. What is it? Asked Hibiki nervously as the two knew about the fight going on. Air vent passageway, said Aiko. You serious? Asked All Might. Of course I am, said Aiko. What is my life right now? Sighed Hibiki. A hostage in Die Hard, said Aiko. I was being sarcastic, said Hibiki. I know, said Aiko. He heard All Might snickering a little. Stop it. You're only encouraging her, said Hibiki. With the fight, it was rather interesting. One of the criminals had what appeared to be some kind of warping quirk of blasts of air that seemed to get rid of things. Thankfully Mashareo was fighting him. Sure Hokkiden, he shouted, sending a blast of his ki. The criminal was sent backwards. I don't know how you're doing it, said the criminal. I'm not telling a villain about my attacks, said Mashareo. However, the guy managed to fire a blast of air at him. Thankfully Mashareo managed to dodge. Still got a reading on his quirk yet? Asked Mashareo. No, not yet. It would be easier if I had my internet connection, said Aiko. Mashareo sighed. During his short internship with Hibiki he learned more about Aiko and how, while she was often irreverent, when the time came down to it, she was a good helper during a fight. Especially since she was something of an extra set of eyes. The other three were fighting a criminal fighting a gorilla monster, who was really strong. Okay. If you want to beat this guy you have to listen to me, said Aiko. When I say dodge you dodge, and I will be analyzing his body for weaknesses and the like. Why should we listen to you? Muttered Bakugo. Wow, splody dope, now that I'm talking to you I know what kind of an but you really are, said Aiko. Instead of thinking how can I get help from this AI who can think much faster than a human, I'm going to get into a fight with them. Now's not the time for this, said Kirishima. He's right. Listen to me if you need to, said Aiko, but only if you want to. What the F does that mean? Said Bakugo. Just do your own thing, okay, but I would still advise for the other two to listen, said Aiko. Todoroki nodded. Although he didn't know Aiko well, she knew she had to be good if a pro hero used her. The criminal tried to attack, but thankfully Todoroki created an ice wall so they could strategize a bit more. So what is she exactly? Asked Kirishima. AI created by Hibiki Kinzoku aka Orchestra Rave. I'm his assistant, able to analyze and strategize much faster than a normal human, said Aiko. Not only that, but I currently need to check what my limits are with how many tasks I can handle, which means I can be in more than 7 places at once and handle a task from each location. The criminal broke through the ice. Someone set him fire, said Aiko. Todoroki launched some of his fire. So as I was saying, if you want to win a fight against some criminals who have taken control of the building, just listen to me, said Aiko. Chapter 42, Robot Rumble. The group made it through the air vent, which was the best way to put it. Though they were unaware of what they just did in connection with the scenario they were in. Of course they were being watched. Though they were aware thanks to Kyoka, she even broke one of the cameras. However, they also got word about who they were facing. I.e., hero students. So a new plan was enacted while the boss knew he had to head upstairs. Meanwhile, back in the plant factory, the fight counted. Katsuki managed to get the guy with the gorilla-like body with one of his strongest. Dang it. Aiko somewhat quietly, why did he have to be the one to take him out? I'm sure he can hear you, said Mashireo with a sweat drop. Only you and Todoroki could hear me right now? I'm not being loud, said Aiko. Todoroki's eye was twitching a little after hearing it. Just ignore that, Aiko told him. However, the fight with the other guy was having a hard time. His quirk was weird, causing things to disappear. However, when he hit some of Todoroki's ice, huge chunks appeared. It appears to be displacement, said Aiko. Todoroki nodded in agreement with the AI as he was just about to say that. But the fight counted. You idiot. Dodge, yelled Aiko as the guy attacked Katsuki. Thankfully the attack only destroyed his sleeve. Don't call me an idiot, yelled Katsuki. I can call someone I don't like what I want, yelled Aiko. However, the villain confused. What is this stuff? Asked the villain. That's my sweat, and it has the same properties as nitrocycline, said Bakugo with a smirk. And with that, Todoroki blew him up. DMN it. After that whole cool speech, you barely needed me at all, yelled Aiko, curses foiled again. What? Said Kirishima with a sweat drop. Just ignore her, said Mashireo. Anyway, we need to catch up to the others, said Aiko. Do you know where they are? Asked Bakugo. I'm in 8 devices at this moment, said Aiko, and 4 of them are with them, so it should be easy, well, if we're paying attention. Paying attention to what? Demanded Katsuki. Todoroki knew she meant and took Mashireo's arm, who just sighed. All right. Now pay attention to the redhead too. And we're all good, said Aiko. Come on, seriously? Asked Kirishima. We need to go now, said Todoroki. Aiko began giving her instructions on how to follow them. Hey, do you think you can explain what's going on? Asked Kirishima. Villains have taken over the building, said Mashireo. What? Asked Kirishima. They're holding All Might, Hibiki, Yuzu and all of the other heroes captive, said Mashireo. Yuzu? Asked Kirishima. Wait, wasn't that the crazy woman from the mall? Said Bakugo. Yep. She's here too, said Aiko. But the point is that we have to save them, said Todoroki. Meanwhile, with the others, they counted on trying to find their way higher. And everything seemed to be clear. However, they realized something, it seemed almost too perfect. Everyone be careful because it's obviously a trap, said Ida. On the bright side, the others beat up their villains, so that's one less thing we have to worry about, said Aiko. That's a relief, sighed Ochiko. But we should be ready for whatever, said Aiko. They headed to the next room and they found that the society robots were swarming the place. Okay, this is bad, said Izuku. Aversion hockey, said Aiko. What? Asked Izuku. Then it hit him. Thanks, said Izuku. No problem, that's what I'm here for, said Aiko. Also, you have to work on it. I don't need a reminder on that, said Izuku with a slight sweat drop. He activated his haki while Kyoka also listened in. There's a lot of them, said Izuku. How are we going to handle them? Asked Ochiko. I might have an idea, said Momo. She began to create a thing of insulation. All right, said Kaminari, getting it. Wait, what about the uber badass? Said Mineta. There are a lot of robots, said Izuku. It's probably better to handle them all at once. They entered the room and covered everyone but Kaminari in the insulation. Soon enough, he was trying to zap the robots. But it didn't seem to be working. Until he upped the power. Wait, Kaminari. Don't, yelled Kyoka, or else you'll. And thanks to him reaching his limit, he fried his brain. You'll become a moron, sighed Kyoka. Thankfully, the robots seemed to stop working. Well, at least the robots are down, said Ochiko. That was when the robots rebooted. You just had say that, said Aiko. I know I said that we should take them out at once, but I don't think we can do that right now, said Izuku. We have to go all out. You're right, agree Momo, creating a sword. Armament hockey, reminded Aiko. I remembered that, said Izuku as his legs turned black. He then activated full cowling. Both Izuku and Momo began to tear into the robots. Izuku smashing through them like nothing else while Momo. They're so strong, said Melissa, surprised. They're the strongest in class, said Toru. They tend to hold back a lot though. With one kick that Izuku let loose that sent several of the robots flying. while Momo ended up slicing up several more of the robots. Within minutes the robots were pretty much decimated. Those robots weren't that tough, said Izuku in Sanji mode. I know, right? Said Momo. How tough were those robots? Asked Mineta. I don't think you want to know, responded Melissa with a sweat drop. Sounds about right, laughed Achiko. Way, agreed Kaminari, who was still an idoit. Hey, I would like you remind the more small talk you make while not moving the more time Hibiki and All Might are held captive, said Aiko. What about Yuzu? Asked Toru. Downstairs in the party, Yuzu and the villain she kind of befriended were talking. You know, in the original book the guy was old, like really old, said the villain. Wait, Die Hard was based on a book, said Yuzu. Will you two stop the friendly talking? Asked the leader. All Might and Hibiki looked at each other and shrugged. Back with the teens. She's fine, said Aiko, and if she gets injured it's her fault. They continued on their way. As they did they headed to another room. This one filled with giant computers. So where are we? Asked Izuku. The server room, said Melissa. Aiko, said Toru. What part of I can't hack into anything right now means to you? Said Aiko. Any device that would let me hack into it anything is either on Hibiki or in the hotel room. I told you. Also I wouldn't know where to be plugged into. However, that was when more robots appeared. All right, said Izuku. Wait. If we have another fight like that here we don't know what could happen to the security system, said Melissa. She's right, said Momo. We need to split up again, said Melissa. I'll go with Melissa, said Izuku, taking charge. Momo created a large cannon. Don't worry, this will fire soft projectiles, said Momo, creating a few of those. I'll stay behind and make sure Momo eats cupcakes and hand the ammo, said Toru. She produced a large mountain of cupcakes and a smaller pile, the smaller of which appeared to be the shutting up Bakugo cupcakes, and about 5 gallons of milk. These are all the cupcakes I have. I'm sure it will prove enough ammo, just be careful when you eat the ones I made for Bakugo, said Toru. Momo nodded. I'll stay behind as well, said Ida. I will too, said Mineta, who was still a little scared. Way, said Kaminari. Kaminari didn't have a choice on whether or not to stay behind due to his brain still needing to reboot. Uraraka, I think you should come up with us, said Melissa. Okay, said Achiko, getting a feeling like she was needed. Back down in the party, the leader left knowing he was probably needed with all of the things going on. Are they almost there? Asked Hibiki. I think so, there might be some stunts they have to do, but it should be fine, said Aiko. It doesn't sound like it, said All Might. Look, just because they had to split up again doesn't mean it's all bad, said Aiko. Meanwhile Izuku, Melissa and Achiko made it to a part of the building that was outside. IT was surrounded by large wind turbines. The wind generators, we're almost there. They're a spot over there. If we can make our way up there we'll be able to get to the top floor, said Melissa. Achiko, I want you to use your quirk on me and Deku. Achiko started to giggle. Oh, I have a better idea, said Achiko. I'll use my quirk on you and me. What about Deku? Said Melissa. Well, said Izuku. It's probably better to show her, said Aiko. What? Asked Melissa. Achiko used her quirk on both Melissa and herself while Izuku carried the two and then used Skywalk. You can fly? Asked Melissa, surprised. Kind of, said Izuku. Below them the robots once again showed up. But it was too late for the robots. See, if you want with your plan, then not only would we have a control and Achiko would have to deal with a bunch of idiots, said Aiko. Wait, what? Asked Melissa. That was when the robots below them were all frozen. They looked down and saw that Masahiro, Todoroki, Bakugo and Kirishima had just arrived. Sorry boys, but it looks like you just missed your flight, said Aiko. Seriously, said Masahiro with a sweat drop. Hey, I'm funny, said Aiko. Anyways, we need to fight off the robots. Why? Asked Katsuki, glaring at the bracelet that Aiko's voice came from. So you want to get captured by the villains? Asked Aiko. Katsuki's sweat dropped. She's right, we can catch up once they're beaten, said Todoroki. Or they manage to fix the security system, said Aiko. The four nodded and fought off the robots so they wouldn't get captured. With Izuku there was a gust of wind that nearly knocked him off course, but he was able to correct things with one for all and made to the spot he needed to get to. You guys okay? Asked Izuku. I'm fine, said Melissa. I might need a second, sighed Achiko. Izuku nodded, and once Achiko was good and ready they would continue, completely unaware of what was awaiting for them when they got there. Chapter 43, The One Behind It. The remaining members of the group headed upstairs. They were almost there to free the real heroes and not the heroes in training. However, at this point Izuku knew he had to have haki on the whole time. That was when he stopped. "Someone's coming," said Izuku. All of them were on alert. That was when a clear high-ranking villain showed up. "You have good instincts," he taunted, but not good enough. He could tell that Melissa wasn't a fighter and attacked her with his arm that could turn into a blade. Izuku and Achiko watched in horror as she was sent flying. "UBSTRD," yelled Izuku as he activated Hell Memoirs. The villain looked at Izuku in shock as he was surrounded in green flames. He then kicked the villain so hard that he hit the wall and it dented. Not only that, but he was on fire. "Deku, calm down," called out Melissa. Melissa as standing up. "It's just my arm," said Melissa holding it up. There was a cut and some injuries, but other than that she was fine. Achiko went over and began to treat it while Izuku calmed down with the flames dying. He breathed a sigh of relief. "That fire?" asked Melissa confused. "It's kind of hard to explain," said Izuku. "It has something to do with my past life, and it's better if I don't explain science when it comes to my past life." "What?" asked Melissa. "Now's not the time to ask questions. Things aren't looking good in the server room. Time is running out for class rep, Great Perv is also about to run out and Momo is going to regret all of her life choices," said Aiko. "You're right," said Melissa. "Wait, what was that last one?" said Izuku. "The server room. After using Recipro Burst, Ida's engines were stalling." "I'm sorry, but my engines," he said. "I'm tapped out," said Mineta, suffering from blood loss. Momo looked at the cupcakes in front of her. She knew that the bright red frosting was not for show. She grabbed one and ate it. The look on her face resembled someone who decided to take one of those eating challenges at a restaurant. Not the type where you would have to eat the most, but rather the ones that were a super spicy challenge. Which was pretty much what she was doing. "It's going to be fine, don't worry," said Toru, reassuring her. "How spicy are those cupcakes?" yelled Kyoka. Aid Toru as Momo was taking a sip of the milk. Momo powered through it, however, because everyone was relying on her ammo for the time being. Back with Izuku's group. "Oh, that makes sense," said Izuku. Toru had showed him the recipe for Bakugo's cupcakes, and he knew that the frosting was super spicy. He also wasn't surprised at the cupcakes being so spicy as he knew Bakugo's tastes. They got to the level they needed to be at. However, as they got to the floor, Izuku blinked. "Where are the villains?" he asked. "What do you mean?" asked Melissa. He mentioned or them follow them and they got a vault room. At the computer was David nearby, his assistant was helping him get something. All of them watched. They talked about how after all this time they got the invention back and how the board couldn't keep it from them. And how they were behind it. "Papa?" asked Melissa. David froze as he saw the three. "Melissa," he said. "Papa, is this true? You were behind it," said Melissa. "Melissa, it's not what you think," said David. "What are you? Are the one behind this?" asked Melissa. David didn't answer. "At the party? I just got some news about what's really going on," said Aiko somewhat quietly. "I don't know if I can tell you at all." "What? Why?" asked All Might. "Aiko, how bad is it?" asked Hibiki. "I don't know if I can be the one to tell you," admitted Aiko. "Did Dave?" said All Might. "No, if it was that, I would tell you," said Aiko. "I really shouldn't be the one to be bearer of bad news when it comes to this." Both All Might and Hibiki became cornered. "Hopefully though you'll be free soon considering everything," said Aiko. "Back in the vault?" Melissa was still in shock. "The papa I know would never become a villain," cried Melissa. "Melissa, please let me explain," sighed David. He took a breath. "You might now know this, but All Might isn't well. He's losing his quirk," said David. "What?" asked Achiko in shock. "He's losing his quirk because of giving one for all to me," thought Izuku. Izuku clenched his fist. On the way to the tower earlier, All Might pulled him aside and told him that David didn't know about the quirk. "It's true, that's why I invented this," said David. "It's a device that amplifies quirks and unlike drags there would be no side effects. However, the board took it away from us and locked it away." "So you just decided to steal it," yelled Melissa. "Please Melissa, it was the only choice." "Do you know why Japan has such a low crime rate?" asked David. "It's because of All Might. Japan has 6% crime rate while other countries however around 20%. Without All Might, the symbol of peace, there will be a spike in crime like no other." However, he was suddenly cut off. "Hey, I have a question," said Aiko from Izuku's transceiver. Izuku held it up, getting the feeling that Aiko was being completely serious at the moment. "I'm an artificial intelligence that Hibiki Kinzoku created, so you could say I know all about inventions and mad science," said Aiko. "Okay, not completely serious, mostly serious. You invented that thing for All Might so that he wouldn't have to ever retire and keep going, right? Said Aiko, but did you ever his opinion? What? Said David. No, she's right. Said Izuku, did you ever ask All Might what he wanted? I never told him about it. Admitted David. Why? Asked Izuku. David didn't answer. Izuku could tell that there were problems with their friendship. But he wasn't sure what else more to say. However, Melissa took over again. You might be trying to help Uncle Might. But Deku and his friends have gotten hurt over this, said Melissa, then showed off her own injury. I've gotten hurt over this. What? Said David, honestly confused. They're supposed to be actors, just paid actors. What? Asked Izuku. Yeah, expect for one guy, from what I've seen these are not paid actors. Said Aiko. Wait, one guy? Asked Achiko. There's one guy who started chatting with Yuzu about movies. It started out with a reference to one movie and now it's evolved into a conversation about various movies. Said Aiko, but the point is that they're not actors, or they really suck at their jobs. David on the other hand was confused. But they're supposed to be actors. He said. That was when they heard chuckling. They saw the leader of the villains. They turned and saw him. Sorry to say, but it wasn't all for show. Said the leader. So you're the one behind it? Asked Izuku. However, that was when the assistant grabbed the case containing the device and ran towards the leader. Sam? Asked David, surprised. But you just let them take it, yelled the assistant named Sam. We could have made millions on the device, but you just let them. He handed the device to the leader. So about that payment? Asked Sam. Oh right, the payment. Said the leader as he checked the device. And then he took out a gun and shot Sam. Sam, cried Melissa. Everyone was horrified. Why? Asked Sam, who was still alive. Sorry. But that's the payment you deserve. Said the leader with an evil smirk. I don't. Said Sam. It doesn't matter. Said the leader. He was about to shoot Sam again. However, someone ran in and took the bullet. It was David. Melissa cried even more as she watched how her father was shot. Izuku gritted his teeth in anger and entered Sanji mode. Achiko, take care of her. Said Izuku. Achiko nodded, knowing that Izuku could handle it. Izuku ran towards the leader ready to fight him, however that was only the beginning of the fight that night. Because it was going to get far more intense as the night went on. Chapter 44, of course they go to the roof. Izuku glared at the main villain. And ran towards him. Do you need a reminder right now? Asked Aiko. No, I'm fine. Said Izuku, activating Diable Jam and Haki at the same time. Then he has activated full cowling. He ran towards the main villain. He was so fast that the villain barely had time to react and Izuku slammed his flaming foot into him. The villain managed to recover and looked at Izuku. So you think you can fight back? Said the villain. Izuku just glared at him. He ran over for another as however the villain touched a nearby wall and suddenly strange bits of metal were sent over at Izuku. Izuku looked at him and realized it was his quirk. Izuku managed to kick it away. Why are you trying to save him? He asked, with all the crime he committed. Will you just shut up? Muttered Izuku. The main villain glared at Izuku. Look, none of that matters right now. What matters is saving him. Said Izuku. He's a criminal, yelled the villain. So what? Said Izuku. In his past life he was a criminal after all, granted it was because the laws were screwed up in his old world, and many of the crimes he committed were either stealing things or going against the very corrupt government. So that part of him didn't care. And it was also because he was training to be a hero, it didn't matter what crime he committed. The villain glared at him. None of that matters to me. So don't try to stop me, said Izuku. Then she sent out more metal at him. Izuku tried to kick it away but it was very hard. Melissa and Achiko watched. Hey you two! Go to the computer and fix the system now, said Aiko. What? Asked Melissa. Look, if you fix the system now, the heroes can help out and I'd have internet capabilities back, this way I can look through the internet and find out more about that guy. Said Aiko. Melissa nodded, realized that she was right. The villain noticed this. However, Izuku kicked away some of the metal and aimed an attack. Izuku managed to kick him in the chest. The villain sent reeling, but should I use it? He asked himself. No? I have to save it for All Might. What? Asked Izuku. The villain sent a large amount of metal at Izuku. He aimed superficially to his legs, pinning him to the floor. Why you? Growled out Izuku. He could barely move his legs. Sorry, but I have to take him. Said the villain. Izuku struggled. He knew it could get out, but it was going to take a bit. It was going to be a struggle. The villain smirked and walked over to the barely conscious and bleeding David. Stay away from him, yelled Izuku. Sorry. But if I want to get this done I need him. Said the villain. He picked up David. Izuku channeled as much power as he could his legs, but it wasn't enough. Izuku's arms were barely pinned on the other hand. He looked at the thing on his arm. He knew that his legs were powerful and much stronger than his arms. But he knew he had to, just once at least. He moved his arm in such as that activated the gauntlet. Just this one time, said Izuku. He punched the metal off him. At the same time Melissa was working on the security system. As she worked on it Achiko's side. Look, is this the whole feeling weaker than Izuku thing? Asked Aiko. No, it's what he said. Said Achiko. Is All Might really getting weaker? I'll get back to that later, said Aiko. What do you mean by that? Asked Achiko. Now's not the time to get into that rabbit hole. Said Aiko. Trust me, there's a lot of to unpack. You knew. Said Achiko. Yeah. Said Aiko. Achiko was about to say something. It's not what you think. I learned through more mundane ways. I'm not going to hack All Might, besides I can't unless Hibiki okays it, and even then I don't want to hack into these things. Said Aiko. We have other things to worry about, like making sure no one shows up and takes her out before she can fix it, and the fact that people are speaking Japanese for some reason when I don't know. Everyone here seems to be American. What? Asked Achiko. Sorry, that's been bugging me since this all started. Said Aiko. I had to say something. Achiko sighed. I got it, said Melissa. Throughout the island the alert went down to those outside. They were just relieved that it was over, while inside the tower. In the Gala, the bitings all disappeared. All right? We're free. Said one of heroes. Sorry buddy, but I have to do my job. Said Yuzu, getting up. Hey. I kind of understand. Said the villain she got along with. Maybe you can visit me in prison. Hibiki gave Yuzu a look as if saying, don't go down that rabbit hole. Hibiki then looked at All Might. You should go help Izuku. Said Hibiki. I'll join you once we're done here. I'll tell you where to go. Said Aiko. All Might nodded. He left the villains in the room to the other heroes, knowing that they would be handled with Hibiki taking charge. With the other groups. The robots stopped attacking. With the group outside. All right? Things have gone pear-shaped and you need to back up Izuku now. Said Aiko. How bad is it? Asked Mashareo. Betrayal, kidnapping, really strong guy with a quirk. Said Aiko. Just the usual stuff, but yeah, back up until All Might gets there. He will get there soon, but? Come on, let's just go. Said Bakugo. Remember, grab the guy who can get lost. Said Aiko. Todoroki made sure that someone was holding Mashareo's hand. Meanwhile in the server room the others were taking a small breather with Momo drinking milk. Okay, she said, I'm going to find Izuku. Okay, said Toru. Are you sure you want to go? Asked Mineta. Look. All points leading to a big battle on the roof, and Izuku will need help. Said Aiko. Also I'm hooked up to the internet again, so. Okay. Let's do this. Said Mineta. Are you sure that's a good idea? Asked Momo. We need as much help as we can get right now, even with All Might, so if I must I play that card. Said Aiko. Everyone looked at Momo. You don't want to know. Sighed Momo. As he headed upstairs he got a call from Melissa. Uncle Might. I'm so glad that I was able to get you. Sighed Melissa. All Might grimaced. What happened? He asked, knowing that Aiko wouldn't tell him. Melissa told him what her father did, and that it was for him. I see. Said All Might. Don't worry, young Melissa. I will save him. I got some info about the guy. Said Aiko from the earpiece he kept in the ear. After all, it was a good idea to have a mission control in this situation. Okay, I'm also telling this at Izuku. But here's the info I managed to get about the guy. Said Aiko. With Izuku, Aiko was filling him on the same things she was telling All Might. From what I found out about him so far is that his name is Wolfram and his quirk is metal manipulation. Said Aiko, which from your first fight is very much, well duh, when it comes to his quirk. I'll remember that. Said Izuku. Okay. Let's go rescue him. Or see if All Might catches, said Aiko, but the way, do you need any reminders? I really don't get your mental blocks. I think I've forgotten something that wouldn't help. Said Izuku. Good. Said Aiko. Izuku made it to the roof where of course there was a helicopter ready to fly away. Those poor saps. Said Aiko, you know what would be funny? If you let them fly away with him. Then you show you can kind of sort of fly. Izuku glared to the pocket where the device was. Okay. I can feel you don't think that's a good idea, also he got shot, so unless something happens it's probably better to rescue him ASAP. Said Aiko. The villain Wolfram noticed them and started attacking with the metal that was on the roof. However, Izuku was able to kick away most of the metal was headed towards him. What is this kid? Muttered Wolfram. He knew no one would answer him. He knew that the kid was really strong and he should leave. He distracted him a bit more and got onto a helicopter. He ordered the pilot to leave. Wolfram looked at David, who was still alive and conscious. He was about to gloat as they flew away, however he turned around and saw that Izuku was headed right for the helicopter. "What the?" yelled Wolfram, "you can fly." Izuku shrugged as he landed into the helicopter. David was looking at Izuku in surprise, unsure how to respond. "Wait, are you Izuku Midoriya?" asked Wolfram, realizing something. "What?" asked Izuku. "Oh, that isn't good," said Aiko. "You're the most powerful incarnation," said Wolfram. "I was warned about you too." Izuku scowled. "Someone warned you about me?" asked Izuku. He pointed a gun at Izuku. "No matter how strong you are, a bullet will stop you," said Wolfram. "He's right," said Aiko. Izuku was about to say something. "You shouldn't save him," said Aiko. "You should leave." Izuku was about to argue, but then remember something that Aiko said earlier. That she was currently connected to All Might. "Wait," said Izuku. "I'd say you're about even in a sense, it's hard to say right now, but there's other reasons too," said Aiko, "but the point is you shouldn't save him." Izuku nodded and jumped out of the helicopter. Wolfram smiled as he watched Izuku leave. He was just about to gloat about how that a future hero turned his back on him, however that was when he saw All Might leaping towards the helicopter. Izuku landed and watched his mentor. "He needs to be the one who saves his friend," said Aiko. "Yeah," said Izuku with a nod. Izuku watched as All Might took down the helicopter and rescue his friend. Izuku didn't listen in on the conversation as he knew it was private. At the helicopter crashed through, Izuku, who had observation haki on just in case, sensed that Wolfram was alive. And he was doing something. "Sheet," he yelled in Sanji mode before slipping out it and ran towards All Might. "All Might, you have to move now." "What do you mean?" asked All Might. That was when the ensnare roof top suddenly shifted and practically exploded with piece of metal forming something huge. Turned out the fight wasn't over yet. And what's worse is that the fight turned into one Izuku wasn't sure he could handle. Chapter 45, definitely not a die-hard fight. Izuku looked at the mess of metal being built. There were two kind of opponents that Luffy had a hard time against. Those on par with him and those who could control the surroundings with their powers. In other words, this was bad. Really, really bad. Izuku found All Might and jumped towards him. "All Might," he called out. All Might turned to his protege and saw the look on his face. Ever since getting his past life memories, Izuku hadn't been very worried about fights. All Might knew this. From what he could gather, Izuku was extremely powerful in his past life and it was all skill, which was why he kept it. But for something to worry him, well, this is bad, said Izuku. All Might looked at Izuku. "In my past life, we fought a lot of opponents with abilities like this, and every single time, they gave Luffy a hard time," said Izuku. "He always won, but it was never an easy fight." All Might remembered that Luffy was the name of his past life's captain. "Wait," yelled Aiko, "wasn't Luffy Uber tier?" "Yeah," said Izuku. "What?" asked All Might. "I was nowhere near the most powerful in my past life," said Izuku. All Might just stared at Izuku. "Shock about Mr. I'm one step below Uber tier later," said Aiko, "and just how skewed the power levels are compared to the two worlds? It's not a good idea to gawk at the moment." That was when the mass of metal aimed towards them. Izuku grabbed All Might and managed to pull him out of the way. "Okay. I'm warning the backup coming," said Aiko. "With everything going on, with the exception of Mineta, I'm sure everyone will come still, if only to see the how uber-tired opponents were in your old world." All Might looked at his protege. "This might look bad," said All Might, "but things are different from your past life." Izuku nodded. That was when he took a breath and thought back what happened to Melissa earlier and a few memories of Luffy's injuries after such fights. All Might watched as the fire surrounded Izuku. The two nodded at each other and knew the fight just got started. Meanwhile, with Hibiki, Aiko just gave him the news about the Uber-tier pirate world level. "You have to be kidding me," said Hibiki. "I would never kid about that," said Aiko. "All right. Get an armor," said Hibiki. "I won't for two reasons," said Aiko. "The first is that you would be in even more danger since he can manipulate metal. And the other," said Hibiki. "None of them are in range as you didn't want to show it off this year," said Aiko. "Oh, right," said Hibiki. "Either way, it's bad, really bad," said Aiko. Hibiki nodded. With Melissa and Achiko they both headed to the rooftop. "I'm still going," said Melissa. "Make sure to protect her, because this level, it's scary," said Aiko. Achiko nodded. As it turned out, as they were heading to the right as the other two group met with each other right before that, Aiko dropped the news. "You're FING serious," yelled Katsuki. "I wouldn't joke about something like this. If a villain is a type that Izuku knows he will have a hard time against, then you have to take it seriously," said Aiko. "He's powerful, but he was nowhere near the most powerful in his past life." "How bad is it?" asked Momo. He's using a device that powered up his quirk in a way that reminds Izuku of opponents that Luffy had a hard time against. Said Aiko, it's never a good sign. Deku is powerful, and you're telling me he's having a hard time. Said Katsuki. Of course. And you've seen what Hibiki can do, but he also wasn't the strongest on his team either. He was just a really smart guy with a heart condition in a special suit of armor. I'd say what his team members were, but now's not the time. Said Aiko, but the point still stands, what's going on the roof is something beyond this world's power levels. You can provide backup, but it will be at your own discretion. I won't use the threat again because what's going on the rooftop is foobar. Is it really that bad? Asked Kirishima. It's up to you if you go. Said Aiko, oh, and Momo, don't make any metal weapons. They all looked at Momo as it was clear she was going to go as she nodded. With the exception of Toru, Mashireo, Todoroki and Bakugo, they all looked at each other unsure what to do. Back on the rooftop, the masses of Mayatale still headed right for them. However, Izuku managed to use Hell Memory Smash to destroy the mass. Thanks to the fact that he learned to reign in one for all and the memories weren't that strong compared to other, his legs weren't getting damaged thankfully. We really need a plan. Said Izuku. You can find David, right? Asked All Might. Izuku nodded. He had sensed All Might's friend and partner in the mass of metal being protected. Wolfram clearly wants him alive. Said Aiko, but it's still a good idea to rescue him from all this. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Said Wolfram with a laugh. Why do they always have to gloat? Asked Izuku, slipping to Sanji mode. All Might glared towards where Wolfram was. I will kill you and your little friend All Might. Bragged Wolfram, after all, if I kill the symbol of peace with this, then there be ever more buyers. Aiko groaned a little. There was so much she could snark about right now, but she knew she had to be quiet at the moment. She hated villains like that so much. Only in for the money was such a bad motivation. Wolfram knew he had to separate the two from each other. And created several walls. Izuku looked at the walls. Izuku, he'll be fine, said Aiko. Izuku didn't say anything. Okay, I might be only saying that a little. Said Aiko, but you can't get too distracted, you know this, I know this. So work on saving David's shield while I hope it gives me a certain opening for a certain line if I talk to him. What? Asked Izuku. There's a pop culture joke I've always wanted to make and it's very rare that I meet someone named Dave, said Aiko. She was a snarky AI after all. Of Karu's she always wanted to say that with the proper context. Izuku would have said something but he had to kick away some more of the metal going after him. He kicked it away. But even with Haki activated, it was still going to swarm him. I don't know if I can. Thought Izuku as it headed for him. However, before it could hit, a large explosion hit the mass of metal. He looked and saw Bakugo had just saved him. Thanks, said Izuku. Seriously, Deku? You're going to let this take you down? Said Bakugo. I thought Aiko would have explained it to you. Muttered Izuku in Sanji mode. However, before they could bicker, more masses of metal headed for him. Thankfully they were stopped by Todoroki freezing them and Momo cutting it down with some sort of sword that appeared to be made up of a crystal of some kind. He noticed that Kirishima, Toru, Mashireo and Ida were also with them fighting against the metal masses. Go save David's shield, yelled Toru. Right, said Izuku. Izuku headed towards the main mass. Nearby from a shield made up some sort of crystalline material, Kyoka, Kaminari, who was still kind of out of it, and Mineta watched. They were also holding on to Ida's transfers due to the fact that they would need updates. Hey, called out Achiko, running towards this group along with Melissa. You two all right? Asked Kyoka before Mineta could say anything. Besides a couple injuries, said Melissa. They watched the fight going on. Achiko looked at the fight with All Might, thinking back to what she had heard earlier. I wonder if it's true, she thought. As it was clear that All Might was clearly having a hard time with the fight as well. Even with the backup group. Sure Hokuden, called out Mashireo. He blasted away the metal constructs with his ki. DMN it, yelled Bakugo, what the F is up with Deku's old world? Kirishima wasn't having an easy time. Is there any help coming? He yelled. Don't worry. A pro is coming, said Aiko. Are you sure? Asked Kirishima. That was when they heard AC/DC's shoot to thrill paying and getting closer. That was when Hibiki flew down and blasted some of the metal. So this is what Pirate World Uber tier looks, said Hibiki. Aiko, well, one form of it. I really don't want to see the other form of it. A guy who's insanely strong, yeah, I don't want to see that either, said Hibiki. He then turned to the students helping out. Hey, you all might want to over your ears. He began to shoot out weird spheres of energy from his hands. When they hit their targets they exploded with the song that was playing. Aiko, how are things going with All Might? Asked Hibiki, not wanting to distract the top hero. Aiko, not good. Great, muttered Hibiki. And Aiko was telling the truth, he had started fighting Wolfram. But Wolfram had captured him after showing off that he had 2 quirks. Turned out he had met with All for One, who gave him a strength-enhancing quirk. All because All for One wanted a part in David's downfall. After all, no matter what happened, he would forever be labeled as a villain. This allowed Wolfram to capture All Might in a large mass of metal. And was about to crush. Izuku saw this and watched in horror. All Might, he yelled out. That was when the air turned blue for a second around Izuku and spread throughout the rooftop. Izuku sighed as he realized what he did and turned off hell memories. He looked at Wolfram and saw that he was still recovering from the Conqueror's hockey-like attack. He ran towards All Might. Aiko, can you tell everyone I'm sorry for that? Said Izuku as he knew it hit everyone. Of course. Said Aiko. However, everyone else was hit by it because he still couldn't control it. What was that? Asked Todoroki. He isn't quite sure. Sighed Hibiki, who managed to land. All he knows it has to do with his past life. Whatever the F it is, he needs to learn to control it. This is the second time. Muttered Katsuki. He says he's sorry, by the way. Said Aiko. Seriously? Asked Katsuki. It's clearly an uber-tier attack from his old world. Said Aiko. Of course he's apologizing. I'd say more, but it's one of those things that he need to tell you, but right now I know he won't, so just be quiet for once and let him do his thing. With the group that wasn't helping in the fight, Achiko looked at Melissa. You okay? She asked. What was that? Asked Melissa. Something he can do, but he doesn't have good control yet. Said Achiko. They looked at saw that Mineta was shaking and almost looked like he was on the verge of passing out. He's sorry, by the way. Said Aiko. With Izuku, he got to the mound of metal that All Might was, but before he could try to dig All Might out, he came to of it himself. I was just about to escape before you did that. Laughed All Might. Sorry. I know I still need to control it, and figure it out what is exactly. Said Izuku. Thankfully the metal shielded it mostly. Said All Might. Sorry. Said Izuku. Stop apologizing like an idiot and take advantage of the fact he's still kind of out. I doubt he's at the level as Mineta, but you still have time to take advantage. Said Aiko. That was when All Might noticed the gauntlet on Izuku's wrist. Oh, it's an invention of Melissa's, said Izuku. It's supposed to handle 3 of your smashes. Why are you wearing it? Asked Aiko. Because I couldn't figure out how to take it off. Said Izuku. That's just, said Aiko, who then sighed, who really didn't want to comment on that stupidity, double team him, because your plan at doing 2 different plans was such bad idea. They knew Aiko was right and nodded. You two are going to be in close pretty to each other, so I reconman not being on fire. Said Aiko. Izuku laughed nervously for a bit and they knew they had to still take advantage of this. However, it was clear the Wolfram was starting to recover. I don't know what you did, but, said Wolfram. That was when he saw that the 2 were almost there. He sent out more metal at them, but Izuku kicked it away after covering his leg in hockey. All Might managed to punch some of it away as well. There's more coming from above, yelled Izuku. All Might managed to dodge. How? Said Wolfram. Izuku didn't say anything because he knew that Wolfram was still recovering from the Conqueror's attack, as he currently calling it in his mind. Meaning there was a chance he was going to get sloppy for a bit. They still had to take advantage of it. Wolfram decided to do what he did to Izuku, what he tried to do to All Might, but Izuku managed to use combination of full cowling and hockey to bust through it. Wolfram was shaking. Both All Might and Izuku knew what sort of attack they had to do together. Izuku pushed aside his uncomfortableness from using his hands. Double Detroit Smash, they both called out, punching the villain hard. Everyone watching cheered for them to beat him as the attack hit. Everything practically exploded around the villain as he was defeated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as he was defeated. Katsuki even smiling, though it was caught by both Todoroki and Toru, and he scowled. All Might found David to talk to him. Both of them talking about everything and about the next generation. Meanwhile Melissa ran to Izuku. Deku, you're okay? Said Melissa. Thanks for the gauntlet. Said Izuku, I'm actually surprised I used it. Melissa smiled. There was an awkward silence. Said Izuku. What is it? Asked Melissa. How do I get this off? Said Izuku. Melissa sweat dropped. You are such a cinnamon roll. Laughed Aiko. Aiko. Said Izuku. Meanwhile, with Hibiki's shoot to thrill finally ended and the next song played. It was Let It Snow. He landed and took off his headphone. Enough of that. Said Hibiki. We all know it had to play tonight. Replied Aiko. Meanwhile Achiko was looking towards where she knew All Might was. She knew she had to learn more about what was going. In Hibiki's hotel room, it was device that was Aiko's home device. Her voice suddenly came out of it. DMN it, she yelled, I definitely shouldn't have heard that. She was referring to the fact that she heard All Might's nemesis had a hand in it, and the fact that his nemesis was alive and could give people quirks. As the sun rose, a few knew that things were going to change. After all, two of them had learned things they really shouldn't have. Chapter 46, Island Aftermath. In the hotel room that he was sharing with All Might, Izuku was cooking a meal for the two of them. It was a couple days after the incident. Everyone involved had to have a nice rest. After all, the whole thing took all night. All Might just sat on his bed resting as they had gotten in contact with the rest of Class 1A after everything that happened. All Might offered to have a good old barbecue to get their minds after everything. However, there was a lot on his mind. That was when he gotten text from an unknown number. He had gotten plenty of texts from unknown numbers. He read them just in case it was someone he knew. And as it turned out, it was from someone he knew. "Hey, it's Aiko. Put on in the earpiece. We need to talk." "How did you get this number?" was his response. "I have my ways, and you shouldn't worry about it, for your health and the health of the people you care about?" All Might stared at the phone in horror. "I'm just messing with you. I have all of the numbers in Hibiki's contacts memorized in case of emergency," was another text that got sent to his phone. All Might sighed, wondering why it didn't cross his mind. "Anyways, please put in the earpiece. It's better if we actually talk and not text." All Might saw the earpiece that he put on the table. "Don't worry, it's just me. It's not connected to Hibiki," said Aiko. "What did you want to talk about?" asked All Might. "All right, I won't beat around the bush. The villain who gave you that injury, he's still alive, isn't he?" asked Aiko. All Might paled, then remembered that Aiko heard everything during the fight. "He is," said All Might. "And he has the power to give quirks, doesn't he?" asked Aiko. All Might didn't answer. "Don't worry," said Aiko, "this is big, so I have no intention of telling anyone unless I have to." "What do you mean you have to?" asked All Might. "If Hibiki puts together the pieces and orders me to tell him all I know about this, I will have to tell him," said Aiko. "You think he'll figure it out?" asked All Might. It could go either way," said Aiko. "When you're a mix of really smart guy and dumbass, it's hard to tell." All Might did chuckle. "But seriously, this is huge, and definitely needs to remain a secret, so it's mostly safe with me," said Aiko. All Might nodded. "Well, I should get going. Just a heads up, this is probably not the only awkward conversation you'll have today. The one with Ochiko's probably going to take a lot of you," said Aiko. "What do you mean?" asked All Might. "You'll see later," said Aiko. "Gotta go." All Might's sweat dropped as Aiko left. All Might sighed as Izuku knocked on the door. "Breakfast is ready," said Izuku. All Might nodded and headed to the kitchen area of their suite. "So who were you talking to?" asked Izuku. All Might knew he had to come clean. "Aiko, she overheard something during the fight," said All Might. "Wait, you don't mean?" said Izuku. All Might had told him that All For One had a bit of a hand in events, but not everything. "She knows about All For One, but not everything," said All Might. Izuku sighed. "She doesn't know that you know," said All Might. "That makes sense," said Izuku. "She still thinks I'm a late bloomer." "There's something that concerned me though," said All Might. "She said something about another awkward conversation today." Izuku looked at All Might and sweat dropped. Let's talk about that later," said Izuku. All Might's sweat dropped and realized that whatever the conversation was, Izuku knew what it was. That afternoon it was time for the barbecue. "What do you mean you're not the one cooking?" yelled Kaminari. "All Might wanted to do it," said Izuku. "Why did you let him?" said Kaminari. Grabbed Izuku's collar. "He wanted to do it. Even if I'm a better cook, he has his reasons," said Izuku. Everyone else sweat dropped at this. "Get the F off him, Pikachu. He doesn't have to cook for you," said Bakugo. "You're only saying that because you didn't try his cooking," said Kaminari. "All right. That's enough of that," said Hibiki, who was also invited to the barbecue. "Just let All Might cook. I'm sure Izuku will cook for you soon." Izuku's sweat dropped. He was pretty sure he was going to take over cooking duties during the camp. "I know I'm not as good as young Midoriya," called out All Might, "but I do make a mean kebab." "When did All Might have your cooking?" asked Kaminari. Said Izuku. "I think the real question is, when did Lunch Rush eat his cooking? He still hasn't told that story yet," said Kyoko with a sweat drop. Izuku began to blush at that. Thankfully the subjects changed. Also at one point, Toru decided to start a contest, inspired by something that happened during the incident. "Seriously, you really think no one can eat the cupcakes you make for me?" said Bakugo. "I had to eat some of the cupcakes she made for you," said Momo. "They were very hard to eat." "You're just a FING coward," said Bakugo. Momo entered Urza mode and glared at him. "What was that?" she asked. Before any more could be said. "Come on. Bakugo might not think it's much, but I'm sure you're all up for the challenge," said Toru. "I'm up for it," said Kirishima. I don't remember what happened with Yomomo, but I'm sure it wasn't that bad, said Kaminari. It can't be that bad, said Mina. And so there were 5 takers for the challenge, the 3 aforementioned, as well as Yuzu, who was also invited, and Dark Shadow. Wait, Dark Shadow really? Asked Kaminari. Can he even eat? Asked Kirishima. I can eat. Bring on the cupcakes, yelled Dark Shadow. All right. Once you ask for milk you forfeit. The last one standing wins, said Toru. All 5 competitors began the contest. All 5 of them immediately regretted everything. What is up with these cupcakes? Yelled Mina. My mouth is one fire, yelled Kaminari. What is wrong with you? Yelled Yuzu to Bakugo. They're not that spicy, muttered Bakugo. They are? TNT for brains just has an insane love for spicy things, said Izuku in Sanji mode. Bakugo just glared at Izuku, who shrugged it off. As the eating contest continued, Izuku noticed that Achiko was standing off to the side. Hey, he said. Hey, she sighed. The 2 of them looked at each other. There's something we need to talk about, said Achiko. Izuku nodded. As everyone was distracted by the contest, they knew they could talk about it somewhat openly. But it was off to the side so that hopefully no one would hear. When David Shield mentioned All Might, you didn't seem surprised, said Achiko. No, sighed Izuku. He's your secret mentor, so it makes sense you would know, said Achiko. Izuku nodded when she said that. He still had to get used to his classmates knowing that All Might was his mentor. You have to tell him, said Izuku. I know, said Achiko. Just be aware, when he shows how bad of a shape he's in, said Izuku, it's not just him losing his power but something else. How bad is it? Asked Achiko. Izuku didn't say, and Achiko realized it must be bad. All Might did notice that the 2 had left to talk and remembered what Aiko said earlier, and wonder if that had anything to do with it. Soon enough the contest ended with Kirishima as the winner. Yes, I won, said Kirishima with his mouth matching his bright red hair. The other 4 were clearly in pain, even Dark Shadow. Should we be concerned about Dark Shadow's pain? Asked Shoji. He's fine, said Tokoyami. I don't know if there really is a winner here, said Tsuyu. They're not that spicy, yelled Bakugo. Later, All Might approached Hibiki. Hibiki, there's something I really should return to you, said All Might. He was about to give Hibiki the earpiece. Keep it, said Hibiki. All Might was about to say something. 2 things, the first is having a device connected to Aiko would be a good thing to keep, said Hibiki. Something could happen and it would be a good idea to get Aiko's help. You'll never know. You're right, said All Might. The other reason is that I have a drawer filled with those, said Hibiki. If I lose one it's no big deal, in fact if I have 5 minutes to burn I tend to make them, which is the reason why I have a drawer filled with them. All Might's sweat dropped at this reaction. You know, if you ever want some spares, just tell me, because well, like I said I plenty to spare, said Hibiki. Sooner enough the barbecue was wrapping up. Izuku booked at Achiko. She had decided to do this alone. All Might, there's something I need to talk to you about, said Achiko. All Might knew this was the conversation that Aiko had warned him about. Of course, young Uraraka, said All Might. The 2 of them found a spot to talk in. What did you need to talk to me about? Asked All Might. During what happened your friend brought up the fact that you're losing your power and that you're not doing well, said Achiko. All Might coughed up blood. All Might, cried Achiko. And then he wasn't able to hold his form anymore and he reverted to his skeletal form. Achiko screamed and All Might just sighed at the reaction. Once she calmed down, All Might once again sighed. Are you the only one who heard this? Asked All Might. Deku and Melissa also heard it, explained Achiko. All Might nodded. About young Midoriya, said All Might. I'm not going to pretend for this conversation, said Achiko. I know you're mentoring him. All Might once again coughed up blood in shock. How? Asked All Might. You're not subtle about it, said Achiko with a sweat drop. Nearly half the class agreed you're mentoring him. What? Asked All Might. Wait, who figured it out? Well, it was everyone in the therapy group and Ida, said Achiko. All Might nodded, not surprised that they figured it out. They were the closet to Izuku after all. Also Tsu, Jiro, and Koda, said Achiko. Then All Might remembered something. Wait, weren't they the ones? Said All Might. We all agreed when you came to watch Deku's exam, said Achiko. I don't know the rest of the class. All Might just shook his head. Also Mina knows too, said Achiko. Almost forgot her. Mostly because I only just found she figured it out. How does she know? Said All Might. Flashback. Well, I'm going to preview day, said Toru, putting on her costume. What, why? Asked Mina. Well, Izuku was originally going to go with Hibiki, But his secret mentor showed up at the last minute and invited him. So Hibiki had is giving me Izuku's preview day ticket. Lucky. Wait, secret mentor? Asked Mina. Oh, you mean All Might, right? Yeah, said Toru. Oh, you figured it out too, said Momo, trying not to laugh. Yeah, they're not doing a good job hiding it, laughed Mina. Well, see you guys later. If you need it, I left a deck of Uno, said Toru as she left. End of flashback. All Might couldn't help it, but he was doing the double face palm. You do need to learn subtlety, sighed Achiko. It's fine, sighed All Might. All Might, what happened to you? Asked Achiko. I had some medical training in my past life, and for someone to look like that. All Might knew that he had to come clean about his injury to her, not that he wasn't not going to tell her. She just started in shock at the horrifying scar. She wasn't that horrified, but she did look very worried. Deku knows everything, doesn't he? Asked Achiko. All Might nodded. You can't tell anyone, said All Might. You can talk to Izuku and Hibiki about this, but no one else. Of course not. I know this is a big secret, said Achiko. All Might nodded. But, with everything, you can't keep it a secret forever, said Achiko. I know, said All Might. Achiko sighed. The two of them were silent for the next couple of minutes. There's something else I need to ask, said Achiko. What is it? Asked All Might. Does any of this have to do with lunch rush trying Deku's food? Asked Achiko, because whenever we try to ask him he dodged the question. All Might laughed at this. Since you're in the know, I should hear the story, said All Might. Achiko wasn't surprised to learn that Izuku was cooking for All Might, considering the dietary needs he had. On the day everyone finally left, Izuku and All Might couldn't but to solemnly look at I-Island before they did indeed leave. After all, what happened was terrible, especially the downfall of one of All Might's closest friends. And things did change with that trip, with Achiko knowing about All Might's health. And Izuku hoped that the rest of his summer vacation wouldn't turn out that badly. But little did he know was as summer vacation was getting started, so were other things that were going to go down. Chapter 47, This is My Territory. Izuku looked at the high-end apartment building in front of him. He held a bag of groceries ready for that day. He rang the doorbell. Come on up, called out Hibiki's voice from the intercom. The door buzzed open and he opened the door. Flashback. Anyways, let's talk about something else I have in mind for the summer, said Hibiki. What is it? Asked Izuku. A small party at my place, said Hibiki, to introduce you to other reincarnations. Really? Asked Achiko. I already invited Yuzu and Chuko. Both of them want to meet the rest of you, said Hibiki. What about Hana? Asked Achiko. She declined. Even with your help, she's still in a bad place, said Hibiki, but there are 3 others for sures. Really? Asked Izuku. Who? You'll have to wait and see, said Hibiki, but one of them is that close friend I mentioned earlier. I'm sure you two will get along. As for the other 2, they're the 2 were victims of Priestess that were hit after you, so they're still trying meet new people, so they decided to come even with the rules I set up. What rules? Asked all 5. I had it so that there's no booze and no SEC talk, said Hibiki, so most of them aren't interested in going, because of that. This made the 5 sweat drop. Look, I'm still uncomfortable talking about SEC with you, and the booze speaks for itself, said Hibiki, who then sighed, then spoke in English, muttering to himself, and Yuzu and Aoi are both the current title holders for Best Celebrity SEC Stories, so that turns off people who want to hear those stories but can't because you're there. We heard that, pointed out Izuku, Momo, and Toru. Oh right, you speak English, said Hibiki. Both Achiko and Mashireo looked at Izuku and Momo, who both had looks on their faces that said, you don't want to know. But the point is that they're kind of turn off right now, said Hibiki, but my point is, my best friend, my good friend but not best, the death metal lady and the 2 newbies are the only ones coming. There might be more, but when it happens that's the short guest list. End of flashback. Izuku made his way into Hibiki's apartment, which was very nice. He wasn't surprised considering that Hibiki held many patents for the stuff he invented. He was also the first one there, which was planned ahead. Of course he would cook. Hey, you ready to get cooking? Asked Hibiki. Izuku nodded. As he got started cooking, the 2 talked. So any more guests? Asked Izuku. Yeah, the new guy, said Hibiki. Did Achiko tell you? Tell me what? Asked Izuku. Oh, I guess she didn't, said Hibiki. Anyways, when she talked to me about something, our conversation got interrupted with news that there was someone who fought back against Priestess. He's coming? Asked Izuku. I haven't really met him yet, but from I heard, he's on our level, said Hibiki. Izuku stopped what he was doing and he knew what Hibiki meant. Well, actually more like mine and Momo's, nowhere close to your level, said Hibiki. Yeah, said Izuku. From what I heard about him, he's already adjusting with his new past life abilities, and he is skilled. Said Hibiki. Do you know what he was? Asked Izuku. A hero in his past life like me. Said Hibiki, though from what I heard his world was a bit more complicated. Izuku nodded. After a bit longer the doorbell rang. It's us, called out Yuzu's voice from the intercom. Hibiki let Yuzu in. Wait, said Izuku. Since Yuzu's in town she came with Toru. Said Hibiki, though they had to do something first. What? Asked Izuku. They'll explain. Said Hibiki trying not to laugh. Both Yuzu and Toru entered the apartment. Toru was carrying boxes of cupcakes. But Toru also seemed, judging by her body language, to be tired. Are you okay? Asked Izuku. Just a last bit of punishment from Yuzu after what happened in Hosu. Sighed Toru. Izuku was confused, as he had forgotten about the punishment that was mentioned back during the incident. I made her carry me around Dagobah while I quoted Yoda at her. Said Yuzu. Izuku stared at Yuzu. What? I'm a huge Star Wars fan. Said Yuzu. That was when the intercom once again buzzed and Hibiki answered it. Hey, here for the party? Asked a voice. Come on up. Said Hibiki. A minute later a guy in late 20s showed up. He had messy black hair and his hands were bigger than normal and he had holes in hands. Izuku immediately recognized him. You're the hero meat shot, he said, going into hero fanboy mode. Your quirk let you shoot out high-powered rounds out of your hand. The man laughed and smiled. Awesome, said the hero, and I saw the sports festival. To have some fanboy like you over me, wow. Izuku started to blush. The name's Hiroki Niku. He introduced himself. Your family name is Niku. Said Izuku with a sweat drop. Yeah, my hero name is on the nose. Laughed Hiroki. Yuzu was looking at him. Hey. I know you, said Yuzu, you're the guy who killed LeVar Burton in your past life. Everything seemed to freeze. Hiroki was frozen. Then he yelled out, why would you say that? He then collapsed. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. He cried in English, going into the fetal position. Then he started singing a song, more specifically the Reading Rainbow theme song. In his past life he was a guy by the name of Troy Barnes. He lived an interesting life. At first he was just a skilled high school football player. But then he couldn't take the pressure anymore, especially after a speech from a classmate that had a nervous breakdown, so he deliberately injured himself, losing out on a scholarship. So he went to community college instead, a really weird community college. He and his friends went my weird adventures, like heists, wars and saving the day. Also he was the chosen one for air conditioner repairmen. However, thanks to his friend he knew LeVar Burton, who was his idol, and in order to get a substantial inheritance from said friend, who had passed away before he did, they on a sailing trip together. As one can guess, something went wrong and he feels like he's to blame to his idol's death. Everyone looked at Yuzu. Yuzu, you know that's a sensitive topic for him. Said Hibiki. Oh, right? Said Yuzu. You have to fix this. Said Hibiki. How? Asked Yuzu. Hibiki looked at her. They knew he was also from the time PRDS at them, though much younger than them, but there would be certain things that they had in common. One of them was an ex-boyfriend of Liz Lemon. Look, if it will get you to calm down, I'll let you know I dated Conan O'Brien in my past life. Said Yuzu. Hiroki looked up. Okay. I really didn't need to know that. Said Hiroki. I know. Sighed Yuzu. Who's Conan O'Brien? Toru asked Izuku. Izuku shrugged. So he just as pasty, I think he is under his clothes. Said Hiroki had calmed down. Okay, putting a stop to that now. Said Hibiki, no SEC talk. He turned to Aiko's device. Also don't send them information on who Conan O'Brien is, said Hibiki. Fine. Said Aiko. The two teenagers looked at each other and shrugged. That was when the doorbell rang. Hibiki got it. Hey, it's me, called out a voice. Hibiki let him in and soon enough a man in his mid-20s came in. He had white hair and seemed to glow a little as his irises were white too. Oh wow. Your color wheel, cheered Izuku, your quirk is really versatile one. There's a note on the back of your neck that changes your power if you shine a certain color light, but only the 3 primary colors or the 3 secondary colors. The hero gave a big grin. I heard you were a hero fanboy. He laughed. Aoi Hakase and Hibiki told me you're really into quirk analysis. That was when Izuku remember something? Color wheel was on top of the list that Hibiki originally gave him before he went with Gran Torino. Oh, you were on the top of the list for internship choices. Said Izuku, sorry I didn't go with you, it was a little complicated. It's fine. I heard that it was a recommendation from your mentor. Said Aoi. You'll never guess who his mentor is, said Yuzu. Please don't tell him. Said Izuku. How did you two become friends? Asked Toru. No, why did you ask? Muttered Yuzu. It's because he speaks Japanese, said Hibiki with a sly smirk. What? Asked Toru. Aoi had a smirk too. So that project you're working on? Said Aoi. Oh yeah? Said Hibiki. Then he began to tell Aoi about his latest invention. That was when they both talked about the finer details of the project? None of them understood any of it as there was a lot of things they didn't understand. Please tell me you can understand it, said Yuzu. Just some words, said Hiroki. Yeah, said Izuku. Yuzu looked at the two. I had a mad scientist biological father in my past life, said Izuku. And in my past life I was the truest repairman, so I know a lot about fixing and building things, said Hiroki. The truest repairman? Asked Toru. I'll explain later, said Hiroki. So were you also a crazy inventor in your past life? Asked Toru. I did invent a few things, but I was an explorer, said Aoi. Really? Asked Izuku. What did you explore? All of space and time, said Aoi with a smirk. In Aoi's past life he was known as the Doctor, an alien that whose spaceship was also a time machine. More specifically his 11th incarnation, well, 12th, it's compilated. His people had the ability called regeneration that let him live when he was close to death by regenerating into something of a new person. He wasn't sure why he was reincarnated as he was supposed to have regenerated, however due to many reasons he had a lot of theories, but for the time being he didn't have any answers. But still, he was going to get along with Izuku quite a bit. That was when the doorbell rang. Come on up, said Hibiki. Within a few minutes, Achiko, Momo and Mashireo came up. The three came together as a group, partially to make sure that Mashireo didn't get lost, which was ironic as he is the only one who had been there before. Though Achiko seemed a little out of it. What, you guys come here in a limo or something? Asked Aiko. Achiko didn't answer. You've been to her house. How are you not used to it? Asked Aiko. I don't know, sighed Achiko. So how many people are we waiting for? Said Mashireo, wanting to change the subject from Achiko. 3, said Hibiki. The doorbell rang again. 2. Correct, Hibiki going to the intercom. Come on up. He let the guest in and it was Chuko who was carrying a guitar case with her. So you're the other 4. Said Chuko. I'm Chuko Jinga, aka Lady Soul. And I'm sure that Momo told you about me, and that you saw that morning show. The 4 nodded. It's so nice to finally meet you, said Izuku. Oh, so the infamous fanboy, giggled Chuko, making Izuku blush. That was when the doorbell rang. Come on up, said Hibiki. Wait, is that the newest guy or Sito? Asked Chuko. Sito, said Hibiki. Seriously, muttered Chuko. Why, wrong? Asked Momo. That was when a somewhat scruffy-looking guy with messy brown hair entered the room. I brought various drinks. Don't worry, I know there's teens here and they're all non-alcoholic, said the man named Sito. Oh, your dog spirit, said Izuku. Your quirk lets you turn in a dog, and not only that but you turn into various hybrid forms as well, which you use in various ways. I heard that one of you was a hero fanboy, but I didn't think it was the kid who won the sports festival, laughed Sito Kurwa. Izuku once again blushed. So good seeing you, Chuko, said Sito. So how about that date? Still not interested, said Chuko, rolling her eyes. Sito shrugged. I had to say this, Chuko whispered to Momo, but he's a better person to ask about dealing with a world without magic. He was a magic user too? Asked Momo. Unfortunately, muttered Chuko. Sito in his past life was a man named Sirius Black, a wizard who lived in a world where it seemed to be normal, but the world had wizards and all sorts of magical creatures and normal people mostly didn't know about it. He also lived during a war between wizards and fought in it. He was also framed for a crime he didn't commit and spent a lot of time in jail. He was also open about his death, but that's for another time. So we're waiting for the new guy, right? Asked Sito. Yeah, said Hibiki. And he's the 4th freak out, said Aiko. Really? Asked Achiko. She only knew he fought back. And it's not because of stupid reasons, said Yuzu. From what I can tell, the guy was someone like Tony. What's that supposed to mean? Asked Hibiki. Well, he was a hero in his past life, said Aiko. Really? Asked Toru. I also heard that he was a race car driver at one point, said Sito, taking a seat next to Chuko, who had taken a seat on the couch. I had actually heard he was a paleologist, said Chuko. I think he was also a teacher. He could be all of the above, you know, said Aiko. From what I managed to get, her freak out was pretty epic. Hibiki was pouting. Somebody's jealous, sang Yuzu. No, I'm not, muttered Hibiki as the doorbell rang. He went over the intercom. Come on up. You're the last one here, new guy, muttered Hibiki. This made everyone sweat drop. We might need to defuse something, muttered Momo with her eye twitching. Achiko nodded in agreement. That was when a man with clawed hands came into the room. He also had a reptilian tail. "Oh, you're Dino Ace," said Izuku. "I've actually been paying attention to you a lot lately, before you got hit?" "I mean, really?" asked the newcomer. "You were paying attention to me?" Izuku blushed and nodded. "Wow. I'm surprised considering what I've been up to before I remembered my past life," said the newcomer. "And you won the UA Sports Festival." "Yeah," said Izuku, not wanting to go into details why he started to pay attention to Hiro. "I'm Hibiki Kinzoku." "But you already knew that," said Hibiki. It was like he was trying to assert dominance over him. "I'm Ruji Hogo," said the newcomer, trying to be a nice guy in the face. "You kids get to see him an a-hole today," Yuzu told the teens. "Island," said Mashareo at his eye twitching. "Oh right," said Yuzu. "So, you were a hero in your past life too?" said Hibiki. "I was," said Ruji. "In my past life I was a Power Ranger. That's what we're called in my old world. You see, there were all sorts of teams made up throughout the years and even different universes. I was also kind of like All Might in a way. The one who everyone looked up to and the one who often led everyone when we all got together." "Really?" asked Hibiki, getting jealous. It was true. In his past life he was known as Tommy Oliver. And it was true, he was considered a legend and held multiple titles as a Power Ranger: the original Green Ranger, the original White Ranger, the Red Zeo Ranger, the first Red Turbo Ranger and the Black Dino Thunder Ranger. And he was sort of an All Might equivalent due to that. "Did help bring back half the universe back to life?" asked Hibiki. "Okay. I think we should change the subject," said Aoi. "Oh yeah. Hiroki. You mentioned something about a truest repair man," said Toru. "Truest repair man?" asked Sito. "Okay, it involves air conditioner repair men. It turned out in my past life they controlled a lot of aspects of society," said Hiroki. And so he told the story about the truest repair man, the chosen one for air conditioner repair men. He tried to get them to act normal, but was never able to really. "You were the chosen one for air conditioner repair men?" asked Momo, trying to wrap her head around it. "Are you sure that was real?" asked Sito, who was in the weirded out category. "Look, it happened before the gas leak that affected my college, so it was one of those things that was real," said Hiroki. "And considering that I remember what happened that one Halloween when everyone got roofied, it was real." "Wait, a Halloween where everyone got roofied?" said Hibiki. "Please tell it's not a sex story." "Oh, don't worry, it wasn't. The government did it everyone at the party because of a secret zombie virus that they wanted to keep quiet about. I was the one who saved the day and made sure the virus didn't spread and also saved everyone who was infected." "Oh okay, that makes sense," said Hibiki. "How does that make any sense?" asked Momo. "Trust me, I know about how shady the government can be," said Hibiki. "You know, I'm starting to get hungry," said Yuzu. "You're always hungry." Hibiki. Yuzu created a small crystal ball and threw it at him. "You're only making yourself hungrier," said Hibiki. "Don't worry, lunch should be ready soon," said Izuku. "Are you sure you should be the one cooking?" asked Ruji. "I was a cook in my past life," said Izuku. "I thought you were a pirate," said Sito. "I was the cruise cook," said Izuku. "Wait, you were a pirate," said Hiroki. "Were the Jack Sparrow adventurer type or the ones that took Tom Hanks?" "What?" asked Izuku, who got the Jack Sparrow reference. "The ruthless modern kind," translated Yuzu. "Oh, adventurer type," said Izuku. "Okay, cool," said Hiroki. "Why were you asking?" asked Izuku. "No reason," said Hiroki. "Okay. I should finish up lunch," said Izuku, getting the feeling about why he was asking. "You know what's fun?" said Aoi, changing the subject. "I never caused Priestess to freak out." "Why?" asked Achiko. "I guess you could say that Yuzu's the exception to the normal people not fighting back," said Aoi, "but I'm the exception to the ones who don't fight back." "What do you mean?" asked Mashareo. "I wasn't really a fighter, but I wasn't a normal person either," said Aoi. "Really, what were you?" asked Sito. "He was an alien time traveler," said Yuzu. "Oh, like Inspector Spacetime," said Hiroki. Everyone looked at Hiroki. "Favorite TV show from my past life," explained Hiroki. "That also sounds like a pony I knew from my past life," said Toru. "Lunch is ready," called out Izuku as he finished up everything. However, during this conversation Hibiki was glaring at Ruji. And soon enough they were eating lunch. Of course, those who hadn't eaten Izuku's food before were trying their best not to scarf it down due to how good it was. "This is so good," said Chuko. "How did you learn how to cook like this in your past life?" "You were a pirate. How did you learn how to cook gourmet?" said Hiroki. It's a long story, said Izuku blushing. I heard something about Lunch Rush declaring you a rival, is that true? Asked Aoi. Izuku sighed at that. You're going to have to face him a cooking battle eventually, said Achiko. I know, sighed Izuku. You know you still haven't told how Lunch Rush tried your cooking, pointed out Mashireo. It's not important really, said Izuku. He looked at both Hibiki and Achiko hoping one of them would change the subject for him. Hibiki was lightly glaring at Ruji, while Achiko was trying her best to keep a straight face. Thankfully Aiko recognized Izuku's problem and decided to bail him out. I wish I could eat that delicious food, but I have no mouth to taste with, said Aiko. Aiko, please stop doing this, sighed Hibiki. Why should I care? I also have no soul, said Aiko. Aiko play Funky Town, said Hibiki. Ruji looked at Hibiki, then he got a text that said, it's called a joke. He looked at Hibiki. Did she just? He asked. Yes, she has her own phone number and can text people, said Hibiki. I see, said Ruji. After lunch of course they had cupcakes. Wait, this is my favorite type of cupcake, said Hiroki. How did you know? Don't question the cupcakes, said Mashireo. Hiroki then shrugged at this. After lunch they talked some more. You know, I've been wondering, said Hiroki, changing the subject, does Aiko play chess? Oh, that old cliché, said Aiko. Oh, you're a computer, you must love playing chess or Jeopardy. Jeopardy? Asked Toru. It's something from years ago, but that's beside the point, said Aiko. I prefer playing Battleship and Monopoly. I have things for her to play the game, said Hibiki. What you play against her in your spare time? Asked Ruji. What, you think my life is so sad that I play against an AI I built? Asked Hibiki. Ruji looked at him. So what's the whole Jeopardy thing again? Asked Toru. Okay, so in the early 21st century a computer company built an AI named Watson and thought the best way to test it was to play Jeopardy, said Aiko. This is how the rest of the party so going to go, isn't it? Asked Momo. Distracting the Hibiki from doing something stupid with Ruji? Asked Aoi. It is. After Aiko's explanation about Watson, Hibiki was glaring at Ruji again. I brought my guitar, said Chuko. Remember? She took it out and decided to play a few songs. Of course she opened up with a death metal song. She did sing a few other songs, including a rather pretty song she wrote in her past life. That is amazing, Chuko, said Sito. Still not interested, said Chuko, rolling her eyes. Everyone noticed the Hibiki was lightly glaring at Ruji. Everyone looked at each other. They were running out of things to distract them. However, Yuzu, being Hibiki's best friend, looked like she was really getting tired of it. Okay. This has gone on far too long and it's no longer funny, yelled Yuzu. What? Asked Hibiki. You two are acting like passive-aggressive territorial cats. Enough is enough, yelled Yuzu. Passive-aggressive territorial cats? Asked Achiko. They exist, said Toru. Okay, said Momo with a sweat drop. Look, you both are awesome. We get that, yelled Yuzu, but you're both acting like idiots. We're not acting like idiots, muttered Hibiki. You are, said Aiko, agreeing with Yuzu. I'm extremely tempted to ask if you were going to challenge him to a sing contest like that one time with the guy from your old school. What? Said Ruji. Flashback. Both Hibiki and another man was on his roof, peeing. That was when they saw someone walking their dog. They tired not aim at the dog but the dog got hit. End of flashback. I hadn't seen that dog in between that incident and moving here. I think we broke its spirit, mumbled Hibiki. Everyone stared at Hibiki learning this fact. Yuzu and Aoi had heard the story. The five teens on the other hand? Izuku had a look on his face that said, I know the feeling. Achiko and Mashireo both had looks of not being surprised. Momo just looked at him shaking her head. As for Toru, she was invisible. The adults on the other hand, both Sito and Hiroki, were both trying not to laugh. Chuko had an amused smile and Ruji was just staring at him. I'm going to guess you feel threatened, said Yuzu. You think he's going to take your place as the unofficial leader of everyone. But you know he's not. Hibiki pouted a little. I know, he muttered, because Izuku is going to take my place in a few years. Wait, what? Asked Izuku. What do you mean I'm going to take your place? Well, said Hibiki, the thing is, well, you're uber powerful, you're a UA student, not to mention your secret mentor. The second you break away from a sidekick, everyone who is a reincarnation is going to look to instead of Hibiki as leader, explained Aiko. What? Yelled Izuku. Secret mentor? Asked Hiroki. He's being mentored by All Might, said Yuzu. Awesome, said Hiroki. Oh, that explains a few things, said Aoi. Izuku sighed as he tried to process everything. He has confidence issues, doesn't he? Asked Ruji. It's worse than that, he developed a mental block holding himself back in fights because of it. said Hibiki. Ruji flinched. Hey! It's not going to happen anytime soon, said Toru. Yeah. I'm sure it will be fine. You have plenty of time to prepare, said Achiko. I'm not saying don't get along, said Yuzu, getting the subject away from Izuku. Just don't act like this, or at least try to avoid each other like this. Honestly, admitted Ruji, I needed your help with something. What? Asked Hibiki. I know there's a morphing grid in this world, but I haven't figured out how to tap into it, explained Ruji. Morphing grid? Asked Yuzu. It has to do with his powers, said Aoi. Ah? Said Yuzu. You better know what you're doing, said Hibiki. Don't worry. I do, said Ruji. Also, I think we should help him. It was clear that Izuku was still having his panic attack over one day becoming leader. Hey, look Izuku, said Hibiki. I know. I can do it, but it's still a lot, sighed Izuku. Is he really that strong? Asked Ruji. Izuku in his past life wasn't a top-tier fighter, said Aiko. What? Said Ruji. Yeah. I was strong, but nowhere near the top, said Izuku. Aoi seemed to nod. What kind of world did you live in your past life? Asked Hiroki. What kind of world did you live in your past life? Izuku asked right back while entering Sanji mode. Hiroki was about to turn it around on him but then realized. Okay, I admitted to fighting zombies, and being the truest repairman. I did come from a really weird world, said Hiroki. I'm pretty sure magical talking pony wins for weirdest past life in this room, said Aiko. Magical talking pony? Asked Sito. Toru raised her arm while the other students pointed at her. The rest of the party went smoothly. However, Izuku opted to say and clean up even though he did cook. Okay, there's something I didn't want to say during the party, muttered Hibiki, but... What? Asked Izuku. Someone was jealous, sang Aiko. What? Asked Izuku. You started looking into him, said Hibiki, who started blushing. I got kind of jealous. Okay. Oh. I was looking into him before he got his memories back, said Izuku with a sweat drop. This surprised Hibiki. He said it earlier in the day, pointed out Aiko. I guess I forgot, said Hibiki with a sweat drop. It's because before he got his memories back, he reminded me of someone from my past life, said Izuku. Hibiki was surprised. Oh? Said Hibiki, I see. I knew he couldn't be his reincarnation because he wasn't dead when I died, said Izuku, but he still reminded me of him. Why? Asked Hibiki. Ah? Said Izuku, I don't think it's a good idea to say. What was on your crewmates a huge coward at one point? Asked Aiko. Ah? Said Izuku, kind of. I see, said Hibiki. I'm sorry for making you feel that way, said Izuku. Kid, don't apologize, said Hibiki. Izuku sighed. Yeah, don't blame yourself for Hibiki being a territorial idiot, said Aiko. That's all on him. Aiko, go home, said Hibiki. Yes sir, said Aiko. There was an awkward silence as Izuku realized something before Hibiki did. Look, someone forgot something again, sang Aiko. Hibiki face-palmed. Izuku sighed at Hibiki. Thankfully afterward Hibiki somewhat got along with Ruji, helping him regain his abilities from the past life. Though admittingly the two couldn't be called friends. Still, it was better than being a territorial idiot. Chapter 48, Camping Trip. It was finally time for camp. Everyone had gathered outside of school as Aizawa told them how to handle it and how the camp was for training. Oh man. This is going to be so exciting, cheered Toru. I just hope I won't get too lost, sighed Mashireo. Don't worry, I'm sure everyone will be able to keep an eye on you, said Toru. I got lost so many times in the forest in my past life though, said Mashireo. However, as they were talking about this, Monoma showed up. I heard that Class 1A has students who have to take extra classes, he mocked, not to mention I heard that some of you have to go through a reassessment. That's so much more pathetic. It must mean that they overestimated you, Anne. That was when Itsuka knocked him out. Does anyone want to tell him that it's the opposite of what he thought it was? Said Toru. No, said the other four of the group. Okay, said Toru. They also saw the rest of Class 1B who was interested in hanging out them. However, it was also time to board the bus. As the bus ride went on Aizawa's side. It will be an hour until our first stop, said Aizawa. He looked back at the class who were just all excited for everything, despite Ida scolding everyone. Aizawa sighed knowing it was going to be the last chance at having fun and goofing off. An hour later they made it to the first rest stop. Everyone was stretching or needed to use the bathroom, well only Mineta in the last case. This isn't much of a rest stop, muttered Kyoka. This isn't a normal rest stop, said Aizawa. Please tell me I can use a bathroom, said Mineta. Long no see, Eraser, said a voice. These are the pro heroes who are going to help you train during this week, said Aizawa. They saw that a nearby car opened up, and two heroines dressed like cat-themed magical girls introduced themselves. One of them had short brown hair and wore a red costume, and the other a blonde wearing a blue outfit. Both intruded themselves along with a sullen little boy. All but one student stared at the two. The one who wasn't staring was Izuku, who had entered a bizarre hybrid of his love mode and fanboy mode. It's the wild PP cats, squeaked Izuku. They're a 4-person team specialize in mountain rescue. Not only at the fact they were beautiful, but they've been around for a long time, since we were little. They must be. However, the one dressed in blue named Pixie Bob grabbed his face. Your math must be off. I'm 18 at heart, she said. Understood, said Izuku. She's so desperate, how sad. Though both Kirishima and Kaminari. We own all the land around here and the camp is over there by the mountain, said Mandalay. That's so far away, said Ochiko. Wait, why did we stop here? I think we all know the answer to that, said Tsuyu. Wait, it can't be, said Sato. We should all head to the bus, said Siro. However, Mandalay only smiled. It's about 9:35 in the morning. If you're fast about it, you'll make it there by noon, said Mandalay with an evil smirk. Run away! Run away! Yelled Toru. All of the students all started to run towards the bus. You should have known this, sighed Aizawa. The training camp has already began, said Pixie Bob. She touched the ground and suddenly it began to move around on its own. She must be controlling the ground, cried Izuku. And so the class was knocked off the cliff. Why we do keep falling for? His lies, asked Ochiko once they landed. Good news, yelled Mandalay. Since this is private land, you can use your quirks as much as you want. You have 3 hours to get there. You just have to make through the Forest of Beasts. Forest of Beasts? Asked the class. It sounds like something from a fantasy game, said Kaminari. That was when Mineta ran into the forest like crazy in order to empty his bladder. However, that was when they saw just why it was called the Forest of Beasts. A gigantic monster showed looking to attack them, and tried to attack Mineta. However, with a place called the Forest of Beasts, Izuku knew to have observation haki on. He activated full cowling and grabbed Mineta right when Koda was about to call out to the monster. That thing isn't a real animal. It's some sort of golem, explained Izuku. Is that so? Asked Katsuki with a grin. With that, Todoroki, Ida, Katsuki and Izuku all teamed up to take it down. Oh man, you did such a good job, said Kirishima. We're not done yet, said Katsuki. Izuku. I have an idea, said Momo. How many trips do you think you can make carrying someone? I have no idea, but I'm sure more than enough, said Izuku, getting her idea. Katsuki snorted, like Blackbeard's ghost can do that, he muttered. And that was when Izuku completely snapped. What did you just call me? Yelled Izuku. He ran towards Katsuki ready to attack. Toru managed to get in between them and started to calm down Izuku. Everyone was surprised by this anger, with everyone looking at the rest of the therapy group who was even confused by what just happened. However, even Katsuki was surprised by the anger, as he had never seen him so angry. Never call me by that name again, growled Izuku. Izuku managed to calm down some more. I can only carry one person at a time though, but I think I can carry two if one of them is Mineta. Really, I can go first, cried Mineta. Everyone looked at his pants, as he ended up peeing his pants. But who else gets to go first? Asked Mina. I think we all know the answer, sighed Momo. Of course it was Mashireo. Izuku held Mineta and had Mashireo on his back. Be back in a few minutes, said Izuku. He combined One for All and Skywalk and pretty much flew away. On the way there, Izuku, said Mashireo. I'll explain it to you and the others later, said Izuku, knowing it was about his blow-up. On top of the cliff, Pixie Bob suddenly yelled out. No way. Some of them just sped away like it was nothing. What? Asked Mandalay. Aizawa just sighed and took out his transfers, which of course had an Aiko button. Aiko, do you have any information? Asked Aizawa. Yep. 3 of them but summoned me because of the landslide. Izuku's going to be carrying them to the camp, so yeah. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. Is he one of the incarnations? Asked Mandalay. He is, sighed Aizawa. One of his skills is a skill similar to flight that lets him run in the air. Wait, is that part of his quirk? Asked Mandalay. No, it's something he learned in his past life, said Aizawa. Mandalay stared at Aizawa, unsure how to respond. Yeah, you should get to the camp ASAP, said Aiko, because Izuku should be delivering Mashireo and Mineta any second. Of course, muttered Aizawa. Koda. We're leaving now, called out Mandalay. The rather sullen boy glared at the forest. What a load, Who would want to train to be heroes, thought the boy named Kota. Back with the class, a good chunk of them were fighting the golem monsters waiting for their turn. However, Ida and Momo were working out a list. Let me guess, I'm going last, muttered Katsuki, who was taking a quick break. It's better that way, said Momo. Katsuki went to fight one. All right, I'm back, said Izuku. Kota's next, said Momo. Izuku nodded as the rock-headed boy climbed onto his back. During the fight, Toru was blowing one with a party bazooka when one of the monsters. Then Katsuki blew one up. Toru knew why he was helping her. He hasn't said anything that might explain that blow up, said Toru. Katsuki gritted his teeth. Hey, I'm worried too, said Toru, but we still haven't told each other everything yet, remember that. Katsuki blew up another one. He really hoped that things didn't get worse between them. In between 5 to 10 minutes, Izuku would return and pick someone up. Whenever it was someone in the therapy group, he did telling them same thing he told Masahiro, that he would explain it later with everyone. After a couple hours, it was finally the final trip, with Katsuki riding on his back. This is FING embarrassing, muttered Katsuki. I'm sorry about earlier, said Izuku. I haven't told the others yet, but there was a pirate named Blackbeard in my old world. Katsuki's eyes widened. Especially he didn't think Izuku would tell him why he snapped. He was a BSTRD and one of my crew's worst enemies, muttered Izuku. Seriously? Asked Katsuki. I guess the name is one of those universal things when comes to pirates, said Izuku. How much of a BSTRD was he? Asked Katsuki. Let me put it this way, my captain was a guy who preferred not to kill. He was the type of guy who preferred to think that killing them would be too kind, let them live to see their dreams crumble, said Izuku. Katsuki was confused. That BSTRD was one of the few that Luffy would kill in a heartbeat, said Izuku. Katsuki now understood. Fine. That's just one less name I'll call you then, muttered Katsuki. Yeah, said Izuku. Inside, Katsuki was breathing a sigh of relief. Soon enough, Izuku delivered Katsuki. You guys did a good job, said Pixie Bob. A lot of you got here much faster than we thought, though additionally it was all the work of one of you. Izuku blushed when she said that. It's decided. I'm going to wait until you're old enough, said Pixie Bob. What? Yelled Izuku. Come on. In a couple years it will be wonderful, yelled Pixie Bob. What? Yelled Izuku. Inside Izuku's mind, of course, the two sides of him were having a debate. Wait, is she talking about marriage? Yelled the part of him that was Izuku. Okay, that's kind of creepy, said the part of him that was Sanji. The part of him that was Izuku stared at part of him that was Sanji. What? She's gorgeous, but I wouldn't want to marry her. Marriage should be a serious thing between two people who love each other, said the part of him that was Sanji. Oh, right, said Izuku. But I wouldn't mind being her SLV, said the part of him that was Sanji. What? Said the part of him that was Izuku, thoroughly confused. He knew what he meant, but hearing out loud was just weird. In the real world, Izuku was just confused with this. Good. Crisis averted, said Toru. What? Asked Kyoka. You don't want to know, said Toru. Once Pixie Bob was no longer giving inappropriate attention to Izuku. Hey, I was wondering, who is he? Asked Izuku, looking at Kota. Oh, this is Kota, said Mandalay. He was my cousin's son and he's living with us. Izuku smiled and walked over to the boy. Hi. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you, Kota. Kota just glared at him and then punched him in the nuts. In his pain, he went into Sanji mode and yelled out a long string of words. Let's just say it was the 7 dirty words in English plus murd and incular. Oh my, said Aoyama, blushing bright red at this. Well, he was a pirate in his past life, sighed Momo. Midoriya, yelled Ida, ignoring the curses because of, well, pirate and being hit in the crotch, you fiendish child. A punch to the SCRTM is unforgivable. The kid, however, glared at him. Like I care, like I want to spend a week with a bunch of wannabe heroes, growled out the boy. Wannabe heroes? How old are you? Yelled Ida, unsure how to react to that. All right. Since you're all here, get you stuff of the bus, said Aizawa. Once your bags are in your room, you can have lunch. You can rest for the rest of the day. We weren't thinking you would get here so fast, so we had no training for today. But tomorrow, get ready. Your training will start. Once they brought their stuff to their rooms, it was lunch, and thankfully Izuku had recovered, though everyone was staring at him. I knew French in my past life too, he admitted. Everyone was staring at him. You were cursing in French, weren't you? Asked Todoroki. No one blames you though, sighed Masahiro. Izuku blushed. Wait, how does languages work in your past life? Said Shiro. I have no idea, sighed Izuku. However, after lunch, Izuku knew that there would be an impromptu therapy session, as he knew he had to explain what happened. And he told the same thing to Katsuki but in a greater detail. I know I should have brought it up sooner, said Izuku. It's fine, said Momo. I already told Katsuki, sighed Izuku, and I apologized. Oh good. I was worried, since you know things are better between you two, said Toru. Wait, I still haven't told him about that yet, sighed Izuku. I don't know how well he handle it. That's why you don't want to tell him, asked Mashireo. I'm telling him he was on the same level as genetically altered sociopaths, muttered Izuku in Sanji mode and then came out of it. I don't know how well he would take it. You're right, sighed Momo. But you will have to tell him eventually, said Achiko. It's not like he's going to learn about it on his own, said Toru. Izuku nodded. Maybe after camp, said Izuku. They had dinner as well. During this Izuku noticed Kota glaring at the students, and couldn't help but to wonder about the boy. However, after dinner it was time bath, and it was at hot springs. Mineta gazed at the wall. Wait, please tell me you're not going to peep, yelled Izuku. He was shaking. However, Ida and Mashireo knew it was bad, as did Kaminari. Don't peep in front of Midoriya. It will cause him to faint again. And Aiko will reveal your internet history, yelled Kaminari. What? Asked Kirishima. Don't ask, muttered Kaminari. Aiko? Asked Zero. You don't want to know, said Todoroki. Izuku. Don't focus on him, said Mashireo grabbing his friend. But, said Izuku. Just don't think about what's on the other side of that wall, said Mashireo. That was when Mineta began to use his quirk to climb the wall. And ignore Mineta, said Mashireo, just focus on something else. Ida was scolding Mineta for doing that. However, this turned out to be a huge mistake as Kota had stopped Mineta from peeping on the girls, causing the great perv to fall on Ida's face. But first, you should learn how to be a decent human being first, scolded Kota. Thank you so much, Kota, called out Mina. The young boy looked towards the girls and got an eyeful, causing him to fall off the wall as well. Thankfully Izuku was able to catch the boy before he hit the ground. He brought him over to Mandalay as he had fainted during the fall. Thanks for catching him, said Mandalay. Aizawa warned me that your class had an avatar of pure lust, so I had Kota guard the wall. Mandalay looked at Izuku. I also heard about your own peeping problems, said Malady with a sly smirk. Izuku blushed bright red. You didn't pass out, so that's good, said Mandalay. My past life personality sometimes clashes with the one from this life, said Izuku. I heard, laughed Mandalay. Izuku looked at Kota and sighed, thinking about what he said and how he reacted earlier. So, I'm wondering, he doesn't like heroes very much, said Izuku. It's rare for someone his age to not like them. I mean, I admired them so much when I was his age, it's my dream. But you're very observant, said Mandalay. Maybe if he had a normal childhood he would like heroes. But what happened? Asked Izuku. It was Mandalay's cousins, Kota's parents. They were heroes too, said Pixie Bob entering the room with tea, but they were killed. It was a villain, 2 years ago? Kota was still so small, said Mandalay on the verge of crying. They died protecting citizens a way that true heroes go. But to a small child, how do you explain to him that they died an honorable death? But to him it was his entire world. To him his parents left him behind. And all the while they were being prized because their sacrifice was a noble one. Honestly, he doesn't seem to like us that much either. We're heroes like they were. I think he feels like he's stuck here because he has nowhere else to go. Heroes just don't make any sense to him. If his parents hadn't been heroes they would still be here. Izuku wasn't sure what to say at this. After all, what else was there to say? And that was only the first day of camp? Granted, there wasn't much training, but the next day would really start their training. If only the rest of the camp was going to as smoothly. Well, Izuku carrying everyone, not the part getting hit in the nuts. The rest of camp would have been like that. But yeah, camp was getting started and none of them had any idea what was going to happen. Chapter 49, He's not going to make you do that. It was very early in the morning. The sun was rising. And a good chunk of the class was still tired. All right, this training camp is so that you can strengthen your quirks. The hope is that you will be strong enough to get your provisional licenses, said Aizawa. With the rising darkness it would be a good idea if you can be allowed to use your quirks. Bakugo, look alive. He then tossed a soft ball to Bakugo with a sensor. Everyone immediately recognized it. It was clear that it was to see if his quirk had gotten stronger since the past few months. Everyone was excited to see if it had gotten stronger. Go to hell, he yelled out, launching. However, there was barely any change since the start of the year. We have worked on many things throughout the year. However, one of the things we haven't been working is quirk strength. This week, we are going to be pushing your quirks to your limits. He looked at certain 4 students. However, for 5 of you, It will only make up for half the week. After what you had shown during the final exams, we don't know what your limits are," said Aizawa, and that was when he noticed someone was missing. His eye started twitching. "Where is Ojiro?" he asked. "Not again," sighed Izuku in Sanji mode. "He was just here a few seconds ago," said Toru. "Oh man," said Ochiko. Aizawa sighed and checked the transceiver. He was nearby at least. "All right. I'll leave this to the wild PP cats to explain all of your training," muttered Aizawa. Of course the wild PP cats once again gave their introduction, but now they had two more members of the team with them. Ragdoll, a really cute woman with green hair. And Tiger, a large muscular man, who was also wearing the same uniform as the others, but in brown. Izuku froze when he saw Tiger. He had gotten two fears from Sanji, spiders and crossdressers. "It will be fine," thought Izuku, sweating. "It will be fine." As they were telling the students about they were going to do. "Midoriya," yelled Tiger. Izuku froze. "I am going to be the one to train you," said Tiger. And once again, for the second time in 2 days, Izuku completely snapped. "You are not making me wear a dress," yelled Izuku. Everyone stared at Izuku confused, then he activated his quirk and Sky walked away as fast he could. Everyone was just confused. "What the F just happened?" yelled Bakugo, who was the first snap out of it. "The fact that you don't know what happened means it's a past life problem," said Ida, also snapping out of it. "He hasn't mentioned anything about that," said Ochiko. "I can find him," said Ragdoll. "Wait, maybe it would be a better idea to find him," said Momo. "Are you sure?" asked Ragdoll. "They are the other incarnations," said Mandalay. "It would make sense for them to find them." "Can you find him though?" said Ragdoll. "We have our ways," said Momo. "We really should find him," said Toru. The three headed in the direction where Izuku ran away from. Ochiko took out her transceiver and pressed the Aiko button. "Please tell me it doesn't have to do with Mashireo," sighed Aiko. "No, Izuku just ran off," said Ochiko. "What?" said Aiko. "Why?" "We have no idea," said Momo. "We think it's some sort of past life trauma we don't know about," said Toru. "Okay, don't worry, you're headed in the right direction," said Aiko. Meanwhile Izuku had calmed down and was sitting in a tree. "I can't believe I just did that," sighed Izuku. He knew it was irrational. But he couldn't help but to have that fear and hatred of Tiger. "What am I going to do?" he asked no one in particular. "Maybe an explanation would serve us," called out Momo. He looked down and saw the three girls. "I have to explain," sighed Izuku. Ochiko managed to jump into the tree with him. "What happened?" asked Ochiko. "It's a long story," sighed Izuku, "but it's one of the weirder ones." "How weird?" asked Toru. "One of the weirder ones," said Izuku, even though he just said it. "You mean like the talking starfish?" said Toru. "Not that weird," said Izuku. "You should really come down," said Momo. "Yeah," said Izuku. He jumped down with Ochiko following back down. "It all started a point where the crew was separated thanks to a devil fruit user," sighed Izuku. He told them all about how he ended up on an island of crossdressers who essentially forced anyone who came onto the island to cross-dress. However, it only got worse when something happened to Luffy and he had to stay on that island for 2 years in order to get stronger because of what happened. By the end of the story, the girls weren't how to respond. "Okay, that is something," said Momo with a sweat drop. "That's why I didn't want to explain it," sighed Izuku. "Wait, did you even get stronger from that?" asked Toru. That's how I was able to learn Skywalk, Blue Walk and Hell memories from that," sighed Izuku. "You know," said Ochiko, "you're probably going to have to explain, not Tiger, why you freaked out." "I know," mumbled Izuku. Back in the area that was being used for training, Aizawa came back with Mashireo. As he was going to be working with Kirishima, he noticed Kirishima was waiting. However, he noticed that he wasn't the only one waiting for someone, so was Shoji. He also noticed that Izuku, Momo, Ochiko and Toru were missing. "They didn't go searching for me, did they?" asked Mashireo. "No, said Tiger, unsure how to respond. Midoriya ran off after ranting about being forced to wear a dress. "What?" said Aizawa. "I have no idea either," said Tiger. Aizawa began to message a headache. It wasn't even 6 o'clock yet, and he had to deal with this? However, thankfully, the four had returned. Tiger noticed that Izuku still looked terrified by him. "I really should explain myself," sighed Izuku. "How bad is it?" Mashireo asked the girls. "Arachnophobia isn't the only fear he gained from his past life," sighed Momo. Mashireo nodded, having heard about Izuku now being afraid of spiders thanks to his past life. "You four need to get to training? I'm sure Midoriya can handle it alone," sighed Aizawa. If he run off again we're blaming you, said Momo in Urza mode. Aizawa just face-palmed. Izuku sighed knowing he would have to do this alone. Before he explained to Tiger about it. He had to explain that his past life's world was really weird. How weird was it? Asked Tiger. The pirate crew I was on had a cyborg, living skeleton and a reindeer that could turn human. Explained Izuku. Tiger nodded. And so he explained how he ended up on an island of crossdressers who were dead set on converting those that ended up on the island. Tiger sighed. Midoriya. I have met a few other incarnations, said Tiger. Including those that quit, so I can't pretend that your trauma is something that can just get over. Izuku nodded, not even looking at the pro hero. Show me what you can do with your quirk and we'll work from there, said Tiger. Okay, said Izuku. Thankfully, with the exception of Rag Doll, due to her quirk allowed her to look for people, the wild PP cats were given transceivers including access to Aiko. So, let me guess this has to do with the whole past life trauma fear of crossdressers thing, sighed Aiko. Yeah, said Tiger. Look, Hibiki's taking the week off and he's really busy right now, said Aiko. Unless it's an actual emergency I don't think he'll be of much help. Why not? Said Tiger. Meanwhile in Hibiki's apartment he was looking at the information on the morphing grid that Ryuji was able to give him, which he was sharing with Aoi, who decided to help out in the Power Ranger project. This is incredible, said Hibiki. I've never seen anything like this. Ryuji just nodded. This is going to be so much fun cracking, said Hibiki with grin. I think I might have made a mistake, thought Ryuji, getting a bad feeling. Back at the camp. Let's just say there's science afoot, said Aiko, and you don't want to get involved with Hibiki and science. I see, sighed Tiger. Try to figure out things to help him, ask the other kids during breaks, and also don't dress up like a CC spider, said Aiko. What? Asked Tiger. That was a bad attempt at a joke, sighed Aiko. He also gained a fear of spiders thanks to his past life. I see, said Tiger, unsure how to respond. That was when Izuku channeled his quirk thought how body, and performed a kick that caused a huge gust of wind, surprising Tiger. Also, I should give you the heads up because it's clear that none of the teachers didn't, but Izuku, he's the strongest past life that Priestess ever found, so you have both your work cut out for you, yet not at the same time, said Aiko. Good luck with trying to corral him. Tiger's sweat dropped at the sassy AI. Soon enough Class 1B showed up for training. However, the whole day was hard. Tiger tried his best not to trigger Izuku's traumas and it seemed to work. However, once dinner started things got interesting. Everyone was exhausted from training and it was clear that most of them weren't able to do much. Sorry, but tonight you are going to have to cook for yourselves, said Ragdoll, and tonight you're cooking curry. Would it be possible for only one of us to cook for everyone else? Asked Izuku, who seemed mostly fine. That's a bit cruel, but if that person thinks they can be up for it, said Ragdoll. All of Class 1A all realized what Izuku was getting at. You think can handle it? Asked Momo. Izuku entered Sanji mode. I can more than handle it, said Izuku. All right, cheered Kaminari, I finally get to eat it again. Show your stuff, Deku, cheered Achiko. And with that Izuku took charge of cooking. Much of Class 1A finally excited to eat the fabled cooking that they've been hearing so much about. While Class 1B was confused at what was going on. But still the fact that Izuku was able to make all that food was just surprising. But still he was able to do everything on his own. He also made several batches, of various intensity, from mild to a red-hot super spicy. Dinner is served, said Izuku once it was all done. Soon enough everyone was digging into dinner. Oh man. This is the best food I have ever had in life, yelled Kirishima. I can't believe you were able to do this all on your own, said Zero. Yeah, well, when you cook for someone that ate 10 times his own body weight and insisted on 5 meals a day you tend to learn how to cook large portions, said Izuku, blushing. The entire class all stared at Izuku. And I think I just figured out why he gets so defensive about being the cook, said Kyoko with a sweat drop. Class 1B however was eating the curry up as well. Well, expect for Monoma. Honestly, you're just feeding into Class 1A by doing this, muttered Monoma. Are you going to eat yours? Asked Tetsu. Monoma noticed the way that Tetsu and several other classmates were looking at his plate. Monoma scowled, he was extremely hungry and knew he had to eat too. He took a bite. He gritted his teeth. You might be a supreme chef, but we will figure out other ways to beat you, yelled Monoma. Izuku just sweat dropped. Don't listen to him, you know how he is, said Achiko. Yeah, said Izuku. Izuku then noticed Koda nearby, glaring at them and walking away. Koda, it's time for dinner, called out Mandalay. Izuku sighed watching as the boy left. He had the feeling he should do something. Still the first full day of camp was something, Interesting. And it was only getting started, and hopefully for the rest of camp Izuku would be able to get over more of his past life's fear of cross-dressers. After all, it was clear Tiger wasn't like the ones from his past life. But it really depended on what would happen for the rest of the week, because none of them knew what was being planned in the shadows. Chapter 50, Don't Smack Sense into Him. Izuku, thanks to a combination of seeing his footsteps and haki, he found Koda. He was brooding while his stomach was rumbling. I heard that, said Izuku. It's never a good idea to go without food, trust me, I know. How did you find this place? Demanded Koda. Oh, I followed your footsteps along with other ways, said Izuku. Other ways? Asked Koda. Just something I can do, said Izuku. I heard you were hungry, don't worry, it's the mild batch. I figure you would want some as everyone would have eaten it otherwise. Yeah, right. Everyone's exaggerating about that dumb cooking, it can't be that good, muttered Koda. Izuku's sweat dropped knowing he shouldn't tell him about the whole lunch rush thing. So just leave, this is my secret hideout, said Koda. This is a secret hideout? Asked Izuku. Training your quirk all your life to get stronger, muttered Koda. It's dumb. All you want to do is show off. Get lost. Hey, I was wondering about your parents, were they water hose duo? The ones at the water quirks? Asked Izuku. Did Mandalay tell you? Demanded Koda. Said Izuku, kind of, but she didn't go into details. I remember reading about that horrible incident a few years ago. Go away, everyone here is so crazy, muttered Koda, everyone focusing on names like hero and villains. Everyone just showing off their stupid quirks. If they hadn't, they would still be here, idiots. Izuku realized something about him, that Koda hates quirks. Go back to came from with the other losers, yelled Koda. Izuku sighed and took out a toothpick and placed in his mouth. He wasn't entering Sanji mode, he just really wanted a cigarette right now. I was a late bloomer, said Izuku. What? Asked Koda. It's true, my quirk first appeared in my teens, said Izuku. I spent years trying to use telekinesis or to breathe fire, for years I prayed for a miracle. And yes, you have a super strength quirk? Muttered Koda. Maybe I have done I have this friend thing, thought Izuku with a sweat drop. He took a breath. But my point is that you shouldn't reject quirks outright, it might cause problems in the future, said Izuku. Just shut up, yelled Koda. Sorry. I guess I ramble sometimes, said Izuku. He sighed as placed the bowl of curry on the ground. I'll leave the curry, said Izuku. As he left, unfortunately he couldn't help but to go into Sanji mode. By the way, said Izuku, eat it. I really hate it when someone wastes food. Koda began to sweat seeing him have a compete. However, that night none of the heroes in training knew that the camp was being watched by villains. Oh man, I hate this, complained Toga wearing a mask. It's sold on the black market, said a boy in a gas mask. We can always figure out something that would better later, said Priestess. Hopefully something that doesn't look like Sailor Moon, teased Toga. Why did you have to meet me drunk? Said Priestess. Oh, so you got drunk when you met them? I heard you were a drunk, said a voice. Priestess immediately paled as she got into defensive position. It was a man in a rather garish suit. So you are here? Said Priestess. Oh, come now. I'm not here to kill you, you open my eyes, said the man. Priestess looked at the man in front of her completely on guard. Her on the other hand, said the man. That was when a crazed woman with red hair grabbed her by the neck from behind. I wasn't sure if you were going to show up, said the woman, but you're here. She started to choke Priestess. You made me remember my past life, and the horrific nightmare this one is compared to that one, said the woman. That's enough, said Dabi glaring at the woman. The woman let Priestess go. That was when someone holding a strange weapons walked over to Priestess to make sure she was all right. Are you okay? The person asked. I'm fine, it's not the first time I've been choked, said Priestess. When are we going to do something? Said one of the other villains who was wearing a mask. We're still waiting for 3 people, said Dabi. Besides, they think they're safe right now, said Priestess. They don't know what's coming, and isn't that more fun? Dabi and Togo both stared at her. You know, I can't really see you as ominous, said Toga. I have to agree, said Dabi, that first impression. Priestess stared at the two, then double face palmed. Why? Sighed Priestess. Do we want to know? Asked the boy in the gas mask. Something tells me no, said the man in the garish suit. The next day it was another hard day of training. During the training, Izuku decided to take a short break to ask Aizawa something. Hey, Aizawa. I was wondering, if if any of the other teachers were coming, said Izuku. Except for orchestra rave, none of the other teachers knows where the camp is, said Aizawa. Izuku would question why Hibiki would be the lone teacher who would know, but then remembered Aiko would tell him. There is still a threat from the League of Villains, and you of all people would know why that is serious. Said Aizawa, not to mention that All Might is the biggest target. Good point. Said Izuku. Also, if you're wondering about your reassessment, it will be tomorrow. Said Aizawa. I wasn't going to ask that. Said Izuku with a sweat drop. Well still. Said Aizawa. Izuku sighed. Hey. You're not plus ultra yet, scolded Tiger to Izuku. Unfortunately it triggered Izuku. You're not going to get me, yelled Izuku running away. Tiger face-palmed at this. Then he took out the tracker and hit the Aiko button. I wouldn't go after him if I were you. Said Aiko. Hey. Who should go then? Asked Tiger. Achiko. Izuku ran away again, called out Aiko. Achiko was floating a large rock while trying not to vomit. I'll get to him in a second. She said, trying not to toss her cookies. As everyone trained, Pixie Bob made an announcement. All right? Tonight we're going to having a test of courage. Not only that, but it will be a competition, she cheered, Class 1A versus Class 1B. Though to be honest, all of them were dreading it, thinking it was more training. That night when it was time to make dinner? You know, said Mandalay, it might be a bad idea to let one person feed everyone. That was when several students glared at her. I mean, you should all be working together. Said Mandalay. Then she noticed that Pixie Bob and Ragdoll were also glaring at her. You are not doing this. Growled out Pixie Bob. Oh come on. Said Mandalay. During dinner? Todoroki decided to talk to Izuku. Hey, you were wondering about All Might? Said Todoroki. He's not my dad, we've been through this, but he is my mentor. Said Izuku. That wasn't why I was asking. Said Todoroki. I wanted some advice. Said Izuku. Kota doesn't like quirks or our society. Kota? Asked Todoroki. The kid who punched me in the nuts. Sighed Izuku. I have questions about that. Said Todoroki. I let my guard down around him. Admitted Izuku, but that's neither here nor there. Todoroki blinked. I wanted some advice about how to help him. Said Izuku. Really? Said Todoroki. I know. I have my past life memories, but smacking them until they understand isn't a viable option in this case. Said Izuku. Is that how you solve problems like that in your past life? Asked Todoroki, unsure how to riposte. Yeah. Sighed Izuku. Why didn't you ask about your counselor? Asked Todoroki. Would he be the better one to ask? Hibiki's doing science right now with a couple other reincarnations. Said Izuku. What? Asked Todoroki. Don't ask. Sighed Izuku. Todoroki sighed. You know how to get to the heart of the matter. Said Todoroki. Izuku sighed when he said that. But at the same time, I was whacking you until you understood. Said Izuku. He then went into Sanji mode. I'm not doing that to a little kid, even if he did punch me in the nuts. Todoroki was now more lost than ever. Even if that's what you've done before? I'm sure you'll figure out how to reach him. Said Todoroki. I guess. Sighed Izuku. There was another awkward silence. Did that work on other people? Asked Todoroki. All the time, but Luffy was the best at it. Said Izuku. Todoroki wasn't sure how to respond to it, like at all. And soon enough it was time for the test of the courage. Though the remedial class, i.e., the 5 that failed their exams, had to be dragged away by Aizawa and weren't participating. All right? So the test of courage is simple. Said Pixie Bob. Class 1B would be the first one scaring, and they would use their quirks to scare Class 1A. Class 1A would get tags with their names on them on the other side of the paths and then return. They would also be in pairs. The winners would be determined by those who were the most creative in their scares. And of course they drew lots to determine who would be placed together. Toru was with Kyoka, Mashareo was with Mineta, who was severely depressed because of it, Achiko with Tsuyu, and Momo was with Aoyama, while Izuku, since there were 5 students failed the exams, it meant there was an odd number of students. However, Izuku was fine with this. Why? Wait, you're all alone in this, are you sure you're going to be okay? Asked Mashareo. Well, when you dealt with ghosts, witches, zombies, and was roommates with a living skeleton in a past life, having a bunch people try to scare you doesn't scare you that much. Admitted Izuku. Everyone who heard this sweat dropped. I'm sorry, but did you just say you were roommates with a living skeleton? Asked Kyoka. Yeah, he was the ship's musician. Said Izuku. There was an awkward silence. Why did you have a skeleton musician? Asked Kyoka with a sweat drop. Please don't make me explain, explaining things about Luffy always makes things worse. Said Izuku. Sometime later, it was Achiko and Tsuyu's turn to go into the forest. You know, I would have thought there would be more screaming. Said Tsuyu. I get the feeling that that's Toru's doing. Said Achiko with a sweat drop. Ah, they were let in. Pixie Bob's sweat dropped. You know, maybe we should have altered the rules a little about this, she said with a sweat drop. When you have 5 teens with the memories of adults it might get kind of skewed. Agreed Mandalay. Deeper in the forest Toru was giggling as they left behind some very dejected members of Class 1B. How do you do it? Asked Kyoka. Oh, something I learned in my past life, said Toru. I'd go into details, but you're the person in class I really should do the whole thing with. What? Asked Kyoka. It involves a musical number, said Toru. Kyoka stared at her and once again said, what, this time more baffled. That was when suddenly Toru shuddered. What's wrong? She asked. We have to get out of here now, said Toru. Who then shuddered again. Why, what's going on? Asked Kyoka. I don't know, but something really bad, said Toru. With the groups that were waiting for their turns, they saw smoke rising up nearby along with flames. What's going on? Asked Mashireo. Midoriya, said Ida. Right, said Izuku activating observation haki. That was when he saw it, scattered throughout the forest. Villains are here, yelled Izuku. Wait, are you sure? Asked Pixie Bob. That was when suddenly Pixie Bob was suddenly flung towards something. They saw where she was flung towards. It was that one villain who helped Priestess along with a lizard-like man who was dressed like Stain. However, Izuku noticed something. There was another villain and he was close to Koda's secret hideout. Chapter 51, Hell Camp. Izuku had seen that many of Class 1B was passing out from a gas cloud that was in the forest. He also saw that Toru and Kyoka managed to escape the gas cloud despite being near it. That was when Izuku saw something that almost made him vomit. Midoriya, yelled Ida. There's many villains in the forest, including a Nomu, said Izuku, looking at them with observation haki makes me sick. Are you sure? Asked Mandalay. Izuku nodded. So there's more? Said Mandalay. Izuku nodded. That was when Ida took out his transceiver. Something that Hibiki told them back on I-Island. Flashback. It was sometime after the barbecue and Hibiki had asked the therapy group and Ida to meet up with him to talk. Okay, said Hibiki, I'm sure you noticed that thing Aiko did during the incident. Why didn't you tell us about it? Asked Momo. Many reasons, said Hibiki. The big one was that we were worried that you might end up abusing it, said Aiko. Why would we abuse it? Asked Mashireo. Because you're teenagers and you might get lazy, said Aiko. This just made the sick sweat drop. Only use it in emergencies, but it's emergency procedure 2320, all devices with Aiko in a certain vicinity will activate with her. Don't worry, I still don't know my limits to how many devices I can be on at the same time, said Aiko. Also, if it's no emergency I will give whoever did the silent treatment for a few days. Got it. The 6 looked at each other, unsure how to respond to that threat. And if you do it so that I would leave you alone for a few days I will do the opposite, said Aiko, realizing what the looks on their faces was saying, and I shall be extra annoying. Yeah, said Hibiki, so don't try it for the sake of that. End of flashback. Ida activated the Aiko button. Okay, this better not be, said Aiko as it was activated. Then she could tell was what was going on. Good call, good call. Aiko. Emergency procedure 2320, said Ida. On it, said Aiko. Pirate boy checking in, said Aiko from Izuku's transceiver. Lost boy checking in, said Aiko transceiver. Mama cat checking, said Aiko from the transceiver that Mandalay was holding. Buff cat checking in, said Aiko from Tiger's transceiver. CC cat checking in, said Aiko from Pixie Bob's transceiver, though I really shouldn't be. Meanwhile, at a building that the ones who failed the exam, including Monoma, were at, the transceivers that the 2 teachers were holding. David Lynch checking in, said Aiko from Aizawa. The Count checking in, said Aiko from the transceiver of the other homeroom teacher for Class 1B, a rather muscular hero with white hair and large fang who could control his blood. Kirishima and Kaminari were concerned, while the rest, which included Monoma, were just confused. Aiko, what's going on? Said Aizawa, grabbing the transceiver. Mandalay would be a better person to explain everything. Mainly because I can only reach a handful of students right now and half of the ones with me are with the PP cats, explained Aiko. That was when Mandalay activated her quirk. Everyone, said her voice in everyone's minds as her quirk gave her a form of one-way telepathy. There are villains attacking. According to Midoriya, there are multiple villains in the forest, including a Nomu. Everyone in the room was surprised, though Monoma was confused by how Izuku could know that thing. Izuku's past life abilities are insane, mumbled Kaminari. Yeah, well, you weren't there for the freak out, mumbled Mina. Please go back to the camp. And do not engage the villains, said Mandalay. Please remain safe. Wait, Aiko. Tell her that the students can engage if they have to, but not to seek out trouble, said Aizawa to Aiko. Got it, said Aiko. Thankfully there was another telepathic. Hold on. Aizawa is giving permission to engage if you have to, but not to seek out trouble. Repeated Mandalay. Vlad, I'm going out. You watch them, said Aizawa, but first. How many of you know Aiko? Only Kaminari and Kirishima raised their hands. Aizawa looked at his transceiver. Kaminari met me in an incident I'd rather not talk about and Kirishima met me during that Island incident. Explained Aiko. I see, said Aizawa, who then left with Vlad King taking care of the students. Back with the wild PP cats? Izuku recovered from seeing the Nomu while both Mashireo and Ida reassured him. They remembered how reacted to that one Nomu after all. Wait, isn't that the kid that Priestess warned us about? Asked the one with the strange weapon who was using it to hold down an unconscious Pixie Bob. Yeah, the one that Stain saved, said the lizard-like man. You know she warned us that he was so powerful to not engage him unless we had a death wish, said the one holding Pixie Bob. Don't worry Sis Magna, I had no intention of fighting him, said the lizard man. The lizard man looked at the assembled group. The names Spinner and Weir with the Vanguard action squad of the League of Villains, said the lizard-like man named Spinner. He looked at Ida in particular. Wait, I know you, you're one of the ones who went after Stain, said Spinner. So you're one Stain's followers, muttered Ida. Yes, I am, and I plan to carry on his goal. And kill all false heroes, said Spinner, revealing his weapon, a giant sword made up of smaller swords. As Tiger scolded the two villains for what they've done to Pixie Bob, Mandalay looked at the 5 students. You need to head back to camp now, said Mandalay, only engage if you have to. Wait, I know where Koda is, said Izuku. Mandalay looked at him and nodded. And Izuku skywalked to Koda's location. However, the other 4 headed to camp. As they towards camp they were hit by a red light. All 4 of them fell to the ground as they were in tremendous pain. What was that? Asked Mashireo. That was when they heard crazed laughter filled the air. The red-haired woman made herself known to the 4. I found one. I found one, she ranted. She started to laugh in a crazed way. Sheet. This is bad, said Aiko from Mashireo's bracelet. Why, who is she? Asked Mashireo, recovering from the strange attack. She's known as Righteous Fury, she was a hero, said Aiko. Now she's won the Lost Souls. Lost Souls? Asked Ida, also recovering. That's what they call the ones that were hit by Priestess and became villains, said Aiko, and she wants to kill those who were able to remain heroes. Both Mineta and Koda were both still in Pien, but Mashireo and Ida were managing to recover and saw the crazed woman look at them. Meanwhile in the forest both Toru and Kyoka were breathing heavily. I don't know how you were able to know about that gas, but thanks, said Kyoka. No problem, said Toru. Do you mean to explain or not? Because whenever I explain people and ponies tend to get weirded out. Probably not a good idea to explain, said Kyoka. Best leave it alone, said Aiko. However, that was when Kyoka suddenly heard someone headed towards him. Someone's coming, said Kyoka. That was when suddenly something hit nearby trees. And suddenly the breached of the trees fell off around them. Toru looked at saw playing cards embedded in the trees. Playing cards, she thought. So of all people I found one of the incarnations, that's a lucky, said the man in the garish suit walking towards them. DMN it, yelled Aiko, another one. What do you mean another one? Asked Kyoka. Jack attack. He's a lost soul, said Aiko, one of Priestess victim who became a villain. This is bad then, said Toru, taking out a party bazooka. You have no idea, said Jack attack with a deranged smile. With Izuku he was skywalking and he saw that a villain was attacking Koda, which was also bad. Just a heads up. Aizawa, Toru and the group you left behind re-dealing with villains, said Aiko. When you fight him don't expect backup. I thought so, said Izuku. Don't worry. I'll provide all the help you'll need, said Aiko. Translation, I'll help you through your mental blocks. Izuku nodded as he managed to grab Koda out of the way of the villain's attack. However, there was a problem when he did that. The transceiver fell out of his pocket and off the cliff. You have got to be kidding me, yelled Aiko as it fell off the cliff. That's not good, said Izuku. He knew that the transceiver was fine. I'll get that back later, said Izuku, but for Koda. Don't worry. I got this. I'll protect you no matter what. Koda was just crying, not just because of the villain attacking him but also because of who the villain was. The villain that murdered his parents. You're Midoriya, right? Asked the Vile who went by Muscular. You're the one that Shigaraki wants dead and Priestess warned not to underestimate. She said that about me? Asked Izuku. Flashback. Look, just a heads up. If you go against Midoriya it will be Fubar. So be careful, his past life comes from a world where the strongest of the strong makes All Might look like a feeble old man. The only ones that stand a chance are me, Toga and Bella. Said Priestess, the rest of you are F. The other villains just stared at Priestess. End of flashback. Well, not in those words. Muttered Muscular. He used his quirk, which let increase his muscle to increase his speed and strength so much that its skin couldn't even contain it. He then punched Izuku, who managed to block with a hockey-covered leg. What? Asked Muscular, who wasn't expecting that. Tell me, what are you doing here? Asked Izuku, as he sparked with full cowling. Well, I was planning to get answers eventually. Said Muscular, tell me where Bakugo is. Why do you want him? Asked Izuku. So you don't know where he is? Said Muscular. Izuku didn't answer. He did know where he was. In fact, he had gotten into a fight with one of the villains. But he wasn't going to tell him that. He kept up both kind of hockey. He had to dodge the punches and blocked with his hockey-covered leg. DMN it. He thought, what am I forgetting now? But he did remember one thing as he dodged and blocked. But that was when he saw an opening. All for one. 100%. Hockey shoot, he called out. He discovered a harsh kick to Muscular that caused an explosion that knocked Kota off the cliff. Thanks, Izuku caught him in time. Sorry about that. Said Izuku, I should have been paying more attention. That was. Said Kota, unsure how to respond. Yeah, we need to find the transceiver, said Izuku, then head back to camp. However, Izuku froze. What's wrong? Asked Kota. Izuku used his legs to block. However, the punch sent him flying. No, whimpered Kota. You know, I was expecting more, but I guess I was wrong. Said Muscular. He walked towards Izuku, who was laying on the ground bleeding. I guess you can't stand up to my quirk. Said Muscular. That was when Kota tossed a rock at him, stopping Muscular. Are you the one who killed my parents? Cried Kota, the water hose duo. You're their kid? Asked Muscular. Oh, this must be fate. So you are the one? Cried Kota. Izuku started to get up. He was shaking, however he was breathing heavily. I can't do anything more. He thought, I can't hold back. He took a breath. He thought he back to when he learned that Bakugo was trying to better himself. He looked around, he could sense it, everyone was going to give their all. And he couldn't hold back anymore. I am strong, because everyone will get hurt if I keep holding back, he shouted. The thought of everyone getting hurt because of him holding back caused him to erupt in flames. That's right, said Izuku, I remember everything now. Kota saw Izuku get up and bathed in flames. Muscular stared at Izuku. I thought you had a strength quirk, he said. I do, but this is from my past life. I thought you knew since you're dealing with Priestess, responded Izuku. He then practically disappeared and delivered a flaming kick that was combined with hockey. Muscular hit the wall so hard that it cracked. However, he seemed to recover somewhat. How? Growled Muscular, I'm not supposed to feel pain. I guess I'm just able to hit the right spot. Said Izuku with a shrug. That doesn't make any sense, yelled Muscular. My past life didn't make any sense. Said Izuku. What does that mean? Asked Muscular. He glared at Izuku and covered his entire body in muscle fibers. Izuku glared at Musical. He looked at Kota. I know the best memory to make this work. He thought. The memory of when his mother from his first life had died and all that followed afterwards. The green flames had gotten bigger. He then channeled his quirk into his leg at the same time as using his hockey. Hell memory smash, he yelled out. A large plume of green fire erupted from this. Almost everyone around the forest who was conscious had seen it. DMN Deku, yelled Bakugo. Todoroki just sighed at this reaction. With Toru, who was glaring at the jack attack when they saw the green flames. Although it was invisible, Toru was smiling brightly because she knew what it meant. It about time, said Toru. With Mashireo, Ida, Kota and Mineta, they also saw the green fire. He finally got over his block. Said Mashireo, getting that feeling at well. Ida nodded as they looked at Righteous Fury. Priestess at that green flame and sighed. Honestly, who was the idiot? She muttered. Back on that cliff, Muscular crashed in other rock wall, clearly unconscious and heavily burned. Izuku turned to Kota. Kota just looked at him, crying and in disbelief. Izuku had saved him, after everything, and not knowing him that well. Though Izuku didn't seem that injured, he still risked his life for Kota. Still, what was more important was that Izuku finally got over his mental blocks. He just needed the right moment? But still, there was still a lot danger and a lot of villains in that forest, and who knew what was going to happen. Especially now that Izuku knew who the target was. Chapter 52, An Emotional Battle. Izuku looked at Kota. Kota was still crying. He smiled at Kota. Hey, you okay? He asked. Kota nodded. Come on, we have to find something before we have to do something, said Izuku. Izuku gave Kota a piggyback ride. He jumped off the cliff. Kota braced himself but found that the landing was actually pretty soft. "What are you looking for?" asked Kota. Before Izuku could answer, both of them heard music. The song was very peppy and upbeat. It was in English. Izuku's eye twitched as it was catchy song. That's the name of the song. It's about how the song would get stuck in your head. "What's wrong?" asked Kota. "Why does she do that?" asked Izuku, knowing that it was Aiko. He headed to the song. Thankfully they managed to find it lying on the ground and the song stopped. "About time," said Aiko. "I was fighting someone," said Izuku. "So everyone's theory about you overcoming the blocks is true?" asked Aiko. Izuku blushed. "It's true," said Izuku. "What's that voice?" asked Kota. "This is Aiko," said Izuku. "She's an AI." "Okay," said Aiko. "Both Mashireo and Toru are fighting lost souls." "Lost souls?" asked Izuku. "That's the name of Priestess victims that turned into villains," said Aiko. "I don't know how many are here, so be careful, though with that show I don't think we have anything to worry about." "Wait. I have news you have to give Mandalay," said Izuku. "I know what they're after." "What are they after?" asked Aiko. Izuku told Aiko. "I'll tell Mandalay right away," said Aiko. Soon enough they all got the message. "I have discovered what the villains are after. They're after Katsuki Bakugo," was Mandalay's message. "How do you think Captain Boom Boom is going to react to that revelation?" asked Aiko. "I have no idea," said Izuku. He didn't like that fact that they were after him, decided to fight a villain they found. Izuku sighed. "Hey Kota," said Izuku. "What?" asked Kota. "You have a water quirk, right?" asked Izuku. "Yeah," said Kota. Izuku looked at the flames not too far away. "We need your help," said Izuku. "My classmates are out there, and I can only get in contact with a few of them." Kota's eyes widened. "I believe in your Kota. I know you can do it," said Izuku. Kota nodded. "Okay, hold on tight, we'll get you back to camp," said Izuku. "Okay kid, this is going to be a wild ride," said Aiko. Izuku took off into the air to get Kota to where he need to go. Meanwhile with Mashireo's group. "All right? Listen up. This is the info I have on her," said Aiko. "Her quirk is painful rage. She's able to channel her anger into energy that causes pain. Honestly, it sounds like a villain's quirk to begin with, but she actually a tragic figure, to be honest. She wanted to be a hero despite her quirk, channeling righteous fury of the crimes she saw committed to disable her enemies. She occasionally praised for her methods. Unfortunately, Priestess got to her," said Aiko. The crazy woman was clearly laughing at her pain. "I also have a lot of information on her past life," said Aiko. "Her name was Bellatrix Lestrange. She was a very wicked witch who followed a madman. When the madman fell the first time, she tortured a married couple into insanity and was sent to a horrifying prison that drove her even more insane before she escaped after 14 years in a mass escape." "How do you know so much?" asked Ida. "I'll explain another time to Mashireo. You know past life disclosures and that stuff?" said Aiko. Ida nodded. Righteous Fury continued to laugh. "You two are much stronger than I thought. I should have known from the information that given by Priestess for you, but you are a surprise," said Righteous Fury. Ida glared at the woman. "Ida, you need to leave," said Mashireo. "What?" asked Ida. "She's after me," said Mashireo. "Besides, it's clear that Mineta and Kota can't handle her quirk." Ida remembered back during the USJ he was tasked with running to warn the other teachers. "Also, it sounds like he has a plan," said Aiko. "I don't know if it will work," said Mashireo. Righteous Fury looked at them. "You seriously thinking I won't attack while you're planning?" said Righteous Fury. She held out her hands and a red light came out of them. "Sure Hokuden," called out Mashireo, sending out his own pink light back. The two lights hit and created a large explosion. "What?" yelled Righteous Fury. "Okay, that was awesome," said Aiko. "The attacks are similar that they can cancel each other out," said Mashireo. "I was warned that you had abilities from your past life," said Righteous Fury. "This just pisses me off more. You got to keep your skills. My magic is gone. I'm as good a pathetic muggle now. Yet you keep your skills." "I'll be fine," said Mashireo. "Just please be careful," said Ida. "I will," said Mashireo. "I want to kill him. But you three need to die as well," she ranted. She sent out the light towards them. Sure Hokuden," he called out. Once again cancelled out the light with his own emotion-based attack. Ida managed to pick up both Kota and Mineta and run away. "You're not getting away," yelled Righteous Fury. However, that was when the ground in front of her suddenly exploded. It was clear that it was from Mashireo. "I won't let you hurt them anymore," said Mashireo. Thankfully Ida was able to get away. "You think you're so noble, and you're so righteous," said Righteous Fury. Mashareo didn't respond. People like you don't know about suffering from your past life. Growled out Righteous Fury. You think I don't know? Asked Mashareo. He had issues in his past life, a lot of stemmed from his lack of sense of a direction and his curse. And the combination of the two. He was hit hard by teen angst and often claimed other on his problems. But he knows what it was like to suffer in his past life. However, it wasn't just that. You were in a prison, right? Asked Mashareo. I did. You know nothing about Azkaban. Growled Righteous Fury. But you did land there because of what you did, didn't you? Asked Mashareo. Righteous Fury gritted her teeth in anger. You did that in your past life and it's clear you're blaming everyone else for your pain. I learned this in my past life that you can't do that, yelled Mashareo, so don't you blame me for what happened in your past life. That was when she unleashed her quirk on him and he fell to the ground. That was tremendously stupid, said Aiko. Yeah, said Mashareo. You don't try to talk sense into a crazy villain. That's just common sense, said Aiko. What should I do besides using Sure Hokuden? Asked Mashareo. I haven't gotten the chance to tell you yet, but one of the things she's not good at is hand-to-hand combat, said Aiko. She relied more on her quirk. But considering her quirk, it will be a long shot. Yeah, said Mashareo. Unless you have another idea, I have no idea how to help in this fight, said Aiko. I have an idea, said Mashareo. It's my strongest attack. Past life, I'm guessing, said Aiko. Mashareo nodded. All right. Lay down the plan, said Aiko. You're planning to kill the others, aren't you? Asked Mashareo. Of course. The four of you must die, mocked Righteous Fury. Why do you keep going on? Do you plan to make them suffer? Asked Mashareo. Of course I do, said Righteous Fury. Mashareo began to glow. The thoughts of her killing his friends, it was enough. Suddenly he launched a pillar of pink energy from his body that went into the sky. And then the energy fell back to earth. What is this? Yelled Righteous Fury. And she was crushed under the weight of the energy. Throughout the forest they saw this pillar of energy. Izuku landed. What was that? Asked Koda. Mashareo, said Izuku. He's fine, said Aiko. Are you sure? Asked Izuku. I'm sure, said Aiko. Don't worry, I'm freaking out from my place with him. Okay, said Izuku. Wait, what? Back with Mashareo, he was standing in a crater breathing heavily. What the hell was that? Yelled Aiko. It's my strongest attack, said Mashareo. I can't use it very well as it requires being brought to my lowest point. How are even standing? Said Aiko. It's hard to explain, but after using it I'm emotionally drained and it passed right through me, sighed Mashareo. I would say that doesn't make sense, but I was built by a man who was on a hero team with the Norse god of thunder in a past life, so a lot of things tend not to make sense when it comes to dealing with past lives, said Aiko. He turned to Righteous Fury, who was unconscious. You should run back to camp, said Aiko. I know, said Mashareo. He ran in the wrong way. Other way, said Aiko. Mashareo ran in a completely different direction. Still going the wrong way. I hate this so much, sighed Aiko. I'm trying, yelled Mashareo. Meanwhile, in the classroom that was being used by the remedial class, Ida arrived carrying Koda and Mineta. Are you okay? Asked Mina. It was one of the villains. Ojiro is fighting her, said Ida. Well, actually he just finished the fight and he won, said Aiko. From Ida's device, he got hit again, but he managed to shake it off and used his ultimate attack that he has. Wait, you have one of those crazy AI devices, said Mina. Why? Asked Zero. As class representative, it's my duty to make sure that the students are safe, and that means making sure Ojiro doesn't get too lost, said Ida. That makes way too much sense, said Mina. Speaking of which, he might want to go back, to make sure that he doesn't get lost coming back here, said Aiko. He can't be that lost, muttered Vlad King. They both checked the transceivers. Just try to be back here quickly, said Vlad King, knowing it was better for his friend to corral him. I'll be right back, said Ida. He ran out of the room to get Mashareo. Elsewhere in the forest, Priestess was scowling. Great, he just had to be pushed to his limits, growled out Priestess. She didn't consider him a high threat on the level of Hibiki, Momo or Ruji. Izuku was considered a higher level than them. But he was still a threat. I shouldn't be worried about that, said Priestess. I have to focus on my target. Meanwhile, with Toru and Kyoka, they were still facing off against Jack Attack when they saw that attack. Seriously, Mashareo? You have to use that attack, pouted Toru. What? Asked Kyoka, confused. She knew about the green fire and how it was Izuku. Everyone in class knew about that after all, but the pink energy was something different. Look, sweetheart, you have to pay attention to me and not your friend, said Jack Attack. He suddenly created playing cards which he threw at them. Toru pulled Kyoka out the way and thankfully they all missed. You're lucky that I decided to go easy tonight. Mocked Jack Attack, I thought it would more fun to use my quirk. Toru looked up at Jack Attack. Are you glaring at me? He asked, because I get the feeling that you're glaring at me. I'm glaring at you. Confirmed Toru. Okay, Kamadot, said Jack Attack. Toru then took out what looked like a bright pink grenade. Jiro, get out of here. I can handle him. Said Toru. But, said Kyoka. Let your auntie Toru handle this. Said Toru. You're only a month and a half older than me. Said Kyoka with a sweat drop. She tossed the grenadines which exploded in a fireworks and confetti. If you don't go just be careful. Said Toru. He's nuts, agreed Aiko, and a different kind of nuts too. Kyoka nodded at this. With righteous fury defeated it was one less villain to worry about, but there were still plenty of villains out in the forest and who knew what was going to happen, especially since it was clear that Priestess had a specific target. Chapter 53, Lethal Joke Character, Fight. Izuku was headed towards camp with Kota still on his back. However, as he used Skywalk he saw someone important below him. Mr. Aizawa, said Izuku. Aizawa sighed when Izuku landed in front of him. He looked at Izuku. While he did have a few bruises and a cut on his face, he looked pretty much fine. Midoriya, said Aizawa. He wasn't really sure what to say to him. After all, when hearing there were multiple villains in the forest, he knew that the kids had to fight back. Combined with the fact no one knew just how powerful Izuku was. Plus, after his own fight, Aiko had confirmed that Izuku managed to overcome his mental blocks. Can you get Kota to safety? Asked Izuku. Let me guess you're going after Bakugo? Asked Aizawa. I really should. Admitted Izuku. He wouldn't like it, but it would be a good idea. Aizawa sighed and messaged his devolving headache. Please don't try to fight that Nomu. Groaned Aizawa. Don't worry, I won't, said Izuku. Aizawa looked at Izuku skeptically. I nearly vomited seeing that thing from a distance with my hockey. Explained Izuku. I don't think I can fight it up close. Look, Izuku will be fine. Said Aiko, though I'm wondering if his leg is okay. What? Asked Izuku. You used Hell Memory Smash against the guy. If my memory is correct, your leg might be in bad shape. It's not that bad. I'm getting better at it. Said Izuku. Aizawa just looked at Izuku. I'll just take the kid. He groaned. Good call. Sighed Aiko from Aizawa's device. Izuku gave Aizawa Kota. Just please don't after that Nomu. Said Aizawa. Don't worry, I won't. Said Izuku. Aizawa watched as Izuku once again took to the sky. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure he's not lying. Said Aiko. Aizawa nodded. Besides, I'm pretty sure that one of the others might be fighting that thing. Said Aiko. What? Asked Aizawa. Just never mind. Said Aiko, and focus on getting that kid to safety. Aizawa just sighed. Why did Priestess have to be at the USJ? He muttered. Don't ask me. I don't have any sources to tell me why. Said Aiko. Hey, I was wondering, his quirk is strength-based, right? How is he able to use fire? Asked Kota. Why didn't you ask him? Asked Aiko. I wasn't sure if he would answer me. Said Kota. It's because you punched in the nads, isn't it? Asked Aiko. Ah? Said Kota. I'm probably not the best one of explain. Sighed Aizawa. Trust me on it, kid. You don't want to know what he's been through. Said Aiko. Honestly, it's a miracle that he even functions most of the time, that all of them are able to function. What do you mean? Asked Kota. You don't want to know. Said Aizawa. Kota was quiet. Back with Toru, she and Kyoka hid under the tree. Do you really think you can handle him alone? Asked Kyoka. Listen, things are going to get really weird. Said Toru. How weird are we talking about? Said Kyoka. She then took out multiple party cannons. Don't worry. I won't do a song and dance to distract him. Said Toru. Okay, seriously, that's the second time you brought that up. Did you do that a lot in your past life? Asked Kyoka. It's better if you don't know. Said Toru. She then shot the party cannons at Jack Attack. He got hit hard by the confetti blasts. That was when Toru seemingly teleported to by his side and hit him in the face with a pie. Jack Attack stumbled back but then realized something. You didn't hit me in the face with a real pie. Said Jack Attack. Nope, shaving cream, one of my classmates really hates it when someone wastes food. Said Toru. I fear the day when someone destroys cake in front of him and Momo. Said day will be a day long remembered. So a fellow jokester. Said Jack Attack. He sent out the playing cards at her but she managed to dodge easily by skipping. Okay. I really should give you information about him. Said Aiko. Jack Attack, his quirks lets him create razor-sharp playing cards. Was a fairly average hero until Priestess got to him, then he remember his past life as a villain known as the Joker? That's all I know about his past life. I have a source for Righteous Fury's past life, which why I know more about her. I see, said Toru. Also no, despite coming from a world of heroes and villains, he and Hibiki weren't from the same world. Said Aiko. I get the feeling that's also because his universe feels animated. Said Toru, and also Mark Hamill is very awesome. Yes, Mark Hamill was a very awesome man, but what does that have to do with anything? Said Aiko. You won't be able to get it. Said Toru. Okay. I'm just going to shut up because I have to feeling things going really weird. Said Aiko. Good call. Said Toru. You done getting exposition? Asked Jack Attack. I'm good, said Toru. Are you giving me the thumbs up? Asked Jack Attack. I'm giving you the thumbs up. Said Toru. The fight began again. Jack Attack started to throw more of his playing cards as her. She dodged a few by skipping. Then she took out Transceiver and used it as a shield to block every single card thrown at her. Hey! Rude, said Aiko. Sorry. I won't use as a weapon again. I just use a different friend. Said Toru. Yeah, that doesn't sound ominous. Said Aiko as Toru picked the transceiver. Use your friend as a weapon? Aren't you supposed to be a hero? Asked Jack Attack. She didn't mind the first time. Said Toru as she took out another of her party grenades. It distracted him. You know, it's weird, and you mentioned it yourself, but you're going easy on me. Said Toru. Jack Attack scowled as he removed confetti. Why is that? Asked Toru. I have my reasons, said Jack Attack. He tossed more playing cards her. She took out another party bazooka and fired it. It hit him head on. Surrender now or prepare to fight, yelled Toru, making a gesture at him. Two things, we're already fighting, and the other. You're pointing at me, aren't you? Asked Jack Attack. I'm pointing at you, said Toru. That was when suddenly Toru pulled out a lavender alicorn from somewhere. Sorry about this, Twilight, said Toru. Wait, what? Said the alicorn. She then twirled the alicorn's tail like a Gatling gun, causing a rapid fire effect from the alicorn's horn. Jack Attack ran away from the rapid fire. Thanks, Twilight, said Toru. Wait, Toru, said the alicorn, who was indeed her friend from her past life, Twilight. However, Twilight disappeared just as she came. Meanwhile in Equestria, Twilight sat at a table, blinked as she drank tea with her mentor Celestia, Luna's sister and fellow former princess. What just happened? Asked Celestia. Toru. Pinkie Pie's reincarnation just grabbed me to use a weapon during a fight, sighed Twilight. She then slammed her head into the table. Should have listened to Spike, said Celestia, taking a sip of tea. Should have listened to Spike. Agreed Twilight, now I owe him so many gems. Spike, her oldest friend, friendship ambassador, and also a comic book nerd, warned her that something like that might happen during a hero-villain fight. Back in the forest? You are so lucky that I'm going easy on you. Mocked Jack Attack. If I had my usual stuff on me, you would be dead right now. And unfortunately for you, I'm not, said Toru. That was when Jack Attack noticed what appeared to be a pink bomb that was shaped like an old-fashioned nuclear bomb. Wait, is that a? Said Jack Attack. My strongest party bomb, said Toru. And through the forest they all saw a giant mushroom cloud made out of confetti and streamers. Everyone stared at it in confusion. Well, mostly. Well, looks like Toru went all out, said Izuku as he ran to his first destination. You have no idea, said Aiko. What happened? Asked Izuku. You don't want to know what I saw her do. I'm pretty sure she broke the walls of reality, said Aiko. Yeah, sounds about right, said Izuku. Oh right, friend who is a protector of dreams, said Aiko. Back with Toru and Jack Attack, Jack Attack was in a daze. You know what? I'm giving up, live to fight another day, mumbled Jack Attack. He got up to leave. Oh wait, I get it now, said Toru. What? Asked Jack Attack. The reason why you went easy on us and just used your quirk is that the good part of you is still alive and is fighting against the insane and evil personality of your past life, said Toru. Jack Attack sneered at Toru and then ran off. It was true, the part of him that longed to be a hero, to be a good person, at times fought against the Joker's personality. It was few and far between, but it still happened. And that's what happened that night, him going easy. But it was clear thanks to his fight with Toru that's not what was going to happen in the future. You can come out now, said Toru. Turned out Kyoka didn't leave but watched the fight from a hiding place. What was that? Asked Kyoka. Special party powers, said Toru. Okay, said Kyoka, next time you tell me to run, I'll do it. Good, said Toru. That Kazar, when Toru shuddered again. What is it now? Asked Kyoka. Toru took a breath. It took her years of training to figure out a doozy, but she finally figured it what to feel when it happened. And she took a breath and felt it. Priestess is here too. And she's after one of our classmates, said Toru. Wait, are you sure? Asked Kyoka. Okay, I get you're psychic, but we need a second opinion on that one. Said Aiko. Yeah, but we should be careful, it's not me for obvious reasons but it could be you. Said Toru. Kyoka nodded. Let's just go back to camp. Said Kyoka. Good idea. Said Toru. Both of them decided to head back to camp hoping that they wouldn't run into Priestess or any other villains really. But still, there was still a lot going on and hopefully it would be fine. Chapter 54, Momo Fight. Izuku continued on his way. However, he decided to double-check something first. Namely to see if Mandalay and Tiger needed help. It was probably a good idea to see if the two pro heroes needed it after all. He jumped down from the air. Do you need help? Asked Izuku. We got this, said Mandalay. Izuku looked at them and nodded. Izuku headed to the forest to save Bakugo. However, as he headed in, other forest magna decided to attack him. However, it was Spinner who came to his defense due to the fact that Izuku was deemed a true hero by Stain. And also this fact. Did you forget what Priestess told us? Yelled Spinner, he could easily beat both of us. Magna didn't answer, having completely forgotten in the heat of the battle. Then they were both taken down by Tiger and Mandalay. Izuku had noticed this with his haki. That was lucky, said Izuku. You got right, agreed Aiko. Elsewhere in the forest, a group consisting of Momo, Aoyama and member of Class 1B named Yosetsu Aways were searching for more students. After all, there was still the poison gas problem. Momo had taken charge by giving those that needed them gas masks. That was when they heard something. Momo pulled the two into bushes. They saw that it was the Nomu. They all stared at the monster. However, when Momo did, she had gotten flashes of memories. Memories from the USJ. Of fight that Nomu? Yayorozu, said Aoyama as she faltered for a few seconds. I'm fine. Said Momo, I just remembered something from the USJ. Aoyama's eyes widened when she said that. What? Asks Aways. I was hit by a quirk at the USJ. Explained Momo, I became feral and wasn't in my right mind. For me to remember means something very important. Not to mention Izuku said the same thing about Hosu. Said Aiko. Momo sighed, remembering why Izuku left the train back in Hosu. But the fact that she got the memories now too. It meant something, she knew what she had to do. Someone's being a hypocrite. Said Aiko. I don't care. Said Momo. She created a large sword. Wait, is this a good idea? Asked Aways. I don't have much of a choice. Said Momo. I have reports from what happened at the USJ. She fought one of those things before, said Aiko, though admittingly she was fighting with Izuku, but at the same time she did cut off one of its limbs, so my final verdict. I'm going to tell you to run away when you need to run away. Momo was now making to the various piece of armor and putting it, only leaving her legs bare so that she could pull new from her legs when the time came. Are you sure it's a good idea? Asked Aways. With the exception of Izuku, I might be the only one to fight this thing. Said Momo. She jumped out of the bushes. Aways looked at Aoyama, who just shrugged. Momo looked at the monster that turned around. Okay. I will help you only so much, like I said, if I say get out of here, okay? Said Aiko. I know. Said Momo. Though there is a chance I won't. Really good chance. Said Aiko. Momo realized what she meant. She was considered to be one of the most powerful reincarnation after all. The Nomu looked at her and then suddenly gigantic power tools erupted from its skin. Holy crap, yelled Aiko. Momo just narrowed her eyes at the Nomu. The Nomu ran towards her, ready to fight. She blocked a drill with the sword she was using and managed to push it back. That thing just popped chainsaws out of its flesh. Said Aiko. I did. Said Momo. This is going to be one of those fight, isn't it? Asked Aiko. I have no idea. Said Momo. Wait, is that a normal claw hammer? Said Aiko. They noticed that indeed one of the tools was just a normal claw hammer. It is? Said Momo. Don't get hit by that one, it will be sad if that's the thing that hits you. Said Aiko. Momo blocked his chainsaw. Okay, good idea to shut up now. Said Aiko. Momo one again pushed the Nomu back. She looked at the Nomu. And another memory came back to her. Of the first Nomu's arm growing back. But then she realized something, there was a chance that this one wouldn't have the same quirk. I can't judge it until I see it, said Momo. She aimed an attack for one of the arms, which was the best way to describe the things producing the tools. She cut off one of the chainsaw arms. The Nomu roared in pain and anger. However, it was clear, that arm wasn't growing back. It looks like this one doesn't have that regeneration. Said Aiko. Momo nodded without saying anything. Once again, shutting up, but I will say this, I feel kind of bad for that thing, said Aiko. Momo sighed, she wasn't going to take her chances and still be careful. She knew from her fights in her past life to always be careful. But she did have a feeling that Aiko kind of had a point. If this thing wasn't regenerating, then there was a good chance she would win. But she's still to be realized and not assumed thing. However, by cutting off one of its arms it was even more angry. And of course it began to lash out like crazy. It roared in anger and managed to knock out the sword out of her hands. She dodged one of the chainsaw and landed on her feet. She managed to create a pair of swords this time. However, before any more on the fight could be, a gunshot rang throughout the forest. Momo's eyes widened when she heard that. Who got shot? Asked Momo. I don't know, said Aiko. I'm asking Izuku. Momo nodded. Duck, yelled Aiko. Momo, thankful, listened to the AI. She ducked under toe of the chainsaws. Okay, shutting up until I get an update, said Aiko. Momo nodded and focused on the fight. Back with Izuku, he was running towards where he knew Bakugo should be. That was when he heard the gunshot. He paled and looked towards where he heard the gunshot. He looked at who got shot and breathed a sigh of relief at the fight he was seeing. Do you know who got shot? Asked Aiko. It was Tetsu, said Izuku, and he's using his quirk. Oh good, said Aiko. I'm telling Momo after her fight. She's fighting someone? Asked Izuku. I'm not telling who she's fighting because saving Bakugo is more important, said Aiko. It's that bad, said Izuku. It is, sighed Aiko, so focus making sure your frenemy isn't kidnapped. Izuku nodded, knowing Aiko was right. Though it was hard to ignore the gunshots ringing throughout the forest. Back with Momo, she managed to cut off one of the other chainsaw arms along with the drill arm. The Nomu once again roared in pain and anger. But it was also clear it was losing a lot of blood. Its moves were starting to get sloppy. She managed to cut off its last two chainsaw arms, leaving only the hammer arm. The Nomu still roared in pain and anger. She then created a spear and impaled it in the shoulder. Thanks to the combination of pain and blood loss, it could only frail its hammer arm in pitiful movements. Momo pushed it back until it was against a tree and drove the spear further in the tree, trapping it. She created another spear and did it its other shoulder. She was breathing heavily, but it was clear that it could move from the tree due to the pain and blood loss. She heard a noise behind her. Thankfully it was Aoyama and Awaze. Awaze was just in shock at the fight. So it's over? Asked Aoyama, who wasn't surprised. After all he had heard about her one-sided exam with Aizawa. It's down, said Momo with a nod. That was when the poison gas began to clear. What happened? Asked Momo. Checking with Izuku, said Aiko. Back with Izuku, he had seen the end of the fight with Tetsu. He wasn't the only one fighting the violing, he had helped form Itsuka. So they defeated the villain and the gas is clearing? Asked Aiko. It is, said Izuku. Okay. Good, said Aiko. I'll spread the word along with the fact that the Nomu is down. Wait, the Nomu is down? Asked Izuku. Yep, said Aiko. Was that what Momo was fighting? Asked Izuku. You know it, said Aiko. Izuku realized that was the reason why Aiko didn't tell him. But still he headed to where he knew Katsuki was. Back with Momo, Aoyama and Awaze. Okay. So are you going to head back to camp since people don't need gas makes anymore, or do you want to help Izuku? Asked Aiko. Momo began to think. She quickly realized something and pinched the bridge of her nose. I don't think I can leave them alone, should I? Asked Momo. Probably not a good idea? I mean, Bakugo might have Todoroki with him, but he seems like the type to just let them bicker, said Aiko. I'm going to follow Izuku. It will be up to you what do, said Momo. I think it would be a good idea to stick with you, said Aoyama, staring at the pin Nomu. He's got a point, said Aoyama. All right. I'll lead you to Izuku, said Aiko. Hey, said Awaze, pointing at a large plate of cupcakes. Those weren't there a couple seconds ago. Aoyama touched his shoulder. Don't worry about it. Momo took the plate of cupcakes. Already telling her thanks, said Aiko. Momo nodded and they both headed to where Izuku was heading. Meanwhile with Aizawa. The gas has cleared and the Nomu has been defeated, said Aiko. Midoriya didn't keep his promise, did he? Asked Aizawa. No, don't worry. Izuku kept his promise, said Aiko. Aizawa felt a new annoyance bubble up. Which one of them? Asked Aizawa. Momo, said Aiko. Aizawa groaned. Also she, Aoyama and random kid from class 1B are acting as backup for Izuku in protecting Bakugo, said Aiko. Aizawa groaned again. Hey! I only know the names of Tetsu, Ibra, Kendo and Monoma. I have no idea who the others in the class are, said Aiko. Just never mind, said Aizawa. Aizawa couldn't help but to get a bad feeling that something was going to happen soon. And little did he know things would change for the class once again soon, and he wasn't sure what going to happen. But the change was coming and it would be something he wouldn't expect. Chapter 55, Another Soul Awakened. Izuku ran through the forest. However, he sensed that something was going to attack him and dodged. He looked at what just attacked him and his eyes were wide. He turned and saw that Shoji was running towards him. Then he noticed one of Shoji's tentacles was bleeding. "You're bleeding," said Izuku. "What happened?" Before he could answer, Izuku saw what was rampaging. It was Dark Shadow. It was massive and was even engulfing Tokoyami's body. "Run! Get away!" growled Tokoyami. "You'll be killed." Izuku stared in horror. Shoji began to explain what happened. They were attacked by one of the villains. One that could create blade from his teeth, and it cut off one of his hands. "What?" said Izuku in horror. "Don't worry, my dupliarm quirk can create hands within hand, and that was what was cut off," explained Shoji. "I see," said Izuku. "There is a way to calm Dark Shadow down," said Shoji. "If he gets enough light it will calm down." Izuku blinked, then realized what Shoji was getting at. "All right," said Izuku. Tokoyami watched Izuku and then remembered what Izuku could do and relaxed a bit. While he was still worried, the fact that it was someone who manipulate fire was going to be help. Meanwhile, at the camp building, Mineta and Koda had managed to recover from their attacks. Thankfully, Ida had also brought Mashireo back a while ago. "Hey guys," said Toru as she entered with Kyoka. "Toru," said Mashireo. "You guys are okay," said Mina. "Were you even listening to me?" asked Aiko. "I told you that most of the class accounted for. Right now the ones I can't truly account for is unfortunately Bakugo and Todoroki." "What about my class?" demanded Monoma. "Sorry, I only know of you and 3 other classmates like I keep saying, and I can only truly account for one of them," said Aiko. "I have no idea what his name is, and right now I really don't care. Right now is a serious situation." "She has no intention of learning his name, does she?" asked Kaminari with a sweat drop. "Probably not," sighed Mashireo. "I still don't understand why Class 1A gets access to such an advanced AI," muttered Monona, "while we didn't even know she existed until today." "I told you, I will explain later," muttered Vlad King. None of the ones that knew Aiko beforehand wanted to tell them it was because of multiple reasons that they had access to her. Especially the main reason of Priestess quirk. The ones that hadn't met Aiko were given the quick explanation Orchestra Rave made her, and figured how things from there. "Monoma's going to let in by the end of this, isn't he?" asked Mashireo. "He is," mumbled Toru. Mashireo sighed. "Hey, you okay?" asked Mina to Kyoka. Kyoka was in a daze. "You don't want to know the fight I just saw," muttered Kyoka. "I see," said Mina. Back with Izuku, he ran toward Tokoyami. He then activated Hell Memories. He just used some less angry memories, as the point wasn't to hurt Tokoyami but to help him. Just some minor annoyances, like a time Hibiki wasn't able to buy a new All Might figure, or the time they forgot his drink at McDonald's. Just annoying enough to stoke the flames. He ran towards the Dark Shadow covered Tokoyami and got in close enough for the flames to affect Dark Shadow. The bright green fire thankfully shrunk down the shadow enough for Tokoyami to pacify it. "Midoriya, thank you," said Tokoyami. "It wasn't a problem," said Izuku. "Are all right, Tokoyami?" asked Shoji. "Shoji, I'm sorry," said Tokoyami. "It's all right. You're safe now," said Shoji. "Look, I know that everything is fine, but we still have your frenemy to save," said Aiko. Both Shoji and Tokoyami were confused. Izuku took out the transceiver. "Hey, my name is Aiko and I am an AI built by Orchestra Rave. Though name is actually Aiko, which stand for Artificial Intelligence knows objectively," said Aiko. "Objectively what?" asked Tokoyami before Izuku could stop him. Aiko was silent for a few seconds. "Of course. That I'm better than you," said Aiko. And then she played the repeating horn sounds effect. "Aiko's been helping everyone out tonight," explained Izuku. "And you two are the last 2 in class I have officially met," said Aiko. "So everyone else in class met you?" said Izuku. "Oh yeah," said Aiko. "Did you give your usual introduction?" asked Izuku. "Mostly," said Aiko. Koda refused to ask objectively what, though to be fair he rarely ever talks, but still it's annoying. "He was the only one in that group to not know you," pointed out Izuku. "Either way, it's probably to have a good idea to have these 2 as backup, plus the fact that you will probably have to keep Dark Shadow in check," said Aiko. "Plus Aoyama and that Class 1B guy are helping out too." "Momo's going to help me too," said Izuku. "You 3 need to go back now," said Aiko. "Talk while you walk." Izuku looked towards where Bakugo and Todoroki were and saw that they were fighting a villain. But he saw that another villain was heading towards him. "She's right," said Izuku. They all headed towards where Bakugo and Todoroki were. Meanwhile, with Priestess, she found her target. She smirked as she looked at him, especially since he was already in a fight with someone else. "Perfect," she said. Flashback. Shigaraki was telling Priestess why he was going to attack the camp. I'm sorry, but what? Asked Priestess. I plan to recruit him into the league. He said, looking at a picture of Bakugo. I mean, he's already an unchained animal. I could be the one to unleash his true potential. Two things, no offense, but you're a terrible salesman, said Priestess. What does that mean? Asked Shigaraki. How many of the ones you personally recruited weren't idiots? Asked Priestess. You joined, muttered Shigaraki. Kurogiri was the one to make the offer, not you, pointed out Priestess. Shigaraki was making strangled noises. And the other, if he wanted to be a villain, don't you think he already would have become one? Asked Priestess. Shigaraki was about to say something but stopped. The kid wants to be a hero, and if he didn't quit school after that giant mess about him came out, then I doubt even Kurogiri could convince him, said Priestess, and besides, with all that stuff revealed about him, don't you think there's a chance he might regret it? I mean, I have stuff about stuff I did in junior high I regret, manly fashion related, but that's not the point. Okay. I get it, muttered Shigaraki. The only way he would do that is to completely break him, and I doubt that would be easy, said Priestess, rolling her eyes. However, that was when Shigaraki got an idea. Yet you can, said Shigaraki. Wait, what? Asked Priestess. You have broken hundreds of heroes. What if you use his quirk and after his head is no longer fuzzy we convince him to join us? Said Shigaraki. I have never tried anything like that, said Priestess, though it could work, but I should warn you. I know that 3% chance, said Shigaraki. There are other factors too, said Priestess, certain stressful situations, like I discovered a second less common factor when it comes to heroes remaining heroes. Really now? Asked Shigaraki. I have discovered that if someone survived cancer and died another way in their past life, they will remain a hero, said Priestess. What? Asked Shigaraki. It's true, if they contracted cancer, they beat it and die via other means, then they will remain a hero, said Priestess, emphasizing it, whether it's old age, car accident, or getting gored by a rhino. What was that last one? Asked Shigaraki. I'll tell you later, sighed Priestess, but I'm just saying there is still a small percent chance if he had a normal life we still can't convince him. The odds are still in your favor though, said Shigaraki. Still, I never thought of it before, said Priestess, but we should see if it will even work. I'm sure it will, said Shigaraki with a shrug. End of flashback. Hopefully this will work, she said as she began her praying ritual. At the same time, Bakugo was trying to fight with the villain. However, Todoroki was stopping him. You can't do that. You'll just cause a forest fire, scolded Todoroki. You could just freeze it once I blow him up, yelled Bakugo. Todoroki was about to say something, but he saw Bakugo suddenly freeze up and fell to his knees. Bakugo? Asked Todoroki, concerned. Then he saw what happened. He saw Priestess with her finger returning to normal. Depending on the results, you'll remember too, mocked Priestess. Don't worry, I won't go after your unconscious friend. I thought you were after him, said Todoroki. Oh, I am, said Priestess, but in order for our plans to work he needs to be properly broken. What? Asked Todoroki, horrified. At the same time as the three ran towards where Todoroki and Bakugo were, Izuku sensed sweat just happened. Midoriya, what's wrong? Asked Tokoyami. I don't know, but something happened to Bakugo, said Izuku. Both Shoji and Tokoyami became concerned. Back in the spot, Priestess took the time to look at Bakugo's past life memories. After all, it would be best to see if he would be broken, join their side because he was a villain in his past life, or remain a hero before they really kidnapped him. That was when Izuku, Tokoyami, and Shoji had arrived. You, growled out Izuku, figure out what happened. However, Priestess couldn't respond, because when she was done checking the memories, she started screaming. Chapter 56, The Return of the Pirate Hunter. In the classroom, everyone was nervous about any news about Bakugo. F dash. F dash. F dash. F dash. F dash. F F F F F U U U U U U U U U U C C C C C K K K K K, yelled Aiko suddenly. What happened? Asked Toru. Okay, good news. Bakugo hasn't been kidnapped, said Aiko, but it's not just bad news, but horrible news. You better not be exaggerating things, yelled Ida. Priestess got him with her quirk, said Aiko. Everyone in the classroom but Monoma were horrified. No, whispered Kirishima. The five of us were lucky, muttered Mashireo. Yeah, whispered Toru. We have no idea who or what he was, said Aiko. Our only hope is that he was a fighter in his past life. She didn't want to admit to the cancer survivor metric at the moment. It was a good metric to see if someone would remain a hero, but it also sounded pretty insensitive at the moment. What are you even talking about? Demanded Monoma. Back at the location, Priestess was screaming for several seconds. Ever since she was doing this, she had kept a mental list of those she never wanted to awaken. She knew the odds were slim that she would ever awaken them. But she was still scared that she would. People such as Steve Rogers, Ram Masatome and Rock Lee were all people she was terrified of awakening. Heck, with her recent awakening of Ruji's past life memories, the list gained a huge boost thanks to the existence of Power Rangers. There were over 100 of them. Currently there was one person that was on top of the list, and she just reawakened his memories. It's just like the USJ, said Shoji. Out of the 5 students that had seen her breakdown, Shoji was the only one that wasn't in the classroom. When Priestess finally stopped screaming, she suddenly tackled Izuku. "Tell Emmy," she yelled. "What?" said Izuku, knowing she was having another breakdown. "I know he bullied you since childhood. That you've known each other for years. So tell me, how were you drawn together?" she demanded. However, before anyone could get her off him, still unsure if Izuku's inability to hit women was still in effect as it still had yet to be tested, Bakugo finally got up. "No, the 30 seconds are up," whimpered Priestess. Bakugo grasped as if trying to get something on his side, only grabbing air. He then glared at Priestess. She got off of Izuku and began to run away. However, it wasn't enough. Suddenly a wind blew from Bakugo, knocking her down. "What was that?" asked Tokoyami. That was when they all noticed that his hands were completely black, which they all immediately recognized. "Midoriya, isn't that one of your techniques?" asked Tokoyami. "Haki," said Izuku. That was when the villain they were fighting earlier broke through the ice wall that Todoroki had created. Bakugo turned his attention on him. After all, right now he was just running on instincts from his past life with the goal of protecting his friends, loose term right now, and defeating his enemies. They watched Bakugo fought in a weird way, as if chopping the air. Izuku watched in shock. He knew those movements. "Midoriya, did you know him?" asked Todoroki. Before Izuku could answer, "Izuku," called out Momo. The other two arrived as well, with Aoyama looked at Priestess and the way Bakugo was acting. After all, he was one of the few students, along with Tokoyami, who hadn't seen what the feral stage looked like. While Awaze was just confused. "Momo, I need you make something for me," said Izuku. "What?" asked Momo. "3 katanas," said Izuku. Momo was confused for a second, but then remembered something from when she saw his memories in the dreams. "All right," she said. Meanwhile, Bakugo continued to fight the villain as he turned his teeth into blades. After about a minute, Izuku yelled out, "Hey! Shitty swordsman!" Everyone watched in confusion after Momo finished making the katanas. She placed the 3 swords on the ground and Izuku kicked the blades to Bakugo. Bakugo saw the swords hurtling him and caught all 3 of them, with the third in his mouth, shocking everyone including Momo, as she didn't know how he used the third sword. "I knew it," said Izuku. "You knew each other," said Shoji. "Remember the monster trio I mentioned?" said Izuku. The entire class sans Momo remembered that, along with Shoji remembering Priestess' rant. "We were the 3 strongest on the crew," said Izuku. "There was me, our captain Luffy, and finally the swordsman Roronoa Zoro." The class was surprised by this fact. "Wait, is that?" said Aiko. "Moss head," said Izuku, confirming those that knew about his past life. "Huh?" said Todoroki, who had heard about the rather humorous arguments a couple times. "I have no idea what's going on," said Awaze. The villain was defeated and Bakugo turned to Priestess, who was shaking. No, he's not like Black Leg. He believes that there is no difference when it comes to fighting women," she whimpered. He was about to attack her, however a figure in a top hat wearing a mask and trench coat managed to grab her. "I take it your part of the plan failed?" said the person who was clearly with the villain. "No, he's a pansy who hiding," muttered Priestess very sarcastically. "Of course it failed. He's top-tired from the same world as Black Leg. And what's worse, he's from the same pirate crew." The villain looked at her. "Why did I have to unleash another monster?" she muttered. "I have unleashed another monster? I have unleashed another monster. It's not that." The villain tried to reassure her. That was when Bakugo created a tornado with his swords. With the students, they saw what he had just done. "Amazing," said Momo in awe. "Are you sure that was a good idea, giving him swords?" asked Shoji. "Maybe," said Izuku, starting to sound unsure. However, Izuku saw that villain who came to Priestess' aid. "What is it, Midoriya?" asked Aoyama. "I'll explain it later," said Izuku. He ran towards the villain and kicked him in the chest. The villain's mask fell off and he coughed up a small marble. Izuku picked up the marble. "Release her," he said, glaring at him. "Listen to him," said Priestess. The glared at Izuku and snapped his fingers, and suddenly there was a flash of light and a very injured rag doll appeared in his arms. That was when Bakugo attacked them. He glared at Izuku that said, "Don't get in my way." Izuku laughed nervously at that face. "Rag doll?" asked Tokoyami. "They also kidnapped her," said Izuku. Shoji decided to take her. "You need to send out a message," yelled the villain. "DMN it." "You're right," yelled Priestess. She placed her ear. "I made a gross miscalculation. He was extremely strong in his past life, everything he gained was because of skill. We need to retreat in." That was when Bakugo tried to swipe at them. "We should be lucky he's out of it. I really don't want to fright him while he's using Ashura," said Priestess shaking. "What?" asked the villain. "Now's not the time to ask question, Mr. Compress, we need to flee," she said. Mr. Compress looked at the feral hero in training trying to attack him with the sword. It was clear that he wouldn't be able to use his quirk on him. Both of them fled as fast as they could, hoping that the trees would hide them. Bakugo gritted his teeth anger as the villains were successful in hiding. It should be pointed out that while in his past life he did have observation haki, it was near Sanji's abilities. The other students arrived and looked at him. "Aiko, what happens when there aren't any enemies to fight?" asked Izuku. "They just do something that their past life would do until they pass out," said Aiko. Bakugo was glaring at Izuku. And suddenly he attacked Izuku. Tokoyami was about to defend Izuku, however Momo stopped him. "Wait," said Momo, "look at his body language." They all looked at Bakugo body language as Izuku fought them off. It wasn't like fighting with the villains. It was more like someone fighting because they were annoyed more than anything. Or as Tokoyami put it, "It's like they're children," said Tokoyami. "Momo, I think I might need your help with this," yelled Izuku. Momo sighed and knew what she had to do. She walked towards them and punched both of them in the heads. "That really hurt?" said Izuku. "Sorry," said Momo. The others just watched as Bakugo glared at Momo, who gave an Urza glare right back at him. He then grumbled and went take a nap under a tree. "Was that seriously normal for him?" asked Shoji with a sweat drop. "Yeah," said Izuku. "Give him a few minutes then try to move him," said Aiko. "Have you told everyone else?" asked Momo. "Mostly," said Aiko. "I told everyone I could, which unfortunately means not Hibiki. I'm not supposed to interrupt him while he's doing science." "What about Achiko, Toru and Mashireo?" asked Izuku. "Not to mention the teachers," said Momo. "Don't worry, I told them," said Aiko, though unlike the others Achiko's having a harder time fighting, so I didn't tell her everything. Several minutes ago with Achiko and Tsuyu. Both of HDM were walking through the forest when they had to dodge a knife. It was Toga trying to stab them. Achiko and Tsuyu managed to get out of the way. "Oh man, you were able to dodge, how am I supposed to get that yummy blood now?" said Toga. "Reminder, Aizawa gave you the okay to fight back," said Aiko, "though I think you two need to be careful, she has a ton of knives so I wouldn't use your tongue if I were you." "Achiko," said Tsuyu. "I'm not exactly the strongest the five of us," sighed Achiko, "but I do have some trick up my sleeve." Tsuyu nodding, knowing that Achiko should be the one to handle this fight. It was mostly Achiko dodging the knife and looking for an opening. "You know, I see it in your eyes," laughed Toga. "You're in love, aren't you?" "What?" asked Achiko. Before Toga could continue with her rant, a certain moment had occurred. "Bad news," said Aiko suddenly. "What?" said Achiko. "Bakugo just got hit by Priestess quirk," said Aiko. Achiko froze. "What?" she asked. She knew that she got lucky with her past life that was relatively unscathed. But she wouldn't anyone she knew to be hit. Even if things were complicated between Izuku and Bakugo, he was still a classmate and ally. And to get hit by the quirk, with such a high chance of quitting. However, Toga used this chance to jab Achiko with a large needle. "Oh my bad," said Aiko, "I'll shut up for the rest of the fight." The need was attached to a device that started to drain her blood. However, Achiko managed to jab her with her hands. "What's happening?" she yelled as she stared to float. Achiko careful removed the needle, but it was clear that it did do its job and drained quite a bit of blood. But she was fine. "Release," said Achiko. That was when they saw strange gusts of wind. "What's that?" asked Tsuyu. "I will say it's good news, but I'll go into details later," said Aiko. Achiko got the feeling that Bakugo was a fighter and going to remain on their side. Toga got up and looked at Tsuyu. "So I guess I need to take your blood now," said Toga. "I won't let you," said Achiko. She knew she had to be careful. Though one stray thought did occur to her. "I need to start carrying kunai." And the fight continued for a bit longer. Back in the classroom? "All right," called out Aiko, "I have good news and bad news." "What is it?" said Kirishima. "The good news, Bakugo was a fighter in his past life and is not fighting indiscriminately," said Aiko. "All right," said Toru. "Wait, what's the bad news?" asked Kirishima. Well, you know that phase. Oh no, now there's two of them, asked Aiko. What about it, asked Jiro. Oh sweet merciful crap. Now there's two of them, yelled Aiko. What does that mean, asked Kirishima. Okay. Izuku and Bakugo knew each other in their past lives, in fact, they were on the same pirate crew, said Aiko. Everyone was surprised, however it was clear it was good news. Why would that elicit that reaction? It sounds like good news. I mean, even they were pirates. From what I heard about Izuku's past life, they were good people, said Ida. Unless, no, said Mashireo. Yep, Moss Head, said Aiko. What? asked Mina. The guy from Izuku's past life that didn't have a sense of direction, sighed Mashireo. The class had managed to figure out context clues that Izuku knew someone from his past life that also had no sense of direction. So now we have two uber power pirates and two guys without a sense of direction, said Mina. Well, 3 for the last one, said Aiko. That was one time, sighed Kirishima. Seriously, all this talk about past lives, it's pathetic, said Monoma. That was when Toru and Mashireo glared at him. Monoma. I think it's time to explain things, said Vlad King. That was when they heard someone at the door. That is not Aizawa, said Aiko. Hopefully it's someone from Class 1B. However, it wasn't. It was that same villain who turned into mud before blowing up the door, who as it turned out was Dabi. Stay back, Vlad King. He managed to restrain the villain with his quirk, which allowed him to completely control his blood. I'm sensing a villain rant, said Aiko. I wouldn't listen to him. Everyone's sweat dropped at this. Something I learned as Hibiki's assistant, just tune them out as they talk about these things, said Aiko. Trust me, blah blah blah, society is to blame, blah blah blah. You had to transcribe too many, said Toru. I had to transcribe too many, sighed Aiko. Plus, I don't think he knows the kidnapping plan failed spectacularly. Aizawa came into the classroom and attacked Dabi until he once again turned into mud. That's enough, said Vlad King. Aizawa grumbled. So, said Aizawa looking at the class. Did Aiko tell you about Bakugo? asked Ida. She did, said Aizawa. He sighed, messaging a headache. Even if he is going to be okay, he still has a lot to go through, said Toru. Yeah, said Mashireo. Status on the students, said Aizawa. Achiko and Tsuyu are still fighting a villain. And thanks to Bakugo, Priestess and another villain retreated, while he took down a third. He's taking a nap right now. Exaplained Aiko. You're serious, said Aizawa. Look, I don't want to go into details once he lost track of the villains, but the point is that after they were gone, he de-iced to take a nap. He's probably completely out now. Back with the large group of students. Okay, so that villain makes people remember their past lives, and she made you 2 and 3 other of your classmates remember your past lives? asked Awaze. That's right, said Momo, who finished bandaging Ragdoll's wounds, a first aid kit she created. And now she's hit Bakugo? said Awaze. Yeah, said Izuku. Okay. I think Bakugo's completely out, probably a good idea to move, said Aiko. I'll carry him, said Momo. Shoji picked up Ragdoll, while Awaze carried his classmates, who was unconscious thanks to the poisonous gas. Look, Achiko is still fighting a villain, probably a good idea to help her, said Aiko. All right, said Izuku, who then sweat dropped. What's wrong? asked Momo. We'll see what happens, said Izuku. You still hasn't tested fighting another girl, have you? asked Momo. No, said Izuku. The group headed to So, where Achiko's fight was going on. Toga had gotten the message about the kidnapping failing. But part of her wanted to see if she could get more blood, especially from Tsuyu. Hey, yelled Izuku. She saw that large group of students headed her way. I guess I should heed that warning, said Toga. However, that was when she saw Izuku and she started to blush. That was when Izuku suddenly shuddered. Why do I have a really bad feeling, thought Izuku. Deku, called out Achiko. That was when Toga ran away. Welp, she got away, said Aiko. Good news is that Bakugo is the reincarnation of Moss Head, so. Wait, really? asked Achiko. Yeah, said Izuku. That was when Achiko started giggling. He's blonde in this life, she said. I know, sighed Izuku. Oh, you're right? I didn't think about that, laughed Momo. I'm guessing there's a significance, said Tokoyami. You don't want to know, said Shoto, who did know that Bakugo had green hair in his past life. Look, it's probably a good idea to head back to the camp, said Aiko. Aiko's right, said Momo. Come on, said Izuku. They all headed back to camp. Meanwhile, with the League of Villains, most of them met up in a meeting spots. Jack Attack was carrying a still unconscious Righteous Fury. So am I the only one who saved anyone? he asked. A man full-body black costume with a black head gray mask who was with Dobby. "What do you mean by that?" he said, then said in a different tone of voice, "Of course we saved someone. That was Mr. Compress and Priestess showed up both looking worse for wear. I want booze," she yelled. "What?" asked Dobby. That was when Toga showed up. "Oh, do we get to see you get drunk again?" said Toga showing up. Priestess glared at her. "Did you get any blood?" asked Dobby. "Only from one person," muttered Toga. "Well, at least someone succeeded somewhat," muttered Priestess. "Tonight was mostly a failure, unfortunately," said Kurogiri appearing. "I have managed to retrieve Magna and Spinner, but I wasn't able to retrieve the other three." "Wait, you mean the Nomu?" asked Dobby, surprised. Kurogiri nodded. "I had gotten word that it was taken down by one of Priestess' past victims." Priestess gritted her teeth. "Me first," muttered Priestess, going through the portal. "I'll put it on your tab," said Kurogiri. They all followed the disgruntled villainess. They all went through the portal to watch Priestess chugs down a lot of booze. "So, that was a terrible plan. How was I supposed to? Oh no," she yelled out. She then chugged another drink. "You're going to destroy your liver if you keep that up," said the villain dressed in black and gray, then chanted in the other voice, "Chug. Chug. Chug." Shigaraki was steaming, due to the fact it was clear that the whole thing, while not a big a failure as the USJ, was still a failure. "You know what I was thinking, you're doing things too small," said Jack Attack. "What do you mean?" asked Shigaraki. "Why attack one school?" asked Jack Attack. "Sure, it's UA, but it's just one school. I mean, there's so many out there." Shigaraki then realized what Jack Attack was getting at. "Interesting. I think I have to bring this up to Master," said Shigaraki. Meanwhile, at Hibiki's apartment, the three had finished it. They had ran some tests and the first morpher of this world was working. "All right. We're done," said Hibiki. "Thanks," said Ruji. "Okay, you're done with science, good," said Aiko, "because, well, you need to change someone of your standing orders for me." "What do you mean?" asked Hibiki. "Well, you know I'm not allowed to interrupt you while you science," said Aiko. "Why do you keep putting it that way?" asked Ruji. "It's funny," said Aoi. "Well, you see," said Aiko, "something happened at camp. You're going to want pour yourself a drink then sit down." Hibiki paled at Aiko regaled to him what happened at camp. Especially since it was clear that he was going to have a sixth student. And with that camp, nothing would ever be the same, especially with Bakugo, now that he had the memories of Roronoa Zoro within him. Chapter 57, Soul Connection. Many years ago, a couple approached a building called Mina's Rip-Off Bar. The man was blonde and the woman was a brunette. Both of them entered the bar. Inside, a woman with short orange hair and was beating up a guy much bigger than her. Her face lit up when she saw the two. "Hey, you were in the area too," said the woman. That was when they saw a man with green hair while three katanas laid nearby on a stool at the bar. "So you're here too," said the man, taking a seat next to him. "So trying to repay the debt? Or does she own your soul?" The green-haired man gritted his teeth and glared at him. "Hey, you need help with him?" the woman asked the orange-haired woman. "Well, you do know your stuff," said the orange-haired woman. "All right then," said the brown-haired woman with a sadistic grin. "You know you didn't answer my question," said the blonde man. "Oh God. What's she doing to my thumb?" yelled the poor sap that was getting beaten up. "She doesn't own my soul," growled out the green-haired man. "Sure she doesn't, considering your lifestyle there's nothing you can give her," said the blonde man, "because I doubt you even have any money." "You want to make something swirly brow," yelled the green-haired man. "Come at me, shitty swordsman," yelled the blonde man. "That's enough," yelled the orange-haired women, punching the two in the heads. "Gah! What is this pain?" yelled the poor hapless sap. "It's nice seeing the two of you on the same day," said the orange-haired woman, "but if you fight here I will charge you the normal prices and then throw you out." "I'll behave," said the blonde in a happy tone. "Whatever which," muttered the green-haired man. The orange-haired woman nodded and went back to beating up the poor sap. "That shouldn't be bending that way," yelled the poor sap. "So," said the blonde, "how have you been since the last meeting?" "The same, dealing with Marines," said the green-haired man. "So did you and Tashigi finally do it, or are you still using your fights as a stand-in?" said the blonde. "I've told you it's not a sec thing," yelled the green-haired man. The blonde, however, just shrugged. "That kid she's been training is probably going to fight me again," said the green-haired man. "That guy who's trying to become the new world's greatest swordsman?" asked the blonde man. "You think he'll actually beat you this time?" "Not this time," said the green-haired man, "but he might actually give me a workout this time." The blonde man nodded. "Remember to be careful, we don't want him to be too injured after all, or word might spread too much," said the orange-haired. "I know, unless," said the brown-haired woman. That was when the green-haired man got up. Leaving already? Asked the blonde man. I've been here for a few hours and with you here word might spread. Muttered the green-haired man, it's better if I'm not in a place for too long. The blonde man nodded. After their dear captain's death it was better to pretend that the crew had broken up after all and to not be in the same place for too long. They were all among the most wanted people in the world after all. I can remove his memory and then he can return without ever knowing he's been here before. Said the brown. My God. Sighed the orange-haired woman, you genius. I'm so happy you came here at the right time. What? Cried the poor sap. See you at the next meeting, Zoro? Said the blonde man. The green-haired man who was Zoro nodded at the man who was indeed Sanji as he left the bar. Later which? Muttered Zoro. Don't call Nami that, yelled Sanji. And that was the last time that Zoro and Sanji would see each other. Well, in this life anyway. Present day. Katsuki Bakugo was staring at his hands. Once he left the 4th stage of Priestess quirk he knew what happened, that well, he was hit by her quirk and remembered his past life. His past life as someone who started out as a bounty hunter in order to become a world's greatest swordsman and was something of a lone wolf until he met that grinning idiot and joined his pirate crew as the first person and unofficial first mate. A grinning idiot he was willing to die for? He was filled with so many thoughts about it. The first was that he realized he needed a kuina in this life. Someone who set him on his but when he was young and impressionable to make him realize that he needed to learn a lot. Not only that but that past life finally taught him humility. Yes, he could easily become the best, but it was going to take so much blood, sweat, and tears to do it. And another thought was the realization that superpowers while awesome didn't mean much if that person had other skills. Sure, plenty of people in his past life who was in the top tier had superpowers, but he wasn't among them, and there plenty of others too. He still loved his quirk but he now knew that it wasn't all there was. However, the biggest one was how much he effed up. He knew that Izuku was Sanji. Mostly because Izuku had mentioned his past life details and the fact that he even described their current relationship to Moss Head on a Mede. Sure, they fought a lot in their past life but when they got down to it, the truth was deep down, the two of them were brothers. And in this life he made sure that his brother in all but blood relive his crappy childhood all over again. And what was worse, it was by his hands. No wonder why he was set off with him. Going through 2 childhoods of mocked and beaten for not having powers. And being the cause of the second time. And thanks to having an adult's memories in his head he can now look back on his current life's memories and see Izuku for what he was. He would have questioned why he was such a sweet guy, when not acting like Sanji, but he knew Inko well enough and having such a loving mother would probably do that. Still he effed up and effed up badly. There was a knock on the door. I'm coming in anyway. Said Hibiki from the other side of the door. Bakugo glared at the blonde hero as he came into the hospital room. So how you feeling? Asked Hibiki. You know don't you? He asked. Hibiki sighed. About the fact that history repeated itself. Said Hibiki, yeah, told us on the first day back from school after the USJ, and I know he confronted you right before. I'm a FING sociopath. Muttered Bakugo. No you're not. Said Hibiki, you understand what you did was wrong and have been trying to fix it before this point. You were just on the same level as sociopaths. The glare Bakugo gave him was harsh. He recognized me too, didn't he? Asked Katsuki. He did. Said Hibiki. Bakugo looked like he was going to cry. You know when you assume something you make an but out of you and me? Said Hibiki in English. Katsuki stared at Hibiki as he completely understood it. When you spoke another language in your past life you keep that knowledge. Said Hibiki, I was American and I know you spoke English, oddly enough, but what I said had to be said in English. You can't assume things. And it's clear you're assuming he won't forgive you. What makes you think that he will? Yelled Bakugo. I know your head was messed up but did you really forget? Asked Hibiki. Forget what? Asked Bakugo. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Said Aiko. Bakugo glared at the Aiko device on Hibiki. Sorry but I wanted to give you the same amount of time that I gave the others when it first happened to them, and also you have another visitor who wants to talk you. Who? Asked Katsuki. I think you should know. Said Hibiki as he got up and left the room. Also we're going to have a session after this, whether or not you like it, you have to join us for therapy. Bakugo figured he would have joined that they group. Hibiki looked at the person who wanted to talk to him. Who was holding some food and a countdown clock. He's all yours. Said Hibiki. That person nodded. Bakugo looked at the door and saw that visitor was of course Izuku. Hey! Izuku said, clearly not in Sanji mode. Bakugo looked at Izuku and ended up entering Zoro mode. But as he did he realized what Hibiki meant. Izuku already forgave him. Hey, I made you some curry. Said Izuku. Bakugo didn't answer. He noticed a plate of cupcakes. And he noticed it was clear they weren't chocolate like they usually were, but the frosting was bright red as usual. And he placed the curry besides it. For a while neither one said anything. Izuku did consider making a joke about how it was now clear that Nami didn't own his soul considering the last conversation that Zoro and Sanji ever had, but decided against it. So, said Izuku, finally saying something, I'm guessing it's rum cake. It's artificial flavoring, muttered Bakugo. I can't blame her though. Even if he now loved booze, he knew that drinking it would probably get kicked out of school. Though he was half tempted to break into his mother's liquor cabinet and steal some things, to hell with it. Don't steal your mom's drinks, said Izuku. How did you know? Uttered Bakugo with a sweat drop. Kaken, we've known each other for 2 lives. Sighed Izuku, I know both of your personalities too well. So I'm back to being Kaken? He asked. It was a name that Izuku came up in childhood since he couldn't pronounce Katsuki. He probably wouldn't have admitted out loud, but he misses the nickname. When I'm in a good mood, admitted Izuku, blushing. Why aren't you angry anymore? Asked Bakugo. I can't be angry about it anymore, now that, said Izuku. You know I'm Zoro's reincarnation, said Bakugo. Izuku nodded. We didn't know about our past lives, said Izuku. That still doesn't excuse it, muttered Bakugo. Izuku sighed. You've been trying to change the last few months, said Izuku, and then entered Sanji mode. Those 3 were incapable of change. The only reason why they started treating me better was because I proved to them that I wasn't useless. I still F it up, muttered Bakugo. You did, admitted Izuku, leaving Sanji mode. Bakugo glared at him. But everything's better now, and we both know I would have eventually stopped being angry at you, said Izuku. Bakugo nodded at this. Honestly, he knew that was the case, especially after Izuku told him why he got angry at calling him Blackbeard's ghost. Which also admittingly made him want to go back in time and punch the past version of himself for mentioning that BSTRD and comparing him to Izuku. If this hadn't happened, I was planning to tell you after the camp, said Izuku. I see, muttered Bakugo. That was when Bakugo remembered something he needed to know? How are you able to use Conqueror's Haki? Asked Bakugo. I think it has something to do with my quirk, said Izuku. You really have no idea, do you? Asked Bakugo. No, sighed Izuku. Figures you wouldn't, said Bakugo, who then smirked, moss head. No, sighed Izuku, covering his face. Revenge is mine, cackled Bakugo, because I certainly don't have any swirly eyebrows. Izuku just covered his face in embarrassment. Then a thought hit him and he went into Sanji mode. At least I can use my quirk and my past life abilities at the same time, said Izuku. I've already come up with ideas, said Bakugo with a viscous smirk. I'm going to ask the support department for swords that can channel my sweat. Izuku looked at Bakugo. You want to see that? Said Bakugo. I want to see that, confirmed Izuku. That means it's better because you don't have equipment I want to see you use, pointed out Bakugo. Well, I don't need special equipment to use both. Izuku and Sanji. Bakugo glared back at Izuku. Okay, you two settle down. It's time for the session, said Aiko from the countdown clock. Okay, said Izuku. He grabbed Katsuki's wrist. What the F, Deku, yelled Katsuki. The nurses told us you got lost several times, muttered Izuku and Sanji. It's not my fault things keep moving around, muttered Katsuki. Izuku just face-palmed. Yep, no sense of direction and a combination of denial and it thinking was everyone else's fault. This almost made him need to ask a question. About your feelings about heroes? Asked Izuku. Of course I know my past life's ideas was stupid, muttered Katsuki, rolling his eyes. Zoro's idea on what made a hero, let's say there was a lot of booze, a hero would share the booze while a pirate would keep it all for himself. Oh thank God, thought Izuku, knowing it was better not to voice that part. It helped that Bakugo had the idea that heroes never list in this life. Izuku took him to a room that Hibiki had set aside for the session. The others were there waiting for him. All right, so you made it, said Hibiki. Bakugo nodded. Izuku and Bakugo took seats in empty seats. All right. First off, let's go over the rules of the group. First rule, which is the most important, you can't talk about anyone else's problem with anyone from the outside. You can tell about your own problems but not anyone else's. Bakugo nodded. He had heard this rule so many times and knew it was better not fight it now that he was part of the group. Second rule, you have to refer to your past life as if it was you. Bad things happen if you try to distance yourself. Trust me, there have been cases people tried to distance themselves from their past lives and none of them ended well, said Hibiki. Bakugo nodded, remembering Izuku had brought it up once. Third rule, you have to call everyone by either their given name or nicknames, said Hibiki, which I just realized you won't have a problem with. Have he called any of you by your actual names? Achiko asked the others. Momo and Mashareo both shook their heads no, while Toru just held up a sign that said, no. Fourth rule, don't talk about your death, unless you have a very good reason or it's darkly funny and you want to share. I don't want to tell you mine and I'm sure you don't want to share yours. Also, if you know how someone else died, keep it yourself, said Hibiki. Izuku nodded at the one, and Bakugo, or rather Katsuki, since he was part of the group, knew it meant that Izuku had gotten the information. And now a brand new fifth rule, no inside jokes from your past life, said Hibiki. Seriously, yelled Izuku. Katsuki and Toru. Katsuki looked at Toru. Oh, I have some immortal friends. One of them can visit us in our dreams and one of the others will probably show up and prank us one day, said Toru. Seriously? Asked Katsuki. Yep, said Toru. I'm against that rule, said Momo. Yeah, said Achiko. It's really unfair to them, said Mashareo. Not to mention, hypothetically, what if he was the reincarnation of Steve? Asked Aiko. Hibiki froze. I mean, come on, would you be able to keep that inside joke to yourself if this foul mouth was Steve? Asked Aiko. Fine, just never mind that rule, said Hibiki, double face palming. What is that about? Asked Mashareo. I'll tell you later, he said. Izuku and Katsuki looked at each other and smiled evilly. You know, I was just thinking about the going Luffy-senpai, said Izuku. Katsuki laughed. DMN it? I tried to forget about that ship, said Katsuki. Come on, it was funny, said Izuku. It's the kind of ship you would build in this life, said Katsuki. Please don't say that, groaned Izuku. I was also thinking about that the first time Chopper saw a giant bird tried to eat Luffy, said Katsuki. Poor Chopper, that really freaked him out, sighed Izuku. They counted to talk about this as they did. The others stared at Hibiki. You know they wouldn't be doing this if you hadn't tried to make that rule, pointed out Momo. I know, he grumbled. Just let them get it out their system, said Toru. After bring up a few other things, Katsuki said this. Remember Fleur Clutch? He said. Then he froze along with Izuku? He realized that A. It wasn't funny but terrifying, and B. It will probably never be funny. The girls were freaking out at their expressions. What? Asked Toru. I don't think I want to know, said Achiko. I'm sure they'll be fine, said Momo. However, Hibiki and Mashareo both realized what the look on their faces meant. Mashareo winced. Someone got their ball crushed, thought Hibiki, also wincing. You know, let's finally start talking, said Aiko. Oh right, said Hibiki. All right, except for Izuku for obvious reasons. I think we should all tell him about our past lives. Katsuki nodded, knowing that would probably be a good idea to be caught up on everything. Okay, said Hibiki, who began to tell him about his past life as Tony Stark. Also, everyone was looking at him as he finished his turn. So, what was the thing about Steve? Asked Achiko. Hibiki sighed, knew he had to tell that story. Okay, so we were on a mission and I hit a force field. I ended up saying, sheet, then Steve, one of my teammates, scolds me by saying, language. Why would he scold you? Asked Katsuki. Well, for one thing, he was from the 1940s. He was frozen during World War II due to a mission gone wrong, explained Hibiki. Wait, one of your teammates was frozen while fighting in World War II? Asked Momo, surprised as it was news for her. Aiko mentioned that one of his teammates was the Norse god of thunder, said Mashareo. Everyone turned to Hibiki, who glared at Aiko's device. It slipped out okay, and it was during the fight with Righteous Fury, said Aiko. Hibiki sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. That was something to unpack later for sure. Thankfully it wasn't his job, as it would be someone else's job to tell him. So who wants to go first? Said Hibiki. I will. I have to explain about Luna and Discord after all, said Toru. Toru told him about his past life. As she told him, he realized something. While he had heard weird things about her past life before, it didn't really faze him anymore. You gave up on logic too in your past life? Asked Toru. Bakugo just glared at and scoffed. He did, said Izuku. Anyway, some of my friends are still alive since they're immortal. One of them is a guardian of dreams and she sometimes visits me in my dreams. Also, she can visit multiple people. So if you want to, we can have a shared dream, and considering what's going to happen soon, I think it might be more common, said Toru. Seriously, said Katsuki. Also, another friend Discord might show up soon. He hasn't yet, but I know he's going to, said Toru. Why would he just show up? Asked Katsuki. To mess with us, said Toru. Katsuki just rolled his eyes. Achiko went after Toru. There wasn't much to say about it, though Katsuki did listen to the story. Though afterwards it was Momo's turn, who knew she had to explain a certain detail along with Izuku. What do you mean your guild was a lot like the crew? Asked Katsuki. When we first met Luna we found this out, said Izuku, blushing a little. In the dream realm it showed us memories, said Momo, and there were a lot similarities between both groups. Like I'd believe that, muttered Katsuki. You seriously can't believe that there couldn't be a group like the crew? Asked Izuku. I doubt there'd be anyone like us, said Katsuki. I saw that memory of you drink a whole barrel of alcohol, said Momo. One of my guild mates that I knew since childhood could also drink the same amount. Did they get drunk? Asked Katsuki. One time, but it wasn't really her, it was during a certain incident, and I really don't want to talk about that, muttered Momo. She glared at everyone to say she really didn't want to tell them about that incident. The glare was so harsh even Katsuki was a little scared. Maybe I should go, said Mashireo. And course he did mention his curse which turned him into a pig along with the martial artist skills. But of course had to mention the fact that he got lost a lot, and he had no sense of direction. That's pathetic, muttered Katsuki. You know the nurses told me that you got lost a couple times trying to find the nurses' station, said Hibiki. It kept moving around, muttered Katsuki. I still have a sense of direction. And now a dramatization on what happened to his sense of direction. In Katsuki's mindscape after Zoro's memories and Katsuki watched at a device labeled sense of direction broke. Something just broke, said Zoro. Who cares what it was, said Katsuki. In the real world? Okay, so he's in denial, said Hibiki. What does that mean? Asked Katsuki. Now, yelled Aiko. And suddenly Izuku, Momo and Mashireo all tackled. What the F are you doing? F let go of me, yelled Katsuki. Momo forcibly lifted up his arm and Hibiki, cuffed with some kind of bracelet, was clearly locked. I'm sorry Katsuki, but this is for your own good, said Hibiki. They all got off him before he could either blow them up or blow them away. What the F is this? Yelled Katsuki. A tracker. Don't worry, it will fit under your gauntlets. It's also fireproof, waterproof, blastproof and practically indestructible. There's also Aiko and emergency beacon buttons, in case you need help from Aiko for some reason, explained Hibiki. Look, I have to wear one too. It's not too bad, said Mashireo. Why does yours look different? Yelled Katsuki. Because unlike you I'm not in denial that I have no sense of direction, said Mashireo. He's got a point, muttered Izuku in Sanji mode. You can't keep blaming everything moving around. It's not my fault that it does. Arrow cook, growled Katsuki, glaring at him. You want to make something of it, said Izuku, clearly in Sanji mode. Momo looked at the two. Go ahead. I heard it was your job in your past life too, said Hibiki. Momo walked over and punched both of them in the head. That's enough, she yelled out in Urza mode, stopping them. They stopped fight and stared at Momo. She's just as bad as the witch, muttered Katsuki. Don't say that, said Izuku. Katsuki gritted his teeth. He looked at Izuku and he wasn't in Sanji mode. In fact, his next sentence would chill his very soul. She's worse than Nami, said Izuku, shivering. And that was when Katsuki realized that while Izuku did have Sanji memories, it was clear that he didn't have the exact same feelings while not using his personality. Two of my guild mates had a very similar relationship as you two, said Momo, and I made sure they were true friends. It should be noted that they were actually terrified of her and rarely ever fought in front of her due to that fear. Okay, we only know what Deku told us about your past life, said Achiko. Figures, muttered Katsuki. I was known as Roranoa Zoro and I was the world's greatest swordsman. For real? Asked Toru. I believe it, considering what I saw of your skill during your feral stage, said Momo. Honestly, I was hoping for a spar eventually. Katsuki then remembered their match and the skills she displayed with her own sword during the match. You're on, he said with a grin. Maybe you won't give up again. Then he flinched, remembering why she gave up, so that Izuku could be the one to defeat him. He gritted his teeth. Everyone looked at him concerned. Then they looked at Izuku, who nodded. They knew why he was acting like that, and they realized that he was told about his brothers in their past lives and how history repeated. Izuku never told us how he joined the crew, said Hibiki, changing the subject, knowing it was not a good time to talk about that. I'm sure that's how you two met. It was. He joined before I did, said Izuku. Luffy accidentally flung a cannonball at the restaurant I was working at. Why, what happened? Asked Achiko. Some stupid marine shot at us because we were pirates and Luffy wasn't paying attention to where the cannonball would land, said Katsuki with his eye twitching. Wait, did he mention that Luffy was an idiot? A few times, said Hibiki. Luffy practically blackmailed me into joining, Said Katsuki, I killed some spoiled brat marine son's pet wolf or something and in exchange for not arresting me made a deal with me if I could spend an entire month without food or drink tied up. But the BSTRD was going to go back on his word and execute me. He basically said that if I joined his crew then he'll free me. Seriously? Asked Aiko. Yeah, sounds like Luffy. Said Izuku, for me he saw me feeding someone who was starving and decided that I would be the chef he wanted. You know I was thinking. Said Toru, do you think it's possible for someone else from the crew to be here too if you two were somehow drawn together? Even Luffy? Both of them froze as they realized it was a possibility. What were the chances that Luffy's reincarnation was nearby? However, both of them realized. It's better if we never know. Said Izuku. Yeah. Agreed Katsuki. What are you partially afraid he might destroy something and do something stupid? Asked Aiko. Both of them had a haunted look in their eyes and basically said, yes we are. Okay then. Look, I can't say more, but there will be an official announcement soon, but after that announcement we will be going to have session just about every day to get Katsuki caught up on a few things, to bring up to speed on certain things. Wait, you weren't married in your past life? He asked. No, he said. Okay, then we won't have to repeat that session then. Said Hibiki, also there will definitely be a special session at one point, which someone else will handle. You'll understand when that happens. A few more things were said before ending the session with Toru volunteering to take Katsuki back to his room. I can find it myself, yelled Katsuki. No you can't, said Izuku. Katsuki gritted his teeth. Toru brought him to his room. Let me guess, you want to talk to me about friendship? Asked Katsuki. Of course. And in this case you have to let it go. Said Toru. What the F does that mean? Yelled Katsuki. That was when a cupcake was stuffed into his mouth. He gave her a look. Yeah, I'm still going to do that. She said, look, I know you finally understand what you've done wrong, but dwelling on it won't help anyone, especially not you. He glared at her. He really didn't want to choke on the cupcake. What do you think Luffy would say if he ever found out about this? Asked Toru. Katsuki swallowed the cupcake and was about to say something about being disappointed, but then realized that wouldn't be his reaction. If anything, he would kick his butt, telling him to stop feeling sorry for himself and make things right. You guys are like family, right? Asked Toru, and good families love each other. So stop feeling bad and look towards the future. You mentioned something about a friendship school, right? Asked Katsuki. Yeah. Said Toru, remember magical talking pony? I know. Said Katsuki. Well, I have to go? I've been kind of avoiding my parents, and I really should tell them that I got into a fight with the reincarnation of an evil clown. Said Toru. What? Said Katsuki. The League of Villains recruited a couple evil reincarnations. Said Toru, me and Mashireo fought them and won. Katsuki spent some time in the hospital room. Eventually he was cleared and he returned home, where his mother Mitsuki made fun of his situation. I can't believe you were forced to remember your past life. You're lucky Inko told me about Izuku, otherwise I wouldn't have believed it. Said Mitsuki, also the Ojiros warned me about your new little problem. Shut the F up, hag, yelled Katsuki. Oh, is your pirate personality showing through? Asked Mitsuki. She didn't know what his past life wasn't much of a swearer, and the stereotypical pirates thing was more along the lines of the drunkard. He stormed to his room and slammed the door in order to get rid of the thoughts of stealing from her liquor cabinet. As he sat on his bed he realized something. Izuku did have his memories, but he wasn't Sanji. It can't be, said Katsuki with his eyes widening. And that was when he realized why Izuku could have believed that it, as the case of his quirk, might be doing that. DMN it? I really F'd with his head, muttered Katsuki. But he remembered what Toru said about looking towards the future. And that future would be trying to figure out a way for Izuku and the problems he was having his hockey. And thankfully he would have plenty of time. Especially with what UA was planning, as after what happened at the camp. They were planning something big, something that would change everything for their students. Chapter 58, Off to Boarding School. A couple days after Katsuki returned home there was a press conference. While no one in Class 1A besides Katsuki were put in the hospital by the incident, most of Class 1B were. Combined with two of the wild PP cats severely injured in the incident, there had to be some sort of announcement. And the announcement very surprising. UA was going to become a boarding school. And it was going to be mandatory for safety reasons. There was a backlash. Though everyone figured it could have been worse, had their original plan of kidnapping Katsuki, it could have been worse. Flashback. The group decided to ask Todoroki if he knew anything on why Priestess had used her quirk on Katsuki. She said she wanted him broken. Said Todoroki. They were trying to kidnap him. Said Izuku. They were probably expecting him to have a normal life. Said Momo. I don't know if that would have broken him though. said Izuku. If he had a normal past life knowing him, he probably would have shrugged it off. It doesn't matter in the end, said Toru. He was your crewmate in a past life. Yeah, sighed Izuku. You're not angry with him anymore, are you? Asked Achiko. No, said Izuku. It's hard to be mad at him anymore. He knew, didn't he? Asked Mashireo. Everyone on the ship knew, said Izuku. When his head clears, he's going to be beating himself up. Well, I was wrong, he did learn about it himself, said Toru. You did say something like that, said Izuku with a sweat drop. That was when they realized Todoroki was still there and an awkward silence filled the air. Are you talking about Judge? Asked Todoroki. Wait, he told Todoroki about Judge. Thought everyone but Izuku. No, but it's related, said Izuku. I've been wanting to tell for a while now anyway. And with this he told Todoroki about the history repeating except of both his lives. He was horrified and angry with Bakugo. He knew that things were far more complicated now that he remembered his past life. End of flashback. However, for the teachers, they needed to talk to everyone's parents about the dorms and get their permission. For Class 1A, the teachers were Aizawa as well as All Might. Though Hibiki did join on the 6 that were reincarnations to set up alternate forms of therapy in case their parents declined. As it turned out, so far Momo's, Mashireo's, who couldn't help but to approve due to his lack of a sense of direction, Toru's and Achiko's, which wasn't a surprise as her parents lived far away and she lived alone, had all approved. However, and at the moment they were talking to Mitsuki and Katsuki's father Masaru about them signing off. You know, he's been sullen half the time since he got hit by that quirk. It must have really messed him up, said Mitsuki. Katsuki was glaring at the floor, almost willing for it to catch on fire. So about the dorms, said All Might. If you're uncomfortable, he still needs to adjust to his new memories, said Hibiki. Hey, I think it's better to send him off, said Mitsuki. I took him shopping yesterday. I lost him 3 times. Not to mention he's been eyeing the liquor cabinet. The 3 heroes looked at Katsuki. Not the getting lost thing. After months of dealing Mashireo, they knew what to expect, but by the liquor cabinet thing. You just had to mention that, hag, muttered Katsuki. But yeah, once the dorms are ready, he's your problem now, said Mitsuki. She and Masaru signed the paperwork. As they were leaving the house, Aiko texted Hibiki. I dare you to start the next session with, tell me about your mother. No, muttered Hibiki. What? Asked Aizawa. Just Aiko giving me a stupid dare, he muttered. Was it starting the next session with, tell me about your mother, to young Bakugo? Asked All Might. Hibiki stared at All Might. Spooky, said Aiko. So how many students do you have left? Because I only have 1 left and I'm only here to come up with alternate therapy plans, said Hibiki. How about we split up since there's only a couple left, said All Might. I can go to young Midoriya with him. Are you sure? Asked Aizawa. I don't mind, said Hibiki. Aizawa nodded. Each of the families of the incarnations have been awkward in one way or another. They parted ways with Aizawa, with All Might deflating to his true form on the way to Izuku's place. So I take it you actually want to tell his mom that you've been mentoring him for a while, said Hibiki. It's probably a good idea, said All Might. I mean, most of the class knows and Yuzu let it slip at that party we went to, so multiple people know you're his mentor, before his mom, said Hibiki. Oh, you don't think they'll say anything? Asked All Might. It's only Hiroki who might be the weakest link of them, and I've been occasionally letting him know not to tell people that All Might is mentoring one of them, said Aiko. Who? Asked All Might. Meatshot, said Hibiki, and yeah, out of everyone at the party he's the only one who hasn't earned my trust in that way. Chuko did a good job during that week, always one of my closest friends. That project with Ruji earned my trust, and Sito is going to be helping out with the League of Villains for the foreseeable future. So, wait, one of the incarnations is going to be helping out with the League? Why? Asked All Might. I haven't gotten permission to explain why at the moment, sorry, said Hibiki. Does it have to with a past life? Asked All Might. Hibiki sighed. It's a trust thing, said Hibiki. I understand, said All Might. They got to the apartment building and All Might once again buffed up. You think you can hold that for a bit longer? Asked Hibiki. All Might didn't answer. Oh? Said Hibiki, realizing what the number 1 hero might be doing. Honestly, I should have done both things a long time ago, said All Might. Hibiki nodded. That was when Inko opened the door expecting Hibiki and at least one other teacher. Oh my gosh. You're All Might. I knew you were a teacher, but I never thought, gushed Inko. Of course. We are here to talk about the dorm situation, said All Might. Why did he say about me for a teacher thing? Hibiki muttered to himself. After all, plenty of heroes wish to team up with All Might and have him say that. Of course, said Inko, shaking a little. They walked down the hallway. Though when they did, All Might did take a peek into Izuku's room, chuckling at the fanboy room. Izuku was waiting for them in the living room. I know I should get used to having pro heroes visit, said Inko, especially after what happened the other day. What do you mean? Asked All Might. Well, said Inko. We got a surprise a few days ago, said Izuku, blushing. Flashback. Inko was washing dishes while Izuku was reading a book as part of homework when the doorbell rang. I'll go get it, said Izuku. Inko nodded as Izuku got the door. He opened it and got quite the surprise. It was a certain introduction, the Wild Wool PP Cat's introduction. As both Mandalay and Ragdoll were there, along with Koda, who was looking away from Izuku for a bit. Ragdoll, you're okay, said Izuku. That was when Ragdoll hugged him. Izuku entered love mode as she hugged him. That was when Inko walked over to the door and Izuku pushed down the mode because he wanted his mom to see him in that state. What's going on? Asked Inko. Oh mom, these are two of the wild PP cats, said Izuku. If it wasn't for your son, the League of Villains would have kidnapped me, said Ragdoll. Also Koda has something to give you, said Mandalay. Really? Asked Izuku. Koda nodded. It was both a thank you note and an apology note about punching him. So it looks like it's you also got you first official token of gratitude, said Ragdoll. Izuku blushed. Malady also smiled at Izuku. So, is too late for lunch? Asked Ragdoll. Everyone else sweat dropped at that. Sorry, said Izuku. Honestly, muttered Koda. It's fine, said Mandalay, face palming. I was half expecting this. Well, your food does that effect on people, said Inko. End of flashback. All Might laughed as his blushing protege. So your first token of gratitude is apology note for punching you in the ball, said Hibiki. Welp, that's going to be a good conversation starter in the future. Plus you got a hug from the wild PP cats, said Aiko. Just don't tell those two idiots. Izuku laughed nervously. Yeah. I don't know how they would react to that, said Izuku. If they find and don't react in a good way, Aiko can do her thing, said Hibiki. Aiko started to laugh evilly. The subject was quickly changed to ignore Aiko. When Izuku little, all he ever wanted to be was a hero. He looked up to you, All Might, said Inko. For years I was worried, but then he got his quirk, followed by remembering his past life. He has become so strong. He saved a pro hero from getting kidnapped in a way no one would have found her. She started crying. I'm so proud of him, cried Inko, and I don't want to get in the way of his dream. Mom, said Izuku. All Might smiled at this reaction. Young Midoriya is something else, said All Might with a bright smile. Inko nodded. Though I do have a confession to make, said All Might. Something young Midoriya has been hiding from you for nearly a year. You want to tell them? Said Izuku, almost panicking. About the mentorship, said All Might. Izuku calmed down a little. Oh, that? Said Izuku. What was that about? Thought Hibiki, realizing something more was going on, but decided not to dwell on it. Has he taken you under his wing at school? Asked Inko. Actually, it's something else, said All Might. Last year during that sludge villain incident, I saw something in young Midoriya. I could sense that he had a latent quirk similar to my own. I, much like him, was a late bloomer. Really? Asked Inko. It's true, said All Might. I took it upon myself to help him train so that he could awaken his quirk. I'm sorry I kept it a secret for so long. Inko was just in shock at this news, however. I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner, said All Might, but I will help keep an eye on him. Of course, said Inko. I'll keep an eye on him too, don't worry, said Hibiki. However, that was when All Might began to steam. All Might? Said Izuku. I know. He sighed. That was when suddenly All Might deflated. What? Cried Inko. All Might sighed. I've also decided to let you in on a secret, sighed All Might. What just happened? What's going on? Cried Inko. Well, you see, said All Might, who then coughed up blood. Inko almost fainted. Mom, it's okay. Really, said Izuku. I'm starting to think this was a mistake, said Hibiki. Once Inko calmed down, they explained All Might's injuries and time limit. How many people know? Asked Inko. Only the staff at UA and a few chosen friends, including young Uraraka, said All Might. Inko looked at Izuku. It happened at the I-Island incident, explained Izuku. I see, said Inko. That was when she remembered something. Wait, is he the one you cook for? Asked Inko. He is, said Izuku. Before then, all she knew that he was cooking for someone at Recovery Girl's suggestion. It was actually young Midoriya's suggestion, said All Might. It's also how Lunch Rush tasted Izuku's cooking, said Hibiki. You still need to have a cooking battle with him, pointed out Inko. I know, sighed Izuku. I still expect you two to take care of him, said Inko. I know he's very strong now, but I can't help but to get worried. Of course, said All Might, you have my word. It was already my job, said Hibiki with a shrug. Inko nodded as she signed the paperwork for it. I'm going to miss him, but I know he can also come to visit, cried Inko. And you're going to miss his cooking, said Aiko. You've never even tasted that, said Izuku with a sweat drop. The fact that Ragdoll was hoping to eat it when she showed up says everything. I don't know what taste is like, but the fact that happened means a lot, said Aiko. Izuku blushed in embarrassment. Days later it was moving day and almost all of Class 1A had gathered outside their new dorm building. Two were missing. Izuku and Katsuki. You don't think that Bakugo quit, do you? Asked Tsuyu. No, he probably got lost, said Toru. Which is why Izuku is late, said Achiko. Oh yeah, you're the only one who didn't hear what Aiko said about his past life, said Kaminari. That was when Aizawa arrived and looked at the students. Midoriya and Bakugo are missing, said Aizawa. He sighed and realized what had happened. He took out his transceiver, which was a new upgraded one that could switch between Ojiro and Bakugo. Thankfully he saw that the signal was close. That was also when Izuku showed up dragging Katsuki with him. Sorry we're late, said Izuku, who then entered Sanji mode. Someone got lost. I didn't get lost. It's not my fault that I didn't know where the dorms were, muttered Katsuki. That would be a decent excuse, but we could see the dorms from the main building, muttered Izuku. You want to make something of it, Moss Head, yelled Katsuki. He started using it, said Ida. He did, confirmed Achiko. Midoriya. Bakugo, scolded Aizawa, using his quirk on them, making the two stop. Aizawa sighed as he looked at his gathered student. There isn't really much to say, he said. This has been a tough year for us all, and honestly what happened at camp could have been a lot worse. The class was quiet at this. Now I expect you all to take care of the dorms, said Aizawa, and if Midoriya is unavailable you have to take turns cooking. They would question what he said, but considering the dinners he made during camp, him cooking breakfast, dinner, and on days they didn't eat in the cafeteria lunch, it made sense that he would be in charge. Also I expect you all to do chores, said Aizawa. Don't worry Mr. Aizawa, I will come up with the perfect schedule for chores, said Ida. Whatever, muttered Aizawa, just please don't try to destroy the dorms. You don't seriously think we'd destroy the dorms? Asked Tsuyu. There was an awkward silence. Well, not everyone, said Toru. The class looked at the four strongest students in class, which were of course Izuku, Katsuki, Momo, and Todoroki. Why am I being lumped in? Asked Momo. It's probably a good idea to cover the bases, said Aizawa. Momo sighed as Izuku patted her back. I expect you to be on your best behavior. If not, I will get Kinzoku to give us one of his devices with Aiko to watch you all, said Aizawa. I still can't believe you guys have access to a really high-tech AI, said Mina. We got kind of used to it, said Achiko with a shrug. I have some more work to do, so just unpack and settle in, said Aizawa. For the rest of the afternoon and into the evening they all unpacked and got their rooms settled in. Eventually everyone came down the common area, which included a full kitchen, an area with a TV and some game systems. Of course, as everyone was coming down to the common area, Izuku had started cooking dinner for everyone. Once again no one was surprised by the fact he was able to cook for everyone, not when the two dinners as camp they were supposed to be in charge handled entirely by him. So how much of your All Might collection did you bring? Asked Achiko. Oh, that's not important, laughed Izuku, trying to brush it off. Oh yeah, you've actually been to Midoriya's house, said Kirishima. His room back there is such a fanboy room, said Kaminari. Are you sure it's a good idea to mock the guy who's cooking your food? Asked Zero. I would never in that way, muttered Izuku in Sanji mode. It's true, muttered Katsuki. This is going to get weird that you've known each other in 2 lives, said Zero. Are you guys like soul mates or something? Asked Mineta. You want to die, yelled Katsuki. Never joke about that again, said Izuku. I wonder what the chances are we knew each other in our past lives too, said Mina. That would be weird if a lot of us knew each other, said Kaminari. It's still better if you don't get hit, said Momo. Yeah, agreed Achiko. Even if I am stronger, a lot of it's still SCKS, said Katsuki. The rest of the class was quiet at this, with the only noise being Izuku's cooking sounds. Thankfully when dinner was ready a topic was brought up. I don't think it's against the rules if we check out each other's rooms, said Toru. What? Asked Ida. Aizawa didn't say anything, said Mina. The others looked at each other. However, soon enough other things were talked about during dinner about their rooms. And soon there was talk about a competition. This sounds fing stupid, said Katsuki. What are you afraid you're going to lose? Asked Izuku in Sanji mode. You're the one who's going to lose because of your All Might room, muttered Katsuki. You know what I don't know anymore, said Izuku. You can't hide your room, said Achiko. Some of us has already seen it, reminded Tokoyami. Izuku sighed. However, Katsuki's pride was also getting in the way about this. And soon the room tour began. It was the second floor for the boys' area. Please, does my room have to be first? Asked Izuku. Just rip it off like a band ad, said Toru. Izuku left them in this room, which of course was decked out with All Might goods, including a bedspread and a curtain. Really the only non-All Might stuff in the room was some cookbooks. Hey, I was wondering, did All Might give you any of this stuff? Asked Kyoka. A couple things, admitted Izuku. Wait, so you're no longer pretending that you two aren't close? Asked Sato. Izuku just sighed. You know, I've been wondering, how did All Might even take you under his wing? Asked Tokoyami. Izuku knew he had to tell the official story to his class eventually. You know how I was a late bloomer? Asked Izuku. Katsuki flinched at some members of the class glared at him lightly. Well, he noticed that his quirk was similar to mine during an incident, said Izuku, so he started to train me so that I could awaken it and handle it, though it took me a while to control it. If it wasn't for your past life memories, you would have kept breaking your bones, said Shiro. I know, sighed Izuku. However, he didn't notice the way Katsuki was looking at him as if putting together the pieces of everything. They went to Tokoyami's room next. It was dark and depressing. You have a sword? Asked Izuku. Both Katsuki and Momo both checked out the sword. This thing would be terrible in a fight, muttered Katsuki. I'm pretty sure it's just for decoration, said Momo. Figures, he doesn't seem like the type actually fight with a sword, said Katsuki. Tokoyami's eye twitched. Get out, he muttered. Afterwards they went into Aoyama's room, which was filled with shiny things like mirrors and a disco ball. Afterwards the last room on the level was Mineta's, who was beckoning them in a creepy way. I refuse to go in your room, yelled Momo, who looked ready to beat him up. Yeah, I have to agree, said Mina. Let's skip it, said Toru. They all walked away, which was better that way. They then went to the third floor of the boys' area. First they went to Ida's room, which was very clean and had a lot of spare glasses just in case he lost them. Next they went to Mashireo's room, which was rather plain. Have you even gotten a chance to unpack? Asked Momo. Mashireo sighed. He didn't have much to show off his room. Afterwards was Kaminari, which was kind of random, and was mocked for it. After that was Koda's room, which was kind of plain, but it did have something. You have a bunny, said Toru and Achiko. You smuggled in your pet? Asked Ida. Koda blushed at that. Katsuki was oddly silent at this. Are you hiding something? Asked Izuku. You'll see later, muttered Katsuki. Afterwards it was the fourth floor. First was Shoji's, which was even more empty than Mashireo's room. Afterwards was Kirishima rooms, which was pretty manly, filled cool posters and a punching bag. They got to Katsuki's room, which was extremely clean. There was also an extremely large set of weights. Wow, this room is way more clean, said everyone surprised. Your room is spotless, said Achiko, eventually surprised. You saw how clean my room, now get the F out, muttered Katsuki. It's because of Auntie, isn't it? Asked Izuku. Katsuki's eye twitched. It was better not to get into Katsuki's cleaning habits. Wait, these weights are massive. Kirishima. How were you able to get these in? Yelled Mineta. I carried them, said Katsuki, entering Zoro mode. These have to weigh a ton, said Kaminari. Katsuki, annoyed, picked up a massive weight like it was nothing. It's one of the side effects of that quirk, you regain the muscle strength of your past life, he explained. Almost everyone stared in horror. Hey, do you think I can probably lift as much? Asked Kirishima, getting into it. Probably, said Katsuki with a smirk, but it will take a lot of work. Kirishima grinned at this. The others in the they group were happy about this, partially because of the whole hard to connect with people thing they heard about. And if Katsuki and Kirishima remained friends, it would be a good thing. That was when they heard a meow. It was a small cat that was started rubbing against Katsuki, who then picked her up. You snuck in a pet too? Asked Achiko. Technically no, said Katsuki. They all looked at Koda, who was blushing a little. You gave Bakugo a cat? Asked Tsuyu. It's complicated, whispered Koda. It was a stray that developed a love of Katsuki during that time. Since she didn't have a family, Koda thought it would be a good idea to smuggle in her in and give her a home and give him a companion animal, since they couldn't do the walking home thing again. But, don't worry, I have a plan if Mr. Aizawa finds out, said Koda. Said plan, was do nothing? Aizawa might do something about his pet bunny, but he wouldn't do anything about a pet cat. Kota knew about Aizawa's love of cats from various neighborhood cats. So in other words, yeah? Tour's over, get the F out, muttered Katsuki. As there were only 3 people on the floor, they went up to floor 5, and the final floor. They got to Shiro's room first, which was something a rather interesting Asian feel to it. Though when they got to Todoroki's room it was rather interesting. It appeared to be a traditional Japanese room. Wait, how? Asked Achiko. I did all myself, said Todoroki. But we were only here for a few hours, said Izuku, getting a bad feeling about this. I'm a really hard worker, said Todoroki. Everyone was just staring in confusion at that answer. Okay. I think we need to start planning the occasional outing because I think Todoroki really needs to get out more, said Toru. Both Izuku and Katsuki nodded in agreement, knowing about his history with his father. It was also a bit disconcerting that he was talking about fixing the floor because it didn't set properly. And finally, for the boys' room, it was Sato's room, which was once again a plain room, but he had a convection oven, which he was using to bake a cake. Due to how his quirk worked, getting stronger by eating sugar, he often made his own sweets, and he was planning to share the cake he was baking with the class. The girls and Izuku all had some. I know it's not as good as your cooking, said Sato, a bit embarrassed. Come on, we can always give you our recipes, said Toru. She's right, you can always get better, said Izuku. Why do I think that he just accidentally bribed everyone for the competition? Asked Kaminari. Because he probably did, said Mineta. Now it was time for the girls' room. As no one was on the second floor, it was third floor first. First was Kyoka's, which was pretty cool rocker room and was filled with a lot of musical instruments, though it was made fun of for not being girly. However, after Air's was Toru's room, which was really girly. This what I was expecting from a girl's room, said Kaminari. Kyoka was glaring at him. However, Mineta tried to sneak to Toru's drawers. What do you think you are doing? Said Momo. She to grab him, but Mineta bumped into something, when the walls suddenly rotated, revealing a bunch of things. Some of it were party supplies while other things were her usual party-based weapons. Everyone started gaping at this. Yeah, I might have done some things to the room, admitted Toru, somewhat embarrassed. You turned your room into some sort of weird party spy room, said Kaminari. Yeah, said Toru. Is this awesome or terrifying? Said Kaminari. After calming down, they went upstairs. Next was Mina's room, which was also very girly with pink and black covering the place. Then they got to Achiko's room, which was also pretty plain. I know it's not much, sighed Achiko. We know the truth, it's fine, said Izuku. Soon it was the last floor of the girls' room. They then got to Momo's room, which looked a bit lavish but normal. Wow! I was half expecting you to have a giant bed, said Toru. I figured that the dorm rooms wouldn't be that big. I learned a long time ago not every place is as big as my mansion's rooms, said Momo. You lived in a dorm in your past life, didn't you? Asked Achiko. I had to rent out 4 rooms, mostly to store the weapons and armor I couldn't store with my magic, she explained, blushing. I figured it wouldn't be able to hold my bed from home. The ones that knew about her mansion all stared at her and realized that yeah, it was a good thing that probably didn't bring one of her bed from home. And finally it was the last room, which was Tsuyu's room, which no one was surprised it was green and something of a frog theme to it. This is cute, said Mina. Thanks, said Tsuyu. And soon enough it was time to vote to determine who had the best room. Remember, you can't vote for yourself, and we will look at the handwriting, said Mina. And soon enough all the votes were tallied. All right, the winner with 7 votes, the winner is Hagakure, said Mina. Wow, really? Asked Toru, surprised. Considering you converted your room to a weird party spy room, it's not too surprising, said Shiro, as it was clear that he voted for her. It was clear that Izuku, Kaminari, Kirishima and Sato had all voted, and there were a couple more votes, but those refused to admit it. Oh, thanks guys. I was expecting Sato to win actually, said Toru. He actually got second place with 6 votes, said Mina. It's because he bribed the girls with cake, said Kaminari, not because of anything to do with his room. Hey, I voted for her room too, said Sato with a shrug. You ate his cake, why were you immune to the cake? Asked Shiro to Izuku. You know he's a better cook than Sato, said Kaminari. Izuku's sweat dropped. You know, I think I'll make a snack for everyone, he said, deciding to change the subject. I'm going to bed since this is over, muttered Katsuki. Yes, they were giving at the dorms now and it would be something to get used, but they knew they would. And things were going to get interesting due to this for sure. Chapter 59, Still Adjusting to Things. It was the first morning since moving into the dorms. Izuku and Katsuki were having an argument, which several classmates were watching in various degrees of either concern or amusement. What's going on? Asked Shoji, seeing the two argue. Bakugo wants to cut out his eye, said Kyoka. What? Asked Shoji, really unsure how to respond. Kyoka just took a sip of her drink. Look! You can't just cut out your eye, yelled Izuku. I was fine in my past life, yelled Katsuki. That doesn't matter, yelled Izuku. What are you two arguing about? Asked Momo, looking at the two. TNT for brains wants to cut out his eye, explained Izuku in Sanji mode. What? Asked Momo. Look, I lost my eye in my past life. I know I don't need one, yelled Katsuki. Look, losing an eye is a serious thing, said Momo. It will be fine, muttered Katsuki. And no, it won't be, yelled both Izuku and Momo. This is going to be a usual morning, isn't it? Asked Shoji. Probably, admitted Kyoka. After breakfast, everyone had gathered inside of a gym. All right, this is your first time here, said Aizawa. This is the training Dinning or TDL for show. Wait, isn't that like Tokyo Disneyland? Asked Mina. How are they not getting sued for that? I think it's because Disney doesn't actually own Tokyo Disneyland, said Kyoka with a sweat drop. Is there a TDS here on campus, and is it better than the TDL? Asked Kaminari. It should be, because TDS is really that awesome. Anyways, the point for the training for the next 10 days will be coming up with an ultimate move, said Aizawa, ignoring Kaminari's question. Everyone looked at him, though from what he could tell from a few of the reincarnations they knew what he was talking about. However, he knew he couldn't use them as an example of what to do. However, thankfully there was a student who already had such a move that wasn't from a past life. Ida, your Recipro Burst would be considered such a move, said Aizawa. Really? Asked Ida, surprised. I never thought I would have such a move already. With the provisional license exam, I expect all of you to have a move ready before then, said Aizawa. I have a question, not about any of that, but about the reassessment, said Izuku. Aizawa sighed, expecting a question about that. It will happen in a few days. I have placed Orchestra Rave in charge of it after what happened at the camp, said Aizawa. Why? Asked Achiko. Considering one of you fought a high-level criminal with only minor injuries, said Aizawa. Izuku blushed a little when he said that. Another of you not only fought a Nomu but defeated it and pinned it to a tree, said Aizawa. Momo was blushing a lot when he said that. Yet another of you used some sort of energy attack that left a massive crater, said Aizawa. Mashireo sheepishly raised his hand at that one. One of you summoned a unicorn from who knows where, said Aizawa. It wasn't a unicorn, she's an alicorn and she's from my past life's world, said Toru. Aizawa stared at his invisible student, trying not to twitch. And the fact that another of you not only remembered a past life but during the feral state of the quirk created tornadoes using swords, said Aizawa. Katsuki just stared at Aizawa. While one of you did fight a notable serial killer and did a good job, the combination of those 5 things, it was decided it was better for Orchestra Rave to handle it, said Aizawa. He just doesn't want to deal with us, muttered Katsuki. Can you really blame him? Asked Mashireo. I expect the 6 of you to still come up with ideas until the reassessment, said Aizawa. Also, the rest of you will be able to watch the reassessment, in case you were wondering. Also, I think all of you should be thinking about asking the support department for new gear before the exam. It might help considering what you've learned. Katsuki was grinning. Izuku sighed, knowing he would have to make sure that Katsuki even made it to the support department. After training, thankfully they had time to go to the support department as their therapy session wasn't until later that day. So a group consisting of Izuku, Katsuki, Achiko, Momo and Ida headed to the support department. I don't need your help making my way here, yelled Katsuki. Yes you did, sighed Izuku. So what are you hoping to get? Asked Momo. I'm planning to see if they could make a pair of swords that can channel my quirk, said Katsuki. Oh, is that why you only wanted me to make only one sword for you? Asked Momo. Katsuki nodded. A few days beforehand he had asked her to make a custom-made sword for him. Thanks her own experiences with swords, it was a very good. They made it to the support workshop, and before any of them could open the doors there was an explosion. And suddenly that pink-haired girl from support suddenly crashed into Izuku. Izuku wasn't sure how to respond to this. Looked like another baby blew up, she muttered. She then noticed the kid under her. No way, she yelled, getting up. It's you. You know me? Asked Izuku in love mode. Yeah, you're one of the kids who gets taught by Orchestra Rave, she said. Izuku immediately got out of love mode and had a bad feeling. What? He asked. She pink-haired support student also noticed Achiko and Momo. Oh, you're 2 of his students too, said the support girl. Yeah, said Achiko. Awesome. I'm going to give it my all for you, said the support student. What does this have to do with Hibiki? Asked Izuku. You're on first-name basis with him? Asked the support student. No way. They all looked at her. The name's May Hatsum. And I've been meaning to make babies with Orchestra Rave, said the girl named May. They all stared at her unsure how to respond. Meanwhile with Hibiki he suddenly got a cold chill. What's wrong? Asked Sito who he was on the phone with. Just a really bad feeling, mumbled Hibiki. So yeah, I'll be there tomorrow for sure, said Sito. Thanks, said Hibiki. Hey, I have to tell them considering everything, sighed Sito. Yeah, said Hibiki. He then noticed Kirishima at the door looking at him. Hey, I got to go. Someone wants to talk. See you tomorrow? He turned to Kirishima and took off his headphone. Hey Kirishima, what do you need? Asked Hibiki. Oh, I'm just worried about Bakugo, said Kirishima. Hibiki sighed. Honestly, from reports he read he knew that Kirishima was the closest person to Katsuki thanks to being the one of the only ones in class who stood by him after everything was revealed. Toru and Koda were two others, but he figured that those two relationship would stay the same due to Toru being a reincarnation too and Koda being really shy, and their friendship was strange. He knew that there going to be two ways this conversation was going to go. The first way was him expressing worry about the changes about his friend and if they could remain friends. The other was that he was worried about his new lack of a sense of direction and wanted a transceiver. He's not as bad as Mashireo, but he keeps getting lost, and I was hoping that I could get one of those transceivers, said Kirishima. Hibiki smiled at this. However, before he could answer, Aiko did. No, she answered. Aiko, said Hibiki. Did you forget what happened at I-Island? Because I sure do, said Aiko. 80th floor Hibiki? 80th floor. It was only once that happened, said Kirishima. Are you sure? Said Aiko. Considering that the teachers haven't asked me to put a tracker on him, I have to agree, said Hibiki. Seriously? Asked Aiko. Just letting you know, though, I will have to confiscate it if it proves that it wasn't a one-time thing, said Hibiki. Kirishima just sighed at that. Also, you have to help corral Mashireo, said Hibiki. It can't be just your friend. I know, said Kirishima, giving off a big grin. Thankfully Hibiki had several spare student transceivers in case he ever got more volunteers for taking care of Mashireo and Katsuki. Aiko will give all the transfers a proper update tonight so that they would know that you have one, said Hibiki. Thanks, said Kirishima. It's no problem, said Hibiki. Also, you're a good friend. Trust me when I say that things are complicated when it comes to this sort of thing, when it comes to friends of Priestess victims. Yeah, sighed Kirishima. Don't worry, if class rep can remain a good friend, I'm sure you can too, said Hibiki. Back in the support course? What do you mean make babies with him? Yelled Ida. However, May wasn't paying attention to him as he wasn't part of the group. I've been wanting to make babies with him, said May. Hatsum, yelled Power Loader. He looked at the three students. Midoriya, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu. I'm sorry, I knew this was going to happen sooner or later, said Power Loader. What's going on exactly? Asked Achiko. She wants to work with him inventing thing, explained Power Loader. That's right, said May. So she calls it making babies, said Izuku. Does she know what phrasing means? Asked Momo. What? Asked May. I believe that answers that question, muttered Katsuki. So I think if I show what I can do to his students, then he'll finally make babies with me, said May. I'm the one who wants something, muttered Katsuki. You're not one of the 5 who he has special classes with, said May. Katsuki looked like he was going to attack her. Hatsum, muttered Power Loader. Also Kaken started joining us in the sessions, explained Izuku. Really? I tried talking to the teachers but they wouldn't let me into the classes, said May. I tried telling her that they weren't special classes but something else, but she won't listen, said Power Loader. Also, you can just submit what you want and someone else can make it for you. Whatever, muttered Katsuki. They went into the support workshop where Katsuki was given a form for the equipment he wanted. You have all the information on my quirk, right? Asked Katsuki. We do have everyone thing on file, said Power Loader. Katsuki began to write down what he wanted in his new support gear. As Ida wasn't being sold on items, he stood by Katsuki and looked at what he was writing down. Is that all you're writing down? Asked Ida. Do you mind 4 eyes? He muttered. Meanwhile, May was trying to sell some of her inventions to the 3. I don't need a full body armor, said Izuku. It won't go well with my quirk, said Momo. I just don't think it's a good idea, said Achiko. Oh, I'm sure there's something I have, said May. Hey, I'm done with the form, said Katsuki, giving Power Loader the form. Power Loader looked at it, which explained that he wanted 2 katana that could store his explosive sweat and he could add the explosions to his cuts. May heard that the form was ready and stole it from him. Oh man. I never thought of explosive swords before, said Mei. So you want to make them? Asked Katsuki. Of course. Just tell Orchestra rave about them, said Mei. By way I should let you know she has been stalking him. Said Power Loader. That makes way too much sense. Said Izuku, unsure how to react. These might take a couple days. Said Mei. I just need them before that reassessment. Muttered Katsuki. All right, said Mei. Hopefully it won't end too badly. Said Achiko. Everyone but Mei all stared at her. I mean, she's trying to help, right? Said Achiko. Is it possible to share the blueprints? Said Momo, as it was always good to have backups. It depends on the student. Sighed Power Loader. I see. Said Momo. Sometime later it was time for the session. Okay. I'm letting you guys know that tomorrow's session will be run by someone else. Said Hibiki, also not all of you will attend. I'll get that into it tomorrow though. They all nodded, though they were wondering why some of them wouldn't attend. Also, I gave Kirishima a transceiver. They will update tonight with information about his transceiver whenever he activates the emergency beacon. It's a quick patch, so don't worry. Why the F did you give Shitty Hair a transceiver? Yelled Katsuki. Because he asked and you're a friend? Said Hibiki, if anyone volunteers then don't complain, you two need all the help you can get. I'm not complaining. Said Mashireo. I told you I don't get lost, yelled Katsuki. Did you warn him about the Aiko button? Said Toru. DMN it. I knew I forgot something during the conversation. Said Hibiki. But there is something we do have to talk about. Said Momo, and it does deal with you. What? Asked Katsuki, who looked ready to fight. Our argument this morning. Said Izuku. What happened with the argument? Asked Hibiki. He wants to cut out his eye. Sighed Izuku, sounding very exhausted. I'm sorry, but what? Said Hibiki. This going to be good. Said Aiko. Katsuki explained how he lost an eye in his past life while training, while Momo countered his story by pointed out that she lost her eye in her past life while she was getting tortured and eventually got a magical replacement. Which thankfully put a stop to that argument. Also, I'm pretty sure if you lost an eye someone would make you get a cybernetic replacement. Pointed out Hibiki. I already agreed that I'm not cutting out my eye intentionally, said Katsuki. I was just saying. Said Hibiki with a shrug. Hey, said Izuku, was that torture, was that? It was there. Sighed Momo, knowing she had to talk about it again. There? Asked Katsuki. I knew I had to bring this up to you eventually. Sighed Momo, it has something to do with my past life? And with that once again Momo talked about her first childhood. She did know that she would have to bring up again. But still, with their first full day living at school was mostly setting things up, but the rest of summer training was going to prove interesting. Especially with what's going to happen the next day. After all, it was going to be an important day, especially for the two who weren't going to attend the session. Chapter 60, Junior High Woes. The group arrived at the therapy room. They weren't really sure what was going to happen that day, especially since Hibiki had said someone else was running the group. They also knew that some of them would be sitting out for some reason. They all entered the room and found Sito there along with Hibiki. Hey, said Sito. Hey Sito, said Toru. Okay. Izuku, Katsuki, you two follow me. You're sitting this session out because, well, it doesn't apply to you, and we have something else more important to talk about. Said Hibiki. They looked at each there. I'm the one leading it today, which is about on why it's not always a good thing to know someone from your past life. Said Sito. Oh, that's why we're sitting it out. Said Izuku. One of the reasons, there's another. Said Hibiki. Toru, it's optional today. I'll stay in, said Toru. By the way, this is Katsuki Bakugo, and this is Sito Kurwa aka Dog Spirit. The others met him while ago, a party I held. He was a wizard in his past life. Said Hibiki. Whatever. Muttered Katsuki. The three left the session. So what are we doing on? Asked Izuku. We're having a meeting. It's about something that has nothing to do with the fact that you're reincarnations. In fact, this meeting was being planned well before the camp. Said Hibiki. Both of them were surprised. I'll explain when we get to the meeting room, and we're not going to be the only ones in the meeting, said Hibiki. Who will be there? Asked Izuku. Your moms. Said Hibiki. Izuku and Katsuki were shocked by this. They arrived to the meeting room that Nizu had set up, and indeed Inko and Mitsuki was sitting at a desk. Thank you for taking out time for this meeting. Sighed Hibiki. Izuku and Katsuki took seats next to their mothers. All right, as mentioned in my calls, this has nothing to do with the fact that they have remembered their past lives. Sighed Hibiki, and I was planning this meeting before the camp even happened. So what is this about? Asked Mitsuki. The crimes committed by Aldera Junior High. Said Hibiki. He watched the mother's reactions as well as the two boys. Meanwhile in the therapy room Sito got started. Okay, like Izuku and Katsuki, I know someone from my past life, said Sito, but first I will tell you a bit about my past life. I was a wizard by the name of Sirius Black. In my old world magic was a huge secret and people without magic which called muggles were completely kept in the dark except in certain cases. Mashareo froze remembering that term. However, many witches and wizards despised muggles and saw them little more than animals and hated those with muggle blood. One wizard rose to powers and started a war leading those that despised muggles. Most of my family even sided with him. I won't bore you with the rest of the details, but there was a lot of death, include my best friend and his wife, and myself who was murdered in a battle, said Sito. Everyone else looked at each other, then they remembered he was one of the few open about his death. My cousin was in fact the one to kill me, said Sito. Bellatrix was insane, he was incredibly devout to that cause and to the wizard. Mashareo tensed when he used the name Bellatrix. Wait, said Mashareo, are you saying that? Yeah, the villain that Mashareo fought at camp is Bellatrix's reincarnation, said Sito. Are you serious? Asked Momo. Yeah, it's not like with Hannah that I have depression or like those two where my death was kind of funny. No, the reason I'm open about my death is because I killed and my killer is now a villain, said Sito. Back in the meeting room. What do you mean by Aldra broke laws? Asked Inko. There's quirk discrimination, said Hibiki. How many times did you teachers just stand there when? What the F dash, yelled Mitsuki in interrupting him. Why didn't either one of you say something? Sorry auntie, mumbled Izuku. They were taking my side, muttered Katsuki, who wasn't happy with this conversation. To be fair, he didn't like to be reminded on how much he F'd everything up. I've managed to get a lot of details of the teachers either ignoring or outright covering up things that students with stronger quirks have done, said Hibiki. So it's not just him? Asked Mitsuki. No, sighed Hibiki. Hibiki slammed a few sheets of paper on the table. After the bullying became public, said Hibiki, Nizu tasked me to investigate the school. Why you? Asked Mitsuki. Because I only had 5 students at the time and I'm here most of the time in case there is some sort of emergency or for advice in case they need it, explained Hibiki. Or as backup in case something goes wrong with the support course, added Aiko. That too, but the fact of the matter, I had the time and means to investigate it, said Hibiki. What the F dash, yelled Mitsuki, who started reading about the cover-ups. Katsuki paled thinking it was about that. Mitsuki, said Inko. They blamed an unseen villain attack on a poor girl getting beaten, growled out Mitsuki. Wait, what? Asked Katsuki. Mitsuki pointed to what she was reading and Inko looked at see what it was. I remember that. The school claimed that a villain had broken in when they found a girl was beaten, said Inko. It was in your first year. Oh yeah, they closed the school for a couple days, said Izuku. But it was actually 2 of her fellow classmates trying to prove that she was worthless because of her quirk, said Hibiki. Katsuki's eyes widened. She didn't even want to be a hero, all she talked about was trying to get a work license so that she could use her quirk for work when she grew up, said Hibiki. They just beat her because they could? Asked Inko, horrified at something happen in the school. Why the F did they even cover it up? Yelled Mitsuki. Same reason they didn't lift a finger with Katsuki. Because they on track to go to a hero school. Not UA level of course, but they were still headed to a hero school, said Hibiki. Did they even make to a hero course? Asked Inko, who was deathly pale. Both of them did, but not the best schools of course, but they still got in, muttered Hibiki, and both of them had 2 clean records, too. Katsuki was just in shock over all this. After all, he didn't even think about any of this. Meanwhile in the therapy room. So yeah, that's a reason why you can't be too jealous. Because there is a chance you might run into an enemy, said Sito. They all looked at Sito. Are you planning to get revenge on her? Asked Achiko. Oh no. Look, just because she killed me in my past life doesn't mean I'm going to avenge myself, said Sito. Besides, there's a good chance that she might have been killed by my godson, meaning I was avenged. Or even Neville or Augusta were the ones who got her, they deserve a chance to kill her too. But the point is someone killed her and she deserved to die. Were they close to you? Asked Momo. Nope. They would be avenging someone else. She tortured some allies of mine into insanity. Neville was their son and Augusta was one of their mothers, explained Sito. There was an awkward silence. But I do plan on stopping her, said Sito. She needs to be stopped. You're right, sighed Mashareo. You were the one to fight her, weren't you? Asked Sito. Mashareo nodded. Back in the meeting room? Katsuki was shaking. That's just one instance and probably the worst I have found. There might be others just as bad, but I have no idea, said Hibiki. Would I have been allowed to take the exam if I was punished? Asked Katsuki. If you learned your lesson, then maybe, said Hibiki. I mean, I had problems on my junior high school record and I tried to get into many hero schools. He went to one that was near the bottom, but it was because of his abysmal grades, not because of a few fights or anything like that, explained Aiko. Thank you, Aiko, muttered Hibiki with his eye twitching. Hibiki sighed. It wasn't just the covert ups, quirk discrimination laws, anti-bullying laws. Too many kids were hurt by this school and I need your help in this as well, he said. Let me guess you want us to find a bunch of the old moms and get their help, said Mitsuki. Hibiki nodded at her. I'm in contact with a couple of them, said Inko. I know quite a few of them as well, said Mitsuki. Nizu is of course helping out, said Hibiki, but I do want parents involved. I should have known something was wrong with that school, muttered Mitsuki. She placed her hand on Katsuki's head. I always found it odd that he never got in trouble. I mean, he got in trouble in elementary school plenty of times, but this little turd never got any notes or explaining why he was in detention, muttered Mitsuki. They just wanted to make sure that he was in UA for the bragging rights. And because they thought I was quirkless, they thought it was okay, muttered Izuku. Why bother with a seemingly quirkless kid when you can make sure that kid with the awesome quirk get into the best hero school in the country, muttered Aiko. It really is disgusting. Hey, what you said during the exam, it was about this investigation, wasn't it, muttered Katsuki. Izuku remembered when Hibiki learned about the suicide baiting and how he mentioned something but didn't explain what it was. It was, said Hibiki. Who knew about this? Asked Katsuki. Just Nizu and Mashireo, said Hibiki. Why him? Asked Katsuki. It seems kind of random, muttered Mitsuki. Well, you see, during the internship week he got lost and the transceiver got lost in the mail, sighed Hibiki. So after Hosu I had him intern under me to salvage the week, so I let him in on the investigation. Oh, that explains everything, said Mitsuki. What? Asked Inko. Trust me, you don't want to know about how lost Katsuki got, and from what I heard that kid's even worse, said Mitsuki. I see, said Inko. I'm going to leave you to talk about this. There's a room across the hall you can use if you want to have a 2-on-2 talk. It doesn't matter who talks, but yeah, said Hibiki. He left the two moms and sons alone. Inko. Zuku, do you think you can leave so I can have a word with my son? Said Mitsuki with an evil grin. Both Izuku and Inko paled at that grin and left the room. Hibiki wasn't that surprised by that. So they wanted to talk alone, did they? Said Hibiki. What the F were you thinking, you little sheet? They heard Mitsuki yell. So, you going to change your mind about that dare? Said Aiko. No, but I am now half tempted, said Hibiki. Sounds about right, said Aiko. Inko and Izuku went to the other room to talk about what they had learned. In the therapy room? But the point still stands, on the off chance that someone from your past life did reawaken, there's a chance it could be an enemy or just some guy you don't like, said Sito. I'm sure there's someone like that. Momo shuddered thinking about him. Mashireo sighed thinking about a few people. Achiko got along with most people in her past life and didn't really have JRKS. Sito looked at Toru, who didn't look like she contemplating anything. I'm in contact with some of my past life friends, said Toru. I was wondering why it was optional for you, said Sito. Wait, what? Yeah, it's really weird, said Toru. You don't want to know, said Mashireo. Sounds about right, said Sito with his eye twitching. Wait, said Mashireo, you're the reason why Aiko had so much information about her. Yeah, said Sito. The second I found that she was reincarnated and remembered before me, I had to spread the word. After all, I heard stories about heroes managing to corner Priestess to interrogate her about past life details for certain things. That is how she knew about Jack Attack. But I was able to provide so much more. So they interrogate her? Asked Achiko. But of course she always got away, and I've only heard stories about how they got information about certain villains, and information about past lives in order to confirm things or settles bets. What? Asked the four students. You don't want to know, said Sito. Meanwhile, in the room that Izuku and Inko were talking in, well, the two were crying a lot. I'm sorry, Mom, cried Izuku. I didn't want to worry you about what happened. But it's my job to worry, said Inko. And what Katsuki did you? It's fine. I'm over it, cried Izuku. Are you sure? Cried Inko. Izuku nodded. He's really remorseful about what happened, and even before he got hit by the quirk he was trying to better himself, said Izuku. Really? Asked Inko. Izuku nodded. Toru and a couple other classmates have been helping him. Inko counted to cry, knowing that even with the pirate soul her son was still a sweetheart. That was when there was knock on the door. I don't want to interrupt anything, said Hibiki, but is there some kind of leak? Because there's a lot of water coming out from under the door. They both looked down at the floor and that there was a good couple of inches covered in their tears, causing the mother and son to sweat drop. It happened again, said Inko, wiping away her years. Yeah, sighed Izuku. In the other meeting room, Mitsuki was still scolding her son. Were you ever that close in beating up Izuku just because you thought he shouldn't be a hero and because you thought he was quirkless? Asked Mitsuki. I bet you were. I mean, you little sheep, that I. Enough, yelled Katsuki, you don't know what I've been going through the past several months. When that came out, almost everyone in school hated me. Only 3 of my classmates wanted anything to do with me. For months I was the most hated person in school. Not to mention I forgot a lot of the stuff I did to him. It was just a normal day for me. And I did horrible things. And you want to know, I've been feeling even worse after remembering my past life. Izuku was practically my brother in my past life and I made his life a living hell. I've rage-rated everything. And learning all this is just me make me feel worse. And I don't need this sheep from you. Mitsuki looked at her son, who appeared to be close having a breakdown, and combined with him actually using Izuku's name, she knew he was being serious. Katsuki got up and decided to leave the room. I don't care if they're to blame, just do whatever you want, said Katsuki. He left the room, walking past Hibiki. Did they cry too much again? Asked Katsuki, noticing the puddle. Yeah, said Hibiki. Is Inko okay? She has been known to pass out from dehydration from crying too much, said Mitsuki. She's fine, said Hibiki. Katsuki rolled his eyes and headed to the dorms. Back in the theory room. So yeah? I think you get the point that while having someone in your past life would cool, there's still a chance that it would be someone you hate, said Sito. The 4 nodded. But you don't think we'll even meet someone from our past lives? Asked Achiko. Who know with Priestess quirk? I mean, what were the chances that those 2 knew each other even in their past lives? Asked Mashireo. He does have a point, said Momo. Yeah, said Toru. I have no idea what else to talk about, said Sito, and before you say anything? I don't know what they could be talking about, so don't ask me. I think I have an idea, sighed Mashireo, but I think it would be better to ask them. If they'll talk about it, said Momo. I'm sure they will, said Toru. That evening, Katsuki was lying on his bed while his cat was curled up on his chest while he petted her. There was a knock on the door. But Katsuki refused to answer. I will break down the door so that you will eat, called out Izuku in Sanji mode on the other side of the door. Katsuki got up and his cat gave him a sad look. Sorry, Firecracker, he said to the cat, who he did indeed name Firecracker. He opened the door and Izuku was holding a plate of dinner and cupcakes. Toru also made you cupcakes, said Izuku. So you wanted to talk about it? Muttered Katsuki. Only if you do, sighed Izuku. I can't just blame them, muttered Katsuki. Izuku nodded as he took a seat in a chair. Katsuki knew it was better to eat because Izuku clearly had Sanji's food-based issues. They, like everyone else, wanted to ride my coattails, muttered Katsuki. That school. I know, but you weren't the only one, said Izuku. What did they think was going to happen if I got punished with detention or something, that they wouldn't let me take the test? Even I know that stuff like that wouldn't have mattered. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that Kaminari and Mineta had gotten in trouble in junior high, said Izuku. Katsuki growled. Look, it will all work out, said Izuku. It really shouldn't, muttered Katsuki. Izuku sighed. The 2 mostly sat in silence with Katsuki eating dinner. And the cupcakes. But still they learned that the school didn't do their jobs. Though hopefully this would help Katsuki with his problems with dealing with regrets, but who really knew, after all this entire thing was a mess. Chapter 61, Chaos and Ponies. The walk to the they room was quiet. Katsuki was still dealing with the whole teachers junior high didn't do their DMN job revelation. However, while it was quiet, there was an alert from Momo's phone. What's wrong? Asked Achiko. It's another text from Hibiki. He's still running late, sighed Momo. Is there a reason? Asked Izuku. Momo showed them the text she was getting. It was a long list of the kind of day Hibiki was having. First, his car didn't start and he had to wait for a guy to see what was wrong. Then on the way to school he got roped into fighting not 1, not 2 but 3 robberies. Wow, he's having really bad luck today, said Achiko. It seems like he's having a pretty chaotic day, said Mashireo. Tori looked at Mashireo after he said that. It could be, could it? Thought Toru. He should be here in a few minutes, said Momo, since his most recent text says he's just arrived. The 6 entered the therapy room, however when they entered all of them got a bad feeling. Like there was someone in there. I'm not the only one getting the feeling, right? Asked Katsuki. No, said Momo. They heard laughing above them. They looked towards the ceiling and above them as a strange monster. It was a serpentine-like creature with mismatched body parts of various animals, including a pair of wings, one of which was a bat wing and the other was a wing responda birds that was blue. Before any one of them could do anything to attack the monster, it snapped a bird-like claw and there was a bright flash of light. Meanwhile, Hibiki was walking briskly to the therapy room. "Come on, something won't happen to the kids," said Aiko. "You're just having a really, really bad day." "Look, I don't think it's just a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. I think there's something more going on," said Hibiki. He got to the therapy room to see the 6 compete vanish from the room, except for one thing, the trackers and transfers, which all fell to the floor once that they were gone. "Oh, that's not good," said Aiko. That was when a piece of paper slowly fell down from the ceiling. Hibiki picked up. "Don't worry, they're safe, they're just going on a little adventure to get closer." Discord. Read Hibiki. Meanwhile, in another world there was a bright flash of light. It was in the middle of a town. Suddenly a bunch of ponies fell down from somewhere. And indeed it was the group transformed into ponies? "What happened?" asked Achiko, who was now a light pink pony with wings. That was when they all noticed their transformation. "What the F dash," yelled Katsuki, who now an orange-eared pony. "We're in Equestria," said Toru, who was there, but to do not wearing anything they couldn't see her at all, and well, "I know why we were turned into ponies." "Why?" asked Izuku, who was mint green and had a unicorn horn. "Well, you see, if a human goes to Equestria they turn into a pony, and if a pony goes to a human world they turn human." "Unless it's funny," said Toru, "and it's magic, and yes, I've heard of this happening before many times." "Why would that monster bring us here?" asked Momo, who was a red pony with a red horn. "Wait, that monster wasn't," said Mashireo, who was a white pony and had a much bigger tail than anyone else. "It was Discord," confirmed Toru. With the exception of Katsuki, the other side knowing that was going to happen sooner or later. After all, they were warned several times. Katsuki noticed a griffin and a dragon walk by in a conversation. "And there's other things besides ponies." "What the F dash," yelled Katsuki. "I don't control these things," said Toru. That was when there was a bright flash of light and a paper fell to the ground. "Try to find me, it won't be easy, but I'm sure you'll find me sooner, and when you do I'll send you back to your world." Read Izuku. "Okay, clear. You're telling us where he might be," yelled Katsuki, "so I can personally blow him up." That was when he unleashed his quirk, which actually did work. "Discord troubles, huh?" said a voice. They turned to see an old orange mare. "How did you know?" asked Izuku. "Trust me, I've dealt with that lousy prankster for years," muttered the old mare. My wife and our friends had to deal with him many times." "Do you have any idea where the fucker is?" yelled Katsuki. "Now here, Sonny, do you think you can calm down so we can talk about this like responsible ponies?" said the old mare. "Kaken, please," said Izuku. "We don't need to listen to stories. We need to find us a hole. The sooner we can get home," yelled Katsuki. That was when the old mare stared at him and bucked him hard, sending him flying. "Still got it," laughed the old mare, "but seriously, youngin, you have no idea what you're getting into." Katsuki looked at the old mare and knew she was one of those old women. The type that can kick several ways until Sunday and still look frail. Katsuki managed to get up like nothing but entered Zoro mode because he knew he really shouldn't PSS off the old mare again. "Look, Discord is impossible to figure out," sighed the old mare. She muttered something under her breath, but none of them were able to hear it. "Do you have any idea where he might be?" asked Momo. "I'd check the Everfree Forest first," said the old mare. "If he's not there I would check the Royal Maze." "Thank you," said Momo. They all ran off so that Toru could explain better. After all, the old mare sighed as they ran off. "Auntie Jack," said a voice. The old man looked at a yellow pony with a pink mane and tail. "Hey Lil Cheese," said the old mare, "what brings you here?" "This is going to sound odd," said the pony named Lil Cheese, "but my cheesy sense told me that my mom was here, and well." The old mare sighed. "Well, has Twilight told you about what happened to your mother's soul?" "You mean about how she was reincarnated in another world and thanks to an evil villain she remember her past life?" "Wait," said Lil Cheese. "Discord," confirmed the old mare. Lil Cheese then got angry. "Why that no good? I am turning him into a piñata," yelled Lil Cheese, taking out a piñata stick, complete with streamers on it, and then running off. The old mare sighed. "I'm going to have to give her call," sighed the old mare. "Having Luna visit her is one thing, but dragging her and her new friends here to Equestria is another." Meanwhile at the edge of town. "Toru, did you know her?" asked Izuku. "Yeah, that's Applejack," said Toru. "Let me guess, a really close friend," muttered Katsuki. "Yeah, and possibly my fourth cousin twice removed by a fifth cousin," said Toru. Do you know where the Everfree Forest is? Asked Achiko. I do. And I even know where he might be, said Toru. We might need something to follow you, said Achiko. Yeah, said Toru. My quirk still works, said Momo. I can make anything you want. Wait, about your quirks? Asked Izuku, who still feel his. You saw it, muttered Katsuki. My tail is just covered in hair, said Mashireo, who was standing on his tail. Achiko was looking at her front hooves, which had a horseshoe-shaped pads on them. She touched a rock, causing it to float, and then released it. Mine's work, said Achiko. Everyone nodded. I think ribbon could work, said Toru. Momo nodded and created a white ribbon. Do you need help putting it on? Asked Izuku. No, I got this, said Toru, trying what looked like around her neck. Wait, how would you have helped? Asked Mashireo. Izuku started to blush. I can see her when I use observation hockey, admitted Izuku. Wait, is that why you focused on not looking at me during the stain fight? Asked Toru. Izuku blushed even more. Wait, you can see what I look like, said Toru. It looked like Katsuki was interested in this as well and decided to use observation hockey. Wait, you have wings? He asked. Yeah. I was turned into a Pegasus like Achiko, said Toru. I do know why, but you wouldn't understand it. They all stared at her, unsure how to respond. I don't think it's a good idea to go through your powers right now due to the fact we want to get home as soon as possible, said Toru. Also, it's a good chance we'll be fighting a bunch of monster while going through the Everfree Forest. She's got a point, sighed Momo. Wait, what was that about monsters? Asked Achiko. Sometime later, the 6 of them were fighting a massive timber wolf. As in a wolf made out of timber. Why did they have to combine? Yelled Katsuki. Look, it doesn't matter. We just have to stop it, yelled Momo. Will cutting them up work? Asked Izuku, coming up with an idea. I don't know, maybe, said Toru. Momo and Katsuki looked at each other and nodded. They knew they had to try. Achiko distracted the timber wolf with rocks she floated and rained down on them. Thankfully, Momo created the swords needed and both of them easily cut down the gigantic timber wolf. Wait, said Mashireo, how are you holding things with your hooves? The two realized that they weren't holding the swords with their hooves. It's weird pony magic, said Toru. I never understood it, to be honest. I can't wait until we get where we need to go, said Katsuki with his eye twitching. Thankfully, they arrived in the location that Applejack recommended, which was a beautiful tree house. When they entered, however, saw a sign appeared in a flash of light. Congratulations, but our Discord is another castle. Seriously? Asked Izuku, face hoofing. There was another flash of light and a bunch of train tickets appeared on the floor. Come on, I'll lead you to the train station, sighed Toru, who also didn't sound too surprised that Discord wasn't there. We have a train to catch, pointed out Momo. Thankfully, there weren't as many threats on the way back to Ponyville. Yes, that's the name of the town they went to. Though they did run into a crocodile made of rocks, but Mashireo was still able to Bakusai Tenketsu on it. They got to the train, which thankfully wouldn't take that long. This train looks like a toy for a little girl, muttered Katsuki. You know, I was thinking maybe we should have gone to his castle maze first, said Momo. Really, why? Asked Achiko. Momo stared, looking at both Katsuki and Mashireo. Mashireo just sighed at the look. Why are you looking at me? He yelled. Do you think he'll ever stop being in denial? Asked Achiko. Considering he had an entire life of being in denial, no, answered Izuku, who had entered Sanji mode with a sigh. They got to the city of Canterlot, the capital city of the land of Equestria. So where's this maze we're supposed to be going to? Asked Katsuki. It's not closed to the public, is it? Asked Izuku. No, it's open to the public, said Toru. They headed to the castle. They arrived at the castle and headed to the public areas. There's not that many ponies here, said Izuku. This is a weird stature, said Achiko, noticing one that was made up of 3 figures. One was a really thin centaur, one was a hissing monster of some kind, and the last a little Pegasus filly. Oh, that's actually 3 of our bigger enemies that were turned to stone, said Toru. And you have it up in public display? Asked Momo. Come on, said Katsuki, we need to go into the maze. He walked towards the other direction of the maze. Other way, sighed Izuku. Katsuki grumbled and headed to the right way. They entered the hedge maze and suddenly it closed behind them. I think he's here, said Izuku. That's pretty obvious, muttered Katsuki. They looked around for a bit, with Izuku making sure that Mashireo and Katsuki weren't separated. That was when they got to a clearing. They saw Discord reading a book entitled, My Little Hero. I've been waiting for you, said Discord. He set the book on fire and looked at them. Okay, we found you, muttered Katsuki. Send us back already. Oh, come on. You should know it wouldn't be that easy, said Discord. What's that supposed to mean? Asked Momo. He wants a fight, said Izuku, getting that feeling. That's right. In this scenario I'm a villain who's got you trapped in this world, said Discord. It would make sense for the heroes to fight the villain. Really? Asked Toru. Sorry, but consider this training, said Discord. You know you made a mistake, said Katsuki with a grin. Izuku, Masahiro and Momo also looked ready to fight him. However, before a fight could erupt, something very unexpected happened. Discord, said a voice. Oh no, said Discord, sounding like he got caught with someone he shouldn't be doing. They all turned to the source of the voice and Discord gulped. It was clear that they weren't going to fight after all. It was a pony, however there was something ethereal about her. She had a light yellow body and an ethereal pink mane. No way, she went with it, whispered Toru. Hi dear, said Discord nervously. Don't hi dear me, said the pony. You told me that you weren't going to do that. Discord was now looking sheepish. Who is she? Asked Izuku. Fluttershy, who is his wife, said Toru. So he's whipped, said Katsuki. Pretty much, said Toru. Come on Fluttershy? I thought it would be fun to bring them into the world, said Discord. Fluttershy just gave her husband a look and crossed her forelegs. How is she still alive? Whispered Achiko. Oh, Discord offered to turn into a personification of nature. I guess she made her decision after, said Toru. They knew what she wasn't no saying, after Pinky died. Fine, I'll send them home, said Discord. Toru, said Fluttershy to the floating ribbon. It was clear that she was sad seeing the invisible girl turned pony who was one of her closest friends at one point. Hey, said Toru. Discord was about to snap a claw. Wait, said Fluttershy. Why? Asked Katsuki suspiciously. Piñata, yelled Lil Cheese, showing up. Oh no, yelled Discord. They all watched as Lil Cheese began to beat Discord with the piñata stick. As Lil Cheese began to beat him up, candy poured from his body. The six watched. Momo, Achiko and Izuku were horrified, while Masahiro wasn't sure how to react, while Katsuki tried not to smirk at this. You let take them home now, said Fluttershy. Discord snapped his claw and all six of them disappeared in a bright flash of light. Back at UA in the teacher's lounge, Hibiki had finished telling Nizu, Aizawa and All Might what happened. How can we even believe this story? Said Aizawa. I would like we're dealing the same world as someone who can pull out party-based weaponry from who knows where. Said Hibiki. I think her being friends with the living embodiment of chaos makes sense. Aizawa just pinched the bridge of his nose. From the sounds of it though, it sounds like just a prank he's pulling. Said Nizu. I'm sure it will turn out fine. Hibiki stared at Nizu and then looked at All Might, who was shaking his head no, as if saying, you don't want to know. However, before more could be said, there was a bright flash of light and all six students, once again human, all appeared several feet in the air before crashing down to the floor in a pile. All Might jumped behind the couch so none of them could see them. Well, the four that didn't know about his weakened form, if it was just Izuku and Achiko, it would be just fine. Really? Asked Aizawa to All Might. All Might looked somewhat sheepish, though he had forgotten that Momo had once saw him in his thin form and didn't know who he was. Is everyone okay? Asked Izuku. I've had worse falls, said Achiko. They all noticed where they were and noticed their homeroom teacher and principal along with Hibiki, who had a look on his face that said he told them. Though Katsuki thought he saw someone behind the couch but then decided it was better to ignore it. How was your trip? Asked Nizu. It's better not to say, sighed Momo. It could have been worse, said Izuku. That world is fing weird and we were turned into ponies, muttered Katsuki. Well, at a magical world so having rules like that would make sense, said Nizu. Maybe it better if you just head back to the dorms, said Hibiki. You probably has a long afternoon. The six nodded. Wait, before you go, your friend made sure you didn't bring certain things with you, said Hibiki. Katsuki noticed that his tracker cuff, it's better not to call it a bracelet, was missing and grinned. However, before he could react, Aizawa caught him up in his scarf capture weapon. What the f dash, yelled Katsuki. Look, said Aizawa, even I know you refuse to wear it, until you accept it you have to do this. Katsuki struggled despite knowing that it wouldn't work. Meanwhile in Equestria, Discord was nursing his body. I hope you learned your lesson about dragging them here, said Fluttershy. What I'm surprised is that you've waited long to do something like that, said Twilight, who was also there. I was waiting for something to happen, said Discord. Really, what? Asked Twilight. You notice there's 6 of them now, said Discord with a sly smile, when she remembered there was only able to do 5 due to the villain's quirk. Fluttershy giggled knowing what he is getting at, while Twilight sighed. You knew there was going to a 6th eventually, didn't you? Asked Twilight. Discord didn't answer. Still I have no reason to drag them back here. Said Discord. You're still going to mess with them. Said Twilight. I'm still going to mess with them. Confirmed Discord. She looked at Fluttershy, who sighed at her husband's antics. Back at UA, Katsuki was angry that the cuff was back on, but that was it? As they headed back to the dorms, Toru sighed. Are you okay? Asked Achiko. I'm fine, it's just going back there and them all is different than Luna sometimes popping up in my dreams. I mean, it's nice to know that Fluttershy made that choice and seeing my past life's child, but... Said Toru. Wait. Said Katsuki. Achiko, Mashireo and Momo all froze. None of them knew how they would react to seeing on their past life's children after all. After all, three of them, much like Toru, had children in their past lives. Wait, that pony that beat Discord like a piñata. Said Izuku. Yep, said Toru, and I know I've been using gender neutral all day, but still that stupid declaration and character design, seriously. I know I should have said something sooner, but still, it annoys me. What is she talking about? Asked Katsuki. I don't think I want to know. Said Mashireo. I don't think he's going to bring us back to Equestria because of those reasons. Sighed Toru. But he's still going to mess with us, isn't he? Asked Mashireo. Oh yeah? Said Toru. Izuku, Mashireo, Achiko and Momo sighed while Katsuki looked like he wanted to murder him. But in the end it wasn't unexpected. Still they went to one of the worlds of their past lives. With the rest of them wondering what would happen again to their other old worlds. But still, Discord was going to prank them again. They didn't know where or when, but it was going to happen for sure. They just hoped that it wouldn't be that annoying or that Katsuki would try to murder him. He was the immortal spirit of chaos, so that was unlikely, but still. Who knew what the future held with Discord, but it was for sure he was going to prank them again, no matter what. Chapter 62, Working Through Those Feelings. The day before was their adventure in Equestria. The class figured something was up when they came back to the dorms. Seeing their classmates come back somewhat disheveled with looks on their faces, don't ask what happened. The next day during breakfast they were able to talk about it though, while the TV was on in the background. Someone from Hagikyu's past life kidnapped you? Asked Ida in disbelief. I believe it. Muttered Kyoka. Why? Asked Kaminari. Kyoka only shuddered in response. You don't want to know. Said Kyoka. However, before the conversation could continue, the news started to talk about a different topic. And Mashireo was the first one of to notice it. Oh no. Said Mashireo. Everyone looked at the TV and saw what the report was about. Aldera. Is that? Said Kirishima. The principal of Aldera Junior High and several teachers have been arrested on multiple charges. Said one of the anchors. Charges on quirk discrimination, ignoring bullying, covering up crimes among other crimes. Said the other anchor. Katsuki finished his breakfast before leaving. He really didn't want to hear this again. I didn't think they would go public so fast, sighed Izuku. I asked that what the meeting was about the other day, asked Achiko. Hibiki's been investigating the school for months. Said Izuku, turned out we're not the only affected by them. What do you mean? Asked Kaminari. Almost by answering the anchors went into details about the villain attack and about how the former students were arrested and expelled from the schools they went to. Almost everyone at the table gaped at this face. Aldera didn't understand heroes. Said Mashireo. Everyone looked at him. I had to salvage my internship with Hibiki and I helped with the investigation. Said Mashireo, I only worked on it for a couple days but I had already seen a lot. I didn't know it was that bad, to be honest. Said Izuku, I mean our old homeroom teacher would just let Kaken do anything, but I didn't think it was that bad. He was able to get away with stuff in front of the homeroom teacher? Asked Tsuyu. Yeah. Said Izuku sheepishly. I should point out that Aiko really wanted to take him down. Said Mashireo. It became awkwardly silent. You can't blame the school, you know, said Kyoka. I know. Said Izuku, who then shifted at Sanji mode. He was in, but before we even entered junior high, they just made him worse. Things became silent. Should we change the channel? Asked Achiko, thinking it would probably be a good idea. I actually wanted to see the hero hidden talent segment today. Said Kaminari. Oh, it's that morning show? Said Momo. Thankfully the very odd segment which involved a weird egg juggling act that weirded everyone out got everyone's minds off of Aldera, mostly, because it was clear to everyone that Katsuki was having a hard time. Once everyone was done with breakfast, Izuku walked over to Momo. Can you do a favor for me? Asked Izuku. What is it? Asked Momo. Meanwhile Katsuki had gone to his room to lift weights to get his mind off the conversation while Firecracker curled up next to him. As he was doing it there was a knock on the door. If it's Deku, I don't want to talk to you right now, and if it's clear, just leave the cupcakes at the door. Muttered Katsuki. I'm neither. Was Momo's reply on the other side. Katsuki put the weight down and opened the door. What do you want? He asked. I thinking of sparring after training today, said Momo. Let me guess it's Deku's idea, muttered Katsuki. Momo didn't answer. Seriously? Asked Katsuki with a sweat drop. I do want to do spar with you, but Izuku thinks you might need to get your anger out, said Momo. Whatever, muttered Katsuki. Momo nodded. Sometime later everyone was practicing. All Might decide to help out with this class and give everyone advice. When he got to Katsuki. I don't need it, All Might, muttered Katsuki. What? Asked All Might. Bakugo is just doing whatever until he gets his new gear, explained Aizawa with his eye twitching. New gear? Asked All Might. Then he remembered how he was a swordsman in his past life and realized specially made sword. Aizawa sighed. Katsuki wasn't the only one doing their own thing though. Izuku had so many moves that he really just needed to practice somewhat. Masahiro was doing the same thing. However, Achiko and Momo were practicing, with Achiko trying to figure out new moves and Momo coming up with new armor designs and how to put them on quickly. Toru on the other hand was in fact creating a new move using her quirk and only her quirk. But still half of them really didn't need this training time or to come up with a move. Once the training was over, Aizawa called out Bakugo. Yayorozu. I know that Yayorozu set aside time for a training session, said Aizawa. I'll be observing you and making sure it doesn't go too far. Both of them looked at him. And I already am aware that going too far will be different level, so I will try to keep that in mind, said Aizawa. They got to one of the training grounds. Momo created 4 katana. I should let you know I'm not like Deku when it comes to hitting women, said Katsuki as he took the sword. Unless I did manage to training it out of it, said Momo. Katsuki raised an eyebrow as he grabbed the swords. We trained together before the sports festival, he can hit me at least, said Momo. Katsuki snorted as he grabbed the 3 swords for him. It made sense that he was smart enough to train it out of him in this life. You ready? Asked Katsuki with the sword in his mouth. Momo stared at him and just sweat dropped. Yeah. I learned how to talk with a sword in mouth. He sighed. You had to explain that, people, said Momo. Not as often as you think, said Katsuki. Oh right, world didn't make any sense, laughed Momo. Katsuki glared at her. Momo smirked. And then the spar began as the 2 sword users started to clash. Aizawa watched from the nearby building and sighed as he could barely see their movements and groaned. At the same time he was glad that he didn't have anything to do with the reassessment anymore. He did sigh at this. I have no idea what would be the line, he muttered. On the ground the 2 of them continued to clash, both of them being very fast in their strikes. Momo managed to jump away. Are you going to hold back? Asked Momo. How do you even know I'm holding back? Asked Katsuki. I saw you in feral stage, said Momo. I was the one to provide you with swords and I saw you unleash a tornado. She didn't want to mention she pounded him when he started fighting with Izuku. But that wasn't important. Fine if you think you can handle it, said Katsuki. He prodded to cut the air and indeed created a tornado. Aizawa watched form his spot and with eye twitching. Why couldn't that be an exaggeration? Muttered Aizawa. Back with the spar, Momo managed to dodge the tornado. You're going to have to show me how to do that in the future, said Momo with a smirk. What, can't do anything like that? Mocked Katsuki. Most of my other skills were because of magic which my body doesn't have in this life, pointed out Momo. Oh, yeah, said Katsuki, unsure how to respond. But magic wasn't my only abilities, said Momo. The 2 continued to clash, the 2 avoiding major injuries when they could. But they did have quite a scratches from the attacks the Pother managed to hit when it looked like it wasn't going to be a bad hit. Every now and then Katsuki would unleash a wind power slice, which Momo always managed to dodge. Still, this really was helping Katsuki. It was helping with getting everything out with fighting. Not to mention she was a good level when it came to being a swordswoman. Both of them were now looking at each other and covered in multiple cuts. That's enough, called out Aizawa. What, seriously? Yelled Katsuki, we haven't even gotten that injured. It's not that, said Aizawa. Momo checked her phone. We have half an hour before therapy, said Momo. Oh right, that, said Katsuki. Go to recovery girl then got to therapy, said Aizawa. The 2 nodded. As the cuts were small, it was decided to just bandage them. They ran into Achiko and Izuku, who saw the various bandages. I can see you had fun, joked Izuku in Sanji mode. Are you okay? Asked Achiko. Recovery girl figures it was minor enough she didn't have to use her quirk, said Momo. Are you going to do it again? Asked Izuku. We are, said Katsuki. Izuku walked over to Katsuki. Please don't make it into a sec thing with her, he whispered in Sanji mode. It's not like that, yelled Katsuki, and it wasn't like that with Tashigi either. Should we ask? Asked Achiko. Probably not a good idea, said Momo. They got to the therapy room where Toru and Mashireo was already there and the other four took their seats. They also noticed that Hibiki seemed a little depressed. And all of them quickly figured out why. Muttered Katsuki under his breath. Hibiki sighed as the session started. So, I'm sure saw the news this morning, said Hibiki. Katsuki gritted his teeth. Can we not talk about it? Asked Katsuki. Kaken, said Izuku. It's clear that you need to talk about it, sighed Hibiki. Katsuki gritted his teeth and he remembered it was point of the therapy was to get things off his chest. I'm fucking tired of getting reminded. I F it up. I don't need to reminded of it every day, yelled Katsuki. Everyone else was quiet but he needed to get it out. Every day I feel like someone is reopening a wound and pouring salt in it, yelled Katsuki. I'm sick of being reminded how much I hurt Deku. And now people are blaming the school. Kaken, it's fine, and nothing bad really happened, said Izuku. No. Bad, Izuku. Bad, said Aiko. What? Asked Izuku. Izuku, we've all seen the damage his bullying did, even if you did get over it, sighed Hibiki. Izuku cringed. He knew he had to tell Katsuki, and maybe getting it out there would be for the best. Kaken, when I learned how to use my quirk without breaking any bones while not using haki, I developed mental blocks, said Izuku. What the F does that mean? He asked. Whenever I got into a fight or another situation I would forget something. Sometimes it was unimportant like what I forgot during the exam, but often it got in the way. Unless someone reminded me of the attack or move it would be hidden behind a mental wall. I only got over it fighting Muscular at the camp, said Izuku. Katsuki's eye winded. He remembered what Hibiki said during the exam about forgetting things and that competition back on I-Island that Izuku held back during it. What the F? Muttered Katsuki in shock. Did anyone else know? Todoroki, Ida, and Tsu, said Izuku, also the teachers. Why them? Demanded Katsuki. Todoroki and Ida were there when they developed, explained Mashireo. Tsu knows because we talked about it in front of her, said Achiko. What about I-Island? Said Katsuki, remembering something. You seemed fine then. I kept reminded things he forgot, said Aiko. The exam, said Katsuki. I forgot. Parriage shot, it was kind of random, said Izuku blushing. Katsuki blinked then remembered what attack that was. Oh yeah, that attack, said Katsuki. What's that attack? Asked Toru. You know what, it's not important, said Izuku. Said attack was a special attack that literally rearranged the opponent's face like plastic surgery. Everyone could tell there was something they were hiding about that attack. But whatever it was, it wasn't the time to ask about it. Are you sure you're over it? Asked Katsuki. Don't worry, he'll be able to check during the reassessment, said Hibiki. I've already picked out a hero to perform it and he agreed immediately to do it. Izuku nodded. You still developed it though, said Katsuki. He gritted his teeth. He knew Izuku couldn't see the truth about his haki, but to have such low self-esteem to hold himself back despite the possible danger. What the F is wrong with me? Yelled Katsuki. He was shaking and struggling not to cry. Izuku looked at him. He looked at Hibiki, who nodded. Izuku then kicked him in head. What the F was that for? Yelled Katsuki. We all have regrets, said Izuku in Sanji mode, and you can't let them get you down. I have a bunch of regrets from both lives, especially in my past life. I don't want to go into details right now, but people died because of my mistakes. A lot of people died, said Hibiki. In my past life I did something really bad and scummy. I know I have to talk about it soon, sighed Mashireo. Kaken, said Izuku no longer in Sanji mode, please, don't do this. He began to cry. I forgave you back during the exam, cried Izuku, and that was back when I was dealing with the block. Wait to go, Katsuki. You made him cry, said Aiko. Oh, what the F dash. He cries all the time, said Katsuki. Yeah, agreed Izuku, laughing through his tears. We thought there was a leak when his mom visited, reminded Hibiki. Aiko began to grumble. If you continue to dwell on this you're just going to end up destroying yourself, said Momo. She's right, said Toru. If you keep focusing on the negative you'll end up hurting yourself and others. Please, you did really screw me up, said Izuku. Is that supposed help me? Yelled Katsuki. But it wasn't just you. The teachers could have stopped you, said Izuku. They could have stopped the other bullies. But they didn't because I was just the curriculous kid. They chose to just brush me off. Katsuki was silent. You screwed up, but it's not like you can never undo your mistakes, said Toru. We also don't expect you to get over this right away. Said Hibiki, it's fine to still feel bad about it, but if you're constantly beating yourself in ways that hurt the people around you, then it's not just you that's having problems. Be as angry as you want to be about what happened. Your entire situation is effed up. All Might is a better teacher than your old ones. And only now did he start reading, Teaching for Dummies, said Aiko. Oh, that explains his attempts at advice today. Said Achiko. There's a reason why I consider All Might my goofy coworker with a stupid ringtone. Said Hibiki. This got a laugh from all of the kids. But remember, the teachers had a job they clearly didn't do. Said Hibiki. Especially your homeroom teacher, said Aiko, he let you bully Izuku while doing nothing. Wait, what's his ringtone? Asked Achiko, getting distracted. It's not that bad. Said Izuku. You copied his ringtone. Muttered Katsuki. No. Said Izuku, who was clearly lying. Hibiki sighed at this momentary distraction. Getting back on track. Said Hibiki, it's not entirely your fault, you did do a lot of damage, but like Toru said, you can fix it. Katsuki was quiet. Also, during the reassessment, I'm sure that whoever you will fight will let you get your anger if you need to. Said Hibiki. Everyone stared at Hibiki. What did the guy do to you? Asked Izuku in Sanji mode. It's not that guy who was going to intern me, was it? Asked Mashireo. No. I'm still giving him the silent treatment. Said Hibiki. What happened? Asked Katsuki, who realized he never got the story. The tracker got lost and the transceiver got lost in the mail, ironically enough, and he was too embarrassed that it never came that he didn't tell Hibiki until days had passed. Explained Izuku. I ended up wandering around Japan for 3 days. Sighed Mashireo. Katsuki nodded. Kaken, please? I know you regret everything, but just tell us you need to talk, or spar. Said Izuku. Momo nodded in agreement of the spar part. Or if you need cupcakes. Said Toru, but don't drag someone to one of the training grounds in the middle of the night so you can fight. You will get in trouble for that. Yeah, don't do that. Agreed Hibiki. Whatever. Muttered Katsuki. It was clear that Katsuki wasn't going to get over what happened anytime soon. But he did have everyone helping him. Eventually the therapy group was over and things were quiet with the teens as they left the therapy room. Katsuki looked at Izuku as they all walked together to the dorms. He considered pulling him aside somewhere to talk about a certain something. A something that he had pieced together. But after that session he knew he had to talk to about it soon. But still he knew there was of problems to still unpack at the moment, but the others were right, he shouldn't be dwelling on it and beating himself up. Plus he quickly realized it was probably a bad idea to do it while Izuku, Momo and Toru were around. Now that he knew that Momo, while wasn't at his level when it came to swordsmanship, was pretty close, and Izuku could still kick his butt. And there whatever Toru would do to cheer him up. Probably drag Kirishima into it as well. He wasn't alone, and he was no longer in a situation where pushing people away was the easy thing to do. He wasn't going to get over it anytime soon, but he was going to work on it, which was better than nothing. Chapter 63, The Reassessment begins. Katsuki held his new swords. They had a good weight, but they weren't perfect, but to fair they were built by someone who was clearly a mad scientist. Combined with the point of them was a set of swords to channel his explosive sweat. I don't know how you will probably use your explosions in combination with the sword. But they should work. Said Mei. Don't worry. I already figured out how to use them. Said Katsuki with a crazy smile. Okay. Just remember to tell Orchestra Rave about my new babies. Said Mei. Whatever. Muttered Katsuki. Afterwards he managed to get to that day's therapy session. Well, after what happened yesterday, I think I should really talk about that thing I did that, well, I'm ashamed of. Said Mashireo. And so he told him that in his past life he used his curse to pretend to be a normal pig and was the pet to a girl he liked. Oh, what the F dash, yelled Katsuki. Seriously. Said Izuku in Sanji mode, I know peeped in my past life, but that's even worse. No one was surprised that Izuku peeped in his past life after his serve personality clashes. I know it was messed up. Said Mashireo, and I'm deeply ashamed of it. Did the girl who you were tricking ever find out? Asked Hibiki. She did. She beat me up really badly, multiple times. It took years for us to be on speaking terms again. Sighed Mashireo. The girls all glared at him. Good. Said Momo. I knew this was going to happen, sighed Mashireo. He regrets everything. Said Hibiki, wait, please tell me you regret everything. I do. I swear, said Mashireo. Look, I'm sure that all of you regret something involving your teenage years from your past life, and changes are good. You'll regret something you will regret about this life as you get older. Said Hibiki, who then looked at Katsuki, and I just remembered who I'm talking to. Katsuki nodded, realizing that after his breakdown yesterday it might be hypocritical to point these things out. Also Mosshead had a high-tech suit he used to peep in his past life. Said Katsuki. High-tech suit? Asked Achiko. It was a gift from my birth family. Muttered Izuku in Sanji mode, I don't want to talk about it right now. But the point still stands, we all know that Izuku peeped on women in his past life but he would never do it in this life. Said Hibiki, and we also know that Mashireo if he was able to wouldn't pose as a girl's pet pig. The girls all begrudgingly agreed. I never looked at her, partially because I would faint from a bloody nose if I even saw her in her underwear, said Mashireo blushing. Everyone looked at him unsure how to respond. You did something really perverted in your past life but you were so shy that you couldn't really look at her, asked Momo with a sweat drop while in Urza mode. Yeah, sighed Mashireo. There was tankard silence in the room. Also sleeping with her wasn't fun, she tended to punch and kick her in sleep. Said Mashireo. Okay. I think I'm starting to get less angry about this. Said Achiko. It's one of those things that I think it's best to separate lives like what we do to Izuku and his peeping. Said Hibiki. We're able to do that easier because Izuku will faint if he's in a situation that calls for peeping. Said Toru. Unless I'm able to get distracted with something else. Said Izuku. Mashireo nodded remembering how he got Izuku to focus on something else when Mineta tried to peep at camp. As things were winding down, Hibiki knew that he had to change the subject. So we won't have a session tomorrow, and hopefully I don't have to explain why. Said Hibiki. The reassessment. Said Izuku. I got my swords today. Said Katsuki with a grin. Yay! That's going to so much fun. So much fire and explosions. Said Aiko. Now's not the time, Aiko. Said Hibiki, but yeah. I recruited a bunch of heroes to carry it out. Most of them are our fellow reincarnations but in one case I decided to go with a hero that's not. Really who? Asked Izuku. It's a surprise. Said Hibiki. Izuku's sweat dropped. I won't say who all of them are. Said Hibiki, but the reincarnations are all ones you've interacted with in one form or another. I won't say who. Are they Yuzu, Hana and Chuko for the three of us? Asked Momo. You'll just have to wait and see. Said Hibiki. Why didn't they do this when this first happened? Asked Katsuki. He'd understand if it was just for him. Because in the chaos of the USJ things just fell apart. Said Hibiki, I'm pretty sure Aizawa did mention that before. He did pretty much during the explanation of the initial plans for camp. But to fair the camp was so chaotic that it made sense that everything was forgotten about said discussion. So yeah, this reassessment will be important. The school needs to know your power levels so you can't hold back at all. Said Hibiki. The 6 students nodded. The next day they were once again training. Which meant Katsuki trying out his new sword with techniques that involved 2-sword and occasionally unleashing explosions from his new swords. I don't get paid enough for this. Grumbled Aizawa seriously considering asking for a raise. Towards the need Vlad King was there with Itsuka and Monoma. The class looked at them taking a short break. You know we still have 10 minutes. Said. So I heard today you're getting reassessed. Said Monoma, how pathetic. Both Vlad King and Itsuka looked at Monoma like he was crazy. In Class 1B, those that were conscious after the League of Villains attack were told about Priestess and her quirk to explain what happened to Katsuki. Itsuka was among that very few that remained conscious during that time. So she was told about it. I've told you multiple times, the reassessment is because of the skills they gained in their past life. Said Vlad King. That was when Katsuki unleashed an explosive sword silse knowing that Monoma was watching. Oh yeah, remember what Away said? Said Itsuka, he was a master swordsman in his past life. Monoma was twitching. Will we be able to get a copy of the reassessment footage? Asked Vlad King. You will, if only to calm him down. Said Aizawa. Vlad King nodded. Once they wrapped up Hibiki showed up. All right, if you want to watch the reassessment follow me, if not you can just go back to the dorms. Said Aizawa. It was clear that all of their classmates wanted to watch. All right, Izuku, Achiko, Toru, Momo, Mashireo and Katsuki. Follow me. Said Hibiki, I have to show you who you're going to face. The 6 nodded all ready for this. They followed Hibiki to where they knew they were meeting the heroes that would be helping them. When they got the meeting spot, they saw there were 4 heroes. And the 4 were quickly recognized. Chuko, said Momo. Chuko smiled at her. Aoi, you're here. Said Izuku. Hey. Said Aoi, who was the second. Hana. Long time no see, said Achiko. It's good to see you again. Said Hana, who was the third. Sup guys. Said Sito, who was the fourth. What about the other 2? Asked Izuku. Oh come you didn't figure it out? Aged Hibiki, I'm one of the ones. Should have known. Said Katsuki. As for the one that isn't who isn't a reincarnation. Said Hibiki. A figure jumped down from somewhere. Almost everyone gaped. As it was All Might. You know, in hindsight I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Said Izuku. I think we all know why I asked All Might. Said Hibiki. Yeah, it does make sense. Said Sito. How does any of this make any sense? Asked Hana. There was an awkward silence. And someone didn't let Hana into the loop. Said Aoi with a sweat drop. Hana. All Might is Izuku's mentor. Sighed Hibiki, knowing he forgot explain it. You need to socialize more. Said Achiko. I know. Sighed Hana. All right, the first one will be Achiko against Hana. Said Hibiki, the second will Mashireo against Sito. Wait, why Sito? Said Mashireo. Oh, reasons. Said Hibiki. It's because of righteous fury, isn't it? Asked Mashireo. It is. Said Hibiki, after that is Toru against Aoi. Wait, why am I not fighting Yuzu? Asked Toru. Said Hibiki. She didn't want to do. Said Aiko bluntly. Yeah, she really didn't want to fight you. Sighed Hibiki. That's okay. Said Toru, it kind of makes sense she would want to fight me. Okay, after that will be Momo and Chuko. Followed by Izuku and All Might, and of course lastly will be me and Katsuki. Said Hibiki. So I get to kick your butt? Said Katsuki, grinning at Hibiki. Remember, the point of this isn't to win or lose but to gauge your abilities. Said All Might. That's right. We're supposed to see what your limits are and the skills you have. Said Hibiki, the rest of you can go to the viewing area until your turn, or you can hang out somewhere. Come on, Achiko. It's our turn. Said Hana. Right. Said Achiko. All of the others decided to watch, while the other adults got ready for it. This really wasn't a something to win or lose, however all of them knew that the results were going to be interesting for sure. Chapter 64, Ninja Flowers. Achiko and Hana headed to a good spot in the training ground, which the heavily wooded. Which made sense considering that Achiko's strength she gained from her past life were more heavily suited for the wilderness. You want to get this started? Asked Hana. Achiko nodded, remembering she didn't need to win. Just test what her limits were. She ran towards Hana, only for Hana to spray water on the ground, creating a row of trees that separated them. Of course all of the trees were blooming with flowers. Try to get past this. Said Hana. Achiko knew what she had to do and easily jumped through the trees. She aimed a palm attack for Hana, however Hana created some vines to distract Achiko just enough. Hana then swiped her sword at her, which Achiko thankfully dodged. Achiko managed to get the vines off her. She then ran towards Hana readying an attack, but Hana managed to dodge plenty of times. I should wait a bit. Though Achiko looking towards a new pouch on her hip. Meanwhile in the viewing room, the rest of the class were watching when the other 5 arrived. Did we miss anything? Asked Izuku. It started about a minute ago. Said Ida. So she's a reincarnation too. Said Todoroki. All but the one Izuku's fighting. Said Momo. Who is it? Asked Kaminari. You'll have to wait and see. Said Izuku. Back in the forest. Achiko continued to try to get her palm strikes, but Hana was managing to dodge them. You're still doing rather well with your attacks. Said Hana. Achiko didn't say anything but continued to fight. Hana managed to dodge. However Achiko managed to touch her sword. Seriously, said Hana. I don't think you'll be able to use it properly unless I release it. Said Achiko. Clever girl. Said Hana, letting go of her sword, which then floated away. Said Achiko, if you lose it? It's fine, don't worry about it. Said Hana, I thought this might happen. Achiko breathed a sigh of relief, happy that she didn't have to pay for it if she couldn't find it. Hana knew she had to relay on her shield at the moment. Thankfully, due to its round shape, it could tossed. Which she was ready to do. Achiko saw the shield coming towards her and easily dodged. However, this allowed Hana to create a rose bush under Achiko's feet. Achiko saw that she was ready to throw her shield again. It's time to use it. She thought. That was when she reached into her new pouch and tossed a few shuriken at her. Hana managed to dodge. Interesting, so you finally use ninja weapons. Said Hana, you know it's going to be something of a pain to replace. Not really, all I have to do is pay for snacks for Momo. Admitted Achiko as she got out of the rose bush, although Deku and Toru offered to help pay for them by providing their own snacks. That's good. Said Hana. That was when she shot out a lot of water out of the ground and she had to dodge a bunch of trees growing out of the ground. Just a reminder, you have to keep your guard up. Said Hana. Achiko nodded. Meanwhile, All Might was taking a breather in his true form before his part in this. Thanks for doing this. Said Hibiki. All Might looked at Hibiki, smiled. Of course. Said All Might. Because it would have been frowned upon to send Ruji against one of those two. Said Aiko. Thank you, Aiko. Said Hibiki sarcastically. What's wrong with having him? Asked All Might. He's super jealous of the guy, though thanks to what they did during the camp Ruji got a huge boost with his own new power suits. Said Aiko, though due to being so new and his behavior at a party, not a good idea to send him against one of those powerhouses. Hibiki sighed. I should have, and I realized I'm probably the only one who can really test Midoriya. Admitted All Might. Yeah. Said Hibiki, maybe Aizawa, but I think he pretty much noped when he realized that there were 6 now. All Might chuckled at this. But health-wise, how have you been? Said Hibiki, because what happened back at I-Island I'm sure wasn't that good for your health. Oh, don't worry, I'm fine. Said All Might, I still got plenty of fight left in me. If you say so? Said Hibiki with a shrug. All Might looked at Hibiki. He knew one day that Izuku needed his own network of people he trusted with the secret of their quirk. He smiled at Hibiki, however it wasn't a good day to tell him. But someday soon, he would be told the truth. Hey, said Hibiki, I need your advice on something. What? Asked All Might. What the more awesome reveal, building up to it as we fight, or let Katsuki blow me up right away, use the dust and debris to block what happened from sight and then reveal it? Said Hibiki. What? Asked All Might with a sweat drop. You forgot to explain what you're talking about? Said Aiko. Oh, right? Said Hibiki. All Might sighed at that. He still trusted Hibiki though, even if he was forgetful and something of an idiot sometimes. Back in the training grounds? Achiko jumped down from the tree taking out a kunai. Hana blocked the kunai with her shield. That's a nice try. Said Hana. Hana managed to push her back. However, Achiko jumped back, she put the kunai back into the pouch and began to once again fight with palms. Of course Hana dodged and also used her shield at times. However, Hana felt her shield hit by Achiko's quirk. She sighed as she took it off. Why did you take it off? Asked Achiko, confused at it floated away. Look, it's still a shield however. Said Hana, if I want to use my ultimate move I can't have my shield on me. Your ultimate move? Asked Achiko, surprised. I heard about you final exams from Hibiki and how the teachers did have ways of holding back. Said Hana, however. I was instructed not to hold back. Forest Blossom. That was when Hana shot out water from every inch of skin that exposed and hit the ground by Achiko's feet. She didn't even have a chance to dodge and she was completely engulfed by multiple trees surrounding her. Achiko was struggling against the trees. But it was clear she was stuck. I give up. She sighed. I know you haven't gained a lot from your past life. Sighed Hana, but you did show good work with what did gain. Hana. Sighed Achiko. Yes? Asked Hana. How am I going to get out? Said Achiko. Oh, don't worry. I brought tree trimming supplies just in case I had to use that attack on you. Said Hana. Achiko began to sweat as Hana went into some bushes and grabbed a chainsaw. In the viewing room almost all of the students were freaking out. Oh my god. Is she going to kill her? Yelled Kaminari. No, her plants have a natural lifespan of normal plants, meaning Uraraka is stuck in there. Said Aizawa. It's your turn next. Toru told Mashireo. Oh yeah? Said Mashireo. As he left, all of the transceiver holders realized something. Wait, did we just let him wander away? Yelled Kirishima. We did. Said Momo. Ida realized something and was the one who pressed the Aiko button. Oh hey. Said Aiko, don't worry, Sito aka Dog Spirit was given a transceiver for this, it's not going to be like Hosu. Thanks. Said Ida with a sweat drop. And so the first of the reassessments was well, but it made sense, Achiko was the one who had gained the least from her past life. But the others on the other hand, they gained so much more, and those fights were going to be far different than this one. Chapter 65, No. Down Boy. With Hibiki and All Might, Hibiki got the notice that Achiko was done with hers and sighed. What's wrong? Asked All Might. You ever do something because someone begged you? Asked Hibiki. All Might stared at Hibiki. What? He asked. Well, you see. Said Hibiki. Flashback. You want to test Mashireo? Asked Hibiki. I do. Said Sito on the same day that he came over for the session. Is this about righteous fury? Asked Hibiki. If the stories are true. Said Sito. What stories? I was there. I am an eyewitness. Said Aiko, he beat her. Okay, never mind that. Said Sito, but the point is he beat her. Hibiki sighed. He had analyzed various things about the reincarnations that were still heroes. While Sito was one who earned his trust, there was something he was unsure about this matchup. I don't know. Said Hibiki. Oh come on, the kid beat Bella. Said Sito, I should be the one to face him. Yeah. That part does kind of make sense, but there's also the fact I don't know if you'd be able to push him that much. Said Hibiki. What do you mean? Asked Sito. I think Mashireo might be stronger than you. Sighed Hibiki. Seriously, he's a kid. said Sito, who sounded like he figured it might be the case. A kid that left your past life's cousin in a giant crater, said Hibiki. Let me explain, said Aiko. He's someone who gained a lot from his past life. You learned how to fight slightly better in a full dog form. Well, said Sito, blushing a little. The point of this is to push him to his limits. Sighed Hibiki. You are a skilled hero, but in this case. Seriously, asked Sito, who were you thinking of having him fight him? It's none of your business, said Hibiki. Ruji, said Aiko. Aiko, muttered Hibiki. Is he still jealous? Asked Sito. He is, not as much as before, but yeah, said Aiko. Aiko, yelled Hibiki. Come on, we both know it's true, said Aiko. Hibiki sighed. Do you want to deal with him anytime soon? Asked Sito. I heard he used that new suit a couple times in recent fights. Hibiki face-palmed. Fine, but you owe me big time, sighed Hibiki, face-palming. All right, said Sito. Hibiki sighed, hoping he wouldn't regret it. End of flashback. All Might was looking at him, unsure how to respond to it. So, you think it was a bad idea? Said Hibiki. I have no idea, said All Might. Hibiki sighed. Meanwhile, with Sito and Mashireo, they got to a mountain-like training area. All right? So are you ready? Asked Sito. Mashireo nodded. All right? Let's get started, said Sito. That was when suddenly Sito turned into a half-dog, half-human. Try me, said Sito. Mashireo let loose a punch and it hit quite hard. Oh man, that was a hard punch, said Sito. Mashireo didn't say anything, but the time delivered a rather harsh kick. However, Sito managed to recover and launched an attack. However, Mashireo managed to dodge the attack. Then Mashireo managed to hit him with her tail hard. I'm only getting started, said Sito. He launched himself at Mashireo, who managed to hit with his tail again. Meanwhile, in the viewing room, Achiko sighed as she entered. You okay? Asked Toru. That tree, sighed Achiko. We saw, said almost everyone in the class. Achiko just blushed in embarrassment. I know I was going up against her, said Achiko. Did she trap you in tree before? Asked Izuku. No, but I had to help her out with her chainsaw, said Achiko. Why does she even have a chainsaw? Asked Siro. Her plants don't disappear, explained Achiko. The entire room sweat dropped. It did make sense, but still a chainsaw though. I already told you that, sighed Aizawa, face-palming. Back at the training ground, Mashireo knew he had to up things. Sito ran towards him but Mashireo was ready. Bakusai Tenketsu, called out Mashireo as he created a giant crack in the battlefield that Sito was barely able to dodge. Sito looked at the giant crack. Merlin's hairy ballsack, he yelled in English, then switched back to Japanese. How were you able to do that? It's a technique I learned in my past life, said Mashireo. Can it work on anything? Asked Sito. Don't worry, it don't work on living thing, trust me, said Mashireo. That's good to know, yelled the dog man, unsure how to repose to this. Sito sighed. Why do I get the feeling that Hibiki is just going to tell me, I tried to warn you? Said Sito with a sigh. Probably, said Mashireo. I made a huge mistake, said Sito. In the observation room of the class was surprised by this. Really the only ones that weren't surprised were the therapy group and Ida, as he had seen it before. Though Katsuki was surprised due to being the new guy of the group. Why haven't we seen any of this? Yelled Kaminari. Because he didn't participate in the tournament. Kyoka. There was an awkward silence as they remembered they dropped out of the tournament because he felt he shouldn't be in after both rounds made him feel like he cheated. I wonder how the sports festival would have went had he not dropped out, said Tsuyu. Chances are he would have faced off against Kirishima or Kaminari in the first round, said Momo. What? Asked Kaminari. Oh seriously? Said Kirishima, who actually sounding a bit disappointed. Katsuki looked at his friend. What? It would have been an awesome fight, said Kirishima. Back in the battlefield? Sito looked at the crack. Say, said Sito. Mashireo looked at him, getting a feeling what he was about to ask. The point is that I can't hold back, said Mashireo. I'm going to be completely honest, said Sito. I'm one of the weaker people who fought back, and that includes Yuzu and Hiroki, and they were normal people in their past life. Wait, what? Said Mashireo. I've heard things about those two, and Hiroki go hit around the same time as me, said Sito. Mashireo sighed. Look, said Sito, I'm a pro, but there are times where you got to throw in the towel, and you're supposed to be pushing me to the limits, and you want to quit because I'm stronger than you, said Mashireo. When you put it that way, it sounds bad, sighed Sito. That's because is it? Said Mashireo. Sito just sighed and turned fully human. Fine, just use me as a punching bag, said Sito. Mashireo sighed. He began to unleash her Shurhokuden on him. Those in the observation room Aizawa sighed. He was definitely going to complain about this. Is that guy seriously a pro? Asked Kyoka. Yeah, he's not very high ranking. Izuku, it probably just a bad matchup. I think I know why Sito wanted to do this, said Momo, but I don't know why Hibiki agreed to this. They all realized they could get the answer. Izuku took out his transceiver and hit the Aiko. Let me guess you want to know why Hibiki let him do this despite him getting trounced, said Aiko. All of the students nodded. He pushed the Ruji button, said Aiko. Seriously, yelled Momo. Izuku just face-palmed. The Ruji button? Asked Ida. Don't ask, said Izuku. You really don't want to know, said Momo. Wait, did you have anything to do with it? Asked Achiko. There was an awkward silence coming from Aiko. No, said Aiko. Aiko, sighed Ida, who could tell she was lying. You don't even know what's going on, said Aiko. But he knows when you're lying, said Momo. Sigh? Muttered Aiko. Back on the training ground? Mashireo sighed. I think that's all I can do for now, sighed Mashireo. Wait, what? Asked Sito. Well, the attack I used on your, said Mashireo. Cousin from a past life, said Sito, not wanting to get into all of it and thought it was best keep it simple. The attack is best used when I'm at my lowest point, explained Mashireo. It's an all-or-nothing move, said Sito. Yeah, said Mashireo. There was another awkward silence. You might need another reassessment, said Sito. I know, sighed Mashireo. Maybe I should start using an umbrella after all. What? Asked Sito. Sighed Mashireo. In the observation room there was an awkward silence. Looks like it's over, said Izuku. Don't worry, mine's next and it won't be like this one, said Toru, who then left the observation room. Kyoka sighed. This is going to be a really weird fight, said Kyoka. It was clear that the next one was going to be really weird. On the bright side, the next fight was definitely not going to be one-sided when it came to the hero. So that was a plus? Chapter 66, Crazy Color. Hibiki slammed his face into the table of the room while All Might sweat dropped. See, this why you shouldn't let spite make your decisions, said Aiko. You helped him goad me, yelled Hibiki. Whatever, said Aiko. Hibiki just sighed. What about the other two? Asked All Might. Oh, it's going to be fine, said Hibiki, considering her quirk and Momo's, Chuko will be able to push to her limits. All Might nodded, remembering that it would be a difficult fight for Momo either way. As for Aoi, it's going to be an interesting fight, said Hibiki. When you were a very old alien time traveler who traveled through our all of time and space, nothing surprised people anymore. Yeah, said All Might. Wait, what? Yeah, his past life was weird. And he's pretty open about it, said Hibiki. I see, said All Might. Meanwhile, in the training ground, the one resembled a suburban area. The two had met. So are you ready? Asked Aoi. Oh yeah, said Toru. Okay. Then let's begin, said Aoi. Okay, said Toru. She took out some of her party bazooka, however Aoi touched something in the back of neck. Suddenly his hair and eye turned green, and he disappeared from his spot. What? Asked Toru. That was when Toru got a weird shudder and had to dodge. Nice move, said Aoi. He then seemingly disappeared again, but then Toru dodged a blur. You have super speed, said Toru. Not just that, said Aoi. Look like I have really. Get serious then, said Toru. She took out appeared to be some sort of party Gatling gun. He sped away but then noticed he was barely fast enough. He touched the back of his neck again and his hair and eyes turned cyan. He then took to the air. You can fly? Asked Toru. I have many abilities, said Aoi. Toru still had her Gatling gun out and Aoi still tried to dodge. But his flight wasn't enough. He managed to get down to the ground. He touched the back of his neck again and his hair and eyes switched to magenta. He held out his hand and all of the party bullets were floating in midair. Yeah. I guess I should have started with this one from the start, said Aoi. He then launched the party bullet back, which Toru dodged. In the observation room, almost everyone was confused at his quirk. What is quirk exactly? Asked Kaminari. He has a node on the back of his neck. If either a primary color or secondary color hits it, then he gains a different power. It also changes his hair and eye color. He has a special light placed on the node to properly use his quirk. If it's green he gains super speed, if it's cyan he has flight, and if it's magenta he gains telekinesis. Also if it's blue he gains the ability to breathe underwater. Explained Izuku, though the last one he won't show, so I figured I should mention that one. Everyone realized he wasn't going to bring up red or yellow unless he shows it off. Wait. If he's that amazing, why haven't we heard of him? Asked Sato. It's a jack of trades thing. He's not the fastest in both flight and running speed. His telekinesis skills are just average and he's not the best swimmer. Said Izuku. That does make sense. Said Achiko. Wait, what about his past life? Asked Tsuyu. He mostly got a lot smarter. Said Izuku. Wait, you know him or something? Asked Kaminari. Hibiki introduced us before the summer camp, we really hit it off and we ended up exchanging email addresses. Explained Izuku. It did make sense as the two did share of a hobby of quirk analysis. Oh, that's cool. Said Mina. Izuku nodded. Back on the training ground, Toru knew she had to up her game and figured it was time to mix things from her party weaponry. Here's something new I've been working on. Said Toru. Aoi looked at her. That was when she emitted a flash of light from her body. Oh cool, said Aoi with his eyes sparkling, but you made a mistake. He then touched the device. Suddenly the light died down. And Aoi was holding a glowing orb while his hair and eyes were yellow. You can control light, yelled Toru. Just when I'm aborting yellow. Light. Said Aoi. Wow, said Toru, I guess I shouldn't be using that move against you. That was when she pulled out several party cannons. Guess I just have to use stealth and party supplies. Said Toru. She shot the parody cannons as him. However, he switched back to telekinesis and he stopped the party supplied stopped at him. He then sent it back at her. In the observation room. That's average telekinesis? Asked Kaminari. Yeah, it is. I've seen a lot more crazier things with telekinesis. Said Izuku, who had explained earlier that his light manipulation wasn't the best either. Really, why? Asked Achiko. I don't want to talk about it. Sighed Izuku. Someone was about to ask. Don't ask him, yelled Katsuki. Everyone became quiet and they quickly realized it was one of those things that had to do with him being a late bloomer. That was when Mashireo got to the observation room. Hey, what's wrong? Asked Mashireo. It's better if you don't know, muttered Katsuki. Back at the training ground. Toru got more of her party weapons ready. She began to fire on him, and he caught it with his telekinesis. However, that when it exploded suddenly with a burst of confetti that was pretty sharp. Okay, wasn't expecting that. Said Aoi. Yep. I'm full of surprises. Said Toru, who had snacked behind him with a kick. I'd rather not use this part of my quirk with you, but I guess I have to get physical. Said Aoi. He touched the device on the back of his neck, switched to red. He then feinted a punch toward Toru. Toru managed to dodge, especially since it was clear he didn't manage to land a hit. However, he managed to punch a wall that left a bit of a crater. Back in the observation room. So red is super strength. Said Achiko. That's right. Said Izuku. They didn't need any more about why he wasn't the strongest in that. Heroes with super or strength enhancement quirks were a dime a dozen. It made sense why his wouldn't gain much attention with that. Back in the battlefield, Toru saw that. You know, it's probably not a good idea to do that again. Said Toru. You're quite right, that was a bad idea. Said Aoi. Wait, were you trying to show off all the colors? Asked Toru. Well, the ones I can right now? I can't show off blue. Said Aoi. I don't have enough water. That makes sense. Said Toru. All right. Let's keep going, said Toru. She brought you more party weapons. She shot at him as he switched back to green and sped away. He then switched to telekinesis and blasted back the other weapons back at her. Time to get serious, said Toru. That was when Toru pulled out Twilight from somewhere. Again? Again, yelled Twilight. Sorry, said Toru. She once again used the alicorn as a Gatling gun before sending her back to Equestria. In the observation room, the class gaped at this. Those Izuku, Katsuki and Mashireo all quickly recovered due to the fact that, well, that was not the weirdest things they had ever seen. Aizawa, on the other hand, looked like he needed something to drink, but it wasn't a good idea as he was still on the job after all. This was what you saw during the fight at camp. Said Mina. Kyoka nodded. Back on the battlefield? Okay, I think that's enough, said Toru. Seriously? Asked Aoi. There was an awkward silence. Are you nodding? Asked Aoi. I'm nodding. Said Toru. Well, I meant to show off what I can do, and it's better if I don't push my limits. Said Toru. I'm going to honest. I've been limiting myself due to certain reasons and no one wants to see me go full Pinkie Pie. Are you sure? Asked Aoi. Do you want a musical number? Asked Toru, but not everyone has the weirdness limits that you do, and several of the other reincarnations. Okay, you have a point. Said Aoi. Also, the lockdown-induced writer's block combined with this arc isn't helping. Said Toru. Huh? Asked Aoi. Like I said, no one wants me to go full Pinkie Pie. Said Toru, plus it's kind of hard to top pulling out Twilight again. Okay, you have a point. Said Aoi. It was clear in the observation room that Toru was giving up. Everyone was just confused. Why is she giving up? Asked Kaminari. I think it's hard to top pulling someone from another universe into this one. Said Achiko. Wait, shouldn't have she turned human if she brought to this world? Realized Mashareo. Let's just not question it. Said Izuku. Okay, fair enough. Said Mashareo. Okay, what were your old worlds like? Asked Kaminari. You don't want to know. Muttered Izuku, Katsuki and Mashareo at the same time. Anyways, it's my turn. Said Momo. You better make it good. Said Katsuki. Momo nodded as she left. And with that the third of the reassessments concluded. However, the next three would be the ones that would really interesting. After all, the three of them were very powerful fights in their past lives. Chapter 67, Practically Magic. Momo made it to the training ground. She had learned quite a bit about Chuko's quirk during her time with her. She knew that fighting Chuko was going to be a bit extreme due to that. When she arrived to where Chuko was waiting for her, knew she had to tell her something. Okay, since my quirk affects objects, I'm going to be holding back just a little. Said Chuko, don't worry, it's just not affecting the weapon you're using along with any armor you conjure. But it was clear she didn't say anything about any disarmed weapons. Chuko summoned her umbrella, which was a white with a pink frill which matched her look for the day, which was a white dress with pink frills, as Momo created a sword. That was when she pointed her umbrella at many different pipes, as this was the training ground that resembled an industrial area. The pipes began to break apart and sent them right at Momo. Momo batted them away with her sword. However, as it turned out, this was only a distraction, as she had created a massive monster made of to the various marshals around them too. Momo's eyes widened. She had heard that Chuko could do that but didn't think she would open with the attack. She created a rather large flashbang and used it. Once the light had cleared, it was clear that Momo had created a set of armor for her to use. That was quick. Said Chuko, honestly impressed. Momo didn't say anything, going to full Urza mode. She made the monster to attack her. Momo, however, able to deflect it with her sword and even cut away some of the monster's parts. However, thanks to her umbrella, Chuko was able to make it whole again. Momo knew what she had to do. But it was going to take a while to do that plan. In the conversation room, everyone was shocked by Chuko's quirk. It's called Power Soul. Said Izuku. Power Soul? Asked Kaminari. It's a play on Parasol. Said Toru, suddenly appearing the room. Everyone was confused by her sudden appearance. Please tell me you didn't break reality to get in here. Sighed Aizawa, he was really stressed out after seeing what she could do. I just came in here while no one was paying attention. Said Toru. But yeah, it's a word play on that word. It lets her create an umbrella that lets her manipulate any inanimate object she can. She does have a limit and a weakness, but I don't know what is it. Said Izuku. It's always a good idea to keep that sort of thing quiet. Said Ida. So she's someone with a quirk that would be difficult or her no matter what the situation is. Said Kyoka. Yeah. Said Izuku. Back on the training ground, Momo tossed aside the sword she was using and created a large spear instead. Oh, you tried to switch out weapon this early? Asked Chuko. What? Asked Momo. I said I wouldn't use two weapons that you're currently using. Said Chuko. She pointed her umbrella at the discarded sword. Said sword started to floating in the air. And suddenly it flew to her. Momo had to dodge the sword that flew at her. Chuko was no longer controlling the monster but rather the flying sword with her umbrella. Momo had to both dodge and bat it away using the spear. But it wasn't easy, it was as if there was an invisible swordsman wielding the blade. In my past life I learned how to wield a sword. Sword training was standard for princesses of the butterfly family. Explained Chuko. Also my mother? I'd rather not get into my past life's mother right now. Momo was silent, she sort of understood issues with a past life mother. Alright, let's not talk about it. Said Chuko, noticing the face as well. However, she countered her assault with the sword. Unfortunately, that was when the sword knocked her spear out of her hands. Momo created two smaller swords. Creating two? Really? Asked Chuko. Momo noticed that Chuko had also taken control of the spear. She sent out the spear along with the sword. She knew she had to pay extra attention to everything going around. That was when the monster tried to pound her from above, but thankfully she dodged. However, she looked at Chuko was sitting on a pipe just smiling. In the observation room, the class was watching in shock. Not because of the fight itself but the skill and talent that Chuko was showing off. None of them had heard of Lady Soul until Momo had interned with her. She was featured on that morning show where she did troll the hosts, but other than that none of them had even heard of her beyond those things. Why the F, isn't her rank higher? Yelled Katsuki. Politics. Said Aiko from one of devices, though no one was sure which was activated. What? Asked everyone. It involves a commission bigwig and his trophy wife and something stupid she did back before she broke away from being a sidekick. said Aiko, because of that she'll never breach the top 100. Okay, that's just scary, said Achiko. Not really, it actually stemmed from something from junior high and Chuko was the one at fault, said Aiko. Thanks to her past life she knows politics and that it makes sense that she wouldn't be popular after that, though she is expecting to breach the top 50 once they get a divorce. There was an awkward silence in the room. Moral of the story, kids, don't PSS off the commission even if it's just vengeful spouses, said Aiko. Aizawa just sighed. He didn't want them to learn this stuff until later, but of course something like this had to happen. But due to the rest of this fight and what would happen in the last 2 reassessments, then it would be fine. Back in the training ground, Momo knew she had to use her plan. She knew she didn't need to win and the point of it was to push her to her limits. But it was still very difficult. And this fight really was pushing her. She sighed and knew what she had to do. Like she realized it wasn't to win or lose. That was when she dropped her swords. She ended up creating a staff, but didn't kick it up. She created several knives, as well as a few more sword and a chakram. What are you doing? Asked Chuko. The point of this is to push me to my limits so that the school knows what I'm capable of, said Momo. Oh, of course, that does make sense, said Chuko. She lifted the other weapons with her umbrella. Momo held the sword that she was using tightly. Back in the observation room everyone was confused at what just happened. Well, almost everyone. Didn't you forget the point of this is to see what our limits are? Asked Katsuki. That is a good point, said Ida, realizing that might be the case. I don't know why though, said Izuku, but I think she has a plan. Back at the training ground, Chuko sent out the various weapons at her. Momo dodged or batted away all of them. Well, more of them. Thankfully the armor did help out quite a bit. It also didn't help that the monster she created was still trying to harm her. She had to dodge as the monster tries to punch her, and then batted away the various knives. Are you close to giving up? Asked Chuko, stepping towards her, or do you need more? Actually, I'm thinking about ending it now, said Momo. Really, but I don't think you're giving up, said Chuko. However, she wasn't expecting Momo to run towards her and slice her umbrella clear in half. There was a bright flash of light that was mixed with pink. The thing about her umbrella was that there were 2 rather severe weaknesses. If the umbrella was destroyed, there would be a 5-hour cooldown time as she has to recover it. The other problem is that it causes her great pain if it's destroyed. However, Momo only knew the first part of the drawback, not the second. Chuko? Asked Momo. Sorry, I never told you about the other aspect of my drawback, said Chuko. If it's destroyed it also causes me great pain, but I'm fine. She then collapsed but gave a thumbs up to Momo, how started to sweat drop. In the observation room it was clear it was another win for the student. Deku, it's your turn, said Katsuki. Oh right, said Izuku. Izuku ran out of the room ready for his match. In the room with Hibiki and All Might. Chuko just got beaten, said Aiko. Really? Asked Hibiki, who wasn't sure how to feel. So that means it's my turn, said All Might. Yeah, said Hibiki. Oh, and don't worry if things get out of hand and you look like you're going to deflate. I have control of the cameras and will cut the feed, said Aiko. Thanks, said All Might. Good luck, said Hibiki. Don't worry. I don't plan to go completely all out, said All Might. You know, the fact that you're holding back is kind terrifying, said Hibiki. All Might sweat dropped. Need I remind you that thing that guy on I-Island was something he was worried about, said Aiko. All Might sweated. Remember, power levels from the other world are really strongly screwed, so I really mean it when I say good luck, said Hibiki. All Might left hoping that Aiko would be fast enough if things ended badly. And hopefully it would turn out that bad, right? Chapter 68, Smashing Practice. Izuku made his way to the training grounds, which was one of the ones that looked like a city. He wasn't sure how to feel about it. They weren't hiding the fact that they were mentor and student anymore due to how obvious it was to this classmate. He really wasn't scared about facing All Might also, due to the fact that he was facing All Might. He just had to think of it like a spar. All Might, said Izuku. Are you ready, young Midoriya? Asked All Might. Just give me a minute, said Izuku. Don't worry, remember this is just to see what your limits are, said All Might. I know. Momo actually made it harder for herself knowing that, said Izuku. Really? I knew she won, said All Might, but I didn't think she made it harder. It does make sense that Chuko did share her weakness during her internship, said Izuku. Before we get started, are you sure you did get over your mental blocks? Asked All Might. I'm sure, said Izuku. He then took a breath and channeled the quirk all throughout his body. All right, I'm ready, said Izuku. All Might smiled. Izuku activated armament hockey and the two aimed attacks at each other. All Might with a punch and Izuku with a kick. When the two attacked collided, there was a shock that blew away everything. All Might grinned at his protege. Izuku activated observation haki, knowing it was better to have it on the entire fight. His eyes widened a little as noticed something but then dodged a punch. He then managed to kick All Might, however he blocked. It created another shockwave, just not as powerful at the first. In the observation room everyone was gaping at the fight. "Seriously," yelled Zero in shock. "Their quirks are similar, and we already knew that Midoriya is powerful," said Tsuyu. "How much has Midoriya been holding back?" yelled Kaminari. "I don't think we want to know," muttered Kyoka. However, Katsuki was watching and seemed to be getting a little irritable for some reason. "Hey Bakugo, what's wrong?" asked Kirishima. "It's nothing," muttered Bakugo. He really should have seen it before. It was so obvious now that he was them fight. Unlike the other thing, he knew he should talk to Izuku about it. After all, the nerd needed to learn about the other thing on his own. This thing is something they really needed to talk to about. Back at the training ground. "Now it's time to get serious," said All Might. "Wait, what?" asked Izuku. "Carolina Smash," called out All Might, giving a scissor-like chop. Izuku managed to dodge before it could hit. He then activated Diable Jam. "So you're using your fire," said All Might. Izuku nodded. "Let's see if I can put that out," said All Might. Izuku sighed, knowing that it was going to be very difficult. After all, he once had seen All Might change the weather with a single punch. So he wasn't sure if All Might could put out his fire with an attack. But he still had to try. All Might blinked, and during the time it took for him to blink, Izuku was already on him and discovered a harsh kick that was fiery but also sent All Might flying, crashing into several buildings. Izuku flinched when that happened due to what he had been sensing, but breathed a sigh of relief sensing that All Might was fine. But he still had to prepare for All Might's comeback attack and took to the air. And he was able to dodge All Might going in for the attack due to being prepared. "That was a toasty kick, young Midoriya," said All Might with a proud smile, but it wasn't enough. All Might literally clapped, and it caused a large gust of wind that destroyed many nearby windows. However, it didn't snuff out of the flames on Izuku's leg. "What?" asked All Might, seeing the green flames still alight. Well, considering they can still burn underwater, I think it makes sense they're not easily put out," said Izuku, blushing while explaining that. All Might blinked in surprise but then smiled. "That's quite impressive," said All Might. Izuku blushed a little before going in for another attack. In the observation room, the class watched, and they were getting certain vibes from the fight. Which was odd, as the fight has already destroyed several buildings among other things. That was when Momo arrived. "How is the fight going?" asked Momo. "Weird," said Kaminari. "What does that mean?" asked Momo. She looked at the fight. She saw how much destruction was caused, but also noticed the body language and the vibe it was getting, and sweat dropped. "A fight like this shouldn't be giving off proud dad vibes," said Zero with a sweat drop. "Maybe he is All Might's secret love child after all," said Todoroki. No, icy hot," yelled Katsuki. "I've met Deku's dad. It ain't All Might. Just FING, drop it already." Todoroki looked at him. Katsuki just glared at him. "Should we say something?" asked Achiko with a sweat drop. "I don't think we should," said Toru. Of course, they counted to watch the fight. Back on the training ground, the two started to once again exchange blows. Which Izuku either dodging All Might's smashes or taking them and covering that part of his body in armament haki. Though the latter was rare, as more often than not he would be sent flying due to the punches, but he never crashed into buddlings, as he quickly recovered in midair and used Skywalk to run back. All Might was able to take most of the kicks given to him, though occasionally he was sent flying him. Though during the fight, All Might couldn't help but to wonder something aloud. "What do you think the percentage of how much your legs could handle?" he asked. "I don't know without haki, but I don't want to push it," admitted Izuku. "Fair enough," said All Might with a nod. He then managed to once again to smash Izuku with a Detroit Smash. But Izuku dodged. Izuku looked at All Might and knew it was time to up things. He took a breath and knew what he had to do. He knew what memory he had to use in this fight. Even though All Might had more than made up for it, it was still a terrible memory for him. And soon Izuku was covered in the green flames. All Might knew that this was coming. However, he noticed the way Izuku started to avoid eye contact. "You told me how that move works," said All Might. Izuku had almost forgotten he did tell All Might how hell memories work. It was back during sports festival. "I understand if you use that memory in fight. That moment was one of my biggest regrets," said All Might, "and I am very sorry for what I said in that moment." Izuku gave a small smile before launching himself at All Might. All Might blocked the kick, but he could tell this fire was much hotter than the usual. He could see in nearby metal melting as well. But All Might was able to take it without any problems. However, Izuku had to dodge another attack and once again took to the air to do so. All Might performed a mighty leap to follow him in the air. You know, young Midoriya, there's more than one way to jump into the air, said All Might. I know. I remember, said Izuku. The flames got a little bigger. He just remembered something from their first meeting that just annoyed him. Oh yeah? I remember that now, said All Might with a little embarrassment. He managed to kick All Might and sent All Might once again flying into a building. To be fair, telling someone to let go in midair is a really dumb idea. All Might, however, quickly recovered and Izuku landed. He looked around and realized something as he did. He knew he showed off everything he could do save for Hell Memory Smash, which he would never use on All Might. Plus he thought that now would be a good idea to stop. I think we should stop, said Izuku as the flames went out. Are you sure? Asked All Might. I think everyone has a good idea on what I can do, said Izuku. All Might was about to say something, but then, as if he only finally noticed, he saw the devastation they had caused. All right, you might have a point, my boy, said All Might. Izuku laughed while rubbing the back of his head. In the observation room, everyone just stared at the devastation they caused as the feed ended. Aizawa just sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. The upcoming license exam was going to be a huge mess, and they weren't even finished the reassessments. Katsuki, it's your turn, said Momo. I'm going, he muttered. Once he was out the doors, Ida, Kirishima and Momo all pulled out their transceivers just to make sure he would be fine. He doesn't get that lost, does he? Asked Tsuyu. He's somewhat better than me, in that he doesn't get lost trying to find his room, but he's in denial about not having a sense of direction that he needs to be watched more than me, sighed Mashireo. Hopefully it won't take him too long to get the training ground, said Ida. Back at the training ground that Izuku and All Might were using, All Might started to steam. Hey, you okay? Asked Izuku. Before All Might could answer, he coughed up blood and went into his true form. All Might, cried Izuku. I'm fine, young Midoriya, said All Might, brushing it off. I really should be used to that, sighed Izuku. All Might chuckled. Hey, there's something I noticed during the fight, you don't have much of one for all, sighed Izuku. All Might coughed up blood in shock, causing Izuku to cry out. I guess since I don't know much about hockey, you must have somehow noticed, sighed All Might. Yeah, said Izuku. All Might sighed. I only have one fight left within me, admitted All Might. Izuku's eyes widened. It was going to happen sooner to later, said All Might. I know, but if you didn't do this, said Izuku. I wanted to do this, said All Might, to firsthand how much stronger you've gotten. They all looked at the devastation around them. If you're able to keep the damage to a minimum, you have a bright future ahead, said All Might. Half of it is because of you, said Izuku in Sanji mode. Okay, you have a point, said All Might. He took a breath. However, I wanted this chance before I could lose it, said All Might. After all, you gained so much from your past life, I wanted to see how much it helped you grow. Izuku blushed when All Might said that. You're going to be a fine hero when you grow up, said All Might. Thanks, said Izuku. With that, the fifth reassessment had ended, with only left. And it was going to turn out in a way almost no one would expect. After all, no one but Izuku and Katsuki knew the full extent of Zoro's skills. Chapter 69, Cutting Through Iron. Katsuki was practically growling as Ida had grabbed his arm and leading him to the designated training ground. When they arrived, Hibiki didn't look confused why Ida was there. How long did you wait until you brought him here? Asked Hibiki. We waited 10 minutes until it was decided that I would bring him here, said Ida. Hibiki tried not to laugh at this. Fing a-hole, yelled Katsuki. Save it for when we get started, said Hibiki. Katsuki smirked when he said that. I'll give you a minute to get out of here, class rep, said Hibiki. Thank you, said Ida, who sped away knowing it was probably better to get out of there fast considering Izuku's reassessment. Okay, let me explain something before we get started, said Hibiki. I held back during the exam. What? Asked Katsuki. I didn't go all out during the exam for multiple reasons, said Hibiki, including part of the reason is that we told to hold back to give everyone a chance. Katsuki snorted, like that worked for everyone. You want to be a maze created by Nizu? Asked Hibiki, because that was pretty much one of the exams. Wait, seriously? That is effed up, said Katsuki. But you kind of expect it, you know, said Aiko. A super-intelligent maybe mouse thing putting humans into a Gantt maze. Makes a sick amount of sense if you think about it. Are we going to do it? Muttered Katsuki. Class rep is in the clear, so, said Aiko. All right then. There's something I want you to do for your first move, said Hibiki. What? Asked Katsuki. Unleash the biggest explosion you can on me, said Hibiki. What? Asked Katsuki. I told you that's what I want, said Hibiki. He noticed that Hibiki didn't have his visor or headphones on him. "What are you up to?" asked Katsuki, going into Zoro mode. "Just do it and you'll see," said Hibiki with a shrug. Katsuki grabbed his explosive swords. He also had a regular sword that Momo made for him. But he wasn't going to use that just yet. He channeled a bit of his sweat into the sword. "Explosive cannon," he called out. That was when Hibiki was engulfed in a large explosion. Katsuki activated his observation haki. While it wasn't as strong as Izuku's, he had a good sense. His eyes winded as the smoke and debris cleared and he saw what he sensed. "You know, that was less powerful than what I was expecting," said Hibiki. Hibiki was covered in a more that was a mix of blue and yellow. "I told you I was going all out," said Hibiki. Katsuki's eyes winded. He remembered the gauntlets that he used during the exam. "So you have full set of armor," said Katsuki. "I haven't told you how I was hero in my past life yet. I had nothing close to a quirk, I was just a normal guy," explained Hibiki. "Who graduated MIT as a teen," said Aiko. "Okay, a normal guy with genius intellect," amended Hibiki. "But yeah, I wasn't a Norse god, I wasn't a super solider from World War II, nor did I have spider powers, just a guy in a suit." "Why, I get the feeling that there's a snarky line involving that," said Katsuki with a sweat drop. "Take the suit away and you're left with a genius billionaire playboy philanthropist," said Aiko. "Why did I ever tell you about that?" he muttered. "But the point is, this an armor specially built to handle explosions. You can go all out with your quirk and you don't have worry." Katsuki looked at Hibiki and grinned. While he knew it didn't matter if he won or not, he still wanted to beat him. Especially since Hibiki didn't know about that. "Hibiki, I really don't like that grin," said Aiko. "I have a bad feeling about this," said Hibiki. Meanwhile, Izuku was almost at the observation room. "Midoriya," called out Ida. "Oh hey Ida," said Izuku. "Did Kaken get lost?" "He did," said Ida. "Thought so," sighed Izuku with a sweat drop, not sounding surprised. They got to the observation room to see that the fight had just gotten started. Izuku saw that Hibiki was in full armor. "He's in his armor," said Izuku, who's honestly been wanting to see it. "He is," said Momo. "Is that really a big deal?" asked Sato. "That's how he was a hero in his past life," said Izuku. Everyone had heard about it in some way or another, that their mentor was one in his previous life. "Though I think Kaken's going to give him a hard time," said Izuku. There was an awkward silence. "What?" asked Kaminari. "Well, it's something from his past life," said Izuku, who clearly wasn't going to give more information. There was an awkward silence in the room. Everyone knew about the insane abilities that Izuku had. "So creating tornadoes," said Todoroki. "It's just one thing he can do," said Izuku. No one said anything after that, though Aizawa did have to fight off a headache. Back in the training ground, Katsuki decided to toy around with Hibiki a bit first by showing off a bit of using all three of his swords. "All right, let's do this," said Katsuki, using all three swords. "You can talk coherently with a sword in your mouth," said Hibiki. "Don't anger him," said Aiko. Hibiki sweat dropped. The fighting was pretty even at this point, due to the fact that neither one of them were using their quirks. However, Katsuki decided it was time it finally and truly mess with him. He put away his explosive sword and out his mouth. He gave off a rather demented grin. "Lion Song," he called out as he swiped at one of Hibiki's arms. Hibiki, though his armor could take the attack, he was wrong as it cut through the armor, and the arm started to spark. "What the?" muttered Hibiki. "The damage, it has been completely cut though. Only missing your skin," explained Aiko. "I'm ejecting the arm." The armor's arm below the elbow popped off, breaking off into two pieces. Hibiki looked at his arm, not even. The clothes under his armor was unaffected. "You can cut through metal," he yelled. "I can," said Katsuki. "You were uber tier, weren't you?" asked Hibiki. Katsuki only grinned. In the observation room it was quiet, because they saw that Katsuki had just cut through the armor. "Did he just cut though metal?" asked Kaminari. "He did," said Izuku. "You knew about this, didn't you?" asked Kirishima. "Yeah," said Izuku. There was an awkward silence. "He's only getting started, isn't he?" asked Kirishima. "He is," said Izuku. It should be noted that Momo was also watching in interest. She had been wanting to ask Katsuki to teach her some things after all. Back in the training grounds. "Okay. Ready any and all backups I set aside for this, also engage in quirk settings," said Hibiki. "Should I play the agreed upon song?" asked Aiko. "Yes," said Hibiki, trying to not to smile. He knew it was going to piss Katsuki off, but he couldn't help it, especially since he noticed that Katsuki did think it was funny the first time. The song began to play. Katsuki heard the song and got set off. What the F dash, he yelled. It was once again he is a pirate. What, you thought it was funny the first time, joked Hibiki. I didn't remember my past life at the time you fucker, yelled Katsuki. Oh, it's one of those fan edits where it's on a really long loop. So I got my bases covered this time, said Hibiki. Katsuki glared at his opponent as he prepared all three sword again. And this time he channeled Haki into his explosive sword. And he can coat his swords in Haki, said Hibiki. Aiko, you should have seen this coming. Hibiki sighed, honestly he should have. Hibiki sent out a mix of both some sort of concussive energy blast from his suit while on the other hand sending out his quirk blast. Katsuki managed to dodge and even cut one of them away. Okay, said Hibiki, unsure how to respond to that. He decided to take to the air. However, Katsuki sheathed all but his mouth sword. Aiko, did you forget? He can't fly like Izuku, but he can still launch himself into the air, and also uses his mouth to fight. This is going to be a really weird fight, muttered Hibiki. Aiko, you just realized that now? Hibiki tried to black Katsuki out of the air, but it was no use, as it was clear that Katsuki was able to anticipate his attacks. However, it was clear that Katsuki had an idea to make things worse for Hibiki. Katsuki launched himself higher into the air. He took out of the sword from his mouth and aimed an attack for Hibiki's helmet. A piece of it was cut off over Hibiki's right eye. Sheet, yelled Hibiki, back up armor now. Due to the fact that helmet was damaged, he was unable to get in contact with Aiko. Suddenly the entire armor opened up and fell, however he was still flying thanks to his quirk as the music was still playing. How the F, are you still flying, yelled Katsuki as he landed. I'm assuming you asked out how I'm using my quirk, wireless earbuds, said Hibiki. Also I can't hear you at the moment, and I can't hear Aiko. So yeah, you have a huge opening for the next 30 seconds or so. He saw the smile. He knew he had to do something to buy some time. He began to shoot the out spheres of energy. Katsuki dodged them, but when they hit the ground the spheres exploded with the song playing. Hibiki saw the something fly towards him. About time, said Hibiki. The thing that flew towards him broke apart and reformed around him as his armor. Aiko, miss me? You totally said, language. When I said, sheet, didn't you? Asked Hibiki. Aiko, you know it. Aiko, should I change the song? Probably a good idea to calm him down even if it's just a little, not a good time to troll him anymore, said Hibiki. Aiko, I'm sticking to epic American movie songs. Thankfully Hibiki kept up the armor's fraction for the flight so that it wouldn't be affected. Katsuki had recovered from the attack as it was clear that the song was cut off. He was dreading whatever song was going to come. He wasn't expecting Duel of the Fates. He really didn't know how to respond to the change in song. Look, you're set off enough as it is, better give you one less reason to be set off during this time, said Hibiki. Whatever, muttered Katsuki. Though it did make him want to ask a certain question. But he figured it would be best until after the match. Still, but it was for the best if he still fought Hibiki. After all, he still had a lot to show off. Hibiki was still in the sky and sent out many attacks. However, Katsuki decided to once again use an explosive version of the tornado attack with Explode Cannon, which was much more powerful than the first in thanks to the built-up sweat. However, Hibiki still flew in the air. Sorry kid, but you should have known I was prepared for your explosions. Every single set of armor I set aside for this I made sure could withstand the strongest possible explosion, said Hibiki. You should have realized that. Yeah, the real problem for him is cutting up his armor, said Aiko out loud, because he didn't think it was even possible. Which she also put onto the screen. Thank you Aiko, muttered Hibiki. Aiko, N_N. How many back armors do you have? Asked Katsuki. Please don't cut them apart, said Hibiki with eye twitching. What, too expensive? Asked Katsuki. You know what, just never mind, muttered Hibiki. It's a pride thing, he built of these, you know, said Aiko. Katsuki just shrugged, kind of getting it. But that didn't mean he wasn't going to cut apart the armor. After all, it was important to show just how far he could do. The armor did its job protecting Hibiki from most of the attacks, but of course there were points where he would cut something. He decided to bring at one point really so off he could and cut the legs of the current armor he was wearing. Aiko, ejecting legs. You might need to land? Okay, you got a point, said Hibiki. He flew away from Katsuki, deciding to lay low. He landed due to the unit ability of his legs at the moment. Send in the next armor, said Hibiki. Aiko, right away. Just a heads, he will find you before the armor gets here. Are you sure? I seem to be doing a good job hiding, whispered Hibiki. Aiko, you idiot. You didn't turn off your music? Aiko, also he has Haki? That was when Katsuki suddenly jumped in. Of course, muttered Hibiki. That was when he grabbed all 3 swords with a piece cut that completely wrecked the armor he was wearing. A blast of air. The piece fell off. But that was when he noticed something. The armor he was wearing was the only thing damaged, none of his body, clothes, or even the wall behind was undamaged. Of Karu's he should have noticed before, but it really hit him this time. "You can completely control what you can cut?" said Hibiki, who sounded a bit terrified. "I can, but I'm going to go easy and wait until you have your next armor," said Katsuki. Hibiki just stared at him. "Yeah, remember he can't hear you, all he can hear right now is John Williams' epic music from a crappy movie," said Aiko. Katsuki just sighed. That was when he saw the armor come in and Hibiki put it in on. "I'm not going to repeat myself from earlier," said Katsuki. "Too bad, already fed him the transcript as soon as his helmet was on," said Aiko. "I hate you," growled Katsuki. "I know," said Aiko. "Yes, she has that effect on a lot of people," said Hibiki. He then sent out a powerful musical blast. This went on for a while, with Katsuki continuing to cut away piece of the armor at times, and Hibiki deciding it was better to only grab another armor if the damage was too much. This went on for quite a while, but Katsuki de-iced one final move. It was an attack he hadn't used often. But it was one of his strongest attacks and would probably raise a ton of questions. But he didn't care, it was about showing off what he can do. Might as well use it for one of his final attacks. As the dust started to clear, Hibiki looked at Katsuki. "Aiko, am I hallucinating?" asked Hibiki. "Aiko, no you are not, because I'm viewing this from many angles and I see it too. Because Bakugo had 3 heads, and 6 arms. Logic doesn't exist in that pirate world, does it?" said Hibiki. "Pretty sure Izuku admitted that he gave up on logic multiple times?" said Aiko. "Ah, right," said Hibiki. Hibiki ended up taking the attack thanks to the flurry of 9 blades. Once Katsuki was done. "I give up," yelled Hibiki. "Figures you couldn't take it all," said Katsuki. In the observation room, almost the entire room was gaping at what just happened. "You knew he could do that," said Kirishima. "Yeah, never asked how though," said Izuku. They heard a thud and looked where it came from, and Mineta was on the ground with his leg twitching slightly. "Guys, Mineta just fainted," said Kaminari. Recovery Girl sighed, knowing she would have to take care of that. "Remember Midori was friends with a talking starfish in his past life," said Mina. "Oh yeah? I almost forgot about that," said Siro. "I tried to forget about it," muttered Kyoka. Aizawa just sighed. The only thing he was glad about was that this didn't happen during camp. Granted, the fact that Katsuki remembered during camp still didn't matter. The power levels were just insane. Back at the training ground, the pieces of his armor fell off as he took out his earbuds. "What the hell was that?" yelled Hibiki. "Just something I learned how to do with my past life," said Katsuki with a shrug. Hibiki looked at Katsuki. "I am not going to get a straight answer," said Hibiki. Katsuki didn't answer that. "Of course," muttered Hibiki. "By the way, I was thinking," said Katsuki. "If you are going to ask me to make a lightsaber after getting inspired by the song, and the answer is no," said Hibiki, "and before you say anything I've already tried? I'm nowhere close." "Seriously?" asked Katsuki. "Yuzu is a big Star Wars fan," said Hibiki. "Whatever," said Katsuki. And with that the reassessment was over. Well, there was still a lot to talk about. Chapter 70, After the Reassessment. Aizawa inhaled sharply. He wished that Priestess never joined the League of Villains. Not just because 6 teens were dealing, even if one of the worlds ran on rainbows and friendship, with the past lives, but also because of the insanity from the other worlds. It was clear that unless Izuku or Katsuki said something in the commission off, they were going to be the top heroes as soon they broke away from being sidekicks. Honestly, he wouldn't be surprised if All Might or Hibiki just gave Izuku, Katsuki and Momo money just so they could start their own agency right away due to the power levels they showed at this moment. Though with Momo, her family could fund her, but that was beside the point. "Alright? I think we have a good idea on how to train you 6 from this point forward, and we'll know what to expect when we need to test you," said Aizawa. The 6 all nodded. "Also please, during the license exam, please just give the students from the other schools a fighting chance during any possible battle portion," said Aizawa. They all looked at each other. "I don't know if we can make any promises," said Momo. Aizawa just sighed. "You can go back to the dorms now," said Aizawa. The 6 students left to get changed out of their costumes and head back to the dorms. As they were leaving, Aizawa had gotten a text. It was from Hibiki. "Hey, you want to get some drinks tonight? I think after today you might need some." Aizawa sighed and sent 2 messages. "I don't think I can do it on such short notice. But I'll make sure I'm free on the day of the license exam," Hibiki quickly texted back. Yeah, you're probably going to need it after that. Aizawa sighed, hoping he could get through the next few days after viewing those fights. Sometime later they made it back to the dorms, though it did take some wrangling to get Katsuki and Mashireo back there. I didn't need your help, yelled Katsuki. You took 5 wrong turns, muttered Mashireo. You took more than that, growled Katsuki. The rest of the class sweat dropped as they saw the argument. Demon, yelled Mineta, who then ran out of the room. There was an awkward silence. What the F dash, yelled Katsuki. To be fair, you did use an attack that made you resemble a demon god, said Izuku, trying to calm him down. Katsuki glared at him. Oh come on Bakugo. Your fight was really manly, said Kirishima. Besides it's just Mineta, muttered Momo. He passed out as soon as your fight was over. Bakugo just scoffed. So are we going to ask how he did that thing, asked Kaminari. I don't think he'd actually spill his secrets, said Zero. The rest of the afternoon and evening was normal for what it was like in the dorms, minus Mineta trying to avoid Katsuki. Izuku of course made dinner for everyone. And during dinner there were something several students wanted to know. How did you even meet All Might, asked Zero. Oh, it's complicated, said Izuku. He remembered what to say about his quirk when someone asked. He and All Might started working on the fake story. He was the one to notice how my quirk worked, said Izuku. Really, asked Achiko. If I had awakened it as a kid it probably would have blown my limbs off, said Izuku. Everyone looked at Izuku horrified. Seriously, asked Zero. That's as messed up, said Kaminari. I had to clean a beach in order to gain enough muscle mass, said Izuku. Oh, you mean that one that was cleaned by a mysterious good Samaritan, asked Momo. That was me, said Izuku. You know, if we can, one day we should go to the beach, said Toru. Oh, that would be a great idea, said Achiko. We would have to talk with the teachers, pointed out Ida. But it would still be fun to see the beach he cleared, said Achiko. Katsuki however looked at Izuku, trying not to say anything. Once everyone was done with dinner, Katsuki suddenly grabbed Izuku by the collar and began to drag him away. We need to talk in private now, said Katsuki. What? Yelled Izuku as Katsuki dragged him away. I have my reasons, yelled Katsuki. So, said Achiko. I get the feeling if anyone eavesdrops Katsuki is going to try to kill us, said Toru. Mina looked at Kyoka and Shoji. No, both of them said at the same time. Mina pouted. Katsuki managed to drag Izuku to his bedroom. Firecracker noticed her human and walked over. What did you want to talk about? Muttered Izuku, entering Sanji mode. It's about the quirk All Might gave you, muttered Katsuki. Izuku froze when he said that and quickly left Sanji mode. I don't know what you're talking about, said Izuku, sweating profusely. Both Katsuki and Firecracker stared him. Did you seriously forget what you told me after our fight during that class? Yelled Katsuki. That was when Izuku remembered what he told him before the USJ. About having a borrowed quirk. Izuku sighed. I need to call All Might, sighed Izuku. Fine, said Katsuki. Izuku did so. All Might picked up. Is everything okay? Asked All Might. Not really, said Izuku. Remember when I told Kaken about having a borrowed quirk? Well, he figured everything out. That was when All Might coughed up blood. And it was loud enough that Katsuki was able to hear over the phone. Did he just throw up? Asked Katsuki. Meet me near the edge of the forest with young Bakugo, said All Might. I'm sorry All Might, cried Izuku. It's fine. I was thinking of talking to you about forming your own support system soon, said All Might. Okay, said Izuku. I'll see you there, said All Might. Izuku hung up his phone. So All Might wants to talk, said Katsuki. Yeah, said Izuku, just try to keep calm with what he shows you. What the F that does mean? Asked Katsuki. You'll see, sighed Izuku. The elevator ride down to the first floor was quiet. They then mowed their way through the common room. Hey, where are you headed? Asked Achiko. Oh, just something else we need to talk about, and we figured it would be better if we talk about it outside, said Izuku. Just be back before curfew, said Ida. We will, said Izuku. And if you are late? Said Ida, adjusting his glasses. I know a teacher will help me, said Izuku. Okay, said Achiko. Izuku practically dragged Katsuki to the spot Izuku knew that All Might wanted to meet. They got to the met-up spot where All Might, in his muscular form, was waiting for them. I didn't need you to drag me here, yelled Katsuki. You got lost while sitting down, yelled Izuku, clearly in Sanji mode. Whoever told you that was a liar, yelled Katsuki. It was Luffy, and we both know he never learned how to lie, yelled Izuku. All Might just sweat dropped at the two bickering. Young Bakugo, said All Might. So about that quirk, said Katsuki. Before I tell you about my quirk, there is something I must show you, said All Might. Just try to keep as calm as possible. Whatever, muttered Katsuki, expecting it to not blow his mind. Then All Might deflated and he started to freak out. What the F dash, yelled Katsuki, what the F is going on? Who the F dash? Young Bakugo, calm down, said All Might, who then coughed up blood. What the F dash, yelled Katsuki. He decided to calm down by going into Zoro mode. So let me get straight, you got severely injured and because of that you can only hold your hero form for a short time a day, said Katsuki. Unfortunately, said All Might. How are you alive? Asked Katsuki. Extensive surgery, said All Might. I mean I still have a lung, but without a stomach, said Katsuki. You can live without a stomach? I did some research after he told me about it, said Izuku. It's just an extreme version of a gastric bypass, said All Might. Wait, is he the one you've been cooking for? Asked Katsuki. Everyone had stumbled upon him cooking All Might's meals, with the story being that recovery girl wanting to make him meals for a patient of hers who is on a strict diet. Yeah, said Izuku. So who else knows? Said Katsuki. A few close friends, the entire staff of the school, including Hibiki and Aiko. Also young Uraraka knows about my injuries. She found out after what happened at I-Island, said All Might. David Shield mentioned it in front her, explained Izuku. Also we told Mom about his injury when we finally told her about the mentorship. Katsuki nodded. I see, muttered Katsuki. As for the quirk, sighed All Might, only Nizu and recovery girl knows about it on staff. And only a few people outside of school. And not Auntie, said Katsuki. No, I haven't been able to tell Mom, said Izuku. Why the F not? Yelled Katsuki. Because it's dangerous to know, sighed All Might. Tell me one reason why it's too dangerous to know, yelled Katsuki. All Might sighed and told him about One for All and the fact he thought that man was dead when he gave his quirk to Izuku. You just had to have a built-in enemy with that quirk, muttered Katsuki. Yeah, sighed Izuku. Whatever, said Katsuki. He's taking it better than I thought Izuku with a sweat drop. If you're wondering why I'm not taking it badly, it's because I know you diverse it more, muttered Katsuki, glaring at Izuku. Izuku sweat dropped. Unless you somehow met Hibiki and he agreed to make you weapons or got hit by Priestess before you got that quirk, then it would have been your only way you could be a hero, muttered Katsuki. Izuku sighed, knowing that Katsuki was right. It wasn't like he had trained beforehand. All Might remembered that Izuku had mentioned devil fruits to him at least once and knew that there were plenty of people in his past life without superpowers, and both of them were among those people. But the sad truth was that Izuku didn't even try to get stronger before they met, so there was that. Don't worry, I'll keep quiet about it, muttered Katsuki, but you do have to tell Auntie one day, you can't hide this from her forever. Izuku sighed. All Might sighed at that too. Also there's someone else I think you should tell about One for All, said All Might. What? Said Izuku. Honestly, I was planning to suggest that you tell Hibiki, said All Might. Really? Asked Izuku. He's someone I know would be able you in the future for sure, and he has more than earned my trust, said All Might. I think I'll wait until after the license exam, said Izuku, since I should be focused on that. All Might smiled at Izuku. You're not angry that Kaken found out? Asked Izuku. No. I know he's already trustworthy considering you have a bond that surpasses lifetimes, said All Might. Can you not put it that way? Said Katsuki. It kind of sounds like we were romantically involved with each other, said Izuku. All Might's sweat dropped at the two of them. By the way, said Katsuki, how did you give him that quirk? Please don't tell him, said Izuku, blushing bright red. Passes through consumption of DNA, said All Might. That's all I will say. I'm just going to think All Might spat in your drink, said Katsuki, not wanting the story. Why didn't I think of that? Mumbled All Might. I just heard you, said Katsuki, who was sweating. Izuku sighed, knowing he had no other choice. I ate a strand of his hair, said Izuku. That is some stalker bullshit, muttered Katsuki. Yeah, I know, said Izuku. Maybe it's better if you head back to the dorms, said All Might. It's getting late. Yeah, Glasses will scold us if we're late, said Katsuki, wandering in the wrong direction. Izuku sighed, grabbed, and led him to the right direction. It's this way, TNT for brains, muttered Izuku, entering Sanji mode. I knew that, yelled Katsuki in denial. All Might chuckled as the two left, knowing that Katsuki was a good person to be left in the loop considering everything. As they walked back to the dorms, Izuku sighed. He knew what it was like to juggle between personalities, and because of that he did have to ask Katsuki something. Are you really not mad? Asked Izuku, that All Might chose me? I wasn't lying back there when I said that was the only way it could have happened, muttered Katsuki, especially since you only applied your brains and not your body. Izuku sighed at that. If it has anything to do with what happened with the sludge villain, I can't blame him for choosing you, muttered Katsuki. Izuku blushed when he said that. It's better you got your chance, said Katsuki. Thanks, said Izuku. Whatever, muttered Katsuki. They managed to get back to the dorms before curfew, but it was still a few days away from the license exam, and little did any of them know it was going to be a very hectic day for sure. And in a way they weren't expecting. Chapter 71, Let us never speak of this again. It was a normal afternoon after training, which should have been a huge red flag to be honest. However, on the way to the therapy room, Toru decided to reveal something. I got a note from Discord telling me that he's bringing a friend of mine from my past life for a visit, said Toru. What? Asked Katsuki. Did he say who? Asked Achiko, who was on edge. Considering they were dealing with the spirit of chaos, yeah, it was not going to be a good friend. I don't know, said Toru. He said it would be a surprise. The others were now dreading who it was. That was when they got to the they room. As it turned out, the door was stuck and Hibiki was trying to open the door. The door is stuck for some reason, said Hibiki. It's not locked, Ann. It's Discord, sighed Momo. Wait, seriously, muttered Hibiki. He decided to bring in an old friend of mine, but I don't know who, said Toru. That was when the door opened up. All of them were on edge as they entered the therapy room. That was when there was a bright flash of light and all of the windows and doors disappeared. Aiko, no, now's not the time to reference the haunted mansion, said Hibiki. That was when suddenly a man in a red and black suit showed up, placed a chair backwards and sat down. So, you remembered your past lives. You got screwed up in your mind, but the real question, how are you going to make things right? Maybe you were cool. Take it from a guy who can see past the fourth wall. Maybe the real way to be cool is to mess with any people or you can. We all knows what's right and wrong, something about trying to convince turkeys, said the man. Deadpool, cheered Toru, recognizing the man. She hugged the man in the suit who hugged her back. It's weird to hug you as an invisible human, said the man named Deadpool. What they, yelled Hibiki. Hey Tony. Digging the new look, said the man known as Deadpool. That's right. I'm here guest starring for chapter 71. Too bad it wasn't 2 chapters ago, cause that would have been awesome. How do you know each other? Yelled Hibiki, horribly confused. Oh, we met during Death Battle, said Deadpool. We ended up hitting it off rather than killing each other, said Pinky. Best birthday party ever, cheered Deadpool. Death Battle? Asked Momo. Oh yeah. I'm guessing you two don't remember yours. Which was such a cheat, by the way. I mean, they forgot that flight armor. I know you had a lot in your past life, but they should have made sure they had every single one, said Deadpool, pointing at Momo and Katsuki. They looked at him. What the F are you even talking about? Yelled Katsuki. Don't listen to the guy. He's insane, muttered Hibiki. Hey, I have you know I'm perfectly sane, said Deadpool. By way, has it been confirmed with Todoroki is Zuko's reincarnation? Because that would make that episode really awkward. I haven't decided his hypothetical reincarnation, but in a review for the Orangal version of this chapter, someone suggested that he's a genetic chimera, and because of that he would have 2 souls, and Zuko's still in the running for those 2 souls. Deadpool quickly checked his phone. Good job, Rose Ravenwillow random fangirl, you made a great suggestion. Thoga, they are way too much alike. I mean, there's the scar, the fire, the horrible fathers, the fact that their mothers were taken away from them, not to mention the crazy evil sibling with blue fire, said Deadpool. Spoilers, or maybe not. I mean, everyone saw it coming. Who is he talking to? Asked Achiko. It's better you don't know, said Toru. How are you alive? Yelled Hibiki, realizing something. Well, you know, reasons, said Deadpool with a shrug. I'm well over 20 years old, muttered Hibiki. Well, timey wibbly wobbly stuff? I'm sure you know, involving other universes, dimensions, or whatever, said Deadpool with a shrug. Hibiki looked at Izuku and Katsuki, getting a hint. This was something they needed to talk about another time. And yes, the weird timeline thing is canon and will be addressed in a later chapter, said Deadpool, probably the only 100% canon thing from the chapter. Chimera soul confirmation. Oh right, that too, said Deadpool. Anyway, so he's from your old world? Asked Izuku. Yeah, muttered Hibiki. How do you know each other? Asked Achiko. One time I stole his armor, said Deadpool. Everyone stared at the man. Don't worry, it was a good reason. I needed it in my search for Francis, said Deadpool, and I kept it good shape. You crashed into 5 buildings, 4 parked cars, a truck, and completely wrecked the armor, muttered Hibiki. Okay, that sounds bad. Said Deadpool. Steve told me that you also somehow managed to steal his shield. Muttered Hibiki. It would have helped in my search for Francis. Said Deadpool. Didn't work, but on the bright side I got punched by Captain America. It should be pointed out that he was giving the thumbs up at this point. Also you stole Peter's web shooters. Muttered Tony. Okay. I'm going to be completely honest on that one, already killed Francis by that point. I just wanted them for funsies. Said Deadpool. Also seriously, did you have to describe the fact I was giving the thumbs up like that? You know there's a reason why people complain about the lack of descriptions in your writing. I mean come on. And that was when Katsuki blew him up. Kaken, yelled Izuku. He's fine. Muttered Hibiki. How can he be fine? Said Izuku. Super healing, said Deadpool. I can heal from anything. That's why he's fine after that incident I mentioned. Said Hibiki. Wait. How does it work? Asked Izuku. I'm glad you asked, said Deadpool. I can heal from anything and parts of my body are cut off, then it will regrow. But it takes time and it has to age. What do you mean age? Asked Izuku. Well, you see, when I cut off a limb it will first appear as a baby limb and... Said Deadpool. Izuku. Stop talking to him, yelled Hibiki. If you try to ask him another question I will make you sit in the corner. But, what about? Said Izuku. And so Izuku was forced to sit in a corner. Izuku tried not to cry as he put in time out. So we're stuck in a room with a crazy man until Discord lets us out? Asked Achiko. Unfortunately. Said Hibiki. This sheet, yelled Katsuki. He went to the wall where the door was supposed to be and tried to blow it up. But there was no damage. This only infuriated him more and he tried to blow it up again. Katsuki. Sighed Hibiki. If you damage the school then I will gladly pay for any damage. Katsuki grinned at this. Are you serious? Asked Momo. I have the money, yelled Hibiki. He's not as rich as he used to be in his past life, but he's still rich in this life. Said Deadpool. Anyways, I have some stuff I need to do. I'll see you later, said Aiko. And with that the Aiko device that Hibiki wore turned off. Did Aiko just ditch us? Asked Achiko with a sweat drop. Not for long. Said Hibiki. Can I borrow one of your transceiver? Momo knew what he was doing and gave him the transceiver. He hit the Aiko button. Oh come on, yelled Aiko. Return to the personal device and you're not allowed to leave while we're trapped here with that walking tumor, yelled Hibiki. Yes sir, said Aiko. She returned the device grumbling. Wow. How did you make your AIs more snarky than before? Asked Deadpool. Hibiki decided to just ignore the guy and message the headache he was developing. Are you okay? Asked Toru. I just have a headache. Muttered Hibiki. Maybe it's because your mind is dealing with the retcon. Said Deadpool. What? Asked Hibiki. Oh, I was retconned into the MCU, my movies were added into it after Disney bought Fox. Said Deadpool. After all we've always been at war with East Asia, or was it Eurasia? Sheet if I know, I haven't read that book since high school. What are you talking about? Asked Hibiki. Then again Emma could be wrong? I mean it's just her theory, that's how I'm going to be added. Said Deadpool. It could also be that I'm added thanks to the second movie's ending where I mess with time, because of my time-traveling shenanigans I'm part of the MCU. Or it could be cause of Loki's meddling in his series. Or even because Peter couldn't keep his mouth shut while trying to get one more day. Yeah, but I really hope it's the retcon. Hey! They better retcon me into the Thanos battle, said Deadpool. I mean if Howard the Duck was there. I should be there too. True that. Just ignore him, he's a living mass of cancer. Sighed Hibiki. Hibiki, scolded Achiko. Look, he's right. Said Deadpool. He took off his mask, revealing his skin was actually quite horrifying. It was scarred in all sorts of ways and he was bald. Another reason why your descriptions are terrible. Said Deadpool, putting his mask back on. You know if you continue to antagonize her, I won't give you any cherry changa. Said Toru, acting as my saving grace. Oh come on, yelled Deadpool. How? Said Momo. Well, when I got my healing factor, it basically made me a giant wad of cancer. Said Deadpool, and I. Izuku, put the notebook down, and face the corner, interrupted Hibiki. Oh come on, yelled Izuku in Sanji mode. Hey, that's not very nice. Said Deadpool. Hibiki just sighed. So you're an insane mass of living cancer. Said Mashireo. That's right. Said Deadpool. Mashireo sighed and then walked away. As it turned out he decided to join Katsuki in trying to destroy the wall. What can you do? Yelled Katsuki. Bakusai Tenketsu was originally made for construction. Said Mashireo. What? Asked Katsuki. Don't ask. Said Mashireo. I didn't know Mashireo had limit. Said Achiko. Everyone has their limits, and he's one of them. Muttered Hibiki. Oh come on Tony, don't be that way, said Deadpool. Hibiki just glared at him. Hey kids. Do you want to hear about the time All Might saved my life? Asked Deadpool. All Might saved you life? Asked Izuku, wanting to hear it. Deku. Corner. Now, yelled Bikey. How did All Might save you if you're from a different world? Asked Momo. Easy, it happened in my manga, sighed Deptil. Yep. And that really happened. You know you're usually not very talkative, pointed out Deadpool. Pinky, or in this case Toru, doesn't really interact with me that much, so it makes sense. She's right, you know, said Toru. Deadpool sighed. He had to figure out what do to. Oh I know, how do you want to learn how to kill people in unexpected ways? Said Deadpool. Really? Yeah, this one feels kind of forced, said Toru. Fine, said Deadpool, then he thought of something else. Oh yeah, this is supposed to be a therapy group, right? I am not giving you therapy, muttered Hibiki. I'm not even a licensed therapist. Oh yeah? Said Deadpool. Wait, isn't your school's therapist or whatever an actual dog man who forgets to speak when he's angry? What is that like when trying to talk about things? Achiko and Momo both stared at him. Oh, do you want to know what happened to Vision's body? It's a wild story, said Deadpool. No, said Hibiki harshly, getting the feeling that he didn't want to know what happened. That and who he was talking to he really didn't want to know coming from this nutjob. Are you sure it involves sitcoms? Said Deadpool. Hibiki's eyes twitched as he realized something. I can't believe I forgot, said Hibiki. He put his headphones on and he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm just going to sit in the corner and pretend I'm somewhere else, said Hibiki. Sorry, but you're on your own. Why that sly dog? Said Deadpool. He forgot something. You know two can play this game, said Aiko. What? Said Hibiki as Aiko also said it through his headphone. Oh I get it, said Deadpool, she's going to broadcast my voice. Yep, said Aiko. If I'm forced to listen to Nutjob, so will you, said Aiko. You should have known she'd do something like that after you forced her to still be here, pointed out Izuku. No talking in the timeout corner, said Hibiki. You know it's better I don't tell you what happened, since Emma still hasn't seen the show, said Deadpool. She has access to Disney Plus too, and it's been months since posted the fanfiction.net version. Yeah. I still need to get off my butt and check it out. Anyways, there was another awkward silence. That was when Momo sighed. We're trapped in a room with a rambling crazy person. She sighed as it was really starting to hit her. Just join them. I know you want to, sighed Hibiki. Momo walked over to the wall, which was destroyed yet. What, you think you have something that will open the wall? Asked Katsuki. She created a large buzzsaw. Diamond-tipped blades, she added. And another one bites the dust, said Deadpool. How long have we been in here? Asked Achiko. Time has no meaning, said Hibiki. I'm pretty sure Discord is warping the room in some way, said Toru. I kind of figured that out a while ago, it's why they haven't been able to break through the wall, said Izuku. The three at the wall stopped as they didn't even think about that. Why didn't you say that sooner? Yelled Hibiki. I wasn't supposed to say anything in the timeout corner, said Izuku, slightly slipping into Sanji mode. He's got you there, said Aiko. That was when Discord appeared. All right, I think that's enough, said Discord. Time to say goodbye to your friend. Sorry, said Deadpool. It's fine, said Toru. I didn't think I would actually get to see you again. That was when a plate of cherry chongas appeared in his hands. Yay! I get to eat these again, said Deadpool. Oh, and Joanne. Have fun figuring how to do this chapter especially since there's 2 versions now? I know it will be a while, but still. Discord snapped his claw and Deadpool disappeared. And everything else reappeared, i.e., the doors and windows. He saw that with the exception of Toru, Izuku and Achiko, they were all glaring at him, with tiny explosions coming out of Katsuki's hands. Well, I better leave before Captain Boom Boom tries to kill me, said Discord. Die, yelled Katsuki, launching himself at Discord. But Discord teleported away before the attack could hit. He landed with a thud. I really don't know anything about your friendship with him, Toru, nor do I want to, but please understand what I'm going to say, said Hibiki. It's okay. I get he's an acquired taste, said Toru. Good, because I think I speak for everyone here when I say this. Let us never speak of this again, said Hibiki. And everyone agreed never to speak of it again, and it was better that way. Chapter 72, The License Exam. After the reassessment, nothing much happened. Okay, that was a bit of a lie. A few things happened. First off, Monoma had a total mental breakdown. It doesn't matter that your class have 6 people who have powers unlike those in Class 1B. We will prove that we are superior no matter what one way or another, yelled Momo one day when he ended up running into Class 1A. He started to laugh manically. Is he okay? Asked Izuku with a sweat drop. He's doing much better since watching those videos. Said Aways, he laughed maniacally for hours before passing out. The fact he's able to talk right now is a good thing. All of Class 1A didn't have anything to say about that. Hey, Bakugo, you want to spar one day? Asked Tetsu. Why? Asked Bakugo looking at the Class 1B member. Before he could explain. Tetsu no, scolded Itsuka. You don't want to do it. Kirishima, who was good friends with the guy, told him. Oh come on, said Tetsu. Katsuki just watched them with a sweat drop. As it turned out, Tetsu wanted to see if his quirk could stand up against Katsuki's sword skills and his ability to cut through metal. There was also a conversation between Katsuki and Achiko. So that's what you needed to talk about? Said Achiko. I can't believe All Might is really a scarecrow. Said Katsuki. Yeah. I know. Sighed Achiko, the first time I saw him cough up blood I nearly had a heart attack. It's effed up? Muttered Bakugo. And that was when Bakugo realized something. And after that talk, Katsuki talked to Izuku about it. You have to tell All Might about Luffy? Said Katsuki. What thing about him? Asked Izuku, trying to play dumb and failing. You know what I'm talking about, yelled Katsuki. Izuku sighed. He knew had to tell him about Luffy, and how he died, how the man hid his own illness from almost everyone, then revealed to those that didn't know that he didn't have much time left, and shortly after turning himself in after making plans on how to take care of his family. Yeah, it wasn't going to be pleasant conversation at all. I'm giving you a month to tell him. Said Katsuki. Izuku froze when he said that. Look, even I can tell he is basically your FING dad. Muttered Katsuki, he needs to know that his health is affecting you like that. Izuku sighed, knowing that he was right. And knew he had a month to come up with a plan to tell him about his feelings. But for now they had other things to worry about. As it was time for the license exam itself. It was at the Dagoba event arena. Quite a few of the class was nervous, after all it was a big deal. Aizawa did give them some reassuring words however. Come on, let's get hyped up. Said Kirishima. What he didn't notice was a boy from another school was nearby very excited for something. Plus, said Kirishima. Ultra, yelled the boy. They noticed a group of other students nearby wearing the same uniform, which included a hat. Inesa. You shouldn't butt into other schools' huddles. Said a boy with purple hair. Wait, pardon me. I am so very extremely sorry, he yelled, bowing so hard he hit his head into the ground. Who is this guy? I do not trust high enthusiasm, said Kaminari. Look at those uniforms. Said Kyoka. It's from the other famous school in Japan. Said Siro. UA in the east, Shiketsu in the west. Said Katsuki. The school whose hero course rivals UA. Thought Izuku. The boy apparently named Inesa was talking about how much he loved UA and how much he loved the school. That was when a girl in a Shiketsu uniform saw Izuku. OMG. You're the cinnamon roll who won the sports festival, she gushed, those memes are so totes right. You are a cinnamon roll in person. She walked over to him and Izuku stood frozen, trying not to go into love mode, due to the fact that he just wished those memes would die already. Honestly, Kami, harassing a student because of memes. Said the purple-haired student. But look how adorable he is, said Kami, if we were allowed to date I would totes snatch him up right now. You don't even know. Muttered the purple-haired boy. Ah? Said Kyoka, that guy is bleeding. Indeed, Inesa's head was bleeding. We need to go now. Shad the purple-haired Shiketsu student. And so the Shiketsu students left. Inesa Yorashi? Said Aizawa. You know him? Asked Toru. Aizawa explained how he was in their year and had gotten first place in the recommendation exams but turned down his acceptance into UA. Izuku looked at him as he was walking away. He realized that the guy was strong, but due to the skewed power levels. He's strong, sighed Izuku, but you can go toe-to-toe with All Might, you shouldn't be worried. Said Kirishima with a sweat drop. Yeah, sighed Izuku. Wait, if he loves our school so much why didn't he attend? Asked Siro. I think it has to do with Todoroki. Said Toru. What? Asked Todoroki. Before you fell into the black hole of friendship you were FINGJRK. Muttered Bakugo. It's anyone going to point out how he's a hypocrite by saying that? Asked Kaminari. If you want to get killed go ahead. Said Kyoka. The black hole of friendship? Asked Todoroki, confused. Just never mind, but the point is what did you do? Asked Katsuki. Katsuki, that's enough. Said Momo, going into Urza mode. Katsuki froze when she did. Aizawa sighed and was about to say something about not underestimating him, but then something else happened. Hey Eraser, called out a voice. Everyone turned to see a woman with light green hair walking towards them and Aizawa froze. I hadn't seen you in a while. Well, I saw you at the sports festival and TV, but it's been a while since we met in person, said the woman. Aizawa's eye was twitching as she walked over. Let's get married, said the woman. No, muttered Aizawa. Unfortunately, this just made Mina ship them. The students watched as they bantered. Oh, that's Ms. Joke, said Izuku, going into the hybrid fanboy and love mode. Her quirk is so amazing. IT's called outburst. She can make anyone laugh, which causes team to be unable to think her fights are insane. As it turned out, the two of them knew each other and fell in love when they were younger. In actuality, she annoyed the hell out of him and she had fun riling him up. Wait, if you're here then that means, said Aizawa. That's right, Ketsubutsu Academy Year 2. Said Ms. Joke. Hey. Over here. Come meet UA. The students walked over with one girl gushing about how they saw them on TV. That was when a boy who surprisingly had the same hairstyle as Izuku but in black walked over and grabbed Izuku's hands. Hi, I'm Shindo. It's so nice to meet you, said the boy named Shindo. UA has been through so many hardships this year. Izuku went into Sanji mode. What are you doing? Asked Izuku, glaring at him. What? Asked Shindo. I don't know what you're trying to pull, but it's not working, said Izuku. Their classmates looked at Izuku. Just a heads up? Deku has a really high bullshit meter. He knows if someone is pending to be nice, said Katsuki. Shindo looked at Izuku and smirked. Oh wow. Todoroki, said a blonde girl, you're so cool. Can I have your autograph? You need to hurry it up. Get into your costume and go to orientation, said Aizawa. I forget that we're famous, said Kaminari. I don't, said Izuku. Those memes just won't die, said Kirishima. I know, sighed Izuku. That's what you get, muttered Katsuki. So he still doesn't know about the video, said Izuku. No, said Kirishima. It's better he doesn't know, said Izuku. As they walked towards the area, Ms. Joke noticed something. Wait, Eraser, you didn't tell them, said Ms. Joke. Aizawa said nothing as he walked away. And soon enough they were in orientation, where someone the Heroic Public Commission was explaining everything, and it looked like was going to pass out any second, as he hadn't been getting any sleep. Despite this, he gave a speech mentioning about how the public perspectivation of heroes has been going down since what happened with Stain. Izuku knew why he was bringing him up, due to the effects the hero killer had. The man named Mara explained how the exam would work. It would be a test of speed. Each participant would have 3 targets on their person. If all 3 targets would be hit, then they would give out, and the person who that the 3rd target would get the win. They would also be given 6 ball to use on the target. Each participant would pass if they took out 2 enemies. There will only be 300 passing this part of the exam, said Mara. Everyone in the room was shocked. I thought it was normally half, said Achiko. There's over 1,500 in here, said Kyoka. That's less than a fifth of people failing, said Tsuyu. Though Midoriya and Bakugo will probably take them out in less than a minute, said Siro. They looked at each other, and their rivalry sparked up. Did you have to say that? Asked Kaminari. We should just let them have their fun and we'll plan the rest together, said Toru. Toru, you're one of the ones who would pass this test super easily, said Mina. Yeah, said Toru. We'll pass around the ball and targets, and while we'll do that we'll open it up, said Mara. Open up? Asked Izuku. That was when everything started to shift, as the walls fell away, revealing they were in the middle of a large area with all sorts of areas, like a lake and city. This is too much, thought Izuku with a sweat drop. This is what I did instead of sleeping. I hope you apricot what I did, muttered Mara, trying not to pass out. Meanwhile, Ms. Joke was messing Aizawa in the stands, just laughing and asking to date. As she did, he was texting Hibiki. Do you think you can buy more tonight? Okay, do you want to explain now or drunkenly vent later? Was the response. Vent later. You're lucky I'm the reincarnation of a man of wealth and taste. Aizawa put his phone away. Oh come on, are you seriously texting someone right now? Asked Joke. Just making some plans for later with a friend, muttered Aizawa. A hot date? Asked Joke, because she better be better looking than me. It's not a date, said Aizawa. But in all seriousness, you like your class, don't you? Asked Ms. Joke. It's rare to see you with a full class, you must really like them. Not really, said Aizawa. But I'm surprised that you didn't warn them, said Ms. Joke. No, I didn't, said Aizawa. At the same time, Class 1A had gathered together and were running to a good spot. I know, me and Kaken are going to do something stupid, said Izuku. It's not stupid if it's going to work, said Toru. Katsuki snorted. But I realized something, said Izuku. They know our quirks. Everyone was surprised and realized it was true. The sports festival. Realized Tenya. Yeah. Said Izuku. Once you and Katsuki take out your targets we need to stick together. Said Momo. Wait. Said Todoroki, my quirk isn't good in a large group. Fine whatever icy hot, go off on your own. Muttered Katsuki. Todoroki left to be on his own. I have an idea on what to do. Said Momo, if they're all going to be targeting all of us? I think we'll need a distraction when they first show up. I kind of have an idea on that. Admitted Izuku. Back in the stands? Did you tell them about Priestess? Asked Aizawa. What? Why would I tell them about her? Asked Ms. Joke rather angrily thinking he was asking to distract her. Because she's part of the League of Villains. Said Aizawa. Ms. Joke blinked at that as she realized what he meant not because of the other thing. How many students? Said Ms. Joke. 6, 5 during the first attack, the last during that incident at the camp. Said Aizawa. Wait, the winner of the sports festival. Said Ms. Joke. He's one of them, most of the skills he showed during the sports festival were his past life abilities. Said Aizawa, Yaoyorozu was also one of them from the USJ. The girl who quit in the semifinals. Said Ms. Joke, wait what about the kid who got second? He didn't remember at the time. Said Aizawa. She realized that he was the one who got hit during the summer camp. What are they dealing with? Said Ms. Joke. 2 pirates, a battle mage, a ninja, a marital artist and a magical talking pony. Said Aizawa. If you were a jokester I would have doubted that last one. Said Ms. Joke. Have you heard the rumors that Orchestra Rave isn't the strongest reincarnation anymore? Asked Aizawa. I have, that there are 2 stronger than him and 2 more that's on par with him. Said Ms. Joke, wait you don't mean, one of the ones on par with him isn't a student. Said Aizawa. But the rest are. Said Ms. Joke. From what I've been able to gather, the strongest in the pirate world could easily defeat All Might like it was nothing. Said Aizawa, and considering one of them recently fought All Might to gauge his skills and the reason why the fight ended was because it was causing too much destruction. What? Said Ms. Joke. And the other pirate outright defeated Orchestra Rave for his fight? Said Aizawa, turns out he learned how to cut through metal in his past life. Ms. Joke at Aizawa, once again she knew he would never joke around about that. I'm sorry but what? Asked Ms. Joke. Oh and Midoriya's fire is caused by friction. Said Aizawa. The crush isn't happening this year is. Said Ms. Joke. No. Said Aizawa, unless the 2D decide to finish it off in less than a minute, which a good chance of happening. That was when the buzzer rang. Class 1A knew their plan. That was when a good chunk of the students from the other classes showed up. Most of the other students began their attack on them. Izuku and Bakugo stood back to back ready to face off again whoever. I wasn't able to get a good pin on your quirk. Said Shindo, but whatever it is I'm sure. I really don't like that guy. Muttered Izuku in Sanji mode as he activated Diable Jam along with Haki and One for All. I figured. Said Katsuki as he grabbed his swords and got ready for the attack. All of the students threw their ball at them. However, suddenly there was a massive explosion that was partially green thanks to green flames that was tornado-like. Back in the strands? What just happened? Yelled Ms. Joke. I think Bakugo and Midoriya teams up for an attack combing their quirks and past life abilities. Said Aizawa. I thought they hated each other, yelled Ms. Joke. Things changed, they slowly managed to patch things up and then Bakugo got hit by the quirk and it turned out they knew each other were SNF very close in their past lives. Said Aizawa. I see. Said Ms. Joke. Back on the battlefield, the other students either got away from the explosion, sued their quirks to block or dodge. However for 4 unlike students suddenly as they were distracted by the explosion they weren't able to react when the ball hit their targets and all 4 of them were out. No way, yelled Mara who was acting as announcer and this woke him out, 4 students have been taken out already and 2 students have passed. And IT hasn't even 30 seconds. The other students heard this were in total shock. It should be noted that none of the students that were taken out were Shindo. Seriously you didn't take out that one guy? Asked Katsuki. Did feel like he was worth it. Said Izuku with a shrug. Katsuki snorted. By the way mine hit first. Said Izuku going into Sanji. Like hell they did, yelled Katsuki. You 2 should leave since you passed. Said Momo nearby. Both sweated and headed to the area designated for those who passed. The rest of Class 1A looked at the group of students who were ready to crush them, all broken and in shock over this. It won't be easy for us as it was for them. Said Momo. But they still made things easier for us. Said Kaminari. While every license exam was known for the UA crush, that exam would be known for what would become known as the 30-second slaughter. While it was only Izuku and Katsuki who finished it off in 30 seconds, it would be the year that would go down in infamy for sure. Chapter 73, The 30-Second Slaughter continued. Ms. Joke was staring at the field, just blinking for a bit. She had to realize what she saw at the sports festival was just the surface on the students could do. So, you want to get drunk tonight? Asked Ms. Joke. It doesn't have to be a date. I mean, you deal with those students all the time, you probably need to unwind. Can't, said Aizawa. What is the new dorms? Muttered Ms. Joke. No. I already planned to go drinking orchestra rave. Said Aizawa. I guess Nizu got in contact with him. Said Ms. Joke. The school hired him to be a counselor for them. Said Aizawa. Makes sense. Said Ms. Joke. So is really as much of an idiot as they say? His past life memories prevents him from doing anything stupid most of the time. Said Aizawa. Got it. Said Ms. Joke. On the battlefield, as there was no other name for it at the moment. Class 1A was coming up with plans while the other students were in shock by what just happened. Anyone need an extra weapon? Asked Momo. There's something I've been debating asking the support student for, after what just happened I think I might need it. Said Mashireo. Really what? Asked Momo. Mashireo told her what it was as well the specifics. I can make it without problem. Said Momo. She did have a very big breakfast that day after all she needed the lipids so it made sense. Anything else? Asked Momo. The rest of the class seemed to be fine. Some of them got new support items like Katsuki did. Like a new voice mask that made his voice louder for Koda and something to aim his electricity for Kaminari. Momo created an umbrella and gave it to him. An umbrella? Asked Kaminari. It's a lot heavier than it looks. Said Mashireo. If you say so? Said Kaminari. Is everyone still just standing around? Said Kyoka. Midoriya and Bakugo beat them. Within 30 seconds, if I was on the other side I would probably be standing around or sitting around for a while. Pointed out Zero. All right, said Momo taking charge, does everyone have plans? All right Aoyama, are you ready? Cheered Toru. I am Sherry. Said Aoyama. Toru used her new attack that she learned to blind people. In other words, flash them. While Aoyama used his laser on several people. The blindly and sparkly attack died get everyone attention but it also disoriented everyone in their area of effect. Aoyama managed to get at least one person as did Toru. Oh come on, yelled someone. Looks like 2 more have been taken out. Announced Mara. With Aizawa and Ms. Joke. So it's been another minute and your kids are already taking them out. Said Ms. Joke. Aizawa nodded, not even surprised. Back on the battle, Achiko took out as many shuriken as she could and threw them at the other opponents. However, this as it turned out was a distraction. Bakusai Tenketsu, called out Mashireo. He touched the ground which exploded with rocks. Okay. Seriously, what the hell, yelled one of their opponent. Mashireo managed to use his ball to hit someone's targets and knock them out of the round. As it turned out, Achiko managed to grab all of her ball and hit 2 of her opponents thanks to her ninja-trained aim. 2 more have been eliminated and the third person to pass moves on, called out Mara. All right Achiko, cheered Toru giving the thumbs up. Achiko made her way out being the third. You know we can't rely on the reincarnated classmates. Said Ida getting ready for his plan. We kind of already figured that. Said Kyoka rolling her eyes, and isn't this plan something you did without any of the reincarnations? Ida nodded. His plan was a simple one. Run around and act like bait. A few of them took the bait and started to chase after him. As they followed him. What they weren't expecting was Mineta to yell, jump. Ida listen. And Mineta how had made a whip of his hairball aimed it at the idiots who took the bait. Ida and Mineta each other managed to get a hit in. While Mina and Kirishima also managed to get a hit in. All right, cheered Mina. Just 1 more to go, cheered Mineta. And 4 more people have been eliminated. Announced Mara. Should we take advantage of the fact that they are still mired in darkness? Asked Tokoyami. What? Asked Zero. He means attack while there's still shock after that attack. Translated Shoji. Hey, it's open season if you think about it. Pointed out Kaminari. He's right, we need to take advantage of everything we can at the moment. Said Momo. Shoji took advantage of this the most by creating 6 arms and aiming for 2 shocked opponents who had highly visible targets and knocking them out. And we have our 4th to pass. Announced Mara. Wait. Why aren't you 3 trying to pass at the moment? Asked Kaminari. It's better if I'm one of the last in our group. Said Momo. I don't want to be one of the first. Said Toru. I need someone to make sure I get back to the building. Said Mashireo. We need to make sure that someone passed close enough with him that they can escort them. Agreed Momo. Makes sense Ribbit. Said Tsuyu. And they still haven't recovered. Said Mina. As they were still in shock combined with it's only been a couple minutes and only people form UA had passed as only making it worse. Mina did take advance of it and managed to toss her ball at someone, with Kaminari joining her. Kota also managed to get someone during this moment, with Mera knocking the people elevated. Toru took out a black party bomb. Tokoyami. This is for you, said Toru. Tokoyami nodded. The bomb exploded in a bunch of black confetti that partially blocked out the sky, creating some darkness, but not enough for Dark Shadow to go crazy. Oh yeah, said Dark Shadow, you need to get these bombs. Tokoyami tried not to roll his eyes at that reaction, and he and his quirk performed his super move, which him essentially merging with Dark Shadow. And thanks to the bizarre black confetti bomb, it gave him a bit of a boost. Thanks to this attack, he managed to attack those who were more included to fight and also managed to hit two of their targets and defeat them. We have our 5th person to pass, announced Mera. Mina also took advantage of this and got in another target. And 6th, announced Mera. However, with the additional for the other opponent started to recover from the initial shock of the 30-second slaughter, many of them realized that Class 1A were really going to fight tooth and nail. It helped that their classmates laid the groundwork they were now following there, to be honest, overpowered classmates. With only a couple minutes having passed, none of them knew how to truly react. One of their opponent looked at them and seemingly stood proudly. In the immortal words of King Arthur, said the opponent, run away. Almost everyone stared at the guy. Needless to say, almost everyone near him realized that it would probably be better to take him out than letting that coward get his license. His targets were hit, with the last target getting hit by Mineta of all people. Yes, cheered Mineta. I feel conflicted about you taking out a coward, said Kyoko with a sweat drop. Then she saw this targets had lit up green, meaning he had passed the exam. Are you kidding me, said Kyoka. And our 7th student has passed, called out Mera. Those that didn't pass yet all looked at Mineta and then looked at the ensembled group of opponents. Meanwhile at the room for those who passed the test, Izuku shuddered. What is it? Asked Achiko. I think something really stupid happened, said Izuku. Go check with Haki if you worried, said Bakugo. Izuku did so and managed to get the gist of what happened. Mineta was the 7th one to pass, said Izuku with a sweat drop. Wait, what? Said Achiko. The F, said Bakugo. Wait, are you serious? Asked Shoji. The other 2 had yet to arrive. Izuku nodded. Back in the battlefield, many of them were looking at UA undecided that whatever that short kids in the diaper was to the rest of the class, they weren't going to die on this hill and decided to look elsewhere for other targets. Including Shindo, as the rest of Ketsubutsu High students realized this probably wasn't going to be a fight they could win. But it was clear that those remained were ready to fight. Mashireo jumped into the air and slammed his umbrella into the ground, causing a huge crater. Kota used this to hit some of the targets, taking out one of them while Aoyama hit another. Kaminari used his brand new item that allowed them to shoot discs that let him aim his lighting. He managed to zap a few of them. And thanks to that he was able to hit one of their targets. We got our 8th. Called out Mera. Kyoka had a new set of gloves with speakers in them, so she didn't have to really on the set on her legs. Once they were disorientated, she tossed out her ball. She took out one, while Kota took out another using her attack to hit one. And we got 9, called out Mera. This has to be one of the faster yet. He gave his classmates the thumbs up before leaving. Hey, does anyone think they can get it right away? Said Mashireo. You ready? Asked Toru. Mashireo nodded. All right, said Toru. Sure Hokuden, called out Mashireo. There was a blast of energy that sent out at their opponents. Toru, Mashireo and Ida all took this a point to get their other hits in. Thanks Ida, said Mashireo. Ida nodded. We have 10, 11 and 12, called out Mera. Good luck everyone, said Toru giving the thumbs up. Ida took Mashireo's hand and led him away, leaving just 7 students of Class 1A left. There are only 7 of them left, we can take them, yelled one of them. That was when the person who yelled that out saw something pink warp around their waist. It was Tsuyu's tongue and she slammed them against 3 other people. She took this chance and knocked out 2 of them, while Kyoka took out 1, as did Aoyama. And we got 13, 14 and 15, said Mera. Unbelievable. That was when Zero shot out a lot of his tape, creating a net. Zero managed to get one of the ones trapped, as did Kirishima, hitting one. However, someone had managed to through the tape, getting the rest out of there. We're straining to get used to your tricks, mocked one of the remaining opponents. There's something I've been trying to learn. I haven't really practiced, but I want to try it, said Momo, producing a katana. Kirishima smiled. Do it, yelled Sato. Let's see if you can, said Zero. None of those watching knew what they were talking about, until Momo slashed the, creating a very large gust of wind that blew them away. As the students were blown away, all 4 of the remaining students got in the targets. All right. We got 16, 17, 18, and 19. I wonder if the streak is going to continue, said Mera. Todoroki sighed from his location, wondering if he should have reminded with the others. Sometime later, after many people had managed to pass, Todoroki finally arrived. He had managed to beat a bunch of students from a ninja-themed hero school. Yes, really? He saw that his entire class was there, with many of them playing Uno. Oh hey! We were wondering if you would pass or not, said Kaminari. Todoroki could only stare at his classmates. If you stayed with us then maybe Mineta wouldn't have been one of the first 10 to pass, said Kyoka. Hey! I beat you didn't I? Asked Mineta. Kyoka grumbled under her breath. I knew you were the first 19 students, said Todoroki. The moral of the story is next time we fight as a big team, join us, said Toru. By the way, draw 4. And it's green. Oh come on, yelled Kaminari who was the one next to her. Todoroki just stared at his classmates. Still all of them had passed the part of the exam. It would still be a while until the next part. But still they still passed, so it was good at the moment. And hopefully they would pass the next part of the exam. Chapter 74, Exam Break. The first part of the exam wasn't halfway over yet, slowly but surely more and more people came into the room. But things had quieted down. After all but Todoroki passed, the sleep deprivation hit Mera again who just announced things as they happened in a bored tone. Expect for one moment when someone eliminated 100 students at single moment. Many people noticed the UA group and steered clear, unsure how to go about it. After all, word had already spread about how 2 of them passed in 30 seconds which inspired the rest of the time to take their opponents down with a few short minutes. It was better to stay away from them unless they just wanted to make friends for some reason. However that didn't include Shindo. Shindo noticed the UA group. His eyes started to twitch at the sight of them. And he wanted answers. He noticed Izuku who was talking not some of his classmates. He glared at UA students then walked over. Midoriya, Bakugo, muttered Shindo. Izuku sighed while Bakugo glared at him. What do you want to talk about? Asked Izuku going to Sanji mode. How were you able to do that? Asked Shindo, but I'm sure it had nothing to do with his quirk. You want to know? Asked Izuku. Shindo glared at him. We were hit by a quirk that made us remember our past lives, said Izuku sarcastically. The rest of Class 1A sweat dropped at this. They knew it was true, but saying it out loud. Especially like that. Yeah right? Muttered Shindo. However as it turned out a boy with violet skin and red-violet hair was walking past them when Izuku said that. He couldn't help but to butt into the conversation, mostly because he had heard a lot about the villain. Wait, did you just say you remembered a past life because of villain? Said the boy. You mean Priestess right? Yeah. I do, said Izuku slipping out of Sanji mode due to the surprise of someone knowing about Priestess. Oh man. I thought the UA student thing was just a rumor, but I wrong, said the boy. How do you know about her? Asked Momo walking over. My uncle used to be a pro hero, but then a certain villain's quirk hit him and he was mechanic in a past life and he lost the will be a hero. Said the boy. He's a good mechanic, but I don't know, it just SCKS you know. We know we're among the lucky ones, said Izuku. Oh hey, none of you still remained heroes because of the cancer thing, said the boy. Cancer thing? Asked Izuku. What do you mean? Asked Momo. Oh something I heard about some people remaining heroes, said the boy. Shindo just watched this conversation very, very confused. You know, there's probably reasons why we haven't heard about it, said Momo. Yeah. Hibiki tends to forget things a lot, said Izuku. Hibiki? Asked the boy. Oh orchestra rave, said Izuku. Oh yeah I heard he's the leader of those that remained heroes, said the boy. Yeah, said Izuku with a sweat drop. Shindo walked away not wanting to talk anymore. Katsuki who was just listening to the conversation snorted as the guy was driven away by a strangely pleasant conversation with them. About Priestess. After talking a bit the boy left after noticing some of his classmates had passed too. Nice talking to you guys, said the boy. Yeah, said Izuku happy to have a nice experience with some of the other students there. It's both a shame that you all passed right away, said a new voice. They turned and saw a group of girls wearing the same uniform. One girl who was clearly the leader with long light purple hair and wore a monocle. Oh Momo Yaoyorozu, it's a shame that you and your classmates already passed the exam before we could face off, but I've heard many things about you and your classmates, said the girl. I was really hoping to go up against you and your class. I doubt we'll be able to anytime soon. However Momo wasn't paying attention to the girl. Instead was glaring at Izuku who had entered love mode after seeing all of the girls. What is wrong with your friend? Asked the girl. Don't ask, muttered Momo. That was when Katsuki walked over and hit Izuku with his sword. Ow, muttered Izuku. You done embarrassing yourself, muttered Katsuki. Izuku blushed, forcing down Sanji mode as while making sure it wouldn't happen again. After it was a bunch of girls from an all-girls school, if wasn't careful he might slip again. We're not going to fight again, but I hope this isn't our only chance to one day face off, said the girl. The gaggle of girls are all walked away. Achiko was who playing the Uno game started to pout. Hey Achiko, are you okay there? Said Mina. I'm fine, muttered Achiko. Achiko, you have to draw 4, said Tsuyu, and it's blue. Tsu, sighed Achiko. But she got even more annoyed when she heard. OMG. You guys must have been the ones to pass first. It of course was that girl Cammy. She grinded her gears even more. Oh wow. I know you were strong, but I didn't think it would take 30 seconds, said Cammy. Izuku wasn't sure how to react to Cammy's attention. However, it wasn't Cammy's attention that got them. Inasa also passed. Oh yeah. UA was behind that, said Inasa, that's why I knew I had to go plus ultra on all of them. Wait, what? Asked Izuku. You're the guy who destroyed 100 of them, right? Asked Katsuki with a grin. Kaken, no, said Izuku. You already missed your chance to fight him, pointed out Momo. Maybe we can ask Nizu to do some joint training, said Katsuki. Izuku sighed. It was clear that the guy was on Grand Line strength level, not the higher strength levels, but one that it should be fun to fight. I will be willing to agree to this idea, yelled Inasa. I test my strength against UA students. The three of them looked at him, unsure how to tell him that they weren't normal UA students. They noticed that Todoroki was looking at him. However, Inasa was glaring right back at him. What did he do? Asked Izuku. He's just like his father, growled out Inasa. What? Asked Izuku. I've seen the look in his eyes, muttered Inasa. Izuku looked at Inasa. He quickly entered Sanji mode. Let me guess, you had a terrible encounter with Endeavor, said Izuku. It wasn't hard to find stories of Endeavor mistreating fans in some ways. I overheard him telling the story of when Endeavor insulted him and knocked an autograph board out of his hands, said Cammy. Cammy, yelled Inasa. So let me guess, you met him before he changed during the exam, and because of how he was at the time you now hate him, said Izuku. Inasa didn't answer. Whoa. It's so weird your personality keeps switching, said Cammy. Izuku froze. Ah? Said Izuku. He got hit by a quirk a while back and it messed him up mentally. My uncle got hit by the same quirk and he quit being a hero, said the violet boy from earlier. Trust me, it's a weird quirk. Is that true? Asked Cammy. I have weird personality shifts, said Izuku, blushing. So you're still a cinnamon roll? Asked Cammy. Izuku sighed, hoping that Aiko's memes would soon finally die. Look. Icy Hot is nowhere close the FING his SPRM donor is. If you think he was FING terrible to his fans, he was probably FING worse to his family, said Katsuki. Inasa didn't even think about that. I'll have to think about that, yelled Inasa. However, there was something that made both Izuku and Shoto look at him. Sheet, he thought, realizing he never told anyone he eavesdropped on a private conversation between the two. We now have 50 spots left, announced Mara. He looked at Toru, who saw the look on his face and shrugged. Todoroki, we need to talk to TNT for brains in private, said Izuku, dragging Katsuki away. Todoroki nodded as Cammy, Inasa and Momo all watched him get dragged away. They talked in the restroom and Katsuki groaned. Okay, the thing is, I FING overheard your conversation back in the sports festival, muttered Katsuki, clear as the only one who knows. I think I let it slip something I shouldn't have known to her at the time. Which was? Said Izuku. Your past life's SPRM donor, nothing about the flailing pile of sheet, muttered Katsuki. Izuku sighed. Why did you listen? Asked Todoroki. Sheet if I know, muttered Katsuki. Well, if you haven't said anything since then, sighed Izuku. It was clear that neither was mad for something that happened months ago, and the only thing he accidentally blabbed about was something that told to someone who knew about this fact. And since I know more since then, the only I can say about that a-hole, there is one thing better than him, is that he actually gave his kids names, said Katsuki. What? Asked Todoroki. You don't want to know? Muttered Izuku in Sanji mode. He literally didn't want to say anything about how his name in his past life literally was third son, with his sister and Bother's names following the same pattern. They heard the accounts of there being more to pass. We should get back in, said Izuku. Wait, did anyone over here? Asked Katsuki. I don't think anyone was in here or left or entered since I got in here, said Todoroki. The other two sweat dropped that they forgot to check. They joined their classmates as the rest of the people who passed arrived. During that time, Izuku noticed that all of the Ketsubutsu students had managed to pass. However, he noticed that purple-haired student from Shiketsu didn't. Something told him he didn't want to know why he didn't pass, but that the reason was kind of stupid. And with that the last person passed. Finally, called out Mara, "We'll let the last students rest for a bit before straining the next part of the exam." It was clear that soon the next part would begin and hopefully the rest of Class 1A would pass the exam.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.